Chapter 1. New Orleans Superdome, Louisiana, USA. Over 70,000 fervent fans gathered to witness the crowning of the champion in the 2012 NCAA March Madness Finals. The competing teams were the University of Kansas and the University of Kentucky, both of which are storied powerhouses in collegiate basketball. Each roster boasted several prospective NBA talents, enhancing the excitement of the match. Particularly noteworthy was Anthony Davis, Kentucky star player, who was all but guaranteed to be the first overall pick. This season, he led the Wildcats to an impressive record of 37 wins and 2 losses. With just one more victory, they would lift the 8th championship trophy in the history of their program. At this moment, as Davis secured yet another offensive rebound and assisted a teammate for a three-pointer, Kentucky extended their lead to 54-38. Less than 10 minutes remained in the game. Timeout. Kansas head coach Bill Self bellowed from the sidelines, realizing that immediate changes were imperative, or the game would slip away into oblivion. "Coach, we can't allow Davis to dominate any longer." Before the players had fully returned to the bench, Kansas assistant coach Danny Manning suggested to the head coach, "We must ramp up the intensity against him." Ramp up the intensity? Bill Self felt a sense of helplessness at the thought of Davis' performance that night. To contain his influence, they had deployed the formidable interior duo of Jeff Withey and Thomas Robinson. Even so, Davis had managed to amass a stat line of 4 points, 12 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 4 assists. Self could hardly conceive of any further means to restrict this exceptional player with his distinctive brow. "Coach, I believe we should give Lin a try." Manning had a premeditated plan, glancing at the young man who seemed lost in thought on the bench. Lin Xuan stands at 2.13 meters tall, with a wingspan of 2.24 meters, providing ample pressure on both ends of the court against Davis. Moreover, Lin possesses remarkable vertical leap. Even if he struggles to score, he can still offer substantial help in rim protection. Lin Xuan? Self followed Manning's gaze, contemplating. He had some recollection of a young Chinese player with yellow skin and black hair, having been invited to join the Kansas basketball team due to his exceptional physical attributes. However, his skills were rather raw, and he had yet to see a single second of playing time since the onset of March Madness, relegated to the role of a water boy and towel bearer, a mere cheerleader on the bench. Yet now, Kansas found themselves teetering on the brink of defeat. Upon reflection, the root cause of their predicament was inadequate rebounding protection. Davis alone had secured 8 offensive rebounds against their towering Twin Towers. In this context, introducing Lin Xuan to bolster rim protection seemed a viable option. As the head coach and assistant deliberated, Lin Xuan, the focal point of the discussion, lifted his head in bewilderment. "I've actually crossed over." Instinctively scanning his surroundings, he quickly deduced the situation. In his previous life, he had been a basketball content creator. Distinct from those who merely vented emotions or stirred controversy, his videos focused on technical analysis and strategy. The night before his transmigration, he had stayed up late editing a video, only to awaken here. It seems the original owner was a semi-professional player. A surge of memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Lin Xuan, a freshman international student from China, bore a rather unremarkable name, but stood at an impressive height of 2.13 meters with a wingspan of 2.24 meters, catching Manning's eye and securing a spot on the Kansas basketball team. At this moment, he was participating in the NCAA March Madness Finals as a substitute. As Lin Xuan processed these memories, a clear and melodious mechanical voice resonated in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for binding the basketball god system. Now issuing the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the level skill Rodman's elite rebounding anticipation. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the level skill Kai's precise three-point shooting. Next phase task: lead the University of Kansas to victory in the 2012 NCAA Championship. Completion rewards: peak Giannis Antetokounmpo's physical attributes. A system? As a fervent web fiction enthusiast, Lin Xuan was certainly familiar with the archetypal systems that accompany transmigrators. Without a moment's hesitation, he seamlessly integrated the dual level skills from the gift pack. Upon merging with Rodman's elite rebounding anticipation, he felt a profound understanding of positioning and rebound trajectories engraved deep within his mind, leading to a qualitative leap in his grasp of rebounding. Moreover, after merging with Kao's precise three-point shooting ability, he sensed significant enhancement in his upper body strength, core stability, and lower body power. Even his wrist felt more fluid. Ah, that feels good. Lin Xuan sighed in relief internally. This means that on top of the original owner's commendable height and wingspan, I now possess Rodman's elite anticipation for rebounds and Kao's shooting prowess. Incredible. A smile, more difficult to suppress than that of an AK, spread across Lin Xuan's lips. With these advantages alone, not to mention NCAA, securing a lucrative contract in the NBA would be a walk in the park. Before Lin Xuan could ponder further, a robust voice broke into his thoughts. It was Kansas head coach Bill Self. "Lin, prepare to enter the game. Substitute for Thomas." The Kansas players turned their heads in unison, their expressions a blend of astonishment. This was not garbage time. They still had hopes of closing the gap. Yet Coach Self was opting for an inexperienced rookie. More critically, he was replacing the star player Thomas Robinson. "Coach, I still have energy left." Robinson protested, unwilling to concede. Though he had missed numerous rebounds that night, he and Jeff Withey had managed to limit Davis to a mere 1 for 10 shooting. The game was far from over, and he felt confident in contributing further. Yet upon seeing Lin Xuan's towering frame, he regained his composure. The coach intended to enhance their interior height and diminish Davis' dominance in the paint. "Go on, Lin, crush that ant," referring to Anthony Davis. Simultaneously, the commentators on the sidelines expressed their shock at Self's decision. "Oh? Kansas has made a substitution, bringing in what appears to be a player from China. Indeed, this guy is definitely from China." Another commentator, reviewing player statistics, remarked, "His name is Lin Xuan, 19 years old, a 2.13-meter power forward currently in his freshman year at Kansas. Furthermore, there's no record of any high school games in his profile. He hasn't set foot on the court for even a single NCAA game. What unique qualities does he possess that would lead Self to replace his star player with him? While a 16-point deficit is not insurmountable, is Kansas really throwing in the towel by substituting in a rookie at this critical juncture?" Not only were the commentators perplexed by Lin Xuan's background, but even Kentucky head coach John Calipari was left bewildered as he observed the unheralded player donning jersey number 13 rise from the bench. What was the story behind this obscure individual? The crowd erupted in a chorus of disbelief, questioning the decision to substitute such a rookie at a pivotal moment, particularly one with yellow hair and dark skin from China. Is this a desperate gamble or a sign of surrender? Don't be ridiculous. Are there any basketball players in China besides Yao Ming? I declare, Kentucky's 8th championship trophy is already secured. Beyond Calipari, the commentators, and the fans in the stands, even scouts renowned for their adept intelligence gathering were left scratching their heads. His playing style, statistical data, and past experiences were all shrouded in mystery. The only certainty was that the astute Self had deployed this young man during a critical moment of the game, suggesting a deeper strategy at play. Could he be Kansas' secret weapon? This thought piqued their immense curiosity. And at this moment, Lin Xuan stood beside Coach Self, having absorbed the tactical instructions, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. The adrenaline surged within him. It was happening. He was about to compete alongside future NBA players, directly matching up against the illustrious Anthony Davis, a future top 75 player. He could hardly contain his eagerness to showcase his talents to the world. The timeout concluded. The players returned to the court. Kansas lineup on the floor: PG Tyshawn Taylor, SG Travis Relaford, SF Elijah Johnson, PF Lin Xuan, C Jeff Withey. The lineup for Kentucky features PG Marquis Teague, SG Doran Lamb, SF Michael Kidd Gilchrist, PF Anthony Davis, and C Terrence Jones. Kentucky retains its pre-timeout lineup, while Kansas makes an adjustment, substituting Lin Xuan for Thomas Robinson. Of course, regardless of Kansas adjustments, Davis remains unperturbed. After establishing a solid defensive position beneath the basket, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xuan, unimpressed by the slender figure that resembled a monkey, believing he posed no threat. Is this perhaps too casual? This is the NCAA Championship. It is not a place where just anyone can play the role of its factor. With the sound of the whistle, the game resumes. Kansas has possession. Following the baseline inbounds, the team's primary point guard, Tyshawn Taylor, gradually advances past half court. With Thomas Robinson now off the court, he has become Kansas' primary scoring option. Realizing this, Kentucky's guard swiftly approaches, applying tight defense on Taylor to prevent him from initiating an offensive play. Taylor remains composed, gesturing for his center, Withy, to create space. Taylor then steps forward to the free throw line, seizing an opportunity to take a quick pull-up jumper. Clang! The sound of the iron reverberates as the shot clanks off the front of the rim, sending the ball soaring into the air. Rebound. Davis effortlessly extends his long arms, taking half a step back to pin Lin Xuan behind him, vying for a favorable position. Although Lin Xuan possesses a slight edge in height and wingspan, he lacks the physicality that Davis commands, finding himself at a disadvantage in the battle beneath the basket. However, just as Davis prepares to secure the rebound, the ball's trajectory unexpectedly shifts to the opposite side. He must adjust his position and glance back to gauge Lin Xuan's whereabouts, only to find no trace of him. Where did he go? Before he can react, a large yellow hand suddenly appears above the rim, as Lin Xuan, like an arrow shot from a bow, springs forth from the side. He snatches the ball with great force. The commentator on the sidelines responds with remarkable speed. Oh, a masterful anticipation of the rebound. It seems Lin Xuan had already abandoned his position against Davis and lurked in the path of the descending ball. Astute foresight. This is Lin Xuan. In an instant, thousands of eyes are riveted on Lin Xuan, with expressions of astonishment etched on every face. The freshman from the University of Kansas, Lin, has just entered the game and claimed an offensive rebound. Moreover, this play not only showcases his exceptional athleticism, but also reveals his outstanding rebounding instincts. It can only be described as breathtaking. But how will he handle this opportunity? Will he attempt a powerful dunk beneath the basket? Or will he adjust the tempo and pass the ball to the perimeter guard, Taylor, to reorganize the offense? Yet, Davis offers him no time for contemplation. He immediately collapses toward Lin Xuan, raising his arms to obstruct the passing lanes and available space. Simultaneously, the other four Kentucky defenders are glued to their assignments, denying any opportunity for their opponents to receive the ball. Find a way to get the ball to Taylor. Self cannot help but shout from the sidelines. As a rookie, Lin Xuan has no authority to defy the coach's orders. Yet, with Davis looming before him like a mountain, his vision is limited, and recklessly passing the ball would likely result in a turnover. In the corner, the referee has raised his hand and begun the countdown, with the imminent threat of a 3-second violation. Lin Xuan takes a deep breath, seizing a moment of distraction from Davis. With a sudden movement, he forces his way through a narrow gap, breaking free. Davis, focused on blocking his passing route while preventing him from driving to the basket, leaves Lin Xuan with ample room to easily break to the perimeter. Lin Xuan's unexpected maneuver catches the defenders off guard. They hesitate to pursue, fearing a positional error. Fortunately, Davis quickly regains his composure and follows closely behind. However, when Lin Xuan reaches the three-point line in the corner, he executes a smooth turnaround jumper. Davis is left utterly dumbfounded. What? He, a 7-foot giant, is actually stepping back to shoot a three-pointer? Isn't it more reasonable to force a foul onto the basket? This is the NCAA Championship. For heaven's sake, how can they be so reckless without fearing a backlash that could lead to retirement on the spot? Davis could never have anticipated that Lin Xuan would display such audacity. Yet he leaped into action, attempting to block the shot, standing at a towering 2.13 meters. Combined with Curry's three-point prowess, Lin Xuan showcased an elevated shooting point and an astonishingly quick release. Even when confronted by the future prodigy Wembanyama's block, he remained unperturbed. The success of his shot hinged entirely on his touch. Goodness gracious! Such recklessness could cost them the entire game. Is it a crime to shoot for 2 points? He can't possibly think he's channeling Reggie Miller, can he? The crowd erupted in boos, particularly from the Kansas fans clad in blue, who would have loved to take aim at Lin Xuan with a Gatling gun. Yet, Lin Xuan, at the center of the storm, remained utterly unfazed. He jumped, aimed, and released. The fluidity of his movements was a sight to behold, as the basketball traced a beautiful arc through the IT swished through the net. 41-54. Kansas narrowed the gap by 3 points. In that moment, the entire arena fell into a brief silence. The fans, the commentators, the bench players, everyone momentarily stunned. Half a second later, the venue erupted. Incredible. Am I seeing this correctly? He just drained a corner three on his first attempt. This guy undoubtedly possesses a colossal heart. From fiercely snatching the offensive rebound to dribbling past defenders and finally raising for a three-pointer, Lin Xuan left everyone in a W in the back-and-forth exchange. The presumptive number 1 pick, Anthony Davis, was relegated to mere backdrop. Lin Xuan's three-pointer and rebound significantly boosted his team's morale. Well done, amidst the thunderous applause. Tyler playfully patted Lin Xuan on the back as he retreated on defense. But don't get too cocky. We're still down by 14 points. 14 points, Lin Xuan teased in response. That's just 5 threes, right? Now it's our turn to defend. Tyler regained his focus, pointing towards the opposing half. Here comes that little ant. No sooner had he spoken than Davis established his position. And Kentucky's point guard, Marquis T, began to advance the ball across half-court. True to their reputation as 7-time champions, Kentucky quickly executed their tactics to create opportunities. Outside the three-point line, small forward Terrence Jones caught a pass and took a wide-open shot. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had already anticipated the potential rebound after the inevitable miss, maneuvering past Davis to secure his position. The familiar sound of a missed shot echoed again. Lin Xuan effortlessly grabbed the rebound. Tyler received the pass and instantly launched a fast break, but Kentucky's players swiftly returned to defense, forcing him to hold the ball at the top of the arc until his teammates arrived. "Give me the ball." Lin Xuan swiftly positioned himself at the right wing, 45-degree angle for a three-pointer, extending his hand. Seeing that Davis hadn't yet recovered, Tyler promptly bounced the ball to Lin Xuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan released another three-pointer. Swish! The ball found the net point 44-54. Since Lin Xuan entered the game, he had not only secured 2 rebounds but also hit 2 consecutive three-pointers. His sharp rebounding instincts and precise shooting made it evident that Kansas's newcomer, Lin Xuan, was poised to become the X-factor of this match. Who would have thought that a freshman from China would emerge as Coach Self's greatest asset? Yet this physically gifted, mentally astute, and technically proficient young man had somehow escaped the notice of all scouts and teams. "And you must be more aggressive," Kentucky's head coach Calipari shouted at Davis. "That kid is not just an inconsequential rookie." "I know," Davis replied, and with that, he faced Lin Xuan's defense and rose up for a jumper, scoring 2 points with confidence. The American prodigy's response was decisive, yet it did nothing to quell Kansas's offensive momentum. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Kansas began to tilt their strategy towards the hot-handed Lin Xuan. True to expectations, he continued to score three-pointers from various positions on the court, including the top of the arc and both corners. Meanwhile, despite Davis's efforts, Kentucky's offensive tactics relied heavily on mid-range shots and inside power plays. With Lin Xuan's presence, their rebounding advantage had vanished. Lin Xuan hit yet another three-pointer. Kansas had narrowed the deficit to 6 points, 56-62. Lin Xuan's remarkable efficiency, hitting 6 three-pointers without a miss, brought his personal tally to 18 points and 4 rebounds, all within a mere 4 minutes of play. Beep! Kentucky's head coach Calipari could no longer contain himself and immediately called for a timeout after Lin Xuan's three-pointer. "We can't allow that rookie to keep shooting threes," as the players returned to the bench. Calipari unleashed a furious tirade at Davis. "Especially you, Ant. Focus on defense and the rebounds. He has already grabbed 4 boards over your head. You've let a rookie outplay you. He's not just any rookie," Davis muttered, gazing at the technical statistics displayed above the arena. 4 minutes. 18 points and 4 rebounds. A perfect 3-point shooting percentage. Is that what you call a rookie? Even a peak Reggie Miller would be hard-pressed to match this. No. Even in his prime, Davis believed, Lin Xuan outshone him with a breath-stealing performance, that he was simply too tall and his release too quick to defend. "Don't worry. We still lead by 6 points. There's no need for despair. Forward Michael Kid Gilchrist quickly interjected. When that kid gets the ball, let's double-team him. I refuse to believe he can keep this up. Kid Gilchrist considered Lin Xuan's astonishing performance a result of their own complacency. As long as they took him seriously, their advantage would remain intact. The opposing team would undoubtedly focus their defense on Lin from here on out. On the other side, Kansas's bench saw Coach Self passionately strategizing. The other players need to increase their off-ball movement. You'll find plenty of open shots, so seize the opportunity. Coach, there's no need for all that fuss, Lin Xuan calmly replied while sipping a drink offered by Thomas Robinson. Just give me the ball, and I'll carry the game. After the timeout, Kentucky regained possession. Point guard Marquis Teague advanced the ball, with Davis setting a screen. After a smooth pick, Teague passed the ball to Davis, who took a mid-range shot. Clang, the all-too-familiar sound of a missed shot rang out once more. Center Terrence Jones focused intently, positioning himself for an offensive rebound. Just as Jones prepared to leap, a flash of yellow leapt high above him. It was Lin Xuan, expertly timing his jump. He soared over Jones to secure the rebound. Goodness, this kid had embarrassed Jones? Oh, his frenzy was far from over. Countless Kansas fans were ignited with fervor, grabbing the rebound. Lin Xuan swiftly passed to Tyler and charged down the court. Kentucky's Twin Towers, Davis and Jones, scrambled back on defense. As the play transitioned, Kentucky's Twin Towers hesitated to leave Tyler open for an easy two, opting instead to double-team Lin Xuan. They were willing to concede 2 points to Tyler, but not allow Lin Xuan to continue his three-point onslaught. Facing the open basket, Tyler knew exactly what to do, smoothly penetrating the lane for an easy layup. 58-62. The gap had shrunk to 4 points. The timeout failed to stifle Kansas's resurgence, leaving the Kentucky players disheartened, leading to a botched baseline inbounds pass. Tyler intercepted the ball and immediately sought out Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan returned to midcourt. He received the pass, took a step forward, and launched a three-pointer. Has this guy lost his mind? He was still at least 2 meters away from the three-point line. Could he actually make it? If the shot went in, it would be a devastating blow to their morale. Davis and Jones were left dumbfounded, yet they leaped with all their might, trying to contest the shot. Even if it meant a foul, they had to bring him down. Crack! The clear sound of a foul echoed through the arena. Certainly, the referee's whistle sounded concurrently. Such a blatant foul could not escape their discerning eyes. Yet, despite being evidently pulled, Lin Xuan released a three-pointer that found its mark with unwavering precision. An additional free throw opportunity. Is this even possible? Davis's mind momentarily faltered. He was astonished that his own foul had been executed a split second later than Lin Xuan's shot. WTF, the Kentucky head coach, Calipari, was visibly distraught, slamming his tactical board to the ground in frustration. If you're going to commit a foul, at least take him down. Calipari was on the brink of an explosion. They had not only lost the rebounding advantage that was crucial for establishing a lead, but more importantly, they were utterly powerless against Lin Xuan. The defensive line of the team had been rendered completely vulnerable by his three-pointers. During Lin Xuan's free throw, Davis wore a look of helplessness that it was not that they lacked focus or effort. It was simply that Lin Xuan was both swift and precise. They couldn't contain him. Nevertheless, regardless of how disheartened the Kentucky coach and players felt, Lin Xuan was merciless at the free throw line, sinking his shots with ease. 62-62. Under Lin Xuan's orchestration, a 16-point deficit vanished in an instant. Both teams returned to a level playing field. After Lin Xuan converted his free throw, it was Kentucky's possession. Davis certainly would not relinquish victory without a fight, with Lin Xuan's defense bearing down on him in the paint. He valiantly scored 2 points. Unfortunately, his teammates' morale had crumbled, causing them to become increasingly lost on both ends of the court. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's fiery form continued unabated, with his three-pointers striking like daggers at the very heart of Kentucky. Three-pointer, and yet another three-pointer. Lin Xuan's barrage of shots opened the gateway to victory for Kansas. This freshman from China wielded the unconventional weapon of the three-pointer to tilt the scales of triumph. His seemingly divine shooting left all spectators in awe. Within a 2-meter radius of the three-point line, as long as Lin Xuan received the ball, it was almost guaranteed to inflict significant damage. In the combined onslaught of Lin Xuan's rebounding storm and three-point rain, Kansas not only reversed the score, but also shattered the psychological defenses of the Kentucky players, ultimately in the Superdome of New Orleans. The Kansas Jayhawks triumphed over the University of Kentucky with a score of 71-64, claiming a 7-point victory. At that moment, the atmosphere was electric. The 2012 NCAA Championship officially concluded. The commentator on the sidelines elevated his tone. "Congratulations to the University of Kansas for winning this year's championship." Another commentator added, "This year has seen the emergence of many dazzling players, and Lin Xuan is undoubtedly the biggest surprise. Exceptional awareness, exquisite skills, and a heart of steel in critical moments. He is deserving of the title of Most Valuable Player in the Final Four." The cameras promptly focused on the pivotal player of the match, Lin Xuan. This freshman from China, despite only having 10 minutes of playtime, made a remarkable impact during the crucial moments of the NCAA Championship. Just look at his 10-minute stats: 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists. All his points came from beyond the arc. With 12 attempts, he missed only 2, an astonishing efficiency, and this was the highest score of the game. "Lin, we did it." Assistant coach Manning rushed onto the court, embracing Lin Xuan. "We have secured the championship." It was he who had defied the odds to bring the inexperienced rookie Lin Xuan onto the team, diligently urging him to train every day, striving for the championship. This moment, dreams had finally materialized into reality. Soon, they would ascend the podium to lift Kansas University's 4th championship trophy. "Well done, young man. I guarantee you, the Most Outstanding Player award is undoubtedly yours." Head coach self-approached, filled with fervor. The Most Outstanding Player award, given to the individual who performed best in the Final Four, would go to Lin Xuan, who single-handedly led Kansas out of adversity to claim the championship. He was truly deserving of this honor. At that moment, the podium, trophy, and staff were all in place, and the event's organizer announced the awards. 2012 NCAA Championship, University of Kansas. Additionally, the 2012 NCAA Final Four Most Valuable Player award goes to Lin Xuan. The crowd erupted in an ecstatic frenzy. Everyone shouted in genuine celebration for Lin Xuan. Even Kansas's star player, Thomas Robinson, showed no signs of dissent. On the contrary, he encouraged his teammates to gather around Lin Xuan, like stars surrounding the moon. Amidst the adulation of the entire Kansas team, Lin Xuan climbed the folding ladder, symbolizing the Most Outstanding Player award, and cut down the net. Simultaneously, a clear and melodious system notification resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning the 2012 NCAA Championship. The first phase of your task is complete. Rewarding host for task completion. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining S-rank reward. Peak Giannis Antetokounmpo's physical attributes. The next phase of the task: participate in the NBA draft and be selected by an NBA team. Task completion reward: Allen Iverson's crossover." As the series of mechanical sounds concluded, Lin Xuan's eyes brightened. With his already impressive height and wingspan comparable to the Greek Freak, combined with his peak physical attributes, his dynamic abilities would reach an even more terrifying level. As for participating in the NBA draft and being selected, was this task not a bit too simple? So be it, marked out in the stands. As everything settled, 2 well-dressed men, one white and one black, stood up. They were none other than the newly appointed general manager of the Golden State Warriors, Bob Myers, and head coach Mark Jackson. Jackson glanced at Lin Xuan, who was receiving his award. "Bob, this young man possesses remarkable three-point skills and can protect the rim. He fits perfectly within our system. Indeed, if he declares for the draft this year, I will certainly ask him if he is interested in settling in the Bay Area. By the way, do we still have our first-round pick this year?" Jackson inquired. "Of course. You know we do, and we are currently in the lottery zone," Myers replied. Unfortunately, it seemed that merely being in the lottery would not suffice. To secure Lin, they would need at least a top 3 pick. That a young man, not yet 20, from a distant Eastern nation, participated in his first official competition and led his team to a remarkable NCAA championship victory, claiming the Most Outstanding Player award. As the award ceremony concluded, a throng of media surrounded the topic of the moment. Lin Xuan. "Mr. Lin, you helped Kansas secure their 4th championship trophy and were named Most Valuable Player. Can you share with us your feelings at this moment?" Lin Xuan smiled politely. I would like to thank assistant coach Manning for bringing me onto this team and coach Self for giving me the opportunity to play at such a crucial time. The reporter nodded slightly and continued. Furthermore, I believe all fans and scouts are eager to know about your future. Can you tell us about your next steps? Will you continue to hone your skills in college or declare for the NBA draft? Everyone was well aware that in the direct matchup against this year's likely first overall pick, Anthony Davis, Lin Xuan held a decisive advantage. He possessed the capability to make a leap to the NBA. Simultaneously, due to his lack of experience, he might very well choose to play another year in the NCAA to enhance his draft stock. Hearing this question, Kansas head coach Self immediately perked up, eager to learn if Lin Xuan would be willing to stay and help them defend their championship. The Golden State Warriors general manager, Bob Myers, and head coach, Mark Jackson, who were preparing to exit, also paused momentarily. At that moment, everyone awaited with bated breath. Lin Xuan's answer was, I choose to take my talent to the NBA. Oh, the affirmation from Lin Xuan sent the entire arena into an even louder uproar. Undoubtedly, having secured the NCAA Championship and the Most Outstanding Player award, Lin Xuan had ample reason and confidence to pursue a higher stage. Yet when he personally articulated this decision, it was still exhilarating. A meteoric rise to fame. Next, a journey to even greater heights. What a dreamlike narrative. However, for the University of Kansas, there lingered a tinge of regret. Having discovered such a gem, they only had a mere 10 minutes to experience his brilliance. Such a player might not be encountered again for many years. How could one not feel regret? That kid is guts. S. Myers retreated to the exit of the stands. He turned to Jackson. My interest in him is growing by the moment. In the upcoming games, I aspire to elevate the draft position of our team. Currently, the New Orleans Pelicans, sitting at the bottom of the Western Conference, are 3 victories ahead of us. Jackson is well aware of the necessary course of action. It is time to display our skills. The Golden State Warriors have already secured a position in the lottery, and a poorer record will only enhance our chances of acquiring Lin Xuan. The foundation stone for constructing a golden dynasty hinges upon the team's forthcoming efforts in embracing mediocrity. Apart from the attending executives from the Warriors, news of Lin Xuan's draft intentions has swiftly reached other NBA teams. In the office of Boston Celtics general manager, Danny Ainge gazes deeply into the latest team metrics, immersed in profound contemplation. The Celtics are currently solidly positioned within the top 4 of the Eastern Conference. And acquiring Lin Xuan will necessitate a trade. Judging by the current market conditions, the cost will undoubtedly be substantial. However, for the sake of the team's next decade, what is there to hesitate about? If need be, even the Celtics' Big Three could become bargaining chips. The NCAA Championship has finally concluded, and although Lin Xuan has made the decision to enter the NBA draft, he remains in school for studies and training. As the season has yet to end, having clinched the championship of this year's March Madness, every player from Kansas has become a celebrated figure on campus, particularly Lin Xuan, who played a pivotal role in the team's success. Attracts cheers from admirers wherever he goes. Yet he remains grounded amidst the accolades, with his sights firmly set on the NBA. This is merely the beginning. On this day, in the basketball hall of the University of Kansas, Lin Xuan and his teammate Thomas Robinson are engaged in their daily training. Lin, come here for a moment. Someone is looking for you. Head coach Self enters, accompanied by another individual that not the renowned NBA agent Jeff Austin. He is here for Lin Xuan. It is no surprise that after his meteoric rise, he is now on the radar of such a prominent figure. Lin Xuan is indeed fortunate to have caught his attention. Amidst the envious gazes of his teammates, Lin Xuan hastens towards the entrance. Indeed, the person following Coach Self is none other than the illustrious NBA agent, Jeff Austin. Although Lin Xuan is not intimately acquainted with him, he is aware that 2 future MVPs, Curry and Giannis, are under his representation. Hello, Lin. I am Jeff Austin, a player agent. Hello, Austin. The 2 exchange polite greetings. Austin, not one to beat around the bush, states directly, Lin, your displayed talent and basketball IQ in the NCAA Finals are quite impressive. You are poised to make a bid for the NBA. That I possess ample resources within the league. What I mean is if we collaborate, we can achieve mutual success. Lin Xuan nods thoughtfully. Indeed, while a player's success is contingent upon their own abilities, the agent's influence is equally critical. For this reason, he cannot afford to make a rash decision. Moreover, with over 2 months remaining until the draft, he has ample time for contemplation. Mr. Austin, I would like to think it over. No problem. Austin is not taken aback by this response. Instead, he views Lin Xuan's composure as a sign of maturity, indicative of a thoughtful individual rather than a mere brute. Contact me once you have made your decision. Austin does not linger, exchanging contact information with Lin Xuan before departing. Simultaneously, as the NCAA concludes, the NBA regular season's final battles become the focal point of public interest once more. The competition for playoff spots remains fierce, and the race for the lottery is equally captivating. Teams are vying for higher positions to secure an advantage in the pursuit of Lin Xuan. Amusingly, from the conclusion of the NCAA Finals until the end of the regular season, several teams at the bottom of the lottery, including the Warriors, Cavaliers, Pelicans, and Wizards, have failed to secure a single victory. That on May 30, 2012, the draft lottery ceremony is held in New York, where the New Orleans Pelicans ultimately clinch the first overall pick with a 13-7 probability, triumphing over their competitors. The remaining selections are as follows: 2. Warriors, 3. Wizards, 4. Cavaliers, 5. Kings, 6. Trailblazers, 7. Timberwolves, 8. Raptors, 9. Pistons, 10. Pelicans, 11. Trailblazers, 12. Rockets, 13. Suns, 14. Bucks. Lin Xuan closely follows the lottery results, noticing that aside from the Warriors dropping from 7th to 2nd, the rest of the order aligns perfectly with previous outcomes, prompting thoughtful calculations in his mind. Following the announcement of the draft lottery results, numerous teams spring into action. Celtics general manager Danny Ainge promptly presents an offer to the Pelicans for the first pick. His stance is unequivocal. To obtain the first pick, the entire Celtics roster is up for trade. However, the Pelicans swiftly decline, stating, "What we seek is a future, and even the Celtics' big three cannot sway us." On the Warriors' side, having conducted thorough evaluations during the NCAA Finals, Myers had already resolved to select Lin Xuan. Now, with the acquisition of the second overall pick via their losing strategy, it opens up further possibilities. Operation 1. Should Lin Xuan fall to the second position, they will select him directly. Operation 2. If Lin Xuan is chosen first by the Pelicans, they will opt for Davis at the second position and then explore trade possibilities with the Pelicans. For now, he can afford to breathe a little easier and observe the unfolding events as various teams begin strategizing for the draft. The Eastern Conference Finals Game 7 is set to commence in Miami. The Heat's Big Three face off against the Celtics' Big Three. LeBron James previously showcased his death stare, pushing the series to a decisive 7th game, just one step away from returning to the finals. Meanwhile, in the West, Kevin Durant and his Oklahoma City Thunder have avenged their defeat against the Spurs just 2 days prior. Despite losing the first 2 games of the Western Conference Finals, they rallied to win 4 straight, eliminating the Spurs 4-2 and advancing to the finals ahead of schedule. Will their opponent be the peak-performing Heat Big Three or the aging Celtics Big Three? All eyes are on the showdown on the same day, at Madison Square Garden in New York. Young individuals announcing their participation in the 2012 NBA Draft are eagerly awaiting the commencement of the physical evaluations. Lin Xuan arrives slightly late, having made a significant decision earlier in the day that he has officially entered into a partnership with Austin. He has come to a clear conclusion. At this moment, Austin represents players like Curry, who has yet to make his mark, and Giannis, who is still in Greece. Austin can dedicate ample attention to his development, with an agent wholly committed to his success and possessing exceptional capabilities. He will be better positioned to realize his potential and enhance his value. Returning to the evaluation site, the arena is abuzz with excitement. Names that will resonate for years to come: Davis, Lillard, Beal, Drummond, Barnes, Green, each one emerges in front of him. Notably, due to Lin Xuan's draft declaration, numerous Chinese media outlets have arrived, prepared to cover his journey from evaluations to the draft. "Lin, you stole my championship and MOP. One day, I will settle this score with you." Davis approaches Lin Xuan that, "I wouldn't mind taking your number 1 pick as well." Lin Xuan retorts defiantly. Both are frontrunners for the top pick this year, and following the NCAA Finals, the media has nearly framed them as lifelong rivals. Thus, their encounter is imbued with a palpable tension. Other rookies pay little attention to Lin Xuan, each preoccupied with their own affairs. As more draft entrants begin to arrive, the physical evaluations finally commence. Anthony Davis shines as ever, standing at 2.08 meters, this static talent prodigy possesses remarkable athleticism, truly deserving of the top pick hype. Lillard and Beal also perform admirably during their evaluations, both likely to be selected within the top 5. Additionally, stars like Barnes and Drummond showcase their potential to thrive independently in the league. Yet the most anticipated of all remains the MOP from Kansas, Lin Xuan. His physical assessment data has reached historic levels. Standing barefoot at a height of 2.13 meters, weighing 95 kg, with a wingspan of 2.24 meters, a standing reach of 2.85 meters, a running vertical reach of 3.85 meters, a vertical leap of 1.15 meters, and a bench press of 180 kg. Upon reviewing Lin Xuan's physical assessment report, all the media present went into a frenzy. A monster. It is no surprise that Davis was thoroughly outshone. Moreover, none of the current rookies pose a threat to Lin's draft positioning. In an instant, various interview equipment was directed towards Lin Xuan. If you successfully become the first overall pick, will you seek advice from your predecessor? Yow. Lin, if you are not selected by the Hornets, which team would you prefer to play for? Among so many teams, which team style do you favor? Lin Xuan was nearly overwhelmed by the reporter's peculiar questions. Simultaneously, his physical assessment data reached the upper echelons of various teams. This year's top draft prospect, Davis, was not only outperformed by Lin Xuan on the court, but even his proud physical attributes fell short when compared to Lin Xuan's metrics. At this moment, both Myers and Ainge became increasingly resolute in their determination to recruit Lin Xuan. The competition for Lin Xuan is on the verge of igniting. On June 22, the 5th game of the 2011-12 NBA Finals officially commenced in Miami. LeBron James and his Heat aim to secure their first championship ring since forming the Big Three. The young Thunder trio ultimately could not halt the Heat's triumphant march to glory. After a fierce battle, the Miami Heat triumphed over the Oklahoma City Thunder with a score of 121-106. Clinching the 2011-2012 NBA Championship with a commanding 4-1 series victory. LeBron James also captured the Finals MVP award with an average of 28.6 points, 10.2 rebounds, and 7.4 assists, erasing the humiliation of the previous season's Game 4 loss by 8 points. Thus, the Heat dynasty was officially inaugurated. Amidst the Finals fervor, teams began sending trial invitations to prospective rookies. Notably, all teams except for the Spurs, Thunder, Lakers, and Mavericks extended invitations to Lin Xuan. Under the coordination of his agent Austin, Lin Xuan ultimately participated in tryouts with the Hornets, Warriors, and Kings. Following the tryouts, nearly all teams provided positive feedback. Some teams even likened Lin Xuan's potential to that of a three-point shooting, rebound-predicting version of Kevin Garnett. Of course, Lin Xuan does have shortcomings. Aside from his three-point shooting, his offensive arsenal is somewhat limited. Compared to fellow top prospect Anthony Davis, his skills in the post and ball handling are noticeably inferior. However, this did not adversely affect his draft stock. His popularity surged across the United States, a towering player with a sharpshooter's touch. Exceptional basketball IQ reflected in his rebound anticipation and explosive athleticism. Lin Xuan is indeed a rare talent. It is believed that as long as he remains grounded, he is destined to carve out a realm of his own in the NBA. Furthermore, the mission to challenge the Heat's Big Three seems to rest upon his shoulders beyond the United States. The wave of excitement ignited by Lin Xuan swiftly crossed the ocean, stirring countless Chinese basketball fans into a fervor. CCTV promptly decided to broadcast the draft live. They dispatched a team consisting of Yu Jia and Yang Yi to the United States for on-site coverage. The reason is simple. Following the post-Yao Ming era, Chinese basketball has plunged into an unprecedented low, having even lost the Asian Championship in 2009. Yet, Lin Xuan's emergence has rekindled hope for Chinese fans. He not only possesses the height and wingspan of an inside player, but also boasts leaping abilities comparable to that of an athlete. Coupled with outstanding rebound anticipation and an uncanny three-point shooting talent, he embodies the hope of Chinese basketball. Most crucially, he achieved a resounding victory in his direct confrontation with American star Anthony Davis, directly replacing him as the top draft prospect. These combined attributes unquestionably justify CCTV's decision to send a dedicated team for live reporting. On June 29, in New York's Madison Square Garden, amidst unprecedented excitement. The 2012 NBA draft finally commenced. A top draft prospect, Lin Xuan, was invited to the green room, accompanied by his agent Austin and his mentor, Kansas University assistant coach Manning. Other players also invited to the green room included Anthony Davis, Damian Lillard, Andre Drummond, Harrison Barnes, Bradley Beal, Thomas Robinson, and Michael Kidd Gilchrist. Concurrently, CCTV Sports began its live coverage punctually. Yu Jia, dressed in a suit, addressed the camera with an opening statement. This is CCTV Sports, live from the 2012 NBA Draft. Today, I and Teacher Yang will provide commentary on the live events. The highly anticipated Chinese star Lin Xuan, what draft position will he be selected at? Let us stay tuned. As soon as the word was spoken, the camera seamlessly transitioned to Lin Xuan, who was waiting in the green room. Today, he donned an all-black suit, notably adorned with a pin featuring the Chinese national flag. Facing the camera, he smiled slightly. Brimming with confidence, in an instant, countless Chinese fans watching from their televisions erupted with excitement. This is heritage. Lin Xuan is about to inherit the Chinese torch in the NBA from Yao and Yi Jianlian. After 5 years, the NBA is finally set to witness another high-ranking rookie from China. Anticipation. Boldly, not just a high-ranking rookie, but he could very well be the first overall pick. I am delighted to see the new generation of young talents here once again. The scene then shifted to the main stage, where then NBA Commissioner David Stern walked to the forefront, solemnly reciting the opening remarks before opening the envelope, representing the New Orleans Hornets' first overall pick. In the 2012 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Hornets select 19-year-old Lin Xuan from Kansas University. The announcement sent ripples through the crowd. Stern's emphatic words detonated like a bombshell, igniting the entire venue. Without any surprise, Lin Xuan was selected as the first overall pick. He triumphed over Anthony Davis once more. It is rumored that the Hornets had previously made promises to Davis, yet ultimately succumbed to temptation and chose Lin Xuan. Congratulations to Lin Xuan, as he officially becomes the second player from China to be selected first overall after Yao Ming. While Lin Xuan's selection as the first pick was expected, the reality of it still left everyone astounded. At that moment, in the commentary booth, Yang Yi, who was explaining the draft rules to Chinese fans, leapt from his seat upon hearing the news of Lin Xuan being selected first overall. Teacher Yu, I was just worried that Lin Xuan might slide down the draft due to insufficient game samples. And here he is, straight to the top pick. Yu Jia also beamed with excitement, his smile stretching from ear to ear. It seems your worries were unfounded. While the sample may be small, it is indeed compelling. Congratulations to Lin Xuan for becoming the NBA Draft's first overall pick. Lin, congratulations. Austin, sitting beside Lin Xuan, was the first to offer his congratulations. You will undoubtedly have a bright future in the NBA. Thank you. Lin Xuan rose to high-five Austin. Your support has been equally important to me. Next to stand was assistant coach Manning, who opened his arms to embrace Lin Xuan tightly, and Lin Xuan eagerly reciprocated, acknowledging that he would not have reached this point without Manning's mentorship and guidance. The two embraced for several seconds amidst the enthusiastic applause and cheers from the crowd. Lin Xuan then confidently ascended the stage to receive the cap, symbolizing the first overall pick from Stern. Young man, welcome to the NBA. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Lin Xuan politely shook Stern's hand. Congratulations, host, on being selected by an NBA team. The second phase of the task is complete. We are now distributing rewards for task completion. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level skill, Iverson crossover. The next phase of the task, to win the Las Vegas Summer League Championship, completion reward, Durant's mid-range deadly shot and Leonard's death grip. Seizing the opportunity between photo sessions with Stern, Lin Xuan hastily integrated the S-level skill, the Iverson crossover, in future encounters against NBA-level defenses. When three-point shooting opportunities are scarce, he would execute a mesmerizing butterfly through flowers layup. Who would dare claim his offensive repertoire was limited? Under the glaring spotlight, Lin Xuan had no time to linger in the system. He swiftly redirected his thoughts back to reality. Media interviews awaited him, and the draft had yet to conclude. Besides, with potential trades looming at any moment, he was eager to observe how the fluttering wings of his little butterfly might alter the draft positions of other rookies. For instance, would Anthony Davis, who was originally expected to be the first overall pick, see his rank plummet further? As it turned out, his concerns were unfounded. Although Davis missed out on the anticipated top pick, he was still selected second overall by the Golden State Warriors. The Wizards, holding the third pick, opted for Bradley Beal instead. Clearly, this decision had been made by the Wizards' management following the rookie tryouts. Former second overall pick Michael Kidd-Gilchrist slid down to the fourth pick, where he was chosen by the Cleveland Cavaliers. Alongside Beal, other future stars like Damian Lillard, Andre Drummond, and Draymond Green were selected at their respective positions. Interestingly, Harrison Barnes remained at seventh, but the team that picked him shifted from the Warriors of the previous world to the Charlotte Bobcats. The 2 rounds, totaling 60 rookie slots, were finalized. The 2012 NBA draft officially came to a close. Wait, just when everyone believed that everything had settled, an even more explosive piece of news broke. The first trade following the draft had been completed. This trade involved a total of 5 players and 2 draft picks. Among the names included were not only the second overall pick, Anthony Davis, but also the newly crowned first overall pick, Lin Xuan. The announcement of Lin's trade sent the venue into an uproar, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that a newly minted top pick with monstrous physical gifts and exceptional three-point shooting prowess would be traded so swiftly? However, upon examining the specifics of the trade, the public skepticism regarding the Hornets' decision to trade Lin Xuan quickly transformed into understanding. The trade took place between the New Orleans Hornets and the Golden State Warriors, with the details as follows. The Warriors sent out second overall pick Anthony Davis, team leader Monta Ellis, and 2 future first-round picks. In return, the Hornets acquired the first overall pick, Lin Xuan, along with Carl Landry and Darryl Watkins. It was evident that in this trade, the other players were mere additions. The main focus was Lin Xuan, Davis, and Ellis. In essence, the Hornets had only sacrificed Lin Xuan and 2 marginal players to obtain both Davis and Ellis. From the Hornets' perspective, while losing Lin Xuan was undoubtedly regrettable, they had secured the long-coveted Anthony Davis. Coupled with Ellis and the 2 first-round picks, they had simultaneously gained immediate impact and greater potential for the future. The Hornets certainly would not refuse such an opportunity. As for the Warriors' maneuver, it was somewhat perplexing. Yes, Lin Xuan was indeed exceptionally gifted, but was it truly worth trading away the second overall pick Davis, along with the team leader and 2 draft picks, while also absorbing a burdensome contract? Contrary to the pessimism expressed by American reporters, Young E., upon confirming the authenticity of the trade, quickly offered his perspective that I believe the Warriors are not at a loss at all. They have long wanted to part ways with Monta Ellis. How so? Queried Yu, puzzled. Rumors had circulated that the Warriors were looking to rebuild and elevate Stephen Curry. Yu nodded, seemingly understanding. Young, he continued. Moreover, they have another promising young talent in the backcourt, Klay Thompson. Given these circumstances, trading away Ellis, who is also a guard, makes perfect sense. Additionally, Lin Xuan, with his top-tier three-point shooting ability and explosive athleticism, aligns perfectly with their ball movement system. I think the Warriors are taking a gamble. If they lose, they can start anew, but if they win, the sky's the limit, just as Yang was articulating his thoughts in front of the CCTV cameras. Lin Xuan found himself once again encircled by a throng of reporters. Lin, having just been drafted first overall, how do you feel about being traded so soon? In response to the reporters' inquiries, Lin Xuan disclosed more details about the trade. There's nothing surprising about it, as my agent and I were instrumental in facilitating this trade. This revelation caused another stir. So, you were willing to join the Golden State Warriors? The reporters asked, bewildered considering that at this time, the Warriors were merely a struggling team, and Curry had yet to rise. What allure could such a team possess? 8 years for championships, and potentially the most valuable franchise in the future. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. As everyone knows, Oakland is less than 20 kilometers from San Francisco. Whenever I miss my hometown, I can find solace in Chinatown. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's response, the reporters nodded thoughtfully. That certainly makes more sense now. With the interviews concluded, the 2012 NBA draft finally came to an end. Lin Xuan, however, remained busy. After conversing with the Warriors executives, he embarked on his journey to Oakland. Hours later, at Oakland International Airport, thousands of fans donned in blue Warriors jerseys, alongside local media, eagerly awaited his arrival. Additionally, Team executives led by Bob Myers and player representative Stephen Curry were present at the airport. Look, suddenly, someone shouted, Lin Xuan has arrived. The airport reception area erupted in tremendous excitement. Accompanying Lin Xuan was Draymond Green, also selected by the Warriors, though no one paid him any mind. Various signs and banners welcomed Lin Xuan. Lin, Stephen wants to talk to you, said Team General Manager Myers, stepping forward to assist Lin Xuan with his luggage. He has been following you for quite some time, that I was just hoping to have a chat with him as well. Lin Xuan replied, shaking hands briefly with Myers before turning to face the Warriors' star point guard, Stephen Curry, the pioneer of the small ball era, the absolute king beyond the arc, the future soul of the Warriors. Welcome to the Golden State Warriors, Lin. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Curry stepped forward and extended his hand. You might find this amusing, but I always believed my three-point shooting was unmatched until I watch your games. How about a friendly competition? I would be honored to learn from you, Lin Xuan replied, equally enthusiastic. The group waved goodbye to the fans and quickly made their way to Oracle Arena, just like the All-Star three-point contest. WLL set up 5 spots, each with 5 balls, for 1-point balls and 1 2-point money ball. What do you think? Curry suggested. Sounds good, Lin Xuan nodded. With Lin Xuan's affirmative response, Curry continued to explain the rules. Each person has 60 seconds to shoot, and the one with the highest score wins. As the competition rules were finalized, Myers immediately arranged for the staff to set up the venue. He eagerly anticipated the three-point showdown, which would also serve to gauge Lin Xuan's capabilities. Due to the entertainment nature of the event, Curry did not change into his gear. As soon as the timer and 5 spots were ready, he stepped onto the court in his casual attire. In Lin Xuan's memory, prior to the reform of the three-point contest, Curry had once scored an astonishing 27 points to claim the championship. With the atmosphere now more relaxed, he should be able to achieve an even higher score. Right? Just as Lin Xuan had anticipated, Curry completed all his shots in just over 50 seconds, missing only 2 one-point shots, and racked up a total of 28 points. Lin, the pressure is all on you now. Curry patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder as he exited the court. With the bar set high, Lin Xuan felt a bit of pressure. Nevertheless, he was undeterred, thumping his chest and striding confidently toward the first three-point spot at the corner. 3:21, go. As the 3-second countdown concluded, Lin Xuan swiftly seized the first ball and decisively took a shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! It struck the net with unwavering accuracy. Following this, his second and third attempts were unleashed in rapid succession, each piercing the net with precision. Upon the 5th ball gracefully finding its way through the hoop, Lin Xuan had achieved a flawless 5 for 5 at the first shooting point, successfully securing 6 points. At the subsequent second and third shooting points, Lin Xuan maintained his perfect shooting percentage, bringing his personal score to an impressive 18 points. Surely, I am not mistaken. Lin had yet to miss a single shot. Witnessing this, everyone's eyes widened, particularly Curry, who, despite his previous ease, now began to feel a tinge of unease. This young man's three-point shooting was astonishingly steady. His own victory now hung precariously in the balance. 19, 20, 21. With each successful shot from Lin Xuan, the crowd erupted in unison, heralding his latest score. Until Lin Xuan took his last shot at the final point, his total score solidified at 29 points. Out of 25 attempts, he had missed only 1 free throw. He triumphed over Stephen Curry by a slender margin of 1 point. Applause erupted throughout the venue. Your three-point shooting is truly formidable. Curry, somewhat disheartened, nonetheless approached Lin Xuan first to exchange a handshake. You are no slouch either, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. You merely lost to me. Someone from the sidelines, do not be disheartened, having witnessed the fierce three-point duel akin to ice and fire. Myers, standing by, gazed contemplatively. It seemed, as Mark had suggested, they could genuinely consider making the three-point shot a regular weapon. After his face-off with Curry, Lin Xuan seized the opportunity to tour the arena, accompanied by his companions. Above the arena hung 3 championship banners, alongside numerous retired jerseys. The Warriors are a team with a rich legacy, Myers remarked while walking alongside Lin Xuan. It has been 37 years since our last championship victory. Lin Xuan understood the underlying message. Rest assured, the 4th championship in franchise history will not be far off. In the upcoming season, Curry would rise, Klay Thompson would further develop, and Draymond Green would seamlessly integrate into the team. Most importantly, Lin Xuan, would realize his potential. They would become a team that no one would wish to face. Lin Xuan's ambitious aspirations elicited a nod of approval from Myers. The young man has courage to shoulder the team, and his yearning for greatness were commendable. With such beliefs and determination, what great achievements could he not attain? After the tour of the arena, Myers brought Lin Xuan to the general manager's office. In the presence of Agent Austin, Lin Xuan officially signed his rookie contract. As the first overall pick, Lin Xuan was entitled to the maximum rookie contract. Following negotiations, the contract amount was established at 4 years and $22 million. The first 2 years would feature a fixed salary, while the latter 2 years would allow the team to negotiate the final salary based on rookie exceptions. With the contract signed, the Golden State Warriors promptly convened a press conference to announce the news. Lin Xuan also attended the press conference wearing his jersey, which bore the number 21. This was the same number as his idol, Duncan. Concurrently, his agent Austin secured a residence for him in Oakland, a seaside villa, elegant in its surroundings and conveniently located. When Lin Xuan finally returned home after a busy day, Myers delivered an exciting piece of news. The 2012 Las Vegas Summer League was officially set to commence on July 13th. In addition to the Las Vegas League, other notable tournaments included the Pepsi Summer League hosted by the Orlando Magic and the Rocky Mountain League organized by the Utah Jazz. However, this summer, the Golden State Warriors confirmed their participation solely in the Las Vegas Summer League. Thus, this would be Lin Xuan's first professional game since the NCAA Finals. Lin, go forth and excel. Bob Myers, the Warriors' general manager, encouraged him before he embarked on his journey to Las Vegas. Use your talent to dominate the court. On July 15, American time, the Golden State Warriors faced their first opponent in the Summer League, the Chicago Bulls. Amidst the multitude, Lin Xuan quickly spotted the somewhat inexperienced Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler, the epitome of toughness in the NBA, a future all-star. Yet at this moment, he had just completed his first season in the NBA, barely garnering any media attention. From the moment the players began their warm-ups, all eyes were fixated on Lin Xuan. Each of his touches and every shot he took drew waves of applause. Lin Xuan was undeniably the center of attention. Notably, CCTV Sports had dispatched a broadcasting team, leaving Yu Jia and Yang in America to cover Lin Xuan's every game throughout the Summer League. Hello, dear viewers of CCTV. Welcome to the 2012 NBA Las Vegas Summer League. The match between the Golden State Warriors and the Chicago Bulls is about to commence. It is expected that our Chinese player, Lin Xuan, will make his appearance in today's game. In the stands, Yu Jia remained as composed as ever, while Yang incessantly flipped through his notes, seizing every opportunity to educate the audience about the history and rules of the Summer League. Naturally, he did not forget to recount Lin Xuan's illustrious achievements time and again. Some fans may not yet be fully acquainted with Lin Xuan, even though the audience was well-versed in Lin Xuan's exploits. They nonetheless listened to Yang Yi's narration with great enthusiasm. Lin Xuan, truly a beacon of hope for China. How soon until the game begins? We can hardly contain our excitement. The last NCAA game had no coverage in China, but this time they could finally witness Lin Xuan in action live. As he stepped onto the professional stage, would Lin Xuan be able to keep pace with the rhythm? Countless Chinese fans sat riveted in front of their televisions, their emotions gradually escalating. The scene returned to the court. The players had concluded their warm-up routines, and familiar faces among the players began to engage in conversation. Lin Xuan had no time for idle chatter, as he noticed a similarly quiet teammate, Klay Thompson. Like Butler, Thompson was also a rookie at that moment. He sat quietly on the bench, his eyes brimming with focus, already hinting at the presence of the future Game 6 Klay. In addition to Thompson, Lin Xuan also took special note of a rookie, Draymond Green, who was discussing something with the Summer League head coach Mike Malone, despite being selected at the 35th pick in the second round. Malone recognized Green's relentless attitude and high basketball IQ, thus bringing him into the Summer League team to showcase his ambitions. Lin Xuan couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. These two were core members of the Warriors dynasty, each progressing steadily, and with himself, a butterfly traversing time. How exhilarating would the future of the Warriors be? Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. We were about to fight side by side. Draymond Green seemed to sense Lin Xuan's gaze and hurried over. You might not know this, but Clay's three-point shooting is as accurate as yours and Steph's. Clay, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback by Green's sudden mention of Klay Thompson. Indeed, Green, clearly excited, continued, in my opinion, relying solely on your three-point shooting will be enough to annihilate all opponents. Unexpectedly, this fellow had quite the discerning eye. Lin Xuan chuckled. Moreover, I've come up with a cool name for your trio. Green showed no signs of slowing down. Let's call it the Tsunami Trio. Just imagine the sound of swish, swish, swish as you rain down three-pointers for beyond the arc. It's as daunting as the sound of a tsunami. It turned out that he had been concocting such a flamboyant compliment. However, the Tsunami Trio, that was akin to the Splash Brothers plus the Grim Reaper. Had he inadvertently usurped Durant's title? Lin Xuan found the situation both amusing and perplexing. But he replied, "It sounds quite good." After a brief conversation with Draymond Green, Lin Xuan realized that Green might be looking to latch onto his success. It seems quite appealing to have Tina join as a subordinate. Soon, the pre-game preparations will officially conclude, and the match is set to commence. The starting lineups for both teams have taken their positions on the court. For the Chicago Bulls, Jimmy Butler is accompanied by 4 other Summer League caliber players. On the side of the Golden State Warriors, there are 3 Summer League caliber players. Klay Thompson, alongside Lin Xuan, is Green absent from the starting lineup, observing the roster put forth by Coach Mike Malone. Lin Xuan appears somewhat bewildered. However, upon further contemplation, it seems to make a degree of sense that in the midst of a towering front line, Green's height is inadequate, and his ability to initiate offense is relatively weak. Though he possesses a strong game from the perimeter, even if Malone has plans to deploy him as a forward, he would not start him from the outset. Meanwhile, both starting lineups are ready. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xuan, who has garnered significant attention from Chinese fans, takes to the court as a starter for the Warriors. The commentary team at CCTV instantly enters the zone. This is the hallmark of top-tier commentators. This summer league is markedly distinct from the NBA regular season, as Yang Yi tirelessly educates Chinese fans on the nuances of the game, such as the fact that a player can commit 10 personal fouls before being ejected, and the sudden death rule in overtime, among others. Under the eager gaze of all, the referee at center court tosses the ball high into the air, and both centers leap in response. Chicago secures possession. Jimmy Butler, with the ball at the top of the arc, calls for a screen and drives straight to the hoop. Facing Lin Xuan's defense, he halts for a fadeaway jumper and scores. On the other end, the Warriors make their initial attempt. Klay Thompson misses his shot. The rebound fortuitously lands in Butler's hands. Possession changes hands. Butler signals his teammates to spread out and once again charges towards the basket. Utilizing a change of pace and adept footwork, he shakes off his defender and scores with a layup, 4-0. Right from the start, the Chicago Bulls, led by Butler, sound the trumpet for their offense. Moreover, both of his scoring plays have come against Lin Xuan's defense. Aren't you the first overall pick? Is this all you've got? On the way back on defense, Butler casts a disdainful glance at Lin Xuan, his expression dripping with contempt. You, a late first-round pick, are rather audacious. In the face of provocation, Lin Xuan retorts, "Just wait, I'll make you silent soon." As the Warriors transition to offense, Lin Xuan actively calls for the ball, while his teammate steps up to create space on the right. However, Lin Xuan does not appreciate this, shifting his feet and forcefully initiating an attack to the left. Am I seeing this correctly? How could he make such a poor choice? The American commentator on the sidelines paused for a moment. But as Butler moved in to defend, he quickly realized. Lin is preparing to take on Butler one-on-one. The Bulls have designated him as a defensive-minded blue-collar forward to support Rose, and his defensive prowess should not be underestimated. Lin is not an easy target. Meanwhile, not far away at the CCTV commentary booth, Yang Yi and Yang Yi engage in animated discussion. Truly, Lin Xuan, he dares to confront tough defense right from the outset. With such tenacity, he deserves everyone's respect. To be honest, I see a shadow of Yao Ming in Lin Xuan. Possessing such a quality of resilience makes success almost inevitable. Lin Xuan's choice to forsake an open shot and take on Butler in a one-on-one situation has garnered satisfaction from Warriors Summer League coach Mike Malone. Although this decision may not be rational, the primary objective of the Summer League is not to win games, but to provide newcomers with a platform to showcase their talents. Individuals like Lin Xuan, who are willing to fight and compete, are precisely what everyone wishes to witness. Returning to the court, Lin Xuan positions himself at a 45-degree angle on the left, facing Butler. At this moment, Butler is not yet the hardest man in the NBA. However, his defensive skills are already commendable. The Bulls selected him at the 30th overall pick precisely for this attribute. Nevertheless, in the face of Butler's tenacious defense, Lin Xuan exhibits no hesitation, launching a pull-up jumper from beyond the arc. The ball sails through the net with perfection. As Lin Xuan transitions back on defense, he casts a mocking glance at Butler. Is this your defense? What a joke. You really only have the three-pointer. Butler approaches, brimming with disdain. If a big man only relies on shooting three-pointers, he won't go far. You need to diversify your offensive arsenal. Otherwise, you'll squander your impressive physique. Dio, you understand? Lin Xuan pauses, smiling. Thank you, but I have 1,000 ways to dominate you. I'm always ready. Butler responds nonchalantly, entirely dismissing Lin Xuan, regarding him as an inconsequential rookie, just hitting a three-pointer, and he's acting all high and mighty. The Bulls initiate another offensive play, with Butler receiving the ball and driving into the paint against a defender. A delicate scoop shot. The ball circles the rim and bounces out. Lin Xuan anticipates the rebound. Effortlessly securing it, he swiftly pushes the ball across half-court. Please, not another three-pointer. Butler closes in defensively, determined not to grant Lin Xuan any shooting space this time. I've already told you I have 1,000 ways to dominate you. Lin Xuan calmly responds, dribbling to engage Butler. Butler, spotting an opening, decisively reaches in to steal the ball. His reflexes and speed are top-notch. However, Lin Xuan is even quicker. A behind-the-back dribble, instantly transferring the ball to his left hand. At this moment, he could easily use his physical advantage to bulldoze his way in, but Lin Xuan is not so reckless. He follows up with a left-hand stop-and-go, seemingly waiting for Butler. Yet he quickly executes a quick step and crossover, causing Butler to anticipate a jumper and lower his center of gravity to prepare for a block. Lin Xuan's sequence of movements flows seamlessly, mesmerizing all who watch, just as everyone believes he will conclude this offensive drive with a three-pointer. He swiftly gathers the ball, executes another behind-the-back dribble to switch to his right hand, and then performs a crossover. In that instant, he and the ball become one. Lin Xuan's agile maneuvers resemble a butterfly flitting among flowers. Butler is left off balance. The defensive stalwart Butler has been outmaneuvered by Lin Xuan. For a moment, everyone is left agape in astonishment. What just transpired? On the Warriors bench, Green leaps from his seat that if his eyes do not deceive him. Lin Xuan, at over 7 feet tall, has just utilized an Allen Iverson-esque crossover. While everyone remains captivated by Lin Xuan's breathtaking display of skill, he swiftly makes his move. He darts past the fallen Butler and charges directly to the basket. The Bulls' interior defenders maintain their positions, yet Lin Xuan's sudden assault catches them off guard. Swish! Lin Xuan, right hand on the ball, takes 3 steps to the hoop and effortlessly deposits the ball into the basket. A breakthrough! Lin Xuan scores using an offensive method beyond the three-point line. Who says he can only shoot threes? A portion of the crowd erupts into cheers. Back at the CCTV commentary booth, Yang Yi reaches a crescendo. Incredible! Lin Xuan's play shatters the preconceived notions about him. He is not merely a three-point shooter. He is also a master of ankle-breaking moves. Beside him, Yang Yi is equally exhilarated when a man over 1 meters tall can excel both inside and outside. You know his ceiling is bound to be terrifying. Meanwhile, Butler, having scrambled to his feet in a state of disarray, witnesses this scene, and Lin Xuan can only throw up his hands in resignation. He never intended to make Butler fall. One could only say that the crossover move bestowed by the system is simply astounding. This motion appears to have been practiced 1,000,000 times, ingrained in his memory. With a mere thought, it comes to him naturally. Transitioning from offense to defense, the Bulls commence their attack. The point guard receives the ball from the baseline and, after ensuring Butler is in position, begins to advance the ball into the front court. After a series of proficient pick-and-roll plays, the ball ultimately finds its way back to Butler, who is once again confronted by Lin Xuan's defense. A mid-range jumper, missed. Lin Xuan seizes the rebound and dishes it out to the Summer League point guard. At the moment the latter touches the ball, he unleashes a powerful pass to Thompson, who is positioned ahead, a trailing three-pointer. He rises and scores. At this point, the Warriors have fully turned the tide, transforming their early deficit into a solid lead. However, Butler is not one to surrender easily. He continues to stand firm on the offensive end, repeatedly utilizing mid-range shots and drives to aid his team in scoring. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan remains in fiery form. Through a combination of three-pointers and drives, he renders Butler's efforts futile. The first quarter concludes with a score of 40-23. The Warriors have established a commanding lead of 17 points. Lin Xuan, with an astonishingly efficient performance of hitting all 7 of his shots, has secured 15 points. Lin Xuan is simply dazzling. It is noteworthy that today his offensive focus seems to have shifted towards ball handling. Indeed, there were skeptics questioning whether Lin Xuan could do anything beyond shooting three-pointers. He is determined to make them eat their words. Standing at 2.13 meters, he maneuvers with the agility reminiscent of Allen Iverson. Truly terrifying, it appears that the Bulls are utterly unable to match Lin Xuan's intensity. After just one quarter, he has barely broken a sweat. He is on the verge of taking the game away. The commentary team at CCTV is brimming with praise, nearly extolling Lin Xuan to the heavens. However, Lin Xuan is not without his shortcomings. For instance, defense remains his most significant issue at present. Apart from Butler scoring 2 baskets against him early on, several turnovers later in the game were also linked to him. He can be described as a sieve on the defensive end. So, why did the Warriors manage to maintain a 17-point lead at the end of the first quarter? The reason is simple. The Bulls' defense was utterly dismantled by Lin Xuan, particularly his mesmerizing dribbling skills. He is a veritable morale destroyer. Not to mention, the Warriors also have Klay Thompson, who occasionally strikes with precision from beyond the arc, the psychological defenses of not just the other Summer League players, but even Butler himself, have been thoroughly shattered. How can they continue to compete? The Bulls players have lost their spirit, and even the head coach can only offer a resigned smile. When you have a monstrous presence like Lin Xuan on the opposing team, victory becomes nothing more than a distant dream. While the Bulls have all but given up, the Warriors' celebration is just beginning. In the face of defensive pressure, Lin Xuan continues to execute a series of continuous step-backs and crossovers, leaving his opponents in the dust. After evading his defenders, he either takes a jump shot or drives to the basket, delivering a comprehensive offensive onslaught. The entire arena erupts in a frenzy, with even Bulls fans spontaneously cheering for Lin Xuan. By the end, the crowd resonates with synchronized chants of MOP. The astonished American commentators exclaim, MOP. This is the honor Lin Xuan just earned in the NCAA. All fans are rallying behind him. This marks the first time a Chinese player has received such high accolades in the Summer League. He has captivated the entire arena with his flawless performance as the deafening cheers near their climax. Lin Xuan did not play the full 4 quarters. Following the Bulls' complete withdrawal of their starting lineup in the latter half of the second quarter, he too was substituted by Mike Malone. Nevertheless, the performance he delivered is nothing short of dazzling. Just look at his stats. The CCTV commentary team, while excitedly flipping through the technical statistics, passionately conveys to the camera, Lin Xuan played for less than 20 minutes. Attempted 15 shots, missing only 1 three-pointer, and scored an astonishing 31 points with 10 rebounds. This is the highest scoring half in the entire history of the Las Vegas Summer League. His shooting percentage of 93.3 also sets a record for the highest shooting percentage for players with more than 10 attempts in the Summer League. As the game officially concludes, the venue has transformed into a fervent fan gathering for Lin Xuan. Young fans holding basketballs seeking his autograph, various female fans requesting photos, and countless others waiting in the player tunnel to high-five him. Lin Xuan, this supernova, is on the rise, long after the game has ended. The audience remains reluctant to leave, repeatedly chanting Lin Xuan's name. His performance is simply breathtaking. In less than 20 minutes, he has amassed 31 points and 10 rebounds, a perfect double-double. It is unfathomable to imagine the terrifying statistics he could achieve if he played the entire game. Upon reflection, this is merely a Summer League game, populated by rookies and fringe players. The intensity is not particularly high. However, This is only Lin Xuan's second official game. Even if the intensity is not great, it is still a notch above the NCAA. Yet, Lin Xuan not only rose to the occasion, but elevated his performance to an entirely new level. This is an almost unbelievable achievement. I can already envision the grand spectacle of Lin Xuan competing in the NBA. I eagerly anticipate the heights he will reach. While it is uncertain what heights he will attain, he certainly stands a chance to shine in this year's Rookie of the Year race. The two American commentators on the sidelines have begun to speculate about Lin Xuan's journey in the NBA. Currently, the focus remains on the competition for this year's Rookie of the Year. Due to the shortened season, many players who intended to enter last year's draft have postponed their participation until this year, resulting in an exceptionally fierce competition among rookies. There's the American prodigy who partners with Ellis. Anthony Davis, Bradley Beal, who formed a backcourt duo with Wall last year in Washington. Damian Lillard, the rebuilding core of the Portland Trail Blazers, and Lin Xuan, who shone brightly in his Summer League debut. One can only imagine how intense this year's Rookie of the Year battle will be. What are your thoughts on facing Lin Xuan? At the post-game press conference, Butler nearly broke down when responding to a reporter's question. "Oh, don't joke around, he doesn't play like a rookie at all. He humiliated each one of us." Equally disheartened is the Bulls Summer League head coach, yet he does not hesitate to sing Lin Xuan's praises. "I believe he even has the potential to reach the NBA Mount Rushmore." Truly, with the opposing team's star player and head coach completely bowled over, Lin Xuan's dominance on the court today speaks volumes. Simultaneously, as the interview concludes, the news of Lin Xuan scoring 31 points in less than a half spreads rapidly across the United States. Garnering extensive coverage from major media outlets, Sports Illustrated exclaims, "Lin Madness returns." Note, at the end of the 2011-12 season, the Asian-American player Jeremy Lin shot to fame with the New York Knicks, consistently scoring high points, creating a massive sensation worldwide. Bleacher Report states, Lin Xuan dominates the Summer League. This is the first overall pick. Fox adds, the first overall pick's true colors. Lin Xuan is no mere flash in the pan. Beyond traditional sports media, Lin Xuan's discussion on various social media platforms continues to rise. Particularly on Chinese Weibo, topics related to Lin Xuan have dominated the trending searches, leading to a surge of millions of followers on his personal account overnight. The following day, at a training facility atop a hotel in Las Vegas, the Golden State Warriors have no game scheduled. The team's Summer League head coach, Mike Malone, is outlining the preparation plan. Our next opponent is the Detroit Pistons. And the 9th overall pick, Andre Drummond, will undoubtedly dominate the paint. His offensive prowess will pose significant challenges for our interior defense. Although we have Lin Xuan, his defensive skills leave much to be desired compared to his offensive capabilities. Furthermore, the starting center is also a soft target, nearly being overwhelmed by Butler in the last game. Thus, interior defense is the most pressing issue we need to address for the upcoming match. Lin Xuan's extraordinary performance has made the Warriors' games the focus of national attention. They cannot allow their opponents to overshadow them. Suddenly, an idea strikes Lin Xuan, who has been sitting idly on the bench. We can perfectly resolve the interior defense issue. Oh, everyone is taken aback. Lin Xuan does not keep them in suspense, directing his gaze toward Draymond Green, who is lifting weights. Are you suggesting that Draymond is the answer to our problem? Mike Malone follows Lin Xuan's gaze, scrutinizing Green before falling into deep thought. It must be noted that Malone has observed Green's passion and desire for the game. The concern, however, lies in Green's height, which is rather short, and his offensive abilities leave something to be desired. He worries that Green's presence on the court might not only fail to bolster the interior defense, but could also disrupt the team's offensive rhythm. Let us give him a chance to start next game. Lin Xuan stands up from the bench. He will surely deliver a satisfactory performance on defense, but he overlaps with your position. Malone replies that I can play small forward. You want to play small forward? Marlon was momentarily taken aback. A towering figure like Lin Xuan, standing at 7 feet, could easily be labeled as soft by fans. Take, for instance, the German powerhouse, Nowitzki. However, Lin Xuan's exceptional ball-handling skills and three-point shooting, combined with his height, made him a formidable asset at the small forward position. Let them say what they will. No problem. You will start as the starting small forward in the next game. As for Draymond Green, with his bare height of 1.98 meters, he is truly undersized for the paint. It is well known that in the post, height is everything. Yet his explosiveness and robust physique are certainly not to be dismissed. No need to ponder. Coach, let's have Green start as the power forward. Just as Marlon weighed the pros and cons, Lin Xuan interjected, we need him to alleviate the defensive pressure in the paint. Although Lin Xuan had not acquired any defensive skills from the system, with a physique reminiscent of peak Giannis Antetokounmpo, he could excel defensively if he chose to. However, in a summer league of this caliber, he did not wish to expend energy on defense. The dirty work on that end needed to be done, and Draymond Green was the most suitable candidate. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. Marlon ultimately acquiesced to Lin Xuan's proposal. After all, there was no pressure in the summer league, and allowing Green to play wouldn't hurt. Furthermore, prior to the summer league, the team's general manager, Bob Myers, had stated that the task for this summer league was to devise strategies centered around Lin Xuan, giving priority to his preferences as long as it benefited Lin Xuan's performance. Any combination of lineup could be explored. Elevating Draymond Green to the starting power forward was a positive experiment. Upon hearing their conversation, Green set down the dumbbells, feeling a surge of delight. The opportunity had arrived so swiftly. What did I tell you? Clinging to Lin's coattails was undoubtedly the right move, but don't celebrate too soon. If you fail to accomplish your task, I can replace you at any moment, Marlon warned. No worries, after all. Your words hold little weight. As long as Lin Xuan trusts me, I will have my place on the court. Green dismissed Marlon's admonition, casually responding before picking up the ball and leading Lin Xuan to the court. I am immensely grateful for this opportunity. He expressed that, do not thank me. I merely helped you secure this chance. Whether you can seize, it is entirely up to you. Lin Xuan's actions were not solely driven by a desire to recruit Green as a subordinate. There were basketball-related reasons as well. Draymond. In tomorrow's game against the Pistons, first, bring forth your passion and play aggressively. Secondly, protect the paint and find a way to contain Andre Drummond. Do not allow him to play comfortably. Passion and aggression were precisely what Green sought. As for Andre Drummond, Green was eager to demonstrate to everyone that a second-round pick could rival the talents from the lottery picks. Leave it to me, Lin. Green's gaze hardened. I will keep that guy in check. The Golden State Warriors starting lineup quickly underwent some practice, and then each player returned to their hotel to prepare for the following day's game. The next day, at the Las Vegas Summer League venue. The match between the Golden State Warriors and the Detroit Pistons drew nearly 30,000 fans. This marked the highest attendance in the history of the Las Vegas Summer League. It goes without saying that. In stark contrast to the dismal turnout of the previous game, the reason for the packed stands was undoubtedly the Golden State Warriors. From the CCTV broadcast booth, Yu Jia surveyed the arena and raised his voice. To be precise, the majority of fans are here for Lin Xuan. As he spoke, the camera panned to the electrified stands. A plethora of signs filled the area. Yet remarkably, they all bore messages of support for Lin Xuan. Some fans had even traveled thousands of miles from China, holding up signs in Chinese, crossing 10,000 kilometers just to witness Lin Xuan create another miracle as Lin Xuan entered the arena. The crowd erupted in a chorus of his name, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Following him was the Detroit Pistons. Human sorrow and joy do not resonate with one another. The enthusiastic cheers from the crowd merely sounded like noise to the Pistons' top rookie. Andre Drummond. You should feel pleased, Andre, remarked another Pistons Summer League player, patting Drummond on the shoulder. The entire nation is watching Lin Xuan's game. If you dominate their interior, your fame will spread across America. It was well known that the Warriors' interior defense was woefully weak. Drummond, a formidable force on both offense and defense, represented one of the most well-rounded players among the current rookies, as his teammates stated. With the Warriors' spotlight shining brightly, if he could deliver an impressive performance in today's game, he could gain national recognition. Achieving fame in a single game would undoubtedly be a tale worth telling. Yet, who would rise to prominence today remained uncertain. The pre-game warm-ups concluded swiftly, and the starting lineups took the court. Pistons lineup: 3 Summer League players, Andre Drummond and Chris Middleton. Warriors lineup: 2 Summer League players, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Lin Xuan. Undoubtedly, the most anticipated player on the Pistons side was Andre Drummond, known for his exceptional offensive skills and solid rim protection, making him one of the most comprehensive big men in this year's draft class. Considering the Warriors' previous game, where their interior defense was practically non-existent, American media speculated that Drummond would have a breakout performance. On the Warriors' side, although everyone knew they would make adjustments to address their interior defense issues, it was astonishing to discover that their solution was Draymond Green. Indeed, Green had performed admirably during his college years. The American commentators on site expressed skepticism, but let it be known, even the intensity of the Summer League cannot be compared to the NCAA. Can we genuinely expect this sub-2-meter player to protect the rim? Was the Warriors merely relying on their offensive prowess and playing recklessly? Amidst the scrutiny of tens of thousands of spectators, the two teams completed the jump ball. Drummond tapped the ball into the hands of the team's point guard. Indeed, the Pistons' first offensive play revolved around Drummond's interior attack, receiving a pass from a teammate. Drummond bulldozed towards the Warriors' center. His strength was overwhelming, leaving the Warriors' center utterly defenseless. Just as Drummond prepared to pivot for a hook shot, a black hand emerged from the side. Smack! The ball was swiped cleanly away. Oh, a steal from Green. The commentators, initially expecting Drummond to easily score 2 points, were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Green's help defense was spot on. What remarkable awareness he displayed. He thwarted Drummond's offensive attempt. Another commentator elaborated. It appears Green had already anticipated Drummond's offensive trajectory and extended his hand with remarkable speed. Green seized the ball, his gaze swiftly scanning the court, and made the optimal choice without delay. A quarterback-like long pass, the basketball sailed past several defenders, landing perfectly in the hands of fast-breaking Klay Thompson. Thompson confidently laid it in, a steal leading directly to an assist. Can you believe this was executed by second-round pick? Not only were the two commentators astonished by Green's performance, but even the Warriors' Summer League head coach, Mike Marlong, was left speechless. Lacking height. Let awareness compensate. Based on the performance of the first possession, it was evident that the Warriors had struck gold in the second round. However, the surprises from this gift were far from over. As possession shifted, the Grizzlies initiated yet another offensive play. They did not alter their predetermined strategy due to the initial misstep and continued to feed the ball to Drummond, who sought to bulldoze his way to the basket. This time, he exercised greater caution. While bracing against the Warriors' center, he kept a watchful eye on Green's positioning that no steal this time. Drummond progressed smoothly to the restricted area. He leaped for a soft hook shot. The entire motion was effortless and graceful. Just as Drummond prepared to celebrate his achievement, Green soared high. Smack! A monumental rejection. The basketball was sent soaring into the second-tier stands. "It's Green again," the commentator exclaimed. He just swatted Drummond's shot away. Another commentator echoed in disbelief. It must be noted that in terms of height and strength, Green holds no advantage over Drummond. Yet he accomplished it against all odds. He thwarted Drummond's advance once more. The Pistons Summer League head coach was left in despair. Despite their tactical execution being impeccable, they continuously returned empty-handed, all thanks to a second-round draft pick. This was truly disheartening. Meanwhile, on the Warriors bench, Coach Mike Malone watched Draymond's commanding presence on the court. His gaze nearly glazed over in merely 2 defensive possessions. Green had already amassed a steal, an assist, and a block. Indeed, this fellow's offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Yet aside from scoring, he excelled in every other aspect. What more could one possibly desire? Lastly, we must mention the pivotal figure who recommended Green to the team, Lin Xuan. Upon reflection, this young man's discerning eye for talent seemed sharper than that of most coaches. He could accurately identify the hidden brilliance within players and elevate it to prominence. This is precisely the quality a team leader must possess. With this thought, Malone cast an appreciative glance at Lin Xuan. Drummond felt as if he were on the verge of breaking down. With the game well past its halfway mark, he remained utterly ineffective on the offensive end. The instigator of all this trouble was none other than the diminutive interior defender, Draymond Green. Each of his defensive maneuvers inflicted immense suffering, particularly his tenacious, glue-like defense, making it arduous for Drummond to even receive the ball. What was even more infuriating was that aside from occasionally delivering a few exquisite assists, he hardly participated in the offense. Drummond seethed with frustration, Yet he found no opportunity to redeem himself on the defensive end. At that moment, Green only seemed to be gaining momentum. What lottery pick? What prodigy? I have barely unleashed half of my potential, and you can't handle it. They shall be given no respite. Lin Xuan decided to further ignite Green's potential. Defend until they dare not underestimate you again. Green let out a few excited roars. Since the leader had spoken, he had no intention of showing mercy to the opposition. His normal defensive intensity had already left Drummond overwhelmed. Now, with the intensity raised once more, the opponent's confidence was utterly shattered. Goodness, Draymond Green had completely locked down Drummond. Who would have imagined that Green was merely a second-round pick? Nobility and commoners alike share no inherent privilege. Draymond Green's defensive prowess was fully capable of matching the NBA's intensity. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the Warriors' offensive firepower grew increasingly ferocious. Coupled with Green's vigorous defensive efforts, the Golden State Warriors executed a flawless performance on both ends of the court. The scales of victory had decisively tipped. "This is absurd." As the Pistons coach pulled the starters from the game, Drummond forcefully kicked the bench. "This guy is nothing but a relentless nuisance. It's merely a summer league game. Must the defense be so tenacious?" "Andre, only cowards would complain." The Pistons summer league coach shook his head in frustration. Moreover, the opponent's ability to maintain such a defensive intensity is a testament to their respect for the game. "We were indeed thoroughly outclassed on both ends." As the Pistons coach remarked, the disparity in strength between the two teams was starkly evident in today's match. By the third quarter for the Warriors. Offensively, Lin Xuan had shot 15 out of 17, tallying 43 points. Defensively, Green delivered a stat line of 12 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 4 steals. The Pistons could only look on in envy. Additionally, their star rookie, Andre Drummond, could only watch helplessly as the opponent claimed victory with ease, extinguishing any hopes he had of making a name for himself in this game. Now, looking at his adversary, Draymond Green, the Warriors' defense was entirely upheld by his efforts alone. His tireless and focused demeanor had made him, aside from Lin Xuan, the second most noteworthy player on the Warriors. His name echoed throughout the arena, reported by the media and cheered by fans. The one who emerged from this game as a star was not Andre Drummond, but Draymond Green. Beep! With the final whistle, the Golden State Warriors triumphed over the Detroit Pistons by a margin of 23 points, securing their second victory in the Las Vegas Summer League. As for Lin Xuan, liberated from defensive duties, he was able to channel his energy into the offensive end, playing 33 minutes and effortlessly scoring 50 points. As he exited the court, Draymond Green jumped excitedly onto Lin Xuan, wrapping his arms around his neck and clinging to him like a koala. His gratitude was palpable. In successfully neutralizing the 9th overall pick, Drummond, Green knew he had proven his worth under the spotlight. It is worth noting that second-round picks do not come with guaranteed contracts. Now, he had a significant chance of securing a formal contract. All of this was an opportunity Lin Xuan had created for him. "No matter where I end up in the future, Lin will always be my guiding light." In a post-game interview, Draymond Green openly expressed his gratitude towards Lin Xuan. "Without him, there would be no today for me." Is this overly sentimental? To elevate a fringe player into the spotlight, it would not be an exaggeration to say he's akin to a second father. Do I foresee Green signing a guaranteed contract? Lin Xuan was similarly asked about Draymond Green in a post-game interview. "Of course, I would recommend that the Warriors retain him. In the new season, he will be an essential part of the team's rotation." Meanwhile, in Oakland, in the office of the Golden State Warriors general manager, Bob Myers reviewed game footage while perusing player reports. Draymond Green, a 6'6" power forward. He had once heard the Suns GM Steve Kerr mention that in the forthcoming small ball era, all 5 players on the court would be around 6'7" the death lineup, with its limitless switching. Although Green's height posed a disadvantage in the paint, his vitality and enthusiasm on the court could indeed make him a valuable component of future plans. After carefully considering Kerr's death lineup and Green's skill characteristics, Myers felt strongly that Green was an ideal fit for this lineup. To think he had initially selected him with a second-round pick purely as a lottery ticket. Lo and behold, this ticket had indeed yielded a prize. What? It was Lin Xuan who suggested moving Green into the starting lineup. During a conversation with Summer League coach Mike Malone, Myers learned more about the details surrounding Green's utilization. Yes, Malone did not conceal anything. Furthermore, he urged the team to expedite a formal contract for Green. Myers had never anticipated that the individual responsible for unearthing Green would be Lin Xuan. He even suggested that the team sign that fellow immediately. With this thought, Myers smiled. Lin Xuan truly had an exceptional eye for talent. However, Myers was not one to act impulsively. He refrained from hastily signing Green. Instead, he conducted a thorough and in-depth examination of his developmental history, playing style, and other details. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Myers resolved to provide Draymond Green with a guaranteed contract, as Lin Xuan had recommended. On the other hand, the Warriors players had concluded their post-game interviews and returned to their hotel. Upon receiving the news of his contract, Green leapt off the couch in excitement. "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" his agent inquired over the phone. Following Green's impressive performance in the game, numerous NBA teams had expressed significant interest in him. Most critically, several teams had extended offers that were more lucrative than what the Warriors had proposed. He could easily leverage this situation to compel the Warriors to relinquish their signing rights and seek a contract that maximized his own benefits among the many suitors. And I need to think it over. "I will sign with the Warriors." Green had no doubts whatsoever. "Lin is my mentor. Without his suggestion, I wouldn't even have had the chance to shine tonight." Of course, his gratitude towards Lin played a significant role in this decision. Most importantly, Green believed that working alongside someone with such a keen eye for talent was immensely enjoyable. Moreover, staying close to Lin allowed him to concentrate solely on defense, as for the offensive end. All he needed to do was pass the ball to Lin, and it would invariably result in an assist. In short, as long as he could continue to be Lin's teammate, a smaller paycheck was of no consequence. Simultaneously, the Golden State Warriors' second Summer League game ignited yet another crescendo across the vast ocean. Merely through these two matches, the viewership ratings on CCTV have approached the levels of this year's NBA Finals. Seizing this wave of enthusiasm, CCTV also announced its latest broadcasting schedule for the NBA. Commencing from the 2012-13 season, CCTV will increase the number of games aired. Naturally, the additional broadcast will predominantly favor the Golden State Warriors, with a small fraction also directed towards the Miami Heat. Moreover, CCTV will dispatch a reporter to Oakland to provide ongoing coverage of Lin Xuan, sharing fresh updates about him both on and off the NBA court with Chinese fans. This news sparked intense discussions among Chinese basketball enthusiasts. The last player to receive such treatment was the legendary Yao Ming. Indeed, even when Yi Jianlian played in Milwaukee, CCTV did not extend such extensive broadcasting efforts. How exhilarating! The Chinese influence is set to sweep through the NBA once more. Amidst the anticipation for the new NBA season, Chinese fans are increasingly focused on the current Las Vegas Summer League. After solidifying Draymond Green's starting position, the Warriors have become increasingly formidable. They triumphed in their third match with a commanding 30-point victory, advancing to the next round as the top seed. The subsequent matches will adopt a single elimination format. The Warriors have effortlessly sliced through their competition to reach the semifinals, where they will face the New Orleans Hornets. Notably, the Hornets feature a familiar face to Lin Xuan, Anthony Davis. Their rivalry dates back to the NCAA Finals. Traversing through the draft and now extending onto the Summer League stage. Upon their reunion, Lin Xuan appeared unperturbed, while Davis was brimming with determination in the NCAA Finals. The championship and MOP were snatched away by Lin Xuan. At the draft, he also claimed the coveted first pick that Davis believed was rightfully his. Everything he thought belonged to him vanished overnight, leaving him resentful. Davis channeled his indignation into motivation, cutting through the competition in the Summer League. Today, he finally faced the opportunity for revenge. During the pregame warm-up, both players were surrounded by media, all acutely aware that these two prodigies were the stars of the night since the NCAA Finals. They have been dubbed lifelong rivals, and now they were set for their first direct confrontation. The announcer on the sidelines was fervently building the tension surrounding their rivalry. This moment, the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. Amidst the thunderous cheers, both team starters took the court. The Hornets lineup consisted of 3 Summer League players, including Austin Rivers and Anthony Davis, while the Warriors featured 2 Summer League players alongside Klay Thompson. Draymond Green, and Lin Xuan, a lifelong rivalry, a battle for revenge. The media had escalated the match's atmosphere to a razor's edge. Davis was fully prepared to engage Lin Xuan in a fierce showdown. However, Lin Xuan and the Warriors offered him no opportunity. Once again, it was a lopsided contest. Lin Xuan clocked out after 3 quarters, amassing 39 points and 11 rebounds, securing an early victory for his team and propelling them into the Las Vegas Summer League Finals. As the game concluded, scattered fans began chanting Lin Xuan's name, which quickly spread throughout the arena. His performance once again captivated all spectators. Since the start of the Summer League, he has consistently scored over 30 points in 6 consecutive games, dominating the scoring charts. Thus, they advanced to the final with an unblemished record. With this victory, the path to the championship for the Golden State Warriors appeared unobstructed. The other team progressing to the finals was the Portland Trail Blazers. Despite boasting the 6th overall pick, Damian Lillard, they were widely regarded as significantly weaker than the Warriors. The outcome, unsurprisingly, aligned with expectations that in the days leading up to the final night. Lin Xuan led the Warriors to a decisive victory, claiming the 2012 Las Vegas Summer League Championship. Lin Xuan was honored with both the MVP and FMVP titles. Over 7 games, he averaged 37 points and 12 rebounds. He fully deserved this accolade. Congratulations to the host for securing the 2012 Las Vegas Summer League Championship, completing the 3rd phase of the task. The system is now dispensing the rewards for task completion. Congratulations to the host for receiving the S-level skill reward. Durant's death mid-range shot. Congratulations to the host for receiving the S-level skill reward. Leonard's death grip. The next phase of the task. Selection for the NBA All-Star. Task completion reward. Iron Body. Another double S skill reward. The system truly excels. As a series of melodious system notifications resonated, Lin Xuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. With the incorporation of Durant's lethal mid-range shot, his arsenal would be further enriched. And with the addition of Leonard's death grip, his defensive shortcomings were finally addressed. Henceforth on offense, he possessed Curry's impeccable 3-point shooting, Iverson's crossover, and Durant's deadly mid-range. On defense, he had Rodman's exceptional rebounding anticipation and Leonard's death grip. Now, Lin Xuan was not only a kaleidoscope of offensive talent, but also a defensive powerhouse, a true embodiment of both offense and defense. This was merely the beginning that in a post-game interview, Lin Xuan declared with vigor, "My goal is the NBA championship." It was rumored that the Warriors were offering Green a guaranteed contract at your suggestion. Indeed, Lin Xuan replied candidly. Intervening in team operations has always been a privilege reserved for superstars, and for a rookie to wield such influence is unprecedented in league history. There must always be a first. Lin Xuan smiled serenely. Furthermore, in pursuit of you, the Warriors sacrificed both immediate talent and future draft picks. If your performance does not meet expectations in the upcoming season, the next 2 years may prove challenging. How do you view this? Let's discuss it when the new season begins. Lin Xuan brusquely responded to the last reporter's query before departing the press conference. As the Golden State Warriors clinched the Summer League Championship, Lin Xuan's name was once again prominently featured across American sports media. However, his spotlight was short-lived, overshadowed by another significant announcement. The much-anticipated trade saga involving Dwight Howard finally reached its conclusion. The NBA officially confirmed the approval of the 4-team trade proposed by the Orlando Magic. Dwight Howard has officially joined the Los Angeles Lakers. He will form a formidable quartet with Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, and Steve Nash. After faltering the Western Conference semifinals, the Purple and Gold Brigade is poised to launch another championship bid. Howard joins the Lakers. Is the NBA's climax approaching? The Lakers have assembled a fearsome foursome. Could this be the answer to countering the Heat's Big Three? There's no competition. Just hand the championship to Los Angeles. After all, Shaquille O'Neal made the same transition from the Magic to the Lakers. The news of Howard's joining the Lakers and forming the F4 caused seismic waves across the United States. With Kobe still in his prime, Howard stands as the league's premier center. Nash remains resilient, and Gasol continues to average a double-double. Such a quartet can only be described as explosive. Even Lin Xuan, who had a keen insight into the developments, couldn't help but reflect, if only the mobile internet were more advanced. The impact of this news would have reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Draymond Green's contract with the Warriors was officially finalized at the end of July, securing a 3-year, $2.64 million guaranteed deal. It was Lin who gave me the opportunity. Green stated in an interview, "Without him, I would probably have only secured a 10-day contract." Lin Xuan discovered him during the Summer League, activating his potential and providing him with the chance to shine in the spotlight. His destiny was altered by Lin Xuan's influence. Simultaneously, the Warriors' newly established star, Stephen Curry, and head coach Mark Jackson expressed their optimism regarding Green. Notably, both acknowledged Lin Xuan's pivotal role in this signing. That I support Lin. Stephen Curry had no qualms about Lin Xuan bypassing him to directly approach the management. It has proven that he helped the team make the right decision, that a great player must not only excel individually, but also elevate those around him, which is equally crucial. Mark Jackson praised Lin Xuan. "I see the potential for him to become a great player." The signing of Green has invigorated the Warriors, instilling a sense of excitement throughout the organization. However, this news has not garnered much attention, as the media and fans alike are preoccupied with the Lakers' F4, the union of four superstars poised to potentially upheave the league. Meanwhile, other formidable teams are also strengthening their rosters. The legendary power forward Tim Duncan has re-signed with the San Antonio Spurs, launching his pursuit of a fifth championship title. The Thunder's best sixth man, James Harden, has transitioned to the Houston Rockets, forming a dynamic duo with the Chinese player Jeremy Lin, making the Rockets a formidable force to reckon with in the West this upcoming season. Ray Allen has joined the Heat, adding firepower to their trio. Additionally, a wave of new talents, led by Lin Xuan and Anthony Davis, has entered the league, undoubtedly igniting a youthful tempest. The Summer Symphony of 2012 is destined to be recalled for many years to come. Amid the eager anticipation of countless fans, on September 25, the training camp of the new season finally commenced. In Miami, at the American Airlines Arena, when asked if he felt pressure from the off-season reinforcements of other teams, LeBron James smiled slightly at the media conference. "Don't we have Ray joining us too? I believe he will help me lift the second Larry O'Brien trophy. What about this year's first overall pick? Lin Xuan, will he be a stumbling block on your path to defending the title?" "Oh, are you serious?" LeBron replied with a delightful smirk. "Many teams may seek to target us, but Lin Xuan and his Golden State Warriors? Please don't joke. I mean, as a rookie, he has a long way to go. If I were him, I'd focus on making the playoffs first." In Oakland, at the Oracle Arena, LeBron's remarks quickly found their way to Lin Xuan's ears. "Of course, we will make the playoffs," Lin Xuan responded candidly. "But before that, we will sweep the Miami Heat in the regular season." His audacious reply swiftly became the headline, marking the beginning of the connection between Lin Xuan, LeBron, and the Heat's superstar trio. The commencement of the training camp heralds the arrival of the preseason to ensure Lin Xuan is adequately prepared for the regular season. He made brief appearances in a few preseason games before resting. As the preseason concluded on October 31, 2012, the highly anticipated NBA regular season finally kicked off. The Miami Heat embarked on their quest for a repeat championship on the opening day, facing their longtime rivals. The Boston Celtics, Miami, at the American Airlines Arena, became the focal point for basketball fans across the nation. Following a brief ceremony, NBA Commissioner David Stern personally presented championship rings to the entire Heat roster. Amid the crowd's chants of MVP, LeBron James made a grand entrance, holding his first championship ring, brimming with confidence. Now, it was time to pursue the elusive back-to-back titles. The Celtics, with only Ray Allen having departed for Miami, retained nearly their entire Eastern Conference Finals roster and added Jason Terry, the hero of the Mavericks championship run. Their strength remains formidable. As the game commenced, Paul Pierce and Rajon Rondo were in fiery form, both scoring over 20 points. However, the highly anticipated Jason Terry failed to fill the void left by Ray Allen, managing only 8 points on 2 of 7 shooting. Additionally, Kevin Garnett's offensive contributions were lackluster, tallying a mere 9 points. Ultimately, the Heat's trio showcased their prowess, concluding the game with a resounding 120-107 victory, securing a promising start to the season with a 13-point advantage. Time waits for no one, and the aging Celtics no longer pose any threat to Miami. With Derrick Rose's return still uncertain, it appears that the Eastern Conference will be dominated solely by the Heat this season. Various media outlets expressed their sentiments. Standing from a neutral perspective, people yearn for a more evenly matched competition rather than one-sided domination. As the Heat easily overcame the Celtics, another popular team, the Golden State Warriors, featuring the first overall pick Lin Xuan, faced their season opener the following day in Phoenix at the Western Conference Arena. The absence of franchise legend Steve Nash signified the Suns' official rebuilding phase, resulting in a sparse crowd of home fans. Conversely, numerous fans of Lin Xuan, many of whom were Asian, filled the stands, fervently chanting his name, transforming the away game into a home-like atmosphere. Even the two commentators on the sidelines repeatedly introduced the visiting Warriors. Just a few months prior, the Warriors made significant sacrifices to acquire the first overall pick, Lin Xuan. One commentator observed the Chinese prodigy warming up on the court. This 21-year-old from China rose to fame in the NCAA and continued to impress in Summer League. His performance has been utterly astonishing. However, another commentator remarked, there are plenty of buzz among first overall picks. It's time to gauge Lin's true worth. Is he merely a dominant player in lower-tier leagues? Or is he a genuine treasure? Is he worth the Warriors' investment of their present and future? All will soon be revealed. Hello to all our friends at CCTV Sports. At that moment, at the CCTV broadcasting booth, host Yang Jian smoothly delivered the opening remarks. Welcome to the new season's matchup between the Warriors and the Suns. Joining me today is Coach Zhang. Hello, everyone. I am Wei Ping Bryant. Coach Zhang quickly chimed in. If all goes as expected, our very own Lin Xuan from China will make his NBA debut today. Can he achieve remarkable success once more? We shall see. After Coach Zhang's statement, Yang Jian proceeded to analyze the strengths of both teams. The Suns officially bid farewell to the Nash era, and with no star players on their roster, they are destined for a period of dormancy. Meanwhile, the Warriors traded away their star Monta Ellis, solidifying the fourth-year player Stephen Curry while acquiring the first overall pick Lin Xuan, clearly signaling their intent to usher in a youthful revolution this season. However, the cohesion of their roster remains uncertain, especially with another key player, Klay Thompson, still in his sophomore year. The outcome of this matchup remains unpredictable. As the pre-game warm-ups concluded, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. Both team starters took the court. The Suns were led by fifth-year player Goran Dragic, supported by Michael Beasley, Marcin Gortat, Jared Dudley, and Luis Scola. The Golden State Warriors starting lineup featured center Andrew Bogut, power forward David Lee, shooting guard Klay Thompson, point guard Stephen Curry, and small forward Lin Xuan. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xuan received the loudest cheers upon his entrance. The centers approached the logo for the jump ball. Amidst the raucous cheers, Australian center Bogut successfully tapped the ball to Curry. The Golden State Warriors had possession. Curry pushed the ball past half court. In an instant, before anyone could react, Curry tossed the ball to the vacant space on the left side of the free throw line. What? The crowd was bewildered. This kid is audacious. There's nobody there. Is he passing to the air? Suddenly, everyone was left in shock again. A flash of yellow darted from the wing, confidently catching the ball at the left of the free throw line. He shot from mid-range. Swish. The ball arched through the air like a rainbow, slicing through the net. It's Lin Xuan, a flawless shot. Beyond three-pointers and drives, he even possesses a mid-range game. Lin Xuan ignited the arena with his first offensive possession. Goodness! Even Coach Zhang at the CCTV booth couldn't help but exclaim. Curry's pass was brilliant, and Lin Xuan's decisive shot from mid-range was exceptionally well executed. Absolutely. Yang Jian added, equally thrilled. The opposing defense is entirely focused on Lin Xuan's three-point shooting and drives. Who would have thought his arsenal has expanded again, using a steady and precise mid-range jumper to open up the game for the team? Curry's audacious pass, paired with Lin Xuan's elusive mid-range catch and shoot, left the entire arena in awe. The synergy between the two was palpable. Like Mercury cascading to the ground, the onslaught heralded the official commencement of the Golden State Warriors' youthful tempest. As possession shifted, Dragic advanced the ball slowly into the half-court. Positioned perfectly, small forward Beasley reached out for the ball. His defender, Lin Xuan, stood before him. Despite Lin Xuan's towering height of 2.13 meters, facing Beasley at 2.06 meters, he held an undeniable advantage. However, Beasley was no fool. Lin Xuan's defensive shortcomings had long been exposed in the NCAA and Summer League. He was determined to exploit Lin Xuan's vulnerabilities in the NBA arena. Any flaw is magnified infinitely. Once seized upon by an opponent, one must endure the relentless onslaught. Yet, Beasley's cunning plans fell through. The moment he received the ball, Lin Xuan closed in swiftly, with a defense honed after countless encounters akin to Leonard's tenacious grip. His defensive prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. The instant Beasley caught the ball, Lin Xuan perfectly anticipated his attacking path. Smack! A crisp, decisive steal, cleanly dislodging the ball from Beasley's grasp. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan gathered the ball into his embrace. Curry surged forward, receiving Lin Xuan's pass, and swiftly sank a three-pointer. Oh! The crowd erupted in jubilant applause. While Curry's three-pointer was indeed elegant, it was Lin Xuan's steal that truly astonished. Who said Lin lacked defensive skills? His interception was both resolute and devoid of hesitation. Beasley, renowned for his formidable ball handling and isolation skills, found himself thwarted by Lin's unyielding defense. Witnessing Lin Xuan's steal, even Suns head coach Alvin Gentry's eyes glimmered with astonishment. Such defensive prowess was nothing short of formidable. Coupled with his earlier mid-range success, this interplay of offense and defense was nothing short of breathtaking. Possession shifted once more. The Suns executed a series of passes, and the ball found its way back to Beasley. Confronting Lin Xuan once again, he did not flinch. Alas, at the moment he prepared to break through, Lin Xuan's imposing hand was already pressing down on the basketball. Forcing it downward, smack! Another sharp sound echoed as Lin Xuan swatted the ball away. The basketball spiraled out of control, hurtling toward the Suns' half of the court. Play him! The excitement in the CCTV commentary booth reached a crescendo. Lin Xuan. Play him! In the next instant, Lin Xuan sprang into action, sprinting past Beasley. By the time Beasley reacted, he could only watch as Lin Xuan dashed forward with lightning speed, grasping the ball with one hand. He soared high. Boom! A thunderous dunk reverberated through the arena, shaking the Suns' rim. 6-0. At that moment, the entire crowd erupted, a cure for all provocations. This is Lin Xuan. In the opening 3 plays, he recorded 4 points, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Would you call this a rookie? Initially, it seemed both teams were evenly matched, but it now appeared to be a one-sided massacre. Good play. In the CCTV commentary booth, Yang Jian was overwhelmed with excitement. Lin Xuan's steal and subsequent fast break is undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Suns' morale. Indeed, just look how high Lin Xuan jumped. Beside him, Director Zhang wore a grin of approval. Moreover, Lin Xuan's 2 steals from Beasley were executed with such precision. Well done! Warriors head coach Mark Jackson shouted hoarsely from the sidelines. Let's keep up our momentum. From the first few minutes of the game, it was clear that Lin Xuan was unfazed by the intensity of the NBA. Under his influence, the Golden State Warriors and the Phoenix Suns were clearly not on the same level. Everyone knew, once the rhythm of an NBA game is seized by one side, the scales of victory often tip dramatically. Meanwhile, Beasley, actively participating in the offense, found his composure beginning to crumble, but he was utterly befuddled by this rookie from China. Not only was he thwarted in his attempts to isolate, but he also couldn't keep pace with the ensuing fast break. His strides were monstrous. In just 3 or 4 steps, he traversed from the backcourt to the frontcourt, executing a powerful dunk. Frustrated, Beasley couldn't help but reminisce about his own glory days. Once a prodigy selected second overall by the Heat, now having journeyed through multiple teams, glancing at Lin Xuan, who commanded the court with such authority, he pondered how the disparity between them could be so vast despite both being top 3 draft picks. As Beasley drifted into contemplation, the Suns' next offensive attempt yielded no fruit. On the Warriors' side, David Lee secured the defensive rebound and passed the ball to Curry. Instantly, the crowd gasped, because Curry, after merely taking a step, unleashed a quarterback-length pass, launching the ball deep into the frontcourt. Who was this intended for? This guy's propensity for flamboyance when ahead is truly alarming. The basketball soared through the air like a missile. The answer was soon revealed. Bestriding Lin Xuan was already on the scene, confidently gathering the ball into his arms. Before Beasley could even cross half-court, he quickly positioned himself defensively, but Lin Xuan executed a swift change of direction and slipped past him, facing an open basket. He delivered a resounding dunk. Wow, beautiful! Director Zhang in the CCTV commentary booth struggled to contain his laughter. This is how the game should be played. With Lin Xuan in the game, all passes should go to him. Not even the heavens can impede him. If I'm not mistaken, Lin had just completed a defensive play moments ago. The American commentator on the sidelines also paused momentarily before realizing. Yet the reality is, he appeared once again on the offensive end. What explosive athleticism! What keen basketball intelligence! Countless Chinese fans erupted in cheers before their screens. Lin Xuan's performances in the NCAA Finals and Summer League were indeed remarkable. Yet those pale in comparison to the intensity of the NBA. But now, he was facing the very best on the planet. Yet they remained unable to halt his relentless advance, an all-around superstar. I see the hope for the rise of Chinese basketball. After this game, who would dare to employ the point Lin strategy? Lin Xuan not only possesses exceptional skills, but he is also supported by teammates eager to facilitate his game. This script is simply too perfect. Even more astonishing performances awaited. Throughout the first quarter, the Golden State Warriors established an offensive strategy centered around Lin Xuan, particularly with Stephen Curry. As soon as he got the ball, he would immediately seek out Lin Xuan, disregarding whether the opponent sent double teams or what defensive tactics were deployed. Once the ball was in Lin Xuan's hands, it was destined for an assist. Even Klay Thompson, who typically shied away from passing, delivered 3 assists to Lin Xuan. Of course, there were Warriors players who underestimated Lin Xuan's core status, such as Australian center Andrew Bogut, who awaited his fate of a DMP gift package. Draymond Green took his place. At this moment, the Warriors lineup consisted of Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, David Lee, and Lin Xuan. Apart from David Lee, the remaining 4 players were all under 25 years of age. The U-Storm centered around Lin Xuan had officially commenced. While Curry and Thompson would undoubtedly seize open shots when available, Green, on the other hand, had no intention of engaging in the offensive play. His sole focus was Lin Xuan and how to comfortably deliver the ball to him. Throughout the first quarter, with the teammates feeding, Lin Xuan's offensive prowess reached its zenith. 10 shots, 10 hits, including 3-pointers. Fast breaks, mid-range shots, and drives. He amassed 23 points for rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 steals, leading the Warriors to a staggering 35-10 score in the quarter, establishing a 25-point lead. At this moment, discussions no longer revolve around the outcome of the game, but rather whether Lin Xuan could break the historical record of 43 points set by Wilt Chamberlain 53 years ago in a rookie debut. Of course, this depended on the opponent's willingness to continue resisting. Congratulations to Lin for achieving his first career 20-point game. He accomplished this feat in just 1 quarter. Would Lin break the scoring record set by basketball's emperor, Wilt Chamberlain, during his rookie debut tonight? It is worth noting that Chamberlain's record has remained untouched for 53 years, in the past decade. No rookie has even reached 30 points in their debut. Yet Lin Xuan's explosive performance undoubtedly heightened the anticipation of witnessing history. If Lin Xuan could maintain his current fiery form, even the usually composed CCTV host Yang Jian couldn't help but begin calculating. If all goes well, he should achieve this milestone before halftime. The second quarter quickly commenced, with both sides rotating their lineups. The Suns substitutes were brimming with energy. In contrast, the Warriors appeared somewhat lethargic. Seizing the opportunity, the Suns launched an 8-0 run, narrowing the gap to within 20 points. The Warriors swiftly reintroduced their key players, Curry, Thompson, Green, and Lin Xuan. The 4 prodigious talents are back in action. Here they come. Can Lin Xuan lead his team to extinguish the Suns' resurgence after such a lengthy hiatus? Is his form still intact? Will he shatter Chamberlain's rookie scoring record? Let us await the outcome. At the CCTV broadcasting desk, Director Zhang's excitement soared, even more fervent than if he were on the court himself. The Warriors initiated a sideline play, with Curry gradually advancing across half-court. The defensive player pressed forward to apply tight coverage, completely locking down the shooting and passing lanes. Green quickly stepped up to create some space. Curry deftly passed the ball to Lin Xuan on the wing. Lin Xuan executed a mid-range jumper on the spot. It swished through the net once more, with a seamless combination of screens, passes, and shots. The Warriors orchestrated a fluid offensive display, and Lin Xuan edged closer to Chamberlain's record, 25 points. The possession shifted. The Suns altered their offensive strategy, targeting the Warriors' interior defense, particularly Green, yet Green was unyielding, delivering a resounding block against the opponent's strong drive to the basket. The ball was up for grabs, and Curry seized it. Seizing the moment before the Suns could recover, he launched a quarterback-length pass to the fast-breaking Lin Xuan. Boom! Lin Xuan charged towards the basket, finishing with a thunderous dunk. "Oh!" Director Zhang exclaimed from the broadcasting booth. As a seasoned guest of CCTV, he rarely loses his composure, unless overwhelmed by emotion. The Lin Curry connection. Upon his return, Lin Xuan swiftly scored another 4 points, bringing his total to 27, just 16 points shy of Chamberlain's 43. History was drawing closer. The fans erupted in cheers with each basket Lin Xuan made. They began counting down, 14, 12, 10. As the first half concluded, Lin Xuan's score soared to 37. He stood just a stone's throw away from making history. The game may be lost in the locker room. Suns head coach Alvin Gentry bellowed, "But we cannot allow that kid to take the record from us. Even if it means committing fouls, we must contain him." In the second half, despite trailing significantly, the Suns players remained focused, particularly in their defensive efforts against Lin Xuan. They were fully engaged. However, regardless of how the opposing players tugged at him, Lin Xuan consistently found a way to put the ball through the hoop. He earned multiple opportunities for extra free throws. With yet another three-point play completed, Lin Xuan elevated his personal score to 44 points. At that moment, the long-standing rookie debut scoring record, which had been sealed for 53 years, was officially shattered. Simultaneously, the last vestiges of the Suns' psychological defense crumbled. Gentry pulled all the starters, conceding defeat. Record broken, record broken. On the sidelines, Director Zhang was as jubilant as a child. Lin Xuan has finally surpassed Chamberlain. He is the premier rookie debut scorer. Countless fans across China were equally ecstatic. Initially, many believed Lin Xuan would have to engage in a fierce battle to break the record, but this moment arrived with astonishing ease. Scoring 44 points in less than 3 quarters, if the game had been more competitive and Lin Xuan had played the entire match, one can only imagine the outcome. The game officially entered garbage time. Media and fans shifted their focus to Lin Xuan's record so much so that by the conclusion of the game, everyone was still immersed in Lin Xuan's extraordinary performance, oblivious to the final score. It wasn't until the announcers stood to applaud that people realized, oh, the game has ended. The final score read 118-60, with the Golden State Warriors decimating the Phoenix Suns by a staggering 58 points. 58, indeed a remarkable number. This marked the largest margin of victory in an NBA regular season game in the past 5 years. Notably, in addition to breaking Chamberlain's rookie scoring record, Lin Xuan also surpassed Yao Ming's record for the highest single game score by a Chinese player. Furthermore, he became the most efficient player in NBA history to score over 40 points. Let us not hold back our applause and cheers. The announcer declared over the broadcast, "Tonight, Lin Xuan is deserving of all accolades." The performance of the opposing rookies was truly exceptional. In a post-game interview, Suns head coach Alvin Gentry discussed the humiliating defeat, his expression as grim as iron. Especially Lin, he was nearly omnipotent. Gentry had little more to say. After all, they had been thoroughly trounced, and further comments would only deepen his embarrassment. Similarly, Suns players Goran Dragic and Michael Beasley offered only cursory remarks before exiting. Disheartened in their season opener, playing at home, they not only suffered a humiliating loss, but also became mere backdrop for their opponent's record-breaking feat. It was akin to a public execution. Who could endure such a fate? Meanwhile, as the newly appointed leader of the team, why would he willingly facilitate Lin's scoring? When faced with reporters' questions, Stephen Curry smiled knowingly. The leader? Who cares about that? All I know is that if I pass the ball to Lin Xuan, he will score. As he finished speaking, Curry recounted a tale of their three-point shooting duel, revealing his admiration for Lin Xuan between the lines. If Lin participates in this season's All-Star three-point contest and claims victory, I will be front and center applauding for him. The future legend, the baby-face assassin, at that moment transformed into Lin Xuan's devoted fan. Of course, as you have seen, Lin's skill set extends beyond three-point shooting. He also excels in driving and mid-range shots. In summary, when you have such an offensive virtuoso as a teammate, it becomes nearly impossible to suppress the urge to pass him the ball. Curry lavished praise on Lin Xuan before departing the press conference. Thoroughly satisfied, it wasn't just Curry. Lin is akin to a 15-centimeter taller Michael Jordan. Equally effusive in his praise was Warriors head coach Mark Jackson. He has revitalized the team. With Lin, we have the confidence to compete against any team. Moreover, in upcoming games, we will continue to maintain Lin's core tactical role. Upon hearing this, all the journalists were left in shock. They would retain Lin's core tactical role. This meant that future matches would mirror today's, with the entire Warriors team facilitating Lin Xuan's scoring, launching all strategies centered around him. The terrifying potential of Lin Xuan possessing a core tactical role was evident to all today. If he continues to play this way for an entire season, what legendary feats could he achieve? It is simply unfathomable. Following the interviews with Mark Jackson and Stephen Curry, Lin Xuan naturally became the focal point of media attention. Lin, you delivered an exhilarating performance in your NBA debut. Can you share your thoughts at this moment? Coach Jackson just referred to you as a 15-centimeter taller Jordan. As he said, do you have confidence in becoming the next Jordan? Is the NBA different from what you imagined? And what challenges do you foresee in adapting to it? A barrage of questions bombarded Lin Xuan. I have no particular thoughts. I merely played to my usual standard, and I do not wish to be the next Jordan. I only want to be myself. The NBA is indeed not as formidable as I imagined. Lin Xuan responded to each reporter's question with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's responses, the reporters widened their eyes in disbelief. This kid is incredibly audacious. He considers tonight's performance merely his standard level. He claims the NBA is not as tough as it seems. He doesn't want to be the next Jordan. He just wants to be himself. Perhaps you're all still astonished by my 44 points in 3 quarters. Just as everyone was processing this, Lin Xuan continued. However, I will gradually become accustomed to it. WTF. The reporters were once again taken aback. Gradually become accustomed to it. Is he implying that scoring 44 points in 3 quarters is as effortless as eating and drinking? Contemplating this, everyone shook their heads in disbelief while hastily recording Lin Xuan's remarks. Yes, this statement sounded audacious. Compared to other players' composed yet uninspiring cliches, this was precisely the kind of material that journalists cherish. Meanwhile, the results of other matches were also being revealed in rapid succession. The Portland Trail Blazers rookie, Damian Lillard, delivered a remarkable performance, scoring 23 points and providing 11 assists, leading his team to an unexpected victory over the Los Angeles Lakers, who boasted the formidable F4 with a final score of 116. 106 that the second overall pick, Anthony Davis, alongside Monta Ellis, combined for over 50 points, turning the tables on the traditional powerhouse, the San Antonio Spurs. Today was meant to be a day of celebration for the stars of the 2012 rookie class. However, aside from local media coverage, players like Davis and Lillard received little attention. The reason? Simply because Lin Xuan's brilliance overshadowed all other talents. The following day, news broke that Lin Xuan had shattered Wilt Chamberlain's record for points in a debut, making headlines across major sports media outlets in the United States. Sports Illustrated boldly declared the rise of a supernova, dedicating the entire front page to Lin Xuan's record-setting debut. The New York Times went with the headline, "To not be the next someone, but to be oneself. The Chinese phenomenon seeks to forge his own era." This clearly captured the essence of Lin Xuan's interview, seamlessly integrating it into the news, vividly portraying the youthful exuberance of the prodigy, despite having already proven himself in the NCAA Finals and Summer League. Skepticism lingered due to his Chinese heritage, with voices questioning his ability to adapt to the intensity of the NBA and predicting he would be a fleeting star. Yet now, Lin Xuan had decisively silenced all dissenting opinions with his prowess. The San Francisco Chronicle even dedicated a special feature to him, not only covering his record-breaking game, but also providing a detailed introduction to his upbringing, hobbies, and more. Lin Xuan was clearly on the path to becoming the darling of the Bay Area. At the Oracle Arena in Oakland, Lin Xuan was now the center of attention. After a midday rest, he prepared for his regular training, only to be approached by Draymond Green, who rushed over while scrolling through his phone. "Look, your name is everywhere on Twitter and Facebook." Lin Xuan was unfazed. In 2012, the mobile internet era had quietly begun, and such rapid fame was entirely normal that in just a few years, as mobile internet became ubiquitous. It wouldn't be surprising if he gained millions of followers overnight, given his talent. "Lin, you're finally here," came a voice from the other side as Stephen Curry approached. "Someone is looking for you." "Hello, Lin Xuan." Just as the words left his mouth, a silver-haired gentleman strode forward, beaming with warmth. "I am Wei Ping Bryant. Today, I am here representing CCTV Sports Channel to conduct an exclusive interview with you." Notably, after the previous day's game, Coach Zhang had obtained official permission from the NBA and brought his team to the hotel where the Warriors were staying in Phoenix. Although American regulations permitted interviews directly at the hotel, Coach Zhang believed, first, it would disturb Lin Xuan's rest, and second, such a casual setting was not befitting of Lin Xuan's illustrious status. Thus, after discussions with the Golden State Warriors, they arranged for the interview to take place at the Oracle Arena today. "Hello, Coach Zhang." Lin Xuan was thoroughly familiar with the kind-faced elder before him. Names like Wei Ping Bryant and Su Lao Ingxiong resonated deeply within the Chinese basketball fan community. After a brief handshake, Coach Zhang got straight to the point. "Lin Xuan, there's an unwritten rule in the NBA where veterans enjoy pranking rookies. Given your background as a foreign player, have you encountered any veterans targeting you in the team?" The so-called pranking of rookies entails that newcomers must serve the veterans, carrying bags, cleaning, serving tea, buying donuts, and so forth. Even stars as esteemed as Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, and Chris Paul are not exempt. Moreover, being a foreign player, Lin Xuan would likely face even greater resistance. In Coach Zhang's view, he had prepared to deliver motivational phrases about overcoming adversity and rising above challenges before posing this question. However, Lin Xuan's response was straightforward. "While it is indeed common for veterans to prank rookies in the league, it has not happened to me." Having once been a basketball enthusiast, Lin Xuan was naturally familiar with the NBA's unwritten rules, but he was ready for the veterans' pranks. Yet from the moment he joined the team, no veteran had asked him to do anything. Of course, Lin Xuan remained unaware that the amiable nature of figures like Curry played a significant role in this. Yet, there were also rough characters like the Australian center, Andrew Bogut. Had he turned over a new leaf? Not at all. He simply dared not cross the line. From the general manager Bob Myers to head coach Mark Jackson, and even Stephen Curry, all treated Lin Xuan with utmost respect. Not to mention the formidable Draymond Green, who seemed to follow Lin Xuan around like a devoted shadow. The Australian center, a once downtrodden figure, naturally refrained from asserting himself. "Lin Xuan, in your next game, you'll be facing the Memphis Grizzlies, who have the formidable duo of Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph, along with Mike Conley and Rudy G. You believe they will pose a challenge for you?" Of course, they will. However, as the opponents, the challenges they face will undoubtedly be even greater, Lin Xuan replied, enjoying a delightful conversation with Coach Zhang that he answered almost every question candidly, displaying no signs of evasion. This was the first time since his arrival that he could openly express himself in his mother tongue, naturally feeling no reservations. Consequently, Coach Zhang's impression of Lin Xuan improved even further. He was articulate, witty, and cheerful, much like the great Yao Ming of yesteryears. For a Chinese player to carve out a niche in the NBA, possessing such qualities is essential. After the interview concluded, Coach Zhang proposed filming a promotional segment for the interview. "Just show us your skills with the ball." Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. With Allen Iverson's dribbling finesse and the physicality of a peak Giannis Antetokounmpo, showcasing his skills was akin to a dream come true. Once the CCTV cameramen were ready, Lin Xuan stepped onto the court, basketball in hand. With a resounding thud against the backboard, Lin Xuan executed a dazzling display of dribbling near the center court. In an instant, he made 2 swift strides to the free throw line, gripping the ball in one hand before soaring high. Boom! A thunderous slam dunk ensued. At the sight of this, Coach Zhang couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "That was a dunk from the free throw line." As he spoke, he gestured for everyone to capture the moment. With decades of experience, he recognized that Lin Xuan's free throw line dunk will be a highlight that people would talk about for years to come. As the interview wrapped up, the CCTV team marveled not only at Lin Xuan's talent on the court, but also at his striking appearance. One young woman, slender and graceful, gazed at Lin Xuan's retreating figure and murmured, "Linen, as basketball professionals, we shouldn't focus solely on appearances. Coach Zhang approached her with earnestness, advising we should strive to keep our attention on the game itself. Yes, yes, the girl, known as Lin, and blushed slightly and quickly amended. Coach Zhang, given Lin Xuan's remarkable jumping ability, do you think he could dunk from the three-point line? I think that might be quite a challenge, Coach Zhang replied, his expression turning serious. No one in the history of basketball has achieved that. The girl nodded thoughtfully and then added, Coach Zhang, isn't there a plan to send someone to the Bay Area to cover Lin Xuan more closely? Could I possibly have that opportunity? Coach Zhang scrutinized her for a moment, deep in thought. While her professional skills might need improvement, her enthusiastic Coach Zhang was undeniably charming. She certainly knew how to navigate the situation. Most importantly, the girl was quite attractive. He chuckled inwardly, considering how easily she might establish a friendly rapport with Lin Xuan. Once that bond was formed, gathering exclusive information about Lin Xuan would be a piece of cake. Upon contemplating this, Coach Zhang decisively retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the number of the director of CCTV 5's NBA Frontline. Did we not discuss sending someone to the Bay Area for a permanent presence? Indeed, I believe Lin Xuan would be quite suitable. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan shifted his focus back to the court, diligently preparing for the second game of the season. In their previous match, the team had achieved a resounding victory in Phoenix. Now, their home journey for the new season was about to commence. On November 2 in Oakland, at the Oracle Arena, nearly 20,000 spectators filled the stands to capacity. Can you believe this? Exclaimed the special guest commentator Charles Barkley. Surveying the arena, is this truly the same venue that once suffered from abysmal attendance? Need I say more? Another commentator interjected, these fans have come for Lin Xuan. As he spoke, he flipped through his notes, passionately recounting Lin's journey from winning the NCAA Championship to breaking Chamberlain's record just the other night. However, Barkley interrupted, tonight they are up against the Memphis Grizzlies. Last season, they secured the 4th spot in the Western Conference. And whether it's the Black or White Bears, or Rudy Gay, Mike Conley, and Tony Allen, they are all renowned for their tenacious defense, particularly Tony Allen, who is known for his relentless guarding. Even Kobe and Durant have acknowledged him as the most troublesome defender. Could Lin and his Golden State Warriors penetrate the Grizzlies' formidable defense? Barkley paused, posing the rhetorical question to himself. I find it quite difficult. While this perspective held some weight, the other commentator clearly disagreed. Let us not forget, besides Lin, the Warriors also have Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson, who can certainly draw defensive attention away from Lin. Those two who only shoot three-pointers, relying on them. Come now. Barkley chuckled, if Lin scores over 20 points tonight. I would rather kiss a donkey's behind. Kiss a donkey's behind. Had he forgotten how Yao humiliated him a decade ago? Clearly, Lin adapted more swiftly than Yao, and that donkey's behind would indeed be kissed. There was more entertainment to come. Hearing Barkley's fervent declaration, American fans watching on television erupted in laughter. That wasn't this a blatant display of self-deprecation? Of course, as a legendary figure, Barkley was not merely speaking empty words. As he had stated, the Grizzlies' defense was exceptionally robust. Last season, they managed to restrict their opponents to an average of under 93 points per game, ranking among the top 5 in defensive efficiency. Coupled with head coach Lionel Hollins' decisive coaching style, the Grizzlies had long been recognized as a defensive powerhouse. Even the Heat's big three struggled against them. What chance did a rookie like Lin Xuan have? This was a shared concern for both the Warriors' head coach and general manager. Lin's offensive prowess was indeed formidable and could lead the team to victory, as evidenced by their previous annihilation of Phoenix. However, how high was Lin's ceiling? How far could he lead the team, especially when the postseason grew fierce? Would he maintain his composure? Tonight's match would serve as the true test. The pregame warm-up concluded swiftly. And amidst high expectations, both team starters took to the court. The Memphis Grizzlies lineup featured Marc Gasol, Mike Conley, Rudy Gay, Zach Randolph, and Tony Allen. Meanwhile, the Warriors opted to bench their Australian center in favor of Draymond Green. David Lee, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Lin Xuan. When Lin Xuan finally made his entrance, the entire crowd rose to their feet, showering him with applause and cheers, igniting the arena. As the American commentator noted, the fans had come in droves for Lin Xuan. He revitalized the long-dormant Oracle Arena. Good evening, viewers of CCTV 5. I am Yang Jian, At the broadcasting booth, Yang Jian smoothly delivered his opening lines. Joining me in watching the game is Coach Zhang. Welcome. Hello, everyone. I am Wei Ping Bryant. After greeting, Coach Zhang cleared his throat, surveyed the surroundings, and smoothly transitioned the topic. Look, this is Lin Xuan's value. The Bay Area's basketball market was in disarray last season. Yet now it has come alive. Meanwhile, across the ocean, countless Chinese fans were already glued to their televisions, waving flags and cheering. Having missed the live broadcast of the last game due to work, they seized the weekend to fervently support Lin Xuan. I even skipped a dinner with the campus beauty just to watch the game. Lin Xuan, go! Annihilate the Grizzlies, back on the court, amidst the deafening cheers. The two centers approached the center circle. The referee tossed the ball high into the air, and the tip-off began. Marc Gasol overpowered David Lee, granting the Grizzlies the first possession. Mike Conley advanced the ball into the half-court, immediately passing it to Zach Randolph, who was positioned on the wing with his back to the basket. Facing Draymond Green's defense, Randolph utilized his height advantage, elevating for a smooth shot, a graceful layup, and 2 points scored. I've never played such an easy game. As Randolph retreated on defense, he couldn't help but taunt Lin Xuan. Are you the chosen one? Very well. Welcome to the NBA. True to his fiery reputation, Randolph couldn't contain his boastfulness after scoring. However, he had misjudged his target. As possession shifted, Stephen Curry received the ball from the baseline and slowly advanced up the court. He swiftly passed it to Lin Xuan, who was positioned on the wing for a mid-range shot. Defender Rudy Gay quickly closed in, attempting to obstruct Lin's path for both penetration and shooting, even trying to force a turnover. Tight, aggressive defense. This was the Grizzlies' strategy. Lin raised his hand, signaling Green to set a screen, and charged toward the basket. Was he preparing to attack the rim directly? Barkley, the commentator on the sidelines, raised an eyebrow. Guarding the paint is Zach Randolph, and he is perfectly positioned. This was not an optimal choice. Green had already created space, and for Lin Xuan, the safest option would undoubtedly be to take a mid-range shot. Yet he chose to drive to the basket, directly confronting the Black Bear Randolph, which seemed rather reckless. As Lin Xuan made his drive, he simultaneously gestured for his teammates to clear the area. Coach Zhang at the CCTV broadcast booth was taken aback. It appears Lin had a plan all along. He is targeting Randolph. In that moment, everyone realized what was happening. Due to Randolph's previous taunts, Lin Xuan had deliberately chosen him as his adversary, ready to retaliate, not to be outdone. Now he would show Randolph what true dominance looked like. After Randolph had scored and taunted Lin, the home crowd, already simmering with intensity, erupted into a frenzy. Go Lin, tear this big black bear apart. Show him that taunting an oracle comes with consequences. Teach him a lesson. Humiliate him. This rookie certainly had spirit. Yes, Lin Xuan charged towards him. Randolph remained unabashedly arrogant. I have 100 ways to stop you. He anticipated Lin would retaliate, but never expected it to be in such a straightforward and forceful manner. You want to compare toughness? Fine. Let me show you what true NBA is. Lin Xuan had no time for banter. After dropping a remark, he executed a swift crossover, switching the ball to his left hand. Then lowered his center of gravity, feigning a left side drive. Your tricks are as ineffective as a decorative pillow against me. Randolph did not bite on the feint. Come on, duel me like a man. A duel? You expect me to take you on directly? That would be too easy for you to... In the next instant, Lin Xuan drove to the basket, using his body to engage Randolph while loosening his grip on the ball. Thinking he had found an opportunity, Randolph lunged for a steal. Lin anticipated this, instantly switching the ball to his right hand, creating just enough space to break through. Randolph quickly regained his composure, shifting laterally to block Lin's path. Yet this was yet another of Lin's feints. Just when everyone believed he would charge straight in, the Chinese rookie executed a significant retreat, stepping back beyond the three-point line. As Randolph positioned himself defensively, he was compelled to shift to help. Lin Xuan momentarily paused, seemingly waiting for Randolph, then seized the ball with one hand, lifting it high into the air, thus creating the illusion of preparing for a shot. Indeed, this time Randolph was caught off guard. Faced with the off-balance Black Bear, Lin Xuan swiftly adjusted his shooting stance and released the ball with poise. Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball brushing the net resonated. The shot was a precise, guided missile, The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. Lin Xuan, through a military drill-like offensive, punished Randolph's defense. Is your defense made of paper? After sinking the three-pointer, Lin Xuan shrugged helplessly at Randolph. Come on. Bring up the intensity. Bring up the intensity? Hearing Lin Xuan's provocative words, Randolph's already dark expression grew even darker. Returning to the offensive end, he immediately vented his frustration on Green, backing down and executing a thunderous dunk. After completing the play, Randolph cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xuan. Our rivalry has been firmly established. Lin Xuan was fully aware that his opponent was declaring war anew. What could he do? Naturally, he would oblige. The Warriors regained possession, and Curry pushed the ball past half-court, promptly finding Lin Xuan for a mid-range shot on the wing. After a screen set by David Lee, Lin Xuan actively matched up with Randolph again. This time, Lin Xuan had no intention of toying with him. After all, the game had just begun, and it was not worth expending unnecessary energy. Moreover, only the simplest and most straightforward approach could serve as the ultimate weapon to shatter confidence. To hell with basketball dreams. Lin Xuan, already half a head taller than Randolph, possessed an extraordinary vertical leap, and combined with Durant's signature mid-range shot, he opted for a direct jump shot. So simple and unadorned. Swish, it found a mark. Huh. At 2.06 meters, you think you could guard Lin Xuan? Witnessing this scene, Coach Zhang on the sidelines nearly broke into a grin. Lin Xuan jumped incredibly high. This is how it should be done. Play him. Lin Xuan's shot, delivered with elegance and flair, showcased his talent through a pronounced backward lean, an exceptionally high release point, and an extraordinary hang time. The entire Oracle Arena erupted in excitement. What defensive ironclad. When Lin can toy with them at will, go Warriors. Let's charge towards victory. With Lin Xuan's mid-range shot, the score climbed to 5-4, and the Golden State Warriors took the lead once again. It was evident that even against the Grizzlies' defense, Lin remained unfazed on the sidelines. The commentator Tito was smugly glancing at Barkley. Buddy, it seems you bet on a donkey's behind. Barkley, however, was unconcerned. Even if I did kiss a donkey's behind, it doesn't guarantee Golden State will win, he stated. While Lin Xuan was unstoppable on offense, the Warriors seemed to struggle to contain the Grizzlies' attacks. The situation was essentially one of mutual destruction. Who would emerge victorious was still uncertain. The Grizzlies regained possession. Mike Conley pushed the ball swiftly into the frontcourt, continuing to initiate an attack around the paint. This time, however, the ball found its way into Marc Gasol's hands. He went one-on-one against David Lee. Lee was utterly unable to withstand the bulldozer-like assault. Gasol attempted a little hook shot under the basket. Clang. Unfortunately, his shot was slightly off, and the ball ricocheted off the rim. Meanwhile, Randolph had already secured his position, ready to claim the rebound. Just then, a shadow darted from the side, soaring toward the left side of the rim. Randolph barely reacted when he saw Green successfully snatch the rebound. After being scored on consecutively in the opening plays, this moment allowed Green to finally redeem himself. The ball returned to the Warriors. Green shoved aside his defender and quickly initiated a fast break. On the other side, Lin Xuan had already hit the accelerator, racing ahead. Green glanced out of the corner of his eye and decisively launched a quarterback-length pass, just as in the previous game with Lin and Curry. The basketball soared through the air at breakneck speed. Lin Xuan caught it securely, ready for yet another thunderous dunk. Defense, roared Grizzlies head coach Lionel Hollins from the sidelines. Hurry, don't let them score on the fast break. Bring him down. Hearing his coach's call, Tony Allen sprinted like the wind, desperately trailing Lin Xuan. This is the Grizzlies' ironclad defense. Even if it meant committing a foul, they couldn't allow him to score an easy basket. Just as Allen caught up to Lin Xuan, he reached out with a tugging motion. Beep! Such an obvious foul could not escape the referee's whistle. Regrettably, alongside the sound of the whistle came the thunderous noise of Lin Xuan slamming the ball through the hoop. He completed the dunk while hanging onto Tony Allen. The referee showed no hesitation, confirming the 2 points and signaling for a free throw. 2+1. Tony Allen and the entire Grizzlies team were left dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? They can't even bring him down. WTF, have you heard of cape layup? How about a cape dunk? This is a first in history, if I'm not mistaken. Just moments ago, Lin Xuan had been yanked back by Allen. nearly tilting backward at a 45-degree angle in the air, and he still managed to dunk it. Lin Xuan, incredible. Countless Chinese fans cheered in front of their televisions. You can't deny, that was truly impressive. Coach Zhang in the broadcast booth was so excited he could hardly find the words to describe the scene. I just dunked, and it went in. With a signature quarterback-length pass and an aggressively executed fast-break dunk, Lin Xuan and his teammates finally stirred up a youthful storm above Oracle. At this moment, it seemed the entire arena's ceiling might be lifted off by the fans' deafening cheers. In the last game, it was Lin and Curry connecting. This time, it was Lin and his teammates in a different formula, but with the same flavor. This is what we've been waiting for. I believe that in many years to come, this iconic connection will haunt the entire league. Watching it on TV previously wasn't that impactful, but witnessing it live was simply explosive, with Lin Xuan successfully completing the free throw. His personal score reached 8 points, and only 2 minutes and 11 seconds had elapsed in the game. Don't lose heart. The match has just begun. During the baseline inbounds, Hollins rallied his visibly disheartened Grizzlies players. Just hold steady. We still have a chance. Unfortunately, once a psychological barrier is breached, it is incredibly difficult to rebuild. Coupled with the deafening support from the crowd, even the seasoned Grizzlies players found their spirit waning. Thus, the outcome often becomes inevitable. In the ensuing game, the Grizzlies players collectively fell into a daze, while the Warriors grew increasingly emboldened. Ultimately, with less than half of the third quarter gone, Hollins pulled his starters, conceding defeat. Meanwhile, the Warriors, taking advantage of a stoppage in play, substituted their starters. Lin Xuan played for 22 minutes, shooting 15 out of 17 for a flawless tally of 33 points and 9 rebounds. At this moment, both the commentators on the sidelines and the fans before their screens had begun to overlook the game itself, turning their attention to Barkley's wager made at the start. One must commend the efficiency of American media professionals. Even as Lin Xuan surpassed 20 points, a black donkey had already been led to the commentary booth. "Charles, don't forget our bet," remarked the commentator, glancing between the donkey and Barkley. "Go ahead, buddy, tell me what it's behind feels like later. Barkley grimaced, helplessly taking a bite at the donkey's rear. "Next time there's a bet involving Chinese players, I'm staying far away." Damn, they all seem to be face-slapping maniacs. The Chinese prodigy continues to shine brightly. The story of Sir Charles and the donkey is one for the ages. This game was filled with highlights, and a series of topics are bound to be revisited by fans for many years to come. In the end, the Golden State Warriors triumphed over Memphis with a score of 189, achieving their second consecutive victory. What's the secret to their winning streak? In a post-game interview, Warriors coach Mark Jackson casually shoved his hands into his pockets, seemingly oblivious to the opponent. "It's simple. Just give the ball to Lin." Mark Jackson's thoughts were straightforward, showering Lin Xuan with unreserved praise. "He is our primary offensive option. All our strategies revolve around him. What our players need to do on the court is ensure Lin receives the ball smoothly. Whenever he decides to shoot, he can do so from anywhere, at any time. Indeed, he enjoys the freedom to unleash his shooting prowess at will." Throughout the entire interview, Jackson lauded Lin Xuan to the heavens. Undoubtedly, Lin Xuan truly deserves such accolades. Moreover, there was no dissent among the crowd. The fans erupted into even more fervent cheers. Did I hear correctly? Unlimited freedom to shoot. Truly, Lin Xuan lives up to his reputation. All of this has been earned through Lin Xuan's own stellar performance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Draymond Green, who was also being interviewed, did not forget to extol the virtues of his mentor. "My goal is to ensure that Lin receives the ball in the most comfortable position, for only he can guide the team from victory to victory." Although Green was initially overwhelmed by Randolph on the defensive end, he quickly adjusted his game. Ultimately, he achieved a unique double-double with 2 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists, becoming one of the key contributors to the victory. My ball handling frequency has decreased. Stephen Curry, during his interview, also spoke about the changes Lin Xuan has brought to the team and himself. "Of course, with Lin on the court, I should increase my off-ball movement to create space for him." He then reiterated to everyone that he does not mind who the primary scoring option is on the team. It's not that personal statistics are unimportant. Rather, Curry believes that victory should be the ultimate pursuit. As the interviews with Curry and Jackson concluded, reporters quickly shifted their focus to Lin Xuan. Lin, congratulations on leading the team to a consecutive victory. This marks the Golden State Warriors' first home win in 8 months. What are your thoughts at this moment? Note, since the conclusion of the 2018 season, the Warriors had not won a game at Oracle Arena, as they aimed to secure a higher draft pick to select Lin Xuan. Following the previous game's post-match interview, Lin Xuan's remarks had stirred a frenzy across the nation, and everyone eagerly anticipated what bold statements he would make this time. That I have no particular thoughts. Lin Xuan remained remarkably composed. If I must say something, it would be that for a long time to come, we will likely find it difficult to taste defeat again. To this proclamation, the venue erupted in astonishment, especially for those fans who lingered to watch the interview upon hearing Lin Xuan's assertive response. They were practically on the verge of explosion. They had been holding back for far too long. Moreover, playing at home imbued him with a unique sense of duty, as everyone continued to revel in the fervent atmosphere. Lin Xuan spoke again. It compels you to give your all to defend this arena and its fans. Another wave of even louder cheers followed. After a lengthy pause, a reporter inquired, Lin, we've noticed that you seem to deliberately increase your aggression towards the paint in this game. What was the reason behind that? The reporter continued, you were matched up against Rudy Gay, yet many times you actively sought out Randolph. Keep in mind, although he is heavy, his lateral speed is not to be underestimated. In other words, his defense poses a significant threat. Because he provoked me at the outset, as well as the fans here, Lin Xuan succinctly recounted the on-court details, adding, so I aim to dominate him. It's that simple. Regardless of who the opponent is, if you provoke me, you will pay the price. Hearing Lin Xuan's response, the reporters in attendance could not hide their admiration. Tough. Absolutely tough. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Lin Xuan concluded his last question and made his way back to the players' tunnel. Lin Xuan, hello. At that moment, an Asian female reporter approached him, seemingly having waited for a while. Lin Xuan's gaze momentarily froze. She had shoulder-length hair, an exquisite makeup, and wore a lace chiffon short-sleeve top that accentuated her figure dramatically. It was none other than the renowned NBA reporter, Zhou Linen. At that moment, a faint blush graced her cheeks, resembling a starstruck fan meeting her idol. Wow, they look even bigger than on TV. Lin Xuan couldn't help but murmur. What looks bigger? Zhou Linen blinked in confusion. Your eyes look larger than they do on television. Lin Xuan quickly clarified, attempting to shift the subject. Are you here to interview me? No. The media interview segment has already concluded. I wouldn't want to take up the rest time, Zhou Linen replied. I just came over to say hello. I will be representing CCTV for your follow-up coverage. Understood. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement and extended his hand. Then you must ensure to speak highly of me. Isn't it just flattering? Leave that to me. Zhou Linen shook his hand enthusiastically but suddenly paused, a series of indescribable images flashing through her mind, and quickly corrected herself. Not flattering, I will showcase your excellence to everyone. Thank you. Lin Xuan chuckled inwardly, finding Zhou Linen quite amusing. However, he was eager to return to the locker room and had no time for idle chatter. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, Zhou Linen called out to Lin Xuan swiftly. Could you give me your game shoes? Sure, but you'll have to wait for me to return to the locker room to grab a new pair. Lin Xuan replied. Zhou Linen waved her hand dismissively. No need to go through all that trouble. You could just give them to me now. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Zhou Linen hesitated before speaking. I want your original game shoes. Original game shoes? Lin Xuan did not expect Zhou Linen to make such a request. This was entirely inconsistent with the poised and intellectual image he had of her. However, since she had already asked, he felt it would be rude to refuse. Thank you. After receiving the shoes personally removed by Lin Xuan, Zhou Linen joyfully returned to her media team. She immediately published an article, praising Lin Xuan to no end. Lin Xuan had scored 35 points in consecutive games, showcasing an explosive performance. Coupled with the amplification from Zhou Linen and other media figures, Lin Xuan's story captivated the entire nation, and his popularity began to swell in China. Not only among fans, but even trending explosively outside conventional circles. Even a portion of girls who typically only watched idol dramas became fans of Lin Xuan. Who cares about those effeminate idols? Look at Lin Xuan. He is our perfect male idol. Meanwhile, in the United States, at the headquarters of Under Armour in Baltimore, Maryland, in a high-level conference room, discussions were underway. Ladies and gentlemen, this illustrates Lin Xuan's potential commercial value. Colin Brownie, the company's executive vice president and chief operating officer, pointed to a data report projected on the screen. His influence will far surpass that of his Chinese predecessor, Yao Ming. Indeed, another executive chimed in. Holding a report, statistics show that with the commencement of the NBA regular season, Lin's search index on major social media platforms has been experiencing exponential growth daily. Particularly in China, Lin's related topics dominate the trending charts. Surpassing even the most prominent figures in the entertainment industry, the level of discussion and exposure is well beyond that of a typical rookie. I know what we need to do. Kevin Plank, the founder of Under Armour and a former football star who had been silent until now, spoke with growing determination. We must act swiftly. Since its inception in 1996, Under Armour had been thriving. Yet it had never fully capitalized on the benefits of the NBA. The root of the issue lies in the dominance of established giants like Nike and Adidas over star athletes. However, Lin Xuan represents the breakthrough opportunity they have been seeking. Yet, as Under Armour set its sights on Lin Xuan's commercial potential, other renowned sports brands were also taking action. The undisputed leader in basketball, Nike, dispatched Jackie, the head of the California region, to Oakland with a contract in hand to explore the possibility of signing Lin Xuan. That evening, in a seaside villa in the Bay Area, Lin Xuan reclined leisurely in a chair in his backyard. Responding to Jackie, who had just detailed the contract. I appreciate your offer, but I need to discuss it with my agent. Of course. Jackie replied confidently that I trust your agent will recognize our sincerity and help you make the right choice. As Jackie mentioned, Nike has indeed demonstrated immense sincerity this time. Not only did the regional manager personally visit, but the contract offered was also quite enticing. A 5-year agreement totaling over $10 million. For a rookie, this deal is undeniably remarkable. However, Nike already boasts 2 of the league's top superstars, LeBron James and Kevin Durant. In such circumstances, how much resource allocation can one expect upon joining? That remains a question. Lin Xuan did not linger with Jackie for long before bidding farewell, as he needed to rest early for the back-to-back game against the Clippers in Los Angeles the following day. The next day, aboard the flight from Oakland to Los Angeles, Lin, have you heard that Nike approached you for a contract yesterday? Stephen Curry nudged Lin Xuan, who was seated beside him. Did you turn him down? You seem well informed. Lin Xuan was somewhat astonished by the rapid spread of rumors. It's merely a misunderstanding. I'm still contemplating, not outright rejecting it. Oh, Curry nodded as if enlightened, then continued. So, how are your thoughts progressing? About the same. Lin Xuan adjusted his sitting posture, crossing his legs. I feel I may not necessarily sign with Nike. Then which company do you intend to sign with? Curry quickly realized his question was somewhat presumptuous and hastily clarified. What I mean is my sneaker contract is also expiring soon, and I wish to consider your perspective. After playing 2 regular season games with Lin Xuan, he had completely acknowledged his prowess, and since both shared the same agent, Curry began to entertain the idea of aligning their contracts. Another sports brand has also reached out to me. Lin Xuan confessed without reservation. Austin, and I find it quite appealing. Which one? Under Armour. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's response, Curry's expression momentarily faltered as he silently repeated the name of the sports brand in his mind. With no respite granted, the team quickly shifted into preparation mode after a brief rest at the hotel upon arriving in Los Angeles. At 8 in the evening, the Staples Center was abuzz as the match between the Los Angeles Clippers and the Golden State Warriors was about to commence. After the American commentators recounted the Warriors' narrative, they soon shifted their focus to the home team, the Los Angeles Clippers. Since Chris Paul's arrival, the team has evidently gained championship potential. Indeed, another commentator chimed in. In their last game, they triumphed over the purple and gold with a 10-point advantage. Moreover, they're also among the teams with 2 consecutive victories at the start of the season. Facing such a seasoned team, especially in a back-to-back away game, the young Golden State Warriors were in for significant trouble. As the commentators noted, compared to the Golden State Warriors, the Los Angeles Clippers were undeniably a more mature team. Besides their star player Chris Paul, their lineup also featured the 2009 #1 draft pick, Blake Griffin, renowned for his explosive athleticism. Last season, Griffin had already evolved into an all-star center, averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds per game. Furthermore, the team boasted another exceptional big man, DeAndre Jordan. The synergy among the trio crafted the delightful Lob City. Coupled with former All-Star Karen Butler and the dynamic six-man Jamal Crawford, the Clippers roster was indeed armed to the teeth. CCTV Channel 5. Good evening to all our viewers. Yang Jian has been temporarily assigned back to the homeland, leaving only Coach Zhang to deliver the opening remarks. Today, I continue to accompany you to watch the game. The matchup features the Golden State Warriors against the Los Angeles Clippers. This duel is brimming with excitement. Firstly, both teams have showcased dazzling offensive performances in the early stages of the season. Secondly, this game also represents the clash between point guards Chris Paul and Stephen Curry. Of course, the most anticipated showdown for our Chinese fans is the battle of the top draft picks, Griffin versus Lin Xuan. Let us await the spectacle. Coach Zhang, being an old hand, succinctly articulated the highlights of the entire match. The pregame warm-ups concluded swiftly, with both team starters taking the court. The Los Angeles Clippers lineup consisted of Willie Green, Karen Butler, Blake Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, and Chris Paul. The Golden State Warriors maintained their previous starting lineup: Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, David Lee, and Lin Xuan. Upon Lin Xuan's entrance, he was met with thunderous applause and homage from the visiting fans to the Chinese prodigy. Amid the enthusiastic cheers, both centers approached the center circle. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. The jump ball commenced. DeAndre Jordan triumphed over David Lee, directing the ball into Chris Paul's hands. The Los Angeles Clippers secured the first possession. Chris Paul advanced the ball into the half court, calling for a screen. With swift decisiveness, he launched a shot. 3 points. Success. 3-0. The Los Angeles Clippers opened the scoring. 5 seconds. Paul extended 5 fingers toward Lin Xuan, his expression dripping with disdain as he taunted. Just 5 seconds into the game, and I've already sunk a three-pointer. You all will be utterly outmatched today. Not only can he orchestrate the team's offense, but he also possesses a precise shooting touch, giving him ample grounds for arrogance. However, he underestimated Lin Xuan's competitive spirit. For those who provoke him, Lin Xuan adheres to a singular principle: obliterate them, relentlessly humiliate. Moreover, the one challenging him was a notorious trash talker and flopper. The possession transitioned. The Golden State Warriors' offensive turn. Curry swiftly propelled the ball up court, distributing it to Lin Xuan without delay. Confronted by Butler's defense, Lin Xuan executed a simple triple threat move before leaping high. He elevated for a contested three-pointer. At 2.01 meters, Butler was a full 12 centimeters shorter than Lin Xuan, whose vertical leap was fearsome. He could only watch in awe. Swish! The basketball grazed the rim before finding the net, leveling the score. I will kick your ass, in stark contrast to Paul's incessant chatter. Lin Xuan spoke little, dropping a single remark before turning to defend. Interesting, Paul remarked casually as he passed by Lin Xuan while inbounding the ball. But this is our home court. Don't think of running wild here. Returning to the offensive end, the Clippers executed a classic pick and roll. Jordan set a high screen. Paul maneuvered through the tight space, and as the opening appeared, he soared with a jump shot. Another three-pointer. The Staples Center erupted in cheers, hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers to start. This was indeed the work of St. Paul. Chris was in fine form early on today, commented the American broadcaster. If the Warriors fail to respond, the pace of the game will surely fall under the Clippers' control. Ooh. The commentary was soon interrupted by another wave of excitement. Turning around, Lin Xuan received a pass from Klay Thompson beyond the three-point line, and despite Butler's defense, he executed a fadeaway jumper. Perfect response, Coach Zhang at the CCTV broadcast booth exclaimed, craning his neck in excitement. Lin Xuan is truly formidable. Regardless of how the opponent scores, I will maintain my rhythm, hitting 2 three-pointers effortlessly. In less than a minute into the game, Lin Xuan and Paul had already entered into a thrilling exchange. The fans reveled in the electrifying back-and-forth display. Rather than a one-sided thrashing, I prefer a contest of equals. Fast-paced, with star players trading blows, it is truly a delight. As the fans basked in the exhilarating spectacle, the defenders of both players were left in despair, but on the Warriors' side, Thompson was tasked with guarding Paul. In the previous 2 games, Thompson had excelled defensively, only to find himself repeatedly bested here. In a moment of dismay, Lin Xuan hurried over to offer a few words of encouragement. It is not disgraceful to be scored on by a floor general. The possession has shifted once again, and the Los Angeles Clippers are on the offensive. Paul stands at the top of the arc, orchestrating the play while seeking an opportunity to shoot. Thompson immediately closes in on him, restricting his options for both shooting and passing. Jordan set a screen. Paul successfully maneuvers around Thompson's defense using the pick and roll. However, now he finds himself face-to-face with Lin Xuan. "Oh," the American commentator exclaims excitedly from the sidelines. For Paul, this is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. He can exploit his size advantage over Lin Xuan and catch him off guard. As the commentator suggested, the advantage of speed and agility in a smaller player against a larger one is evident. Yet for Lin Xuan, this is hardly a challenge. He has already seized a moment to unleash his deadly grip. Smack. With a crisp sound, Lin Xuan cleanly swipes the ball away. An impeccable red, a lightning-fast execution. The opponent has no time to react. Lin Xuan completes the steal and races down the court. Facing an open basket, he executes a powerful dunk. 8-6. The Warriors have taken the lead. Watching the back of the 21-year-old Chinese rookie, Paul's previously relaxed demeanor now carries an air of gravity. The fire in Lin Xuan's eyes earlier may not merely stem from defiance in the face of provocation. He is serious. However, as a troublemaker, Paul cannot simply stand by and watch Lin Xuan shine. The Clippers regain possession. Paul brings the ball up, standing at the top of the arc, directing the movement without rushing to shoot or pass. Deliberately slowing the pace. Since they cannot gain an advantage in a shootout, he will wear them down. Young players tend to become impatient and make mistakes. He will wait for the right moment to strike hard. Whoosh! Just as Paul is contemplating an offensive strategy, Lin Xuan, resolute and succinct, darts from the wing and snatches the ball from Paul's hands. "You want to slow the pace? Then I shall accelerate it for you." The power of his S-class skill, the deadly grip, is unleashed in this moment, as Lin Xuan precisely completes the steal and once again explodes towards the basket. 10-6 in the blink of an eye. The Warriors, under Lin Xuan's leadership, have surged with a 7-0 run. Lin's defense is exceptional. The commentator on the sidelines is utterly perplexed as to how Lin Xuan has matched up against Paul. The usually composed Chris Paul has been forced into 2 turnovers. Lin's consecutive successful counterattacks deliver a massive blow to Paul's confidence. Paul appears a bit dazed. He is certain he is focused, yet somehow the ball has been stolen. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusts his strategy. In the subsequent offensive possession, Paul intentionally reduces his ball handling. As soon as he crosses half court, he immediately passes the ball to Griffin in the paint. Unfortunately, Griffin, under the intense pressure from Draymond Green, loses control of the dribble, allowing the help defense from Curry to complete the steal. Curry pushes the ball up the court. After a slick behind-the-back dribble to evade the pressing Jordan, he launches the ball from a distance. WTF? Did he just slip? What is going on? The crowd erupts in confusion. No one understands why Curry, having just executed a beautiful steal, would make such an inexplicable move. Unsurprisingly, this will likely be a turnover. Just as everyone is left stunned, Lin Xuan arrives on the scene. He confidently catches the ball near the front court free throw line. At this moment, he resembles a streak of yellow lightning charging across the court. Grabbing the ball effortlessly, he raises it high. He takes off for a thunderous dunk. 12-6. Beep. As the score widens further, Clippers head coach Vinny Del Negro is compelled to call a timeout. Lin Xuan has made all 5 of his attempts, scoring a remarkable 12 points in less than 2 minutes of play. At this juncture, the Warriors' youthful symphony has officially commenced over Staples Center. We cannot allow a rookie to run rampant. As the Clippers players gather at the sidelines, Del Negro shouts fervently while gesturing with his tactical board. "Double team him." Everyone is bewildered. They had started the game smoothly, yet suddenly found themselves in a passive and beleaguered position. This is utterly bewildering. "And you, Chris, you've been stripped of the ball twice." Del Negro glares at a star player, but he ambushed you. Chris Paul, with an air of defiance, responds, "I will be more vigilant and won't let him take advantage again." On the other side, the Warriors bench is exhilarated. Lin has nearly left Chris Paul disoriented. Watching the current top point guard struggle, Stephen Curry feels an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Let us see if this guy dares to boast again. Simultaneously, his admiration for Lin Xuan grows. I have nothing more to say. The Warriors coach remains transfixed by the statistics, replaying Lin Xuan's incredible 12-point run in his mind. Just find a way to pass the ball to Lin. And that's my strategy. Upon returning from the timeout, the Clippers regain possession. Paul deliberately avoids passing to Lin Xuan and finally finds a wide-open shot from a 45-degree angle on the wing. Jordan delivers an inside-out pass, and Paul receives the ball, stepping back behind the three-point line for a decisive shot. Unfortunately, the ball traces a parabolic arc in the air, ultimately clanging off the rim. Clang, a miss. David Lee positions himself to box out Griffin, and Draymond Green seizes the opportunity to claim the rebound. Lin Xuan and Curry rapidly surge into the front court. Green instinctively looks for Lin Xuan. However, two Clippers players have already converged on him, forcing him to pass to the open Curry. Curry does not disappoint, launching a three-pointer for beyond the arc. Swish! The basketball slices through the net. A perfect shot. 15-6. The score gap widens further, and at this moment, the Warriors bench erupts in jubilation. The Clippers' timeout has failed to curb the Warriors' offensive momentum. Gazing at the ecstatic Warriors bench, and then at the 21-year-old rookie on the court, Paul feels a sense of unease. The fierce glare Lin Xuan had earlier, combined with his declaration, "I will kick your ass," begins to haunt him like a nightmare. Few have the ability to instill such feelings in him. Reflecting on it, Kobe Bryant certainly comes to mind. In retrospect, Lin Xuan shares the same fiery spirit. Confident as fire, vengeful for every slight. Is another Black Mamba emerging? Paul feels overwhelmed after enduring the aging Kobe in the West. Now here comes Lin Xuan, and he happens to be in the Pacific Division. Will I ever get to touch the Western Conference Finals floor again in my lifetime? On the sidelines, Vinny Del Negro continues to shout tirelessly. Yet the players on the Clippers have experienced a subtle shift in mentality. They have been stunned. As is well known, competitive sports rely not only on skill, but also on mental fortitude. Once the mind falters, failure is not far behind. Turning back, Paul throws the ball high towards the basket, attempting to connect with Jordan for an alley-oop to boost the team's morale. Unfortunately, he is overly hasty. The ball is thrown too high, and Jordan fails to grasp it, allowing Green, who is behind him, to snatch it away. Lin Xuan again races down the court, closely followed by two Clippers players. Green immediately passes the ball to the completely open Klay Thompson on the other side. A three-pointer flies through the air. Thompson embodies the essence of a cold-blooded assassin. 18-6. The score gap reaches double digits for the first time. Two possessions have epitomized the entire game. The Warriors are flourishing, while the Clippers falter, particularly Chris Paul, whose mentality has completely crumbled in the ensuing game. He frequently complains to the referees, attempting to salvage some dignity. The officiating crew, unable to endure his incessant whining, ultimately ejects him from the game. This outcome undoubtedly adds insult to injury for the Clippers, and after 2.5 quarters of resistance, Del Negro opts to concede, pulling all his starters as Lin Xuan executes a dunk over two defenders. His personal score officially reaches 58 points. Coach Jackson, sensing the moment, also withdraws his starters, signaling that the game has entered garbage time. 58 points. The Warriors achieve a resounding victory over their opponents by 58 points in their first game. With Lin Xuan scoring another 58, the American commentator, with a hint of amusement in his expression, remarks, "Is there some divine order at play? I only know that Lin Xuan has shattered the season's highest scoring record." Another commentator observes the statistical display on the arena's large screen. 58 points. This also marks a new personal best for him. Lin Xuan's performance has utterly captivated the fans at Staples Center. As he returns to the bench, a synchronized chant of his name erupts throughout the arena. Ultimately, amid the near defection of the home crowd support, the Golden State Warriors triumph over the Los Angeles Clippers with a score of 105-83. What are your thoughts on Lin Xuan's 58-point performance? After the game, Paul was asked by reporters, "At least he didn't beat us by 58 points. That's enough for me." Evidently, Paul was alluding to the tragic incident in Denver in 2009. Known as the 58 catastrophe, as long as this match serves as a benchmark, anything related to 58 cannot be deemed authentic. With that remark, Paul, his expression darkened, strode into the players' tunnel on the other side. Congratulations were in order for Steven. He had secured a double-double with 23 points and 10 assists. Furthermore, Clay had also contributed 20 points, leading the team to a third consecutive victory. A reporter inquired of Curry, "How do you perceive the transformations occurring within the team?" "It is quite astonishing," Curry replied, his cherubic face barely containing his joy. "What I mean is due to the Clippers' defensive focus on Lin, Clay, and I had numerous opportunities for open shots. Clearly, this team is advancing toward a radiant future. In this game, you, Clay, and Lin collectively sank 23 three-pointers," another reporter queried. "I was scrolling through Facebook and noticed a netizen referred to your trio as the Splash Brothers. Do you fancy that name?" "Splash Brothers?" "Yes, it signifies that your exceptional three-point shooting skills create a sound akin to water splashing as the ball goes through the net." Upon hearing the reporter's explanation, Curry nodded in understanding. But soon a glimmer of inspiration flickered in his eyes. "I have a more fitting name." After pausing, he continued, "Lin not only excels at three-pointers, but also boasts formidable driving and mid-range shooting abilities, significantly enhancing our spatial dynamics. Let us call ourselves the Tsunami Brothers. It sounds far more formidable than Splash Brothers." Tsunami Brothers? In a subsequent interview, Warriors head coach Mark Jackson commented on Curry's coined term. "It's quite evocative. Especially when Lin exerts his dominance. We resemble a cataclysmic tsunami, overwhelming any team that dares to withstand our onslaught. Are you concerned he might hit the rookie wall?" In response to yet another query, Jackson replied, "Certainly, that is something even Michael Jordan couldn't evade. However, even if Lin encounters the rookie wall, his pivotal role within our strategy will remain unshaken." The rookie wall refers to the period when novice players in the NBA typically experience a downer. Of course, Jackson had another thought unspoken. With Lin averaging over 40 points, even if he hits the wall, scoring 20 points would still come easily to him. Lin's offensive prowess is indeed formidable. But I must emphasize that Draymond Green has been extolling his elder brother's virtues without reservation. Winning this game was equally contingent upon Lin's high-caliber defense. You see, especially those initial moments against Paul. They set the tone for our defensive strategy. It must be said, while Green may have been somewhat sycophantic, his words held truth as the leading scorer on the team. Lin typically wouldn't expend energy on defense. Yet, when he chooses to, he becomes a nightmare for the opposition. Ultimately, the media's focus naturally gravitated towards Lin. "Why did you proactively defend Chris Paul?" Lin replied candidly to the reporter's inquiry. "Because of the start. He claimed he would obliterate us. Thus, I wanted to see just how formidable he truly is." The reporters were entirely unaware of this intriguing exchange between the two, their faces reflecting curiosity. Paul's on-court trash talk backfired spectacularly. Tomorrow, there will certainly be a surge in media coverage. The final question was directed to Lin by his compatriot, the beautiful reporter Joe Lennon. "You are soon to face the Los Angeles Lakers, who boast the F4." Joe Lennon appeared somewhat taken aback. "To be precise, there are still 2 games before that. Do you feel any pressure? Kobe Bryant has an estimated 6 billion fans in China, while Lin is a rising star hailing from there. Moreover, the two share strikingly similar mental attributes. Clearly, Joe Lennon is attempting to build anticipation for their impending confrontation. And aren't there still 2 games? Lin, however, remained unfazed. "I never concern myself with what might transpire 3 days hence. I solely focus on playing 1 game at a time. Regardless of the opponent, my concentration remains on myself." Upon hearing Lin's calm, yet commanding response, the reporters erupted in astonishment. He seems utterly unperturbed by the Black Mamba. Particularly Joe Lennon, whose gaze toward Lin was almost starry-eyed, recalling a Chinese proverb. A youth should soar high, grasping stars and moonlight, pursuing the sun's brilliance. Her admiration for Lin had undeniably intensified. After the interview concluded, Joe Lennon could not resist discreetly following Lin back to the locker room. "I would like to have a deeper conversation with you tonight. Are you free tonight?" Upon hearing Joe Lennon's somewhat flirtatious invitation, Lin glanced at her noticeably rising bosom. After a brief contemplation, he slowly replied, "Sure, but I need a shower first. I will wait for you." Meanwhile, news of Lin breaking the season scoring record was stirring excitement throughout the league. In Miami's American Airlines Arena, LeBron James battled for 39 minutes, scoring 20 points on 8 of 17 shooting. Ultimately, the Miami Heat narrowly triumphed over the visiting Denver Nuggets with a score of 119 to 116. What are your thoughts on Lin's new scoring record? During the postgame interview, when asked about Lin's 58 points, James offered a gracious smile. That is fantastic, but one must remember not to focus solely on scoring. For instance, in this game, I only scored 20 points, yet we still emerged victorious. That is because Bosch scored 40 points. The reporters exchanged knowing glances. Observing the reporter's slight bewilderment, James calmly elaborated. What I mean is, aside from scoring, there are numerous ways to impact the game. Clearly, he was attempting to downplay Lin's 58 points, redirecting the spotlight towards himself. After all, despite his modest point total, he dished out 11 assists. A classic double-double. Surely that merits some acclaim, doesn't it? You're absolutely right. Regrettably, it seemed the reporters had found themselves captivated by James's remarks, instantly becoming animated. Lin also recorded 8 steals, 11 assists, and 10 rebounds. That was indeed the key to their victory. Precisely, beyond the 58 points, he achieved a near quadruple double with those dazzling statistics. If you had mentioned it, we might have overlooked it. Really? James had intended to make a point, but inadvertently handed over a dagger, leaving him somewhat flustered. Yet, to maintain his composure, he forced a smile. His teammates must be quite fortunate in Detroit. At the Palace of Auburn Hills, the Lakers faced off against the Pistons in a game that concluded shortly thereafter. Perhaps spurred by Lin's 58 points, Kobe Bryant unleashed a barrage of 35 shots, ultimately tallying 45 points. While it fell short of Lin's 58, it marked his season high. He led the Lakers to a resounding 108-79 victory over the Pistons, halting a 3-game losing streak. For me, 45 points is merely a trifle. In a post-match interview, Kobe remained fiercely determined. Had the game not entered garbage time so early, I could have easily scored 58 points. Although Kobe did not directly mention Lin, it was evident to all that he was vying for a competitive edge against him. What are your thoughts on the upcoming game against the Warriors? In response to the reporter's provocative question, Kobe declared, "As long as I'm here, no one can run wild at Staples." Meanwhile, Lin and Joe Lennon departed the arena, strolling along the streets of Los Angeles. Today, Joe Lennon donned a beige dress cinched at the waist with a black belt, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Perhaps due to her prolonged stay in the U.S., she possessed a unique charm that blended Eastern and Western aesthetics. Lin, I heard you are here in America, all alone. The height disparity between them was pronounced, prompting Joe Lennon to tilt her head slightly. That must feel rather lonely, doesn't it? Upon hearing Joe Lennon's initial remark, Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had long been aware that she was a renowned femme fatale, and it appeared she was indeed quite adept at it. The previous mention of the original flavor sneakers has been set aside. Now, having arranged to meet for a deeper conversation, the first inquiry upon arrival is a probing question about whether I have a girlfriend. Such subtle machinations are indeed clever. However, a sophisticated hunter often presents themselves in the guise of their prey. Lin Xuan is the true hunter, not lonely at all. Lin Xuan, ever the gentleman, lowered his gaze to accommodate her height, immediately catching sight of her alluring silhouette. With utmost seriousness, he stated, "I train and compete daily, leading a very fulfilling life." Then, shifting the topic, he added, "Yet, whenever the night deepens and I gaze upon the myriad lights beyond my window, the thought of being alone brings a tinge of melancholy." "Ah, I knew it." Joe Lennon chuckled. "I'm not here to stalk you, but rather to stay close. I've rented an apartment near your villa in the Bay Area. We can spend more time together, which will be a comfort." With a playful gesture, she deliberately tugged at her clothing, revealing a once subtle contour that now resembled the expansive Mariana Trench. But of course, this attire was meticulously chosen by Joe Lennon to ensure that Lin Xuan could see her more clearly. For a moment, Lin Xuan found himself bewildered. Wait, who is truly the prey here? Even the most stoic would falter. "So we shall be neighbors then." Lin Xuan swallowed hard and casually remarked, "By the way, I just remembered that Green is still waiting for me at the hotel, so I must take my leave." "Not even a little more conversation?" Joe Lennon inquired, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "Today can be set aside. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead." Lin Xuan had initially intended to be forthright with her tonight. However, recalling that this was Los Angeles, a place unfamiliar to him, He realized that if paparazzi were to capture them, it might tarnish his image as a single male idol. How could he establish his own domain under such circumstances? As he had stated, they were now neighbors, and there was no need to rush things. Once back home in the Bay Area, they could engage in conversation at leisure, watching Lin Xuan's figure fade into the distance. Zhou Linen's lips curled into a subtle smile, her gaze resolute, the dream lover of countless young women, the foremost figure in Chinese NBA history. Even if she could not become his wife, a little scandal would alleviate her concerns about the future. Within a month at the latest, she must secure him. The following day, as the pinnacle of American sports journalism, Sports Illustrated released its first weekly edition of the new season. Who would grace the cover? This became a hot topic of discussion. Most fans believed it would either be LeBron James or Kobe Bryant, given that both are currently the NBA stars with the highest commercial value in the nation. Both part of super teams, drawing immense attention. However, to everyone's astonishment, both were excluded. Lin Xuan appeared on the cover, showcasing his power as he dominated the rim. He became the second Chinese athlete to grace the cover of Sports Illustrated after Yao Ming. Simultaneously, the magazine emblazoned the title Lin Xuan, the new generation of the Great Wall, in bold lettering, accompanied by a visually striking photograph, igniting fervent discussions across the nation that if Lin's previous discussions during the NCAA and Summer League had merely introduced him to the American public. His appearance on Sports Illustrated officially cemented his status as a superstar. The phrase "the new generation of the Great Wall" rapidly gained popularity in China, symbolizing the legacy of Chinese basketball. Riding this wave of momentum, Lin Xuan continued to excel in the subsequent games against the Kings and Cavaliers, delivering astonishing performances that led his team to victory, notably in the game against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Lin Xuan faced the 2011 draft's #1 pick, Kyrie Irving, and produced a nearly triple-double with 52 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 steals, decisively winning the battle of top picks. This marked a 5-game winning streak. Following the Spurs' defeat to the Clippers in Los Angeles, the Golden State Warriors became the only unbeaten team since the season start. On the morning of November 7, 2012, NBA officials announced the results for the Player of the Week following the season's opening week. This week, the entire NBA was abuzz that LeBron James averaged 20 points and 10 rebounds, continuing to uphold the Miami Heat's dominance in the East. Undoubtedly, the Eastern Conference Player of the Week was claimed by LeBron James. Meanwhile, the competition in the West was markedly fiercer. Kobe Bryant had scored a season-high 45 points against the Pistons, helping the Lakers halt their losing streak. Tim Duncan, defying age, averaged a steady 21.3 points, leading the Spurs to second place in the Wild West. Besides these veterans, players like Kevin Durant and James Harden also achieved 20-plus points and led their teams to impressive records. Who would rise above the fray in the Wild West? Without any surprises, Lin Xuan was named the Western Conference Player of the Week for the 2012-13 season, with 4 wins, excluding the game against the Cavaliers, which was not part of the sample. He averaged 47.1 points, 10.2 rebounds, and 5.3 steals, propelling his team to the top of the Western standings. He was truly deserving. His historic statistics left the star players of the West overshadowed. It is noteworthy that this was the first time in many years that a Warriors player had received this honor. Furthermore, he became the first rookie to achieve this since Shaquille O'Neal in the opening week of his rookie season in 1992, in a villa by the sea in the Bay Area. Lin Xuan awoke to a flurry of text notifications. Upon checking his phone, he found an array of congratulatory messages from friends celebrating his selection as Player of the Week. While he appreciated the recognition, he felt somewhat ambivalent about the accolade, deeming it somewhat trivial. If only there were a system reward. Just then, as a melodious mechanical voice chimed in, Lin Xuan found himself pleasantly surprised. There was indeed a reward? Wait, wasn't this supposed to trigger only upon being selected for the All-Star game? Congratulations, host, on becoming Player of the Week. Hidden rewards activated. Note, hidden rewards are triggered randomly based on the host's performance. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Xuan nodded in understanding. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring A-level skill. Matombo S. Death Block. A-level skill. Defensive in nature. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. Nevertheless, better something than nothing. Surely, there would come a day when it could be put to good use. After a brief morning routine, Lin Xuan met up with the team at the Oakland airport and soon set off once more for Los Angeles. They were to face the star-studded Los Angeles Lakers the next day. Have you heard? The Warriors are about to play the Lakers. Indeed, Lin Xuan has just secured the Western Player of the Week. And under Kobe's leadership, the Lakers are gradually finding their rhythm. When these two teams clash, who will emerge victorious? Though I'm a fan of the big guy, I'm rooting for Lin Xuan in this match. Go, China S. Lin. At Yanqing University in China, NBA college fans engaged in fervent discussions about the impending Warriors versus Lakers showdown. Countless other Chinese fans were equally invested in the game. CCTV Sports Channel also created a substantial buzz leading up to the match. They even produced a promotional video that played throughout the day in various advertising slots, amplifying the hype surrounding the Lin versus Kobe matchup. Additionally, veteran journalist Su Laoying was dispatched to the U.S.BY CCTV to partner with Coach Zhang in uncovering more explosive news for Chinese fans before and after the game. As the founder of the Basketball Pioneer newspaper, Su Laoying also sought to conduct a written interview with Lin Xuan, hoping to ride the wave of traffic while sharing more of Lin Xuan's story with basketball enthusiasts back in China. That on the morning of the game, upon landing in Los Angeles, Su Laoying promptly utilized internal channels to locate Lin Xuan, who was engaged in pre-game training at the arena. The Golden State Warriors were more than willing to accommodate Su Laoying, recognizing that Chinese media personnel were key to unlocking the Chinese market. Moreover, the entire San Francisco Bay Area boasted a significant Chinese population, WY effectively leveraging these two resources, replicating the commercial success of the Houston Rockets was not beyond reach. Note, at this time, the Golden State Warriors were valued at less than $500 million, ranking in the lower tier of the league. An interview? Absolutely. Lin Xuan was exceedingly familiar with Su Laoying, regardless of professional prowess. When the old hero began to extol someone, his words were nothing short of extravagant, devoid of any restraint. Although he inwardly scoffed at such behavior, having the old hero as his mouthpiece would not be a bad proposition. Well, my first question is, Su Laoying did not expect Lin Xuan to be so agreeable, and a sense of goodwill spontaneously arose within him. Given the high-intensity competitions and training you endure daily, you must be quite exhausted, right? What a trivial remark, Lin Xuan retorted. Exhaustion is certainly a given. Once you choose to be an athlete, you must bear the weight alone. Therefore, your success is not merely a stroke of luck. Su Laoying gave Lin Xuan a thumbs up and continued. My second question is, all right, Su Laoshi, shall we postpone the interview for a bit? Lin Xuan interrupted Su Laoying's inquiry, stating earnestly, I would prefer to discuss matters of entrepreneurship with you first. Entrepreneurship? Su Kun felt somewhat embarrassed. Once, he was filled with passion, standing at the forefront of the times, single-handedly founding the Basketball Pioneer newspaper, which became China's first premium publication dedicated to basketball. IT flourished for a time. But as the times progressed, print media gradually waned. The Basketball Pioneer newspaper also deteriorated year by year, and his enthusiasm slowly faded away. Indeed, Lin Xuan noticed Su Kun's discomfort and tentatively probed, I wonder if you have any interest in starting a media and entertainment company? How so? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Su Kun's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting something akin to Spring Hill, the company founded by LeBron James? Exactly. Lin Xuan did not beat around the bush. I wish to collaborate with you to establish such a company. This suggestion struck Su Laoying as quite promising, and he nodded thoughtfully that, in truth, he had long contemplated a transformation but was constrained by financial limitations. You know well that newspaper sales have been poor lately. I find myself with good intentions, but insufficient means, no worries. Lin Xuan, who was currently not lacking in funds, replied, I will provide the capital, and you will manage the daily operations and overall direction of the company. Then I can give it a TRY.SU. Laoying eagerly seized the opportunity. I possess vast resources within the Chinese basketball circle and can certainly establish the company successfully. Excellent. Lin Xuan had faith in Su Kun's capabilities. Then let our collaboration be a joyful one. Lin, what were you just discussing? After Su Laoying departed, Stephen Curry approached curiously. It didn't seem like a serious interview. Nothing much, just discussing starting a company. Lin Xuan was candid. I plan to invest in a sports media company in China. Oh, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Curry's eyes. I didn't realize you not only excelled in basketball, but also possessed a keen business acumen. Impressive. However, regarding investments, I know many wealthy individuals in the Bay Area favor finance. Investing in a media company seems to offer lesser returns. Lin Xuan chuckled. I am uncertain about the magnitude of returns, but I do know that if I can acquire several media companies in the United States, the MVP and FMVP votes I deserve will be plentiful. Lin, I'm serious. Why are you laughing? Observing Curry's bewildered expression, Lin Xuan merely ruffled his hair before immersing himself in training. Time was of the essence. Their showdown against the Los Angeles Lakers was fast approaching. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Staples Center was ablaze with lights. Nearly 20,000 fans filled the arena, creating a sea of purple and gold. Golden State Warriors versus Los Angeles Lakers. The fervor surrounding this match was unparalleled. According to real-time viewership data, over 500 million viewers globally were tuning into this game, a figure even surpassing the global attention received during the moon landing broadcast. Moreover, the arena was glittering with stars. Among the audience were Hollywood icons such as Jack Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Tom Cruise, alongside sports superstars like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, David Beckham, and Floyd Mayweather. Not to mention the presence of female celebrities such as Scarlett Johansson, Kendall Jenner, and Taylor Swift, gracing the sidelines and forming a striking tableau. The United States is no stranger to tales of romance between sports and entertainment, and NBA players particularly are favored by female stars, except for Kevin Durant, who has a peculiar penchant for drinking bathwater. The pregame warm-ups swiftly concluded, and amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, both team starting players took to the court. The Los Angeles Lakers starting lineup included Pau Gasol, Dwight Howard, Steve Blake, Ron Artest, and Kobe Bryant. The much-anticipated legendary point guard, Steve Nash, was absent due to injury. The Golden State Warriors maintained their starting lineup: Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, David Lee, and Lin Xuan as the team's leader. Kobe was the first to embrace Lin Xuan, conveying, in certain aspects, "You resemble me." However, I shall not allow you to claim victory at Staples. Lin Xuan could distinctly perceive the fiery determination in Kobe's eyes. The bloodthirsty Black Mamba had unleashed his venom to "Oh, you believe you can win." Lin Xuan displayed no trace of trepidation, casually stepping aside, awaiting the battle. It seemed Kobe had whispered something to Lin Xuan moments ago. I would wager he was issuing a fierce warning. With Kobe's temperament, he would never permit a rookie to overshadow him on his home turf. At the commentary table, the dynamic trio of Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, and Reggie Miller astutely captured the moment of Kobe and Lin's embrace. Although Kobe had been in stellar form recently and was commanding the home court, Barkley, having been captivated by Lin's series of outrageous performances since his last encounter, had essentially become Lin's most ardent supporter. But let us not forget, Lin Xuan has just been named Player of the Week, his performance far surpassing that of anyone, including Kobe. I foresee the Warriors emerging victorious on the road. Nearby, the CCTV broadcast team was abuzz. CCTV Channel 5. Viewers, hello. The matchup between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Golden State Warriors is about to commence. Zhang Zhidao, bubbling with excitement, recited the opening lines. Although this is merely a regular season game, for us Chinese fans, it can be regarded as a monumental clash. Indeed, the highly anticipated duel between Lin Xuan and Kobe Bryant will unfold in this match. Su Liuanxing promptly chimed in. From a technical standpoint, Lin Xuan and Kobe are undoubtedly the two most exceptional basketball players on the planet today. As they cross paths, who will exhibit superior skills and lead their team to victory at the Staples Center. Su Liuanxing mused aloud. Objectively speaking, Lin Xuan possesses greater scoring explosiveness, a talent that is evidently beyond Kobe's reach. Therefore, I am inclined to favor Lin Xuan in securing an easy win on the road. Su Liuanxing's perspective today was straightforward. Lin Xuan would soon be his boss, so he certainly aimed to extol Lin Xuan without reservation. Zhang Zidao's expression momentarily darkened, although he held a fondness for Lin Xuan. He was an unwavering Kobe supporter. Consequently, he felt a twinge of discontent at Su Liuanxing's blatant fawning over Lin Xuan while belittling Kobe. Lin Xuan was indeed formidable, yet Kobe was no slouch either. I believe this will be a fiercely contested match. Hey, the game is about to begin. Let us await the outcome. The scene shifted back to the court. Lin Xuan and Green gathered together, exchanging high fives for encouragement. Curry patted his chest, pointing skyward with one hand. Thompson remained his usual calm self, exuding the demeanor of a cold-blooded killer. The Golden State tsunami was converging towards the Los Angeles coastline, poised to strike. "That kid is in your hands," Kobe whispered to Arteist. "I do not wish to witness a rookie scoring 40 or 50 points over us." Both individuals are formidable defenders, however, is the primary scoring option on the team. Kobe must concentrate his energies on the offensive front. The gritty and laborious defensive tasks are typically assigned to versatile 3D players like Meta World Peace. "Fear not," Meta declared confidently, raising his arm. "Even if he is an offensive kaleidoscope, I shall restrict him." Observing the fierce determination in Meta's gaze, Kobe nodded slightly. He is the relentless Black Mamba, and his teammates cannot afford to be soft under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Both centers approached the center circle, preparing for the tip-off. The referee tossed the ball high into the air, and David Lee triumphed over Pau Gasol in the jump ball. Stephen Curry advanced the ball across half-court, aiming for an opening, and immediately passed to Lin Xuan, who was positioned at the arc. Lin Xuan, positioned beyond the three-point line, let loose. 3-0. Right from the start, the Warriors executed the classic Lin Curry connection. With the possession switched, Blake brought the ball up the court. Gasol positioned himself high to receive, while Kobe pulled to the wing. The Lakers responded in kind, deploying the triangle offense reminiscent of the Zen Master era. Clearly, this strategy was orchestrated by Kobe himself. Adjusting tactics in real time based on the game's dynamics is a privilege granted to this legendary star by head coach Mike D'Antoni. Gasol quickly transferred the ball to a well-positioned Kobe, creating an opportunity for a one-on-one against Thompson. Kobe showed no hesitation, backing down Thompson with the ball. After a few steps pushing against his opponent toward the basket, Kobe faked his move, creating space. He leaped high, executing his signature fadeaway jumper. Smack! Yet just at that moment, a towering figure in yellow loomed over him. With a powerful leap, he blocked the shot cleanly, sending the ball soaring into the upper deck of the arena. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. Before Kobe initiated his shooting motion, he had keenly observed Lin Xuan's position and had made the following prediction. The distance between them was ample. Even if Lin Xuan were to close in for a block at the moment of his release, it would be utterly impossible for him to succeed, unless the opponent possessed the extraordinary blocking prowess of Dikembe Mutombo. However, Lin Xuan managed to swat away his fadeaway jumper. As Kobe gazed at the leaping 21-year-old rookie, he felt a moment of disorientation. One misstep, and he stumbled to the ground. "Oh!" Witnessing this scene, Sue, the legendary commentator, couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done, Lin Xuan. He just blocked Kobe." I'm not implying that Lin Xuan committed a foul. Sue quickly realized that his choice of words might be misconstrued and clarified. On the contrary, his block was exceptionally clean. From my perspective, there was hardly any contact between the two. Kobe must have been overwhelmed by Lin Xuan's momentum. How else can one explain Lin Xuan's prowess upon hearing Sue's remarks? The nearby coach Zhang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet he had to concede that Lin Xuan was indeed impressive. In my recollection, no one had ever blocked Kobe's fadeaway from the front. At that moment, the entire Staples Center erupted in excitement. Many fans showered Lin Xuan with enthusiastic cheers for his monumental block, while a few die-hard Kobe fans directed boos at him. Lin Xuan was well aware that this was merely their protective instinct for their idol. Nevertheless, he wasn't inclined to indulge them. He immediately imitated Mutombo, confidently wagging his finger at the group of fans. Observing this, the referee hesitated for a second before deciding not to blow the whistle. After all, Lin Xuan's block was truly astonishing. Moreover, he hadn't directed his finger at any player. For the moment, he was granted a reprieve. He had somehow evaded a technical foul. It's worth noting that anyone else performing such an act, aside from Mutombo, would undoubtedly have received a whistle. Who could argue otherwise? This time, it was the American commentators who were left in awe, with Barkley raising his voice. Yet the whistle remained silent. Because that block was simply spectacular. This is the referee's way of rewarding him. The scene returned to the court. The Lakers were inbounding the ball. Kobe, Regaining his composure, maneuvered past Thompson's defense to receive the ball. He adheres to his creed. Rise from where you fell. In the same position, he executed a fadeaway jumper. Swish! The basketball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net. Come defend me. After scoring, Kobe turned towards Lin Xuan, menacingly gesturing a headbanging motion before retreating on defense. True to his moniker, the Black Mamba showed no restraint in trash-talking, provoking his opponent. Defense? As the team's leading scorer, Lin Xuan naturally would not expend all his energy on defending against the opposing star player. Beyond defense, I have 1,000 ways to dismantle you. This is the nature of this era, where players exhibit a tough demeanor. Especially those seasoned players like Kobe and Garnett who emerged from the 1990s, where trash-talking and high-intensity physicality were the norms. Of course, if you can overpower them in a manly manner, you will earn their genuine respect. Discussions ensued. Curry had already advanced the ball across the half-court line. After several passes and cuts, Green received the ball at the arc, surveying the court for an opportunity to distribute. Unfortunately, just as Green prepared to pass to Lin Xuan, Gasol and Howard converged on him, completely sealing off the passing lane. Meanwhile, Meta positioned himself in front of Lin Xuan, attempting to lock down his space for a back-to-the-basket move. Under the pressure from the Lakers' Twin Towers, Green was on the brink of a turnover. David Lee rushed forward. Utilizing Lee's screen, Green squeezed through a narrow opening and tossed the ball high towards the basket. Was he aiming for Lin? An alley-oop? Although it seemed like a decent choice. The ball was flying perilously close to the upper edge of the backboard. It was doubtful Lin could catch it. The commentary team on the sidelines erupted in disbelief that I in the broadcast booth. Sue could only sigh in resignation. There was no choice. The Lakers' Twin Towers' defensive pressure was too formidable. Even if a slight opening was created, Sue quickly placed the blame on Green from the moment the pass was thrown. It was destined to be a mistake. Difficult indeed, Coach Zhang lamented. Yet there was nothing to be done. This play was inherently doomed. Boom! Just as everyone was about to despair, Lin Xuan's towering figure soared like a thunderbolt from the paint. The Chinese rookie, number 21, suspended in mid-air, his gaze level with the rim, arms drawn taut like a fully drawn bow, seized the basketball suspended in the air and emphatically slammed it through the hoop. After a moment of stunned silence, the arena erupted in cheers. Wow! The legendary commentator Sue was left agape. Lin Xuan's vertical leap was nothing short of celestial. In that instant, I could almost envision Lin Xuan transforming into the deity of basketball. Standing atop Staples Center, blow. Everyone blow for Lin Xuan. Sue silently cheered. Coach Zhang, do you think Lin Xuan jumps higher than Carter? How can one say? Coach Zhang was already ablaze with excitement, yet he maintained a rational analysis. Purely in terms of vertical leap, I believe they are evenly matched. However, he couldn't help but raise his tone. But Lin Xuan's height surpasses Carter's, and his arms are longer. Thus, this play could only be executed by Lin Xuan. Who else but Lin? Witnessing Lin Xuan's astonishing dunk, even Dwight Howard, who typically advocates for joyful basketball, felt his competitive spirit ignited. He would not allow Staples airspace to be invaded. During the Lakers' offensive possession, Howard demanded position in the paint while signaling his teammates to clear space. This set up a back-to-the-basket scenario against Lin Xuan. Although Lin Xuan embodied the peak of the Giannis Antetokounmpo prototype, he was still slightly less robust than the prime version of the Beast. Confronted with Lin Xuan's defense, Howard backed in a couple of times before easily penetrating the paint. Your defense is as flimsy as a flimsy condom. Easily penetrable, Howard taunted, turning to attempt to dunk over the Chinese rookie. As it turned out, the Beast was overly optimistic. Lin Xuan, leveraging his height advantage, executed a clean block, swatting the ball down within the first 5 minutes of the game. Both of the Lakers' core players had been rejected, and Lin Xuan was not resting on his laurels. He swiftly pushed the ball up the court. We cannot allow him to gain momentum. The Lakers' head coach D'Antoni roared from the sidelines. If this play culminated in a fast break, they might never be able to quell the opposing team's momentum again. Meta foul. The Lakers player Meta World Peace seemed intent on committing a foul. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of keeping pace with Lin Xuan's swift movements. He could only watch as the Chinese prodigy executed a magnificent coast-to-coast dunk. The score stood at 7. 2. Lin Xuan's emphatic block and dunk undoubtedly inflicted a severe blow to the morale of the Lakers players. Stay composed. As the team's leader, Kobe quickly stepped up to encourage his teammates. There is plenty of time. We have ample opportunities ahead. The seasoned Lakers veterans swiftly regained their composure in the ensuing offensive possession. The entire team displayed a seamless passing and cutting collaboration, creating an open three-point opportunity for Kobe in the corner. Once again, he delivered a picturesque fadeaway jumper. Clang. The shot clanged off the rim. Underneath, Pau Gasol secured the rebound. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a delicate hook shot. Boom! Lin Xuan soared into the air, delivering a crushing block to the Spanish center, leaving him stunned. Another rejection. Witnessing this, the esteemed commentator Sue, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Lin's hot pot, Los Angeles branch, is officially open today." As the focus returned to the court, the basketball was deflected by Lin Xuan directly into the hands of Curry. Without a moment's hesitation, as Lin Xuan landed, Curry swiftly transferred the ball into his grasp. Lin Xuan initiated his dribble. The Lakers players hurriedly returned to their defensive positions. Immediately, Lin Xuan executed a dazzling series of moves to evade Blake, driving straight towards Howard's defense. Howard was already poised for a block, eager to redeem himself. However, Lin Xuan, having expended tremendous energy throughout the court, held the ball in one hand. With a powerful leap, he soared over Howard's outstretched arms, slamming the ball into the hoop. It resembled the iconic moment in the 2000 Sydney Olympics when Vince Carter dunked over the 2.18-meter French center. Oh! The crowd erupted in exhilaration, as did the various stars and commentators from both China and America. Scarlett exclaimed, "Oh my God! Lin is simply ferocious." Taylor Swift added, "No one can withstand Lin's onslaught." Kendall Jenner chimed in, "So cool. I adore Lin's fierce style." On the court, Howard awkwardly lifted his head from beneath Lin Xuan's legs, overwhelmed by a wave of bitter realization. What happened to the promised, joyful basketball? Why must I defend against this powerhouse? At that moment, everyone was left in awe, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet, years later, when discussing why the league's top center retired prematurely in his prime, no one could overlook Lin Xuan's devastating dunk. Who said Asians cannot soar? In the broadcasting booth, Sue was nearly rendered speechless. Tonight, the name of the deity is Lin Xuan. I stand by this. The game was becoming increasingly captivating. Beside him, Coach Zhang was equally exhilarated. Watching Lin dunk over the American giant is truly uplifting. See, that's Lin's extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, on the commentary desk, Barkley held his head in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, I would wager that if Lin were my teammate, Michael would not have won a single ring. Haha, let Lin remain my teammate. Reggie Miller chuckled, adding, "Together we would ensure Michael couldn't even make it out of the Eastern Conference." Everyone rallied together. Lin Xuan's dunk left the audience in shock. It was a devastating blow to the morale of the Lakers players. However, Lakers head coach Mike D'Antoni merely shouted from the sidelines, refraining from calling a timeout. He noticed the fierce determination in Kobe's eyes. It was the best motivation for the Lakers players. Having experienced the lows himself, Kobe had faced numerous adversities, especially during the years when Shaquille O'Neal departed and before Gasol's arrival. He truly carried the team on his shoulders. The historic 81-point game occurred during that challenging period. He had endured countless hardships, and now, merely facing a temporary setback on the court was inconsequential. Indeed, in the subsequent game, Kobe exhibited his true Black Mamba essence. He scored an astonishing 15 points in the first quarter. Under his leadership, both Metta World Peace and Gasol were equally spirited. Their relentless efforts on both defense and offense alleviated some of the pressure on Kobe to the end of the first quarter. The score was 35-30, with the Warriors holding a modest 5-point lead over the Lakers. Whatever shots you can't make, leave them to Kobe. During the break, D'Antoni reviewed strategies on the tactical board. Lin won't exhaust himself on defense. As long as we maintain our offensive efficiency, we can stay in the game. As D'Antoni predicted, Lin Xuan remained unstoppable on the offensive end, dropping an impressive 17 points in the first quarter, leading the Warriors to establish a lead. However, on the Lakers' side, aside from Howard, whose mindset was shattered, the other players retained their fighting spirit. Particularly Kobe, whose explosive scoring remained intact, as long as the team could provide adequate support for Kobe. The Lakers still harbored hopes of victory. "We know what we need to do." As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers players united. Although Kobe was due for a rest, he voluntarily took the court to lead the rotation players. Under Kobe's orchestration, the Lakers swiftly gained the upper hand against the Warriors' bench unit, leveling the score at 35-35. Since falling behind in the first quarter, both teams returned to the same starting line. On the Warriors' bench, Draymond Green appeared somewhat disheartened. In the first quarter, he had been unable to contain Kobe, allowing him to score several points while facing him. "Draymond, did you see that?" Just as Green was engulfed in self-reproach. Lin Xuan nudged his arm. "Kobe will most likely drive left after his hesitation steps, then pull up for a shot. Drive left, then pull up for a shot." Hearing Lin Xuan's insight, Green fell into contemplation. During the previous quarter, whenever Kobe isolated him, he had dazzled with a series of deceptive moves. Yet invariably, he concluded with a swift leftward drive for a shot. Realizing this, Green's eyes lit up that he may not keep pace with Kobe. But armed with this knowledge, he at least had a direction to work towards. Meanwhile, noticing the rapid leveling of the score, Warriors head coach Mark Jackson wore a grave expression, despite the presence of their rotation players. This did not disguise the issues of depth within the Warriors roster in several previous games. Had their bench performed adequately, they might have secured even more victories in a subsequent dead ball situation. Jackson quickly substituted in the starting lineup. On the Lakers side, aside from DMP Howard, all starters were also on the court in the Lakers' offensive possession. Blake received the inbounds pass and swiftly advanced the ball. The Lakers deliberately avoided Lin Xuan, opting for multiple passes and cuts, eventually ensuring the ball safely reached Kobe on the wing. Kobe called for a Gasol pick and roll, proactively switching onto Green. Facing Green, it appeared Kobe had found his rhythm. This is the NBA. Once a weakness is exposed, it is inevitable that opponents will seize the opportunity to strike hard. In a familiar sequence, Kobe executed a rightward crossover, swiftly dribbling beneath to his left hand and moving toward the left side. Encountering a gaping hole in the defense, he unleashed his signature fadeaway jumper. An astonishing scene unfolded. Swoosh! A dark figure soared from the side, blocking Kobe's shot with a single hand. Green had successfully anticipated Kobe's driving path and shooting timing. He refrained from reaching for the ball during Kobe's feint. Instead, he stood his ground, executing the block. The commentator exclaimed in disbelief, "I blocked him." After successfully denying the shot, Green exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Xuan. His mission was to alleviate the defensive pressure on Lin Xuan. At that moment, the block shot was collected by Curry on the opposite side. Lin Xuan dashed forward, receiving the ball for an open three-pointer. He sank it. In the transition from defense to offense, the terrifying prowess of the Warriors starting trio was once again on full display. Back on the offensive end, Kobe's attack remained relentless. However, it seemed Green had discovered a method to counter him. With every shot Kobe attempted, he faced significant resistance. Of course, Kobe was not entirely stifled by Green, but his shooting efficiency took a notable hit. Throughout the second quarter, he attempted a staggering 12 shots, hitting only 4 and finishing with 8 points in the Staples Center. The world-renowned tune of Little Blacksmith resonated triumphantly. Pau Gasol occasionally showcased his exquisite hook shot beneath the basket, providing some much-needed respite for the Lakers. However, it was insufficient to withstand the relentless barrage from the Warriors Splash Brothers. Particularly, Lin Xuan's ability to penetrate and shoot from the perimeter resulted in an array of scoring opportunities. By halftime, the Warriors had extended their lead to 67-56. An 11-point advantage. Lin Xuan scored 13 points on 6 of 7 shooting in the quarter, adding to his first quarter tally of 17 points, bringing his total to an impressive 30 points by halftime. The Los Angeles Lakers appeared overly reliant on Kobe Bryant for their offensive efforts. During the intermission, commentator Zhang began to analyze the reasons behind the Lakers' deficit. Once Kobe's shooting percentage declines, the Lakers' entire offense comes to a standstill. In my view, the primary factor lies in Draymond Green's exceptional defense. Meanwhile, the veteran Sue swiftly redirected the conversation. If I'm not mistaken, Green's defensive prowess underwent a transformation in this quarter, as if he had heeded Lin Xuan's guidance. This exemplifies the admirable qualities of a team leader. While shining individually, he also inspires his teammates to improve. In Miami, the Heat, who were not participating in any game, were nonetheless fixated on this marquee matchup. Initially, I believed the Lakers would present the greatest threat to our championship aspirations. Wade reflected, but now it seems the Golden State Warriors might be the more formidable adversary. I have long maintained that although the Lakers possess impressive talent on paper, their aging roster is a significant concern. Coach Spoelstra had already discerned the truth. While the Warriors may not possess the same depth as us, under Lin's leadership, they exhibit remarkable offensive potency. What do you think, LeBron? Me, upon hearing the coach's inquiry. The king pursed his lips, exuding confidence. Their offensive power is formidable, but that is only because they haven't faced us yet. James' sentiment was clear. The league still belongs to him. He was eagerly anticipating the imminent clash between the two teams. And he had no qualms about imparting a lesson to that audacious young player. As the third quarter commenced, despite trailing by 11 points, Kobe was not inclined to concede, with Green and Lin Xuan proving difficult to contend with. He shifted his focus to Curry. Employing the point guard strategy, he found some success. Conversely, the Warriors were equally dazzling on offense, with Lin Xuan and Curry connecting for explosive alley-oops and swift transition threes. The match was a breathtaking spectacle, a veritable offensive masterclass. All conceivable elements of basketball, talent, technique, and physicality, were on display. By this juncture, both teams had exhausted their full arsenal, captivating the audience of celebrities and commentators alike. As the third quarter concluded, Lin Xuan's audacious three-pointers rendered Kobe's efforts futile, maintaining the score gap at around 10 points. They could see this moment. Lin Xuan had amassed 46 points, having scored 16 in the quarter alone. Notably, the game was far from over, and the Lakers showed no signs of surrender. This indicated that Lin Xuan would continue to be a force in the fourth quarter, with his personal scoring record of 58 points at risk of being surpassed. Should he exceed 60 points, he would become the first player in NBA history to eclipse 60 points in his rookie season. I refuse to be anyone's backdrop. During the intermission, Kobe rallied the Lakers bench, standing amidst a circle of teammates. Let us go. We must win this game. And above all, do not allow that kid Lin to set a new scoring record. That young man had gone completely berserk. Howard sat apart, his expression one of melancholy as he murmured, "It's not that easy to stop him." Upon returning from the break, the fourth quarter commenced swiftly. The decisive moment had arrived. The Warriors maintained a double-digit lead. Yet the Lakers were undeterred. Regardless of the outcome, the team's performance was commendable. They were the first to face the Warriors this season without being overwhelmed in the first three quarters. The commentary team's excitement surged. In the stands, spectators were not only fixated on the game's outcome, but also on Lin Xuan's quest for a scoring record. Would he become the first rookie to surpass 60 points? The answer was imminent. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Curry initiated the Warriors' first offensive play of the final quarter. After advancing past half-court, Lin Xuan received the ball at the top of the arc, effortlessly evading the tight defense and executed a thunderous dunk. He had now tallied his 48th point. Don't lose heart. Although this defensive lapse did not trouble Lin Xuan, Kobe remained supportive of his teammates. Keep at it. He will tire eventually. Unfortunately, it was not Lin Xuan who fatigued, but the Lakers players. Their premature, tight defensive strategy drained their stamina, while Lin Xuan continued to play with remarkable ease that in the subsequent Lakers' offensive possession. Blake's pass was intercepted by Lin Xuan, who completed a fast break dunk. 50. Following his previous 58-point performance against the Clippers at Staples Center, Lin Xuan once again crossed the 50-point threshold. His exhilarating display was far from over. As the game approached its climax, he willingly took on the responsibility of defending Kobe, repeatedly securing steals and converting them into points. Lin Xuan was determined to seal the game. The commentator Sue could hardly contain his excitement. The only suspense remaining is when he will reach 60 points. 57 points. After Lin Xuan intercepted another fast break from Kobe, the entire arena erupted in applause. Staples Center paid homage to the visiting team's Chinese number 21. With 4 minutes remaining, he had ample time. This time, even the formidable Kobe faltered. Not only was he effectively contained by Lin Xuan, but it also became apparent that Lin Xuan's 60-point achievement was inevitable. The most astonishing aspect was that the home crowd had turned against him. In a moment of confusion, Kobe's shot was once again intercepted by Lin Xuan. Turning back, Lin Xuan executed a graceful move to bypass his defender, followed by an audacious three-pointer. Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball net echoed. 60 points at that moment. Lin Xuan shattered his personal scoring record, elevating the rookie's scoring record to 60 points. Notably, this achievement came just 100 days after Lin Xuan's 19th birthday, making him the youngest player in NBA history to score over 60 points. Simultaneously, the score gap between the two teams widened to over 20 points. With less than 3 minutes remaining, Kobe ceased his struggles, muttering a curse before signaling Coach D'Antoni to concede. The Warriors promptly withdrew all their starters. Thus, Lin Xuan's scoring tally remained fixed at 60 points as he exited the game. He was met with a thunderous ovation from the crowd. Ultimately, after a series of exchanges between the bench players, the Warriors emerged victorious with a score of 116-95, extending their winning streak to 6 games and preserving their unbeaten record. In Miami, Wade remarked to James, "Look, that kid just scored 60 points over Kobe." He patted LeBron on the shoulder. "His spotlight is almost eclipsing yours. That's to be expected. Kobe is aging," James retorted dismissively. "Coach Spoelstra, when do we face the Warriors?" Around mid-December, Coach Spoelstra glanced at the schedule. "At our home court." "Excellent." James' gaze sharpened. "I will take on the challenge of guarding him. Let me see how he measures up." T. Staples Center post-game interviews revealed a somber Kobe. "He scored 60 points over me. What advice could I possibly offer him?" Upon concluding his remarks, he promptly dismissed any further inquiries, grumbling as he strode towards the player tunnel. The last time Kobe exhibited such despondency was over 6 months ago in New York, when a reporter posed a similar question. That evening, a young man of Asian descent, sharing the surname Lin, scored 38 points against him. Note: on February 10, 2012, during the game between the New York Knicks and the Los Angeles Lakers, the Asian player Jeremy Lin scored 38 points, leading his team to victory. However, this time, the impact on him was magnified 100-fold. "I had never witnessed such a dunk," when reporters inquired about Lin Xuan's death-defying dunk. The subject, Howard, still bore the look of despair. "I initially thought it was merely a contested dunk, yet he soared directly over me. Most crucially, his explosive athleticism was astonishing. I could only watch helplessly as he accomplished it all." Halfway through his statement, Howard managed a bitter smile, hastily wrapping up his interview with the reporters before following Kobe back to the locker room. In truth, the players had performed admirably. Both stars of the team displayed little patience for the press, compelling Lakers head coach D'Antoni to intervene as a peacemaker. However, our roster's cohesion remains insufficient. When confronted with an opponent boasting extraordinary talent, this flaw is inevitably magnified. Additionally, D'Antoni mentioned his own underestimation of the situation. Essentially, he believed Lin Xuan, being a rookie, could not consistently score in the 30s or 40s and would ultimately hit the rookie wall. Consequently, there was little tactical preparation directed at him prior to the game. Who would have anticipated that Lin Xuan would not only avoid the rookie wall, but also score 60 points? How could the Lakers not lose? The season is long. We will learn from our experiences and swiftly return to the right track. The next encounter shall see victory on our side. After concluding interviews with the Los Angeles Lakers, reporters swiftly turned their attention to the day's focal point, the Golden State Warriors. Indeed, Draymond Green remarked regarding his defensive improvements upon returning from the second quarter timeout. "This is due to Lin's guidance. It is because of him that I discerned Kobe's weaknesses that I owe him my gratitude. He is not only my teammate, but also my elder brother and mentor." Besides Green's unwavering praise for his brother Lin Xuan, even the typically stoic Klay Thompson expressed his admiration for Lin Xuan. When one can score over 60 points in a single game, it is already evident that he is no longer a rookie, but a formidable scorer, a harbinger of dread for all opponents. Ultimately, the last to be interviewed on the Warriors side was, naturally, Lin Xuan, who had astoundingly scored 60 points. Undeniably, the master of the evening. At this moment, everyone was elated. Even CCTV, which rarely broadcasts post-game interviews, acquiesced to the fervent request of the venerable Sue Lau and aired Lin Xuan's interview. "Lin, how do you feel about facing Kobe Bryant for the first time in your career?" "His desire for victory exceeded my expectations. Regrettably, he encountered me. Lin, Even now, Dwight Howard seems unable to escape the shadow of being dunked on. Furthermore, many allege that your dunk displayed a lack of respect for your opponent. What is your perspective? Firstly, I sympathize with this predicament, yet I do not regret executing that dunk. My mission on the court is to display an aggressive performance, confronted with a highly misleading question from reporters. Lin Xuan's tone remained resolute. One final question. An ESPN female reporter seized the opportunity. Lin, congratulations on achieving your first career 60-point game. Michael Jordan's personal best is 69, while Kobe's is 81. Do you aspire to reach their records and strive for them? No, Lin Xuan replied emphatically. I play not for statistics. If scoring 60 points secures victory, is there any need to aim for 70? He undoubtedly possesses the ability to score even higher. He simply chooses not to. Winning the game is sufficient. Lin Xuan concluded his statement, exuding an air of determination as he proceeded towards the player tunnel. Meanwhile, the basketball community across America ignited yet another fervent discussion. 60 points in a single game. What is his ceiling? The NBA is not devoid of exceptionally talented newcomers. However, a record-accumulating player like Lin Xuan is truly one of a kind. Upon returning to the locker room, Lin Xuan tidied up, and his phone rang. It was a call from his agent, Austin. Previously, dozens of renowned sports brands, including Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour, had extended their olive branches to Lin Xuan. After careful comparison and analysis, Lin Xuan and Austin ultimately chose Under Armour as their signing brand. However, Austin had further requests. First, to design a signature shoe for Lin Xuan and establish a personal brand. Second, in addition to the guaranteed sum in the contract, Lin Xuan's side would also receive a share of the shoe sales. At this moment, Austin called to inform Lin Xuan that Under Armour had fully consented to their demands and invited him to the Under Armour headquarters for in-person discussions regarding the collaboration. Lin, the scheduled time is tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Austin concluded, stating that Under Armour would send a car to the hotel for his arrival. After hanging up, Lin Xuan promptly explained the situation to the team's head coach, Mark Jackson, as they had a back-to-back game against the Nuggets the following day. He could only be absent. No problem. Jackson immediately expressed his support upon hearing Lin Xuan's explanation. You should go. Consider it a rest day. Since the start of the season, the Warriors had achieved 6 consecutive victories, ranking first in the league. They certainly had the luxury of resting players. Moreover, Lin Xuan was undoubtedly the most deserving of relaxation. Given that he was attending to important matters, Jackson had no reason to decline. The next day, Under Armour's chief operating officer, Colin Brown, arrived early at the hotel where the Warriors were staying, exuding sincerity. Lin Xuan quickly finished his preparations and met Brown in the hotel lobby, where they boarded a dedicated vehicle to the airport. Together, they flew to Under Armour's headquarters located in Baltimore, Maryland, after nearly 6.5 hours of flight. The two finally landed in Baltimore and took a company shuttle to the Under Armour headquarters building on the outskirts of the city. Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you, the founder. Former football star Kevin Plank had been waiting for them. Upon seeing Lin Xuan's arrival, he promptly extended his hand. I've been following your every game. Your performances are utterly captivating. The two exchanged a brief handshake, and Plank led Lin Xuan into the building. Along the way, Lin Xuan observed the vibrant corporate culture showcased through promotional posters and various product models unique to Under Armour. Notably, to create a signature shoe for Lin Xuan, Under Armour had invested heavily to recruit several Nike researchers, forming a dedicated technical team. They assisted in measuring detailed foot data and actively solicited his opinions to prepare for the shoe's development. Can this shoe be designed to be lightweight? The casual inquiry from Lin Xuan left everyone momentarily stunned. It is worth noting that due to the high wear and tear basketball inflicts on players' feet, mainstream basketball shoes are predominantly designed to be robust and solid, prioritizing the protection of the Achilles tendon and ankle. Lin Xuan's suggestion was rather audacious, of course, it is your signature shoe. However, Kevin Plank greatly admired Lin Xuan's pioneering spirit during the design process. We will respect your voice. In the ensuing time, Lin Xuan engaged in discussions with Plank and others regarding some bold ideas for shoe design. After in-depth exchanges, they were astonished to discover that Lin Xuan's earlier suggestion was not merely whimsical. On the contrary, Many of his ideas were quite avant-garde and thoroughly considered. Lin, your proposal to incorporate a full-sole design into the shoes aligns perfectly with what our team is currently developing. You possess remarkable foresight. In an instant, Plank's admiration for Lin Xuan deepened significantly. If there are no further questions, let us proceed with the signing. Lin, welcome to the Under Armour family. In their brief encounter, both parties engaged in delightful conversation. Under Armour presented a contract that had long been prepared, and after Lin Xuan verified its accuracy, he solemnly affixed his signature. With all formalities completed, Plank finally breathed a sigh of relief and took the initiative to shake Lin Xuan's hand. Proclaiming, "May our collaboration be fruitful. With you on board, Under Armour is like a tiger with wings. One day, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder with Nike." The following day, Under Armour officially announced the signing of Lin Xuan on various major social media platforms. They also revealed that Lin Xuan's personal brand would be named Tsunami, an apt metaphor for his playing style, which is characterized by a stunning, destructive force. This name symbolizes that his personal brand will be unstoppable in the commercial arena. Once the news broke, it was akin to dropping a bomb into stagnant waters, sending shockwaves throughout America. A personal brand, akin to Jordan's AJ? If my memory serves me right, even the long-established LeBron James has yet to establish a personal brand. While this rookie Lin has remarkably outpaced him, one might speculate that Lin's rejection of Nike was due to the promise of Under Armour to create a personal brand for him. It is not unimaginable. Although Lin has made a name for himself, it has not reached the level where Nike would craft a personal brand for him. Only Under Armour would entertain such a request. Regardless of the reason, Lin has a personal brand in his rookie season. Who else has achieved such a feat? At that moment, in a five-star hotel in Baltimore, Lin Xuan rubbed his drowsy eyes. After finalizing the contract yesterday, Plank had taken him to a local nightclub for a night of revelry. He discovered that the peak Giannis Antetokounmpo is truly formidable. Coincidentally, after the Warriors completed a back-to-back against the Nuggets. They had 4 days of rest ahead. He had ample time to enjoy Baltimore for a couple more days. With that thought, Lin Xuan planned to rendezvous with Plank for another night out in Baltimore. However, at that moment, he received a message from Joe Lennon that no wonder you didn't play yesterday. You were busy signing a shoe contract. At the end of her message, Joe Lennon added, "I've returned to the Bay Area. You guys have no games in the next few days. When you come back, could I come to your place for an interview?" Accompanying her text was a photo of herself, clad in a professional outfit that showcased her long legs. Standing in front of a mirror in her bedroom, her gaze exuding a hint of allure, Lin Xuan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What a woman! She certainly knows how to entice a man." Of course, I'll be back soon. Since she had returned to the Bay Area, Lin Xuan felt it inappropriate to decline. He promptly canceled his plans for the Baltimore nightclub and booked the next flight to the Bay Area. After bidding farewell to Plank via message, Lin Xuan set off for home. The two locations were nearly 4,000 kilometers apart. He departed at 7 in the evening and, after nearly 6 hours of flying, finally arrived in the Bay Area. However, due to a 3-hour time difference, it was just 10 o'clock in the evening there, not too late. Upon arriving home, Lin Xuan immediately sent a message to Joe Lennon. She quickly set off from her rented apartment, carrying interview equipment, and arrived at Lin Xuan's home. "Wow," Lin Xuan teased, "you really came prepared for an interview?" "Of course," Joe Lennon replied, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at him. Then set her equipment aside. "I just have one question for you. Am I suitable to be your girlfriend?" "Why wouldn't you be?" Lin Xuan chuckled, inviting Joe Lennon to sit at the dining table where some appetizers and a bottle of Louis XIII were laid out. "However, I suspect I will have many girlfriends in the future. Would that bother you?" "I don't care how many girlfriends you have." Joe Lennon poured herself a glass of wine, took a delicate sip, and said, "As long as I'm your favorite." Lin Xuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This was the advantage of a female sea king. As long as you provide enough, she won't intrude on your life. This was precisely the kind of dynamic he desired. Of course. "You are my favorite. I asked that for real. Would you prefer it to be true or false?" How annoying. Thus unfolded the playful banter between the male and female sea kings. The atmosphere gradually heating up amid their exchanges. On November 14th, American time, the NBA officially announced the Player of the Week for the second week. During this week, more players began to find their rhythm. Carmelo Anthony of the New York Knicks led his team to an undefeated record, averaging 27 points and 9 rebounds per game, surpassing LeBron James to claim the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Meanwhile, in the West, chaos reigned among the gods. Rookie sensation Anthony Davis led the New Orleans Pelicans to a 3-1 record, securing a spot in the Western Conference's top 5. Kevin Durant continued to be efficient, averaging 35 points and 7 rebounds. Tim Duncan, the old warhorse, and his Spurs also boasted an undefeated record. Notably, the NBA tends to avoid awarding the Player of the Week honor to the same player consecutively. Therefore, after Lin Xuan won the award last week, it was highly likely that this week's honor would go to someone else. Furthermore, Lin Xuan had missed the game against the Nuggets this week, while his main competitors had all played. However, despite Lin Xuan's absence, the Warriors maintained their undefeated status, although he chose to rest during the game against the Nuggets in the 3 games he played. He scored 45, 43, and 60 points, totaling 148 points with an average of 49.3 points per game. In contrast, Durant, who ranked second in scoring, managed only 140 points over 4 games, averaging 35 points, and it could be said that Lin Xuan's performance was significantly ahead of all his competitors. Thus, it was clear that the Western Conference Player of the Week for the second week of the 2012-13 NBA season would still belong to Lin Xuan. Back-to-back Player of the Week honors. He truly deserved this accolade. At that moment, while Lin Xuan was engaged in his daily training at the gym, a crisp mechanical voice rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving back-to-back Player of the Week honors. Hidden rewards triggered. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining A-grade skill. Wade's Eurostep. As a series of system notifications echoed, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Wade's Eurostep. After acquiring Iverson's crossover, this seems somewhat redundant. However, as they say, one skill can conquer all. Yet after several games, I have noticed that opponents are gradually developing targeted defensive strategies against my butterfly-like footwork. Wade's Eurostep could significantly enrich my repertoire of offensive moves. More importantly, it doesn't require the ankle-bending drastic shifts like the crossover. Instead, it relies on rhythm changes to shake off defenders. This method of penetration is relatively more sustainable. Although achieving all-star status will grant me the S-grade reward of a steel body, I must avoid overexerting any part of my body, especially my ankles, until then I end that sense. Wade's Eurostep is quite timely. Lin Xuan thought to himself. Hey Lin, just as Lin Xuan reveled in the system's rewards, Green approached him. What are you laughing about? Nothing. Lin Xuan quickly pulled his thoughts back to reality. Scrutinizing Green, but you seem quite cheerful. What's the good news? Of course, it's fantastic news. Green seemed unable to contain his excitement. Under Armour has offered me a shoe contract. If I'm not mistaken, it was your recommendation. Right? Since meeting Lin Xuan, Green felt as though he had landed a dream script, a second-round pick. Not only did he secure a guaranteed long-term contract and a starting position, but now he had also landed a shoe deal. Who else could boast such fortune? Yes, I had Under Armour create several sub-series for my Tsunami brand. Lin Xuan was candid. He had indeed recommended his teammate to Under Armour. Your shoes will be developed under the Tsunami sub-series. I have also signed the contract with Under Armour. Upon overhearing their conversation, Curry approached after making a three-pointer. They have afforded me ample respect. Naturally, this is attributable to Lin. Curry did not divulge further details. Yet Green understood that both he and Curry had gained Under Armour's favor thanks to Lin Xuan. With this thought, Green's faith solidified. Clinging to Lin Xuan's coattails was the way to go. Time to focus on training. Lin Xuan clapped his hands and stated earnestly, we are about to face the Thunder. On November 18, they would journey to Oklahoma City to challenge the Thunder as visitors. This would also mark the Warriors' first nationally televised game since the season start. Lin Xuan, Curry, and Thompson versus Durant and Westbrook. Both teams boasted an invincible youthful lineup, particularly the Thunder, who had made an unexpected run to the finals last season, despite ultimately falling short against the star-studded Heat. Nonetheless, they had ignited boundless hope. This fierce battle between the Thunder and the Warriors was naturally regarded as a preview of the Western Conference Finals in the years to come. Even days before the game, ESPN had begun to build anticipation. Many speculated that Lin Xuan's extraordinary performances stemmed from a lack of significant challenges. Would his prowess continue against the similarly tall and perhaps technically superior Durant? The clash of these two young superstars was imminent. With ESPN's extensive promotion, fans' excitement reached a fever pitch. However, prior to their fierce encounter with the Thunder, the Golden State Warriors had a sweet stretch of 2 home games ahead. They would first host the Hawks and then the Timberwolves. This season, the Hawks had underwhelmed, winning only 2 of their 7 games since the start. Several of those losses were after leading by 20 points at halftime, revealing their significant struggles in closing out games. That a major factor contributing to this issue was the absence of a definitive leader on the team. The highest average scorer, Josh Smith, managed merely 19.1 points. Traveling to Golden State, the team's morale was further diminished. Such a scenario could only lead to one outcome. The Hawks were mercilessly trounced by the homestanding Warriors. On game day, the Splash Brothers shot an astounding 30 of 40 from three-point range, with Lin Xuan himself going 12 of 15, leaving the Hawks utterly overwhelmed. The final score was 120-90, marking the Warriors' 8th consecutive victory while handing their opponents a 4th straight defeat. After a brief day of rest, the Warriors continued their homestand against the Minnesota Timberwolves. This season, under the leadership of the new Wolf King, Kevin Love, the Timberwolves had achieved a commendable record of 5 wins and 3 losses. The entire team was on upward trajectory. However, the Timberwolves had been on a consecutive road trip and had just endured a double overtime game the previous day, visibly fatigued, facing a weary opponent. The well-rested Warriors took full advantage. By halftime, they had already put the game out of reach. Thus, the Warriors secured another victory, extending their winning streak to 9 games. Meanwhile, in Oklahoma City, at the Thunder's training facility, they were riding a 9-game winning streak. Kevin Durant, watching the Warriors game live, turned to his partner Serge Ibaka, and that guy named Lin hasn't even unleashed his full potential. He seems to be gearing up to take us on. They had yet to face a worthy opponent. Durant remained unfazed. There will always be a team to teach them a lesson. It seems that team will be us. Absolutely, Ibaka replied, gaining confidence that I will lock him down. Serge Ibaka, also known as 28, was renowned not only for his impressive length, but also for his formidable defense, evidenced by his title as a 2-time blocks leader and 3-time first-team all-defensive player. Ibaka's self-assurance elicited a nod of approval from Durant that it was time to let that rookie taste some defeat. That on November 18, 2012, in Oklahoma City, at the Chesapeake Energy Arena, nearly 20,000 spectators gathered, their voices a cacophony of excitement. That in less than half an hour, the Oklahoma City Thunder would face the Golden State Warriors in a highly anticipated clash. Observing the players on the court, the commentator Charles Barkley raised his voice. KD, Stephen, Clay, Westbrook, and Lin, they're the hopes of the next decade for the league. Beside him, Reggie Miller was equally ecstatic. Without a doubt, today's nationally televised game will showcase a battle of overflowing talent. As both commentators noted, the match no longer required elaboration. The names alone spoke volumes. Over at the CCTV broadcasting booth, the veteran commentator Su had already fulfilled his mission after covering the Lakers versus Warriors game and had returned home. At that moment, only Coach Zhang remained, solitary in the expansive broadcasting area. CCTV 5. Greetings to all our viewers. Nevertheless, this did not dampen his ever-enthusiastic spirit as the much-anticipated Thunder Warriors showdown was about to commence. The day's highlights were twofold. First, could the Warriors successfully challenge for their 10th consecutive victory? Second, Lin Xuan was set to engage in a direct confrontation with Kevin Durant. The two shared remarkable similarities in terms of physical attributes and technical skills, and both were viewed as the most formidable contenders for the league's future face. Would the superior rise above, or would the other claim the day? The answer was about to unfold. Pre-game warm-ups swiftly came to a close. Amidst an unprecedented surge of cheers, the starting players took their positions. The Warriors retained their usual starting lineup: Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, David Lee, and Lin Xuan. The Thunder starting lineup included Russell Westbrook, Serge Ibaka, Thabo Sefolosha, Kendrick Perkins, and Kevin Durant. With the sound of the whistle, the referee raised the ball overhead, signaling the centers to approach the circle for the jump ball. Faced with the imposing Ibaka, David Lee found himself at a disadvantage, helplessly watching as the ball was tipped to Sefolosha. The point guard, Cephalosha brought the ball past half court and immediately passed to Durant, who was positioned on the wing. "Hey, what are you doing, man?" Lin Xuan taunted as he noticed Durant deliberately avoiding him on offense. "Don't be such a wimp. If you're a man, come at me." Durant was well aware of Lin Xuan's formidable defensive capabilities and had no intention of making things difficult for himself. Ignoring Lin Xuan's taunts, he sought out Curry instead, executing a mid-range jumper that found its mark, 2-0. This exemplifies KD's intelligence. Durant transitioned back on defense. Lin Xuan didn't miss the chance to taunt him further. "If you're not willing to act like a man, I can teach you how later." Durant, known for his notoriously short temper, began to lose his composure, cursing in Lin Xuan's direction. You teach me? I'll send you a massive rejection. Here it comes." Coach Zhang, still sharp at his old age, keenly observed this exchange and couldn't contain his excitement. As expected, the first direct clash between the two is about to commence. The scene shifts back to the court. The Warriors are on the offensive. Curry, with the ball in hand, takes only a few steps before spotting Thompson's open lane, executing a quarterback-like long pass to propel the ball forward. The Thunder quickly respond, positioning themselves defensively. Thompson, who struggles with offensive capabilities when denied shooting space, finds himself in a predicament at that moment. Lin Xuan reaches out for the ball. Thompson hastily transfers the ball as if it were a hot potato. Lin Xuan, at the arc, takes control and orchestrates the play. "I've got him." Durant, visibly agitated, signals to his teammate Ibaka to clear the way. Ordinarily, he refrains from expending energy on defense. However, once he commits, not even Kobe Bryant could breach his defensive barrier. As Durant speaks, he promptly positions himself to defend. Lin Xuan quickly assesses the situation. Faced with Durant's tight defense, he finds little room to shoot. Even if he attempts a jump shot, he loses the advantage of a high release point and risks being blocked. The only option is to drive. As an elite scorer, Durant recognizes Lin Xuan's intention to penetrate. He has studied Lin Xuan's breakthrough techniques, which typically involve a significant change of direction, similar to Allen Iverson, causing the defender to lose balance before exploiting the opening. "Come on." Durant steadies himself, arms wide, covering a substantial area in front of Lin Xuan. Just as Durant, brimming with confidence, prepares to confront Lin Xuan's signature move, he is taken aback as Lin Xuan simply takes a step forward, maintaining firm control of the ball, showing no signs of changing direction. Durant's instincts tell him this is a deliberate feint to lure him out of position. He refuses to fall for it. Yet, in that moment of distraction, Lin Xuan takes another decisive step forward, shaking off Durant with a remarkable shift. The zigzag step? As Lin Xuan leaps into the air, Durant finally reacts, rushing to defend. Unfortunately, it is too late. Lin Xuan has already released the ball, scoring a smooth two-pointer. Lin has outmaneuvered Kevin Durant. Just when Durant anticipated Lin Xuan's iconic move, he was caught off guard by the zigzag step. Truly a kaleidoscope of offensive talent. Lin Xuan has once again refined his arsenal. Whenever anyone believes they have thoroughly analyzed Lin Xuan, he unveils a new technique to emphatically silence his critics. This is Lin Xuan. The two enthusiastic commentators on the sidelines are filled with excitement, their words flowing fervently. This game is becoming increasingly captivating. Lin Xuan's zigzag step has left analysts Barkley and Miller exhilarated. Simultaneously, Dwayne Wade, watching the live broadcast, is utterly astonished. Recently, he has been reviewing recordings of the Warriors games whenever time permits. This is the first time he has witnessed Lin Xuan employ a breakthrough technique beyond his renowned crossover. Most remarkably, he has utilized his signature zigzag step, such a rarity. Although the zigzag step shares principles with the Euro step employed by many players in the league, the latter often involves lateral movement with pronounced side-to-side fakes. In contrast, the zigzag step thrusts forward with minimal lateral deviation, akin to swiftly darting behind the defender, with an impressively wide first step. Wade knows better than anyone that while this might sound simple, executing it flawlessly is a formidable challenge, relying entirely on explosive power and speed. How many more tricks does this player have up his sleeve? Wade suddenly realizes a daunting truth. Lin Xuan may be far stronger than he had imagined. The scene returns to the court. Durant, having been outmaneuvered by Lin Xuan's zigzag step, stands in disbelief. Moments ago, he had boasted about delivering a massive block. Yet now he's been effortlessly bypassed. IT stings. Embarrassed, Durant's face flushes, though his dark complexion conceals any sign of his embarrassment. The game transitions to the Thunder's offensive possession. Cephalosha advances the ball into the half-court, passing it to Westbrook, who finds Durant cutting into the paint. Fueled by his previous failure, Durant executes a sudden change of direction, evading Draymond Green, then leaps, delivering a powerful dunk that reverberates through the arena. With Durant's thunderous slam, the crowd erupts in a synchronized chant. Beat GS. Take down Golden State. Oklahoma City fans have creatively adapted the classic Beat LA slogan, producing an electrifying atmosphere. This is the fervor unique to a small market city. The stands are filled with fervent supporters. When a home team pulls off a morale-boosting play, the ensuing roar is enough to suffocate any opponent. However, for the audacious Lin Xuan, the louder the opposing fans cheer, the more invigorated he becomes. Turning back, Curry, with the ball, takes a couple of steps before seizing the opportunity to deliver a quarterback-like long pass. Lin Xuan sidesteps Ibaka effortlessly. He launches into the air, slamming with one hand, pressing the mute button on Chesapeake Energy Arena. 4-4. The score is tied once more, with all points coming from Lin Xuan and Durant. From the outset, the two have been locked in a fierce duel. Soon after, Durant swiftly retaliates on the offensive end. With a similar change of direction and a powerful two-handed dunk, he not only scores but also draws a foul from Draymond Green, earning a chance for a free throw. No one can stop me. Durant chimes as he strides to the free throw line. After a few characteristic shoulder shakes, he confidently sinks the free throw. As Durant retreats on defense, he glances at Lin Xuan. Bring it on. Lin Xuan is undeterred. This is precisely the effect he desires. The closer the opponent's defense, the more gratifying the retaliation will be. Let them come. The Warriors regain possession. Curry swiftly advances, instinctively passing to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan raises his hand, signaling for a screen from Draymond Green, then drives towards the paint. Ibaka moves to block his path. Nearby, Durant is poised to assist defensively. In the face of such stringent defense, Lin Xuan opts for a contested mid-range jumper. Ibaka, caught off guard by Lin Xuan's decision to shoot, momentarily freezes in place, unable to react. However, he is merely inches from Lin Xuan, standing firm at 2.08 meters tall. Even without jumping, his imposing presence serves as a significant barrier. Not to mention, Durant is keenly watching for any opportunity. Want to shoot? Not so easily. Durant is no slouch. As Lin Xuan elevates for the shot, Durant leaps from the side, his long arms extending, fingers splayed wide. Truly, KD, Durant's exceptional awareness for help defense elicits an involuntary gasp from commentator Reggie Miller. You can question his one-on-one defense, but if you claim he can't help defend, I will be the first to disagree. Indeed, with a height exceeding 2.10 meters, a wingspan of 2.28 meters, and remarkable lateral speed, even Barkley cannot help but marvel. If he chooses to, he can alleviate defensive pressure for his teammates at any moment. Wow, Lin Xuan's choice of attack is somewhat questionable. The commentator Zhang expresses his regret. Before him stands Ibaka, and beside him is Durant. Both are towering figures. For Lin Xuan to attempt a jump shot over them is akin to inviting a block. This is not a wise decision. Durant shares in the satisfaction of the moment. Oh, dare shoot in my help defense zone. This time, I will truly deliver a massive block, Durant thinks to himself. Lunging toward Lin Xuan's shooting point, aiming to obstruct the shot. In an instant, Durant's hand aligns with Lin Xuan's release point. The moment Lin Xuan shoots, the ball will be swatted away. Impressive. The only player in the league capable of reaching Lin Xuan's shooting height is Durant. A Block of the Year contender, KD's block shop is about to open, just as everyone believed Durant was about to swat Lin Xuan's shot. Lin Xuan's body momentarily suspended in mid-dash air. It was only when Durant began to descend that Lin Xuan leisurely released a shot. What he executed was the pinnacle of Durant's deadly mid-range jumper. His hang-time ability was not something the current young Durant could even hope to emulate. So what if you can reach the release point? I simply awaited your descent before taking my shot. With a crisp sound slicing through the air, the basketball traced a beautiful arc in the sky, piercing through the net. Witnessing this scene, nearly 20,000 fans in attendance were rendered speechless. Terrifying, Durant's blocking height was already exceedingly monstrous. Yet he utterly failed to touch Lin Xuan. This was simply absurd. Oh, watching Lin play was truly a feast for the eyes. The #1 Lin supporter, Barkley, made his timely entrance. At that moment, he seemed to have pause time itself, a stunning hanging jumper. Lin Xuan, facing the dual defense of Ibaka and Durant, sank the shot. Coach Zhang tilted his head, his excitement palpable. If anyone dares to say Lin Xuan's offense lacks reason, I will have words with him. Even if he faces 5 opponents, as long as he wishes to shoot, it is justified. This lad truly embodies the ancient Greek deity of face-slapping. What of Durant's extensive defensive range and lofty blocks? In the end, he couldn't even graze a hair. This shot from Lin Xuan also injected a potent dose of confidence into his teammates, especially for Curry, Clay, and Thompson, all young players. Initially, amidst the deafening roars of the home crowd, they felt somewhat restrained. Now, with Lin Xuan having thoroughly impressed the home crowd, he also instilled confidence in his teammates. Back on the defensive end, Curry immediately stole the ball from Westbrook, another quarterback-like long pass, assisting Lin Xuan's ascent. 8-4. The Warriors began to establish a lead. As the opposing team scored consecutively, the Thunder's young players found their competitive spirit ignited. Durant and Westbrook repeatedly inflicted damage on the offensive end, leaving the Warriors' defenders in despair. Consequently, both sides entered a mutual explosion mode. Throughout the first quarter, Durant and Westbrook combined for 28 points. Meanwhile, Curry and Thompson collectively scored 20 points. Additionally, Lin Xuan single-handedly amassed 19 points. The first quarter concluded with a score of 40-36. The Warriors held a slender 4-point lead over the Thunder. Lin's performance in the first quarter was nothing short of spectacular, yet the Warriors only led by 4 points. Undoubtedly, this young Thunder team was formidable, having proven their strength by overcoming strong opponents to reach the finals last season. But it must be said, the Warriors faced their most significant challenge of the season thus far. As Barkley and Miller noted, Lin Xuan's performance in the first quarter was consistently outstanding, yet the gap did not widen. One could anticipate an extremely intense contest ahead. Well done, comrades. We are merely trailing by 4 points. On the Thunder's bench, Coach Brooks expressed satisfaction with the players' performance. As long as we can lock down that kid Lin, our chances of victory are quite high. Surge, if you can't contain that guy. Brooks glanced at Ibaka. Let's make Kevin take on the primary defense. Ibaka understood that the coach was employing a motivational tactic, yet he felt helpless. Let Kevin give it a try then. Lin Xuan was far more challenging than anticipated. Logically speaking, while Ibaka may be a bit slow laterally, his height, wingspan, and jumping ability were commendable. Even if he couldn't keep pace with Lin Xuan's rhythm, he shouldn't be reduced to a sieve. Yet, the reality was stark. Ibaka's defense was riddled with holes by Lin Xuan's relentless attacks. There was no denying that Lin Xuan's offensive repertoire was incredibly diverse. Just when you thought he would drive to the basket, he would instead pull up for a three-pointer. When you anticipated a change of direction, he would execute a dazzling hesitation move to blow past you. He was an offensive cornucopia? No, an infinite arsenal. Uncontainable, completely uncontainable. Ibaka felt that the only reason they were trailing by merely 4 points was due to the explosive scoring of Durant and Westbrook, which kept them in contention. Should their momentum wane slightly, they would be left to face a devastatingly large deficit. It was certainly not as Coach Brooks suggested. They had a genuine chance of winning. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan sat on the bench, gasping for breath. Tonight, he expended more energy than in any prior game. Although Lin had assimilated numerous A and S-level skills, facing Ibaka's primary defense and Durant's occasional help defense required him to maintain an exceptionally high level of focus. Any lapse would result in a costly error. The struggle he endured to score 19 points in the first quarter was known only to him. However, that made the challenge all the more exhilarating. As an invincible force, what joy was there in simply dominating the weak? It was in the face of immense challenges that he truly thrived, and that was where the thrill lay. The second quarter commenced swiftly. Both teams began to rotate their lineups. The Warriors' bench depth was once again laid bare, in less than 2 minutes, led by six-man Kevin Martin. The Thunder unleashed an 8-0 run. 44. The Warriors had transformed from a 4-point lead to a 4-point deficit. Mark Jackson could no longer bear to watch. Following a dead ball, he He promptly reinserted the starters. The Thunder, having reclaimed their hard-won lead, quickly followed suit with their starters, determined to battle the Warriors to the bitter end. You might not even score 10 points from here on out as Durant entered the game. He deliberately approached Lin Xuan and remarked, "Because I will be guarding you shortly." As a fellow elite scorer, he understood that completely locking down Lin Xuan was impossible. Yet Durant was confident he could limit Lin's scoring to under 10 points in the remaining 3 quarters. That may not come to pass. Lin Xuan had never lost a verbal exchange. 10 points? That might be just 4 or 5 possessions for me. Doubt if we measure by time, I could net 10 points in a minute and a half at most. A minute and a half? 10 points? Lin Xuan's nonchalant statement elicited a chuckle from Durant. You only managed 19 points in the first quarter. Now you claim you can score 10 points in a minute and a half. Truly a tax-free boast. However, allowing you to revel in your bravado might just make your humiliation all the more delightful later. The game continued. On the Warriors' offensive possession, Curry pushed the ball forward swiftly, immediately passing it to Lin Xuan at the arc. Lin Xuan received the ball, took a step back, and launched a three-pointer. Swish! With a crisp sound of the net, the basketball sailed through. Durant's gaze momentarily faltered. He hadn't underestimated Lin Xuan's potential from beyond the arc. Yet, he had also prepared for a drive. Thus, he left a gap of about a meter between them. In this situation, no matter what choice Lin Xuan made, he would have ample time and space to devise a corresponding defensive strategy. Who would have thought that he would take such a large step back, retreating 2 meters beyond the three-point line to shoot? This was absurd. Even more absurd was that he actually made it. Where's the rationale in that? 5 seconds. After hitting the three-pointer, Lin Xuan extended 5 fingers towards Durant, turning a sprint back on defense. Durant glanced at the timer. From Curry's baseline inbound pass to Lin Xuan's successful three-pointer. Precisely 5 seconds had elapsed at a minute and a half for 10 points? That seemed somewhat plausible. Durant chuckled. Could this kid be serious? The more he thought about it, the more entertaining it became. The possession shifted. The Thunder's offensive turn commenced. Durant received the baseline inbounds and advanced slowly into the frontcourt. You wish to score 10 points in a minute and a half. Then I shall slow the pace. Unfortunately, Lin Xuan was not about to let his plan succeed. Smack. Just as Durant reveled in his cleverness, a crisp sound of a steal rang out. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity, launching into a relentless pursuit. Without pausing for a moment, he tossed the ball ahead of him, as if riding the winds, a swift, fast break. One-handed dunk, 12 seconds. During his return to defense, Lin Xuan intentionally brushed past Durant, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon re-entering the court, merely 12 seconds had elapsed when he had already scored 5 points, 10 points in a mere minute and a half. With plenty of time still remaining, Durant's expression faltered, gradually giving way to unease. It appeared that this young man was not merely serious. He seemed intent on ruthlessly trampling their dignity beneath his feet. All Durant had sought was a provocation, yet it had inadvertently drawn forth the mightiest of assassins. This young man must not be allowed to run rampant. Durant silently resolved. Following this, Durant, while steadfastly adhering to the principle of tempo disruption, also learned from the experience of being intercepted. After receiving the inbounds pass, he raised his hand to signal for a screen from Ibaka. Remaining vigilant and deliberately avoiding Lin Xuan, last, he successfully advanced past half-court. After a series of passes and cuts, the ball found its way back into Durant's hands, and he managed to consume the shot clock down to the final 3 seconds with a powerful shoulder shake. He charged toward the paint, smack, just as Durant maneuvered past Green and David Lee. Preparing for a layup, a golden figure leapt from behind, an arm raised to the heavens. It was Lin Xuan. He blocked Durant's shot. An astonishing moment erupted. Just a second prior, he had been 2 meters away. After executing the block, Lin Xuan seized the ball, pivoted left with a dribble, and swiftly transferred it to his right hand. Evading the oncoming Ibaka, following a dramatic change of direction, he shook off the closely pursuing Westbrook. With an open basket before him, he effortlessly executed a layup. Lin Xuan added another 2 points, having just entered the second quarter. He had already accumulated 7 points in a mere 38 seconds. 38 seconds, 7 points. Observing the fierce determination in Lin Xuan's eyes, Durant could not help but gasp in shock. He found himself regretting his earlier provocation. On the court, figures like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant were not to be trifled with. For once roused, the consequences could be dire. It seemed evident now that Lin Xuan belonged to that same echelon. After receiving the inbounds pass, Durant appeared somewhat dazed. Having barely advanced a few steps, he inadvertently struck the ball against his own leg. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity once more and executed another steal. Grasping the ball, Lin Xuan wasted no time. He stepped back to beyond the three-point line and prepared for a jump shot. Durant, nearly frozen in disbelief, impulsively reached out to grab Lin Xuan's arm. Just as Lin Xuan leapt high into the air, the sudden tug caused him to lose his balance. Yet in that final moment before hitting the ground, Lin Xuan summoned his formidable core strength and released the ball. Swish! The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, finding nothing but net. Such a blatant foul did not escape the referee's whistle. Anderwan, you may have stopped me, but you failed to stop the ball. As Lin Xuan rose from the floor, he brushed past Durant. The free throw was completed successfully. A three-point play achieved, 43 seconds, 11 points. Since entering the second quarter, Lin Xuan had led his team on an 11-0 run. No, it wasn't merely the team. Lin Xuan himself had scored all 11 points. On the sidelines, the ever-animated commentator Barkley stood up, pounding his hands against the commentary table. His exuberance was palpable, as if he might shatter the table itself. WEF, unbelievable scoring explosion. Even the typically composed Reggie Miller could not restrain his exclamations. You must understand, to score in such quick succession, one must not only maintain a high shooting percentage, but also force the opponent into mistakes. It is incredibly difficult. 43 seconds, 11 points. The commentator Zhang on the CCTV broadcast was equally animated, swallowing hard. At this moment, it seems as though God has donned Lin Xuan's jersey, commanding the court with authority. This is the Lin Xuan moment. Indeed, it is the Lin Xuan moment. I declare it. With an 11-0 surge, the score reached 51-44. The Warriors established their largest lead of the game at 7 points. Beep. Thunder coach Scott Brooks was compelled to call the first timeout of the second quarter. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the outskirts of Los Angeles, the busy Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson, turned her attention back to Lin Xuan. During the last matchup between the Warriors and the Lakers, upon hearing about this dashing and tall Chinese rookie wearing number 21, she had attended the game and was left profoundly impressed. Indeed, this young man was not only strikingly handsome, but also possessed exceptional skills. Now, watching Lin Xuan's frenzied scoring performance on television, the Black Widow was once again taken aback. 43 seconds, 11 points. It was astonishingly rapid. She could almost guarantee that if Lin Xuan continued this way, he would surely ascend to superstardom. She had long heard from her circle of friends about the NBA stars being quite the catch. Thus, she had always sought a boyfriend within the league. However, despite some players expressing their interest, such as the Thunder's star Kevin Durant, currently facing off against the Warriors, she found herself utterly indifferent to those players. He had even publicly confessed his admiration for the Black Widow, stating he would drink her bathwater. Yet, for reasons unknown, Scarlett felt no attraction to those African-American players. But now, with Lin Xuan's emergence, he perfectly embodied all her fantasies of a boyfriend. However, scoring quickly is one thing. It's another to maintain such speed in the bedroom, she mused, a blush suddenly blooming on her fair face. Back on the court, there's no choice. Thunder's coach Brooks was forced to adjust his tactical deployment. KD can't stop that kid. Since no one can contain Lin, let him go. KD, focus on your offensive duties. If Lin wants to score, let him do so. We'll stifle everyone else. I refuse to believe he alone can overwhelm us. On the Warriors bench, excellent, Coach Mark Jackson's strategy remained straightforward. Whenever possible, pass the ball to Lin. I don't care about their tactical adjustments. We must grant Lin Xuan the freedom to shoot at will. Even if something goes awry, we have ample time to adjust. The timeout quickly concluded. The Thunder prepared to inbound from the baseline. Durant no longer needed to conserve energy for defense. He unleashed his offensive prowess. Signaling his teammates to spread the floor, he showcased his isolation against Green. Facing the singular defense of Draymond Green, Durant executed a series of crossovers. With his signature shoulder shimmy, He followed up with dual changes of direction, resembling a colossal black shuttle as he left green behind. He then soared through the air. David Lee, positioned beside him, quickly extended his long arms, attempting to contest. Faced with a defensive effort, Durant performed an acrobatic folding layup, scoring effortlessly. What of your 43 seconds and 11 points? As long as I give my all on offense, I can match you, Durant thought to himself. Once he entered death mode, few could truly challenge him. Lin Xuan certainly had potential, but his stamina was limited. He would have to let the bullets fly for a while. Thus, throughout the second quarter, Lin Xuan and Durant truly engaged in an offensive duel. Durant executed a near-impossible layup, while Lin Xuan countered with a series of dazzling dribbles. Soaring to dunk over Ibaka, Lin Xuan's exuberance prompted Durant to respond with an unanswerable mid-range jumper, showcasing the pinnacle of offensive talent. As Durant sent the ball through the net, the Warriors swiftly initiated an inbounds play. Curry advanced the ball, launching a quarterback-length pass to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan utilized his triple threat stance to shake off Ibaka, easily scoring 2 points. What a magnificent display. On the sidelines, Barkley and Miller found themselves at a loss for words to describe the offensive battle. In short, WTF sufficed. Meanwhile, in the CCTV broadcast booth, Director Zhang was passionately articulating every moment, his eloquence flowing freely. He seemed to have no shortage of words. Durant executed a dazzling move, evading 2 defenders in midair to score. Lin Xuan responded with a flawless three-pointer. Wow, Durant's shot was incredibly high, scoring over green. Lin Xuan's audacious shot without looking at the basket seemed perfectly reasonable, as long as he can score, even if it is from the backcourt. I deem it reasonable. Coach Zhang has fully immersed himself in the game, completely unleashing his spirit. After all, he has not witnessed such an exhilarating offensive showdown in quite some time. Lin Xuan and Durant. Reminiscent of the legendary duel between Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng from martial arts novels, are locked in a climactic battle atop the Forbidden City, Swish, in the final attack of the second quarter. Durant, utilizing Ibaka's screen, finds himself open beyond the three-point line. He rises up and shoots. The ball swishes through the net. With his perfect long-range shot, he punctuates his extraordinary performance in the second quarter. With his three-pointer, Durant's personal score has soared to 30 points, bringing the Thunder within 3 points. Only 1.3 seconds remain in the half. At this moment, everyone eagerly awaits the halftime break to allow their taut nerves a moment of respite. Meanwhile, on the Warriors' side, Draymond Green stands on the sidelines with the ball, uncertain of what to do. However, in times of indecision, Lin Xuan provides the solution. Receiving the pass, Lin Xuan deftly maneuvers the ball, charging swiftly towards the frontcourt. Near the midcourt, he launches a three-pointer. Beep! Almost simultaneously, the halftime buzzer sounds. Accompanied by the resounding whistle, the basketball arcs gracefully through the air. A buzzer beater. 65-59. After a fiercely contested quarter, the Warriors have managed to extend their lead to 6 points. More crucially, with his buzzer beater, Lin Xuan's personal score has reached 35 points, a logo three-pointer. Am I seeing this correctly? Lin Xuan has indeed stepped beyond the midcourt to sink a buzzer beater. The remarkable aspect is that, despite the considerable distance, his shooting form remains impeccable. What terrifying core strength! Truly, Lin Xuan has withstood Durant's relentless onslaught this quarter, maintaining a firm grip on the lead. On the commentary desk, the two legendary veterans are wide-eyed with shock. Especially Reggie Miller. As the all-time three-point king, he understands just how challenging Lin Xuan's long-range buzzer beater truly is. Most would be left to chance at such a moment, yet Lin Xuan exudes confidence. More accurately, within half-court, it is all within his shooting range. Meanwhile, across the ocean, on a weekend off, the overworked Su Jingyu kneels before the television, repeatedly watching the replay and silently offering his assessment. Absolutely explosive. He is not only stirred by Lin Xuan's buzzer beater, but also feels a burgeoning flame of hope igniting within him. If Lin Xuan can rise from a rookie to a burgeoning superstar, then I too can start as a fan and become a professional sports commentator. Years later, during a live broadcast on Douyin, when asked by viewers why he embarked on the path of sports media entrepreneurship, Su Jingyu resolutely replies, "It's all because of Lin Xuan." The scene returns to the court. The fervor ignited by Lin Xuan's buzzer beater has yet to dissipate. Lin, splendidly done. Stephen Curry excitedly rushes to Lin Xuan's side, his eyes filled with admiration. Only you could make that shot. Green is equally ecstatic, high-fiving Lin Xuan and celebrating with fervor, seemingly happier than if he had scored himself, in stark contrast to the jubilance of the Warriors. The Thunder players and coaches stand frozen, resembling Greek sculptures, faces dumbfounded. That shot was indeed warranted, given the time constraints. However, it should have resulted in either a turnover or a missed shot, and yet it went in. Most astonishingly, that kid remained so composed. This is truly remarkable. Amidst the profound shock, halftime swiftly concludes. The Warriors' strategic approach remains unchanged. Although the Thunder have been thoroughly shaken by Lin Xuan's performance, they are still closely trailing on the scoreboard, thus deciding to continue with their strategy from the second quarter. As the third quarter commences, it remains a showcase of explosive talent between Lin Xuan and Durant. Notably, Durant plays the entire third quarter, morphing into a scoring machine on the offensive end, racking up 18 points in the quarter alone, bringing his total to 48 points. Lin Xuan, not to be outdone, contributes 20 points in just 8 minutes, elevating his total to 55 points. During this quarter, while Lin Xuan rests, the Thunder seize the moment to mount a small surge. By the end of the third quarter, the score stands at 90-89. The Thunder have narrowed the gap to just 1 point. The competition has reached a fever pitch. Let us take a brief respite. The decisive moment is fast approaching, even in the explosive era of the NBA's ancient times. It was rare for both teams to have a player score over 48 points within 3 quarters. Following the balanced tactical developments of the 1990s, such occurrences have become virtually extinct. Yet today, Lin Xuan and Durant, two super scorers, have tallied 55 and 48 points respectively. With a quarter still to play, they are poised to elevate their scores to 60 or even 70 points. This is undoubtedly an epic showdown, a spectacle to rival historical matchups such as Magic versus Bird, Chamberlain versus Russell, and Jordan versus Glide. In Oklahoma City, at the Chesapeake Energy Arena, commentators Barkley and Miller sing praises in unison. We were so close to catching up. On the Thunder's bench, Brooks brandishes a tactical board, rallying his players. Our previous strategies were executed exceptionally. Moving forward, I believe it's time to apply pressure on Lin. An assistant coach leans in towards the head coach, suggesting, after such a lengthy battle, his stamina will inevitably wane. As soon as he receives the ball, we should double-team him. It will certainly make things difficult for him. Brooks nods slightly, turning to Ibaka and Durant. This task is now entrusted to both of you. However, KD, you must also focus on offense. I am somewhat concerned about your stamina. This is indeed a daunting task. After battling fiercely for 3 quarters, Durant's energy reserves are evidently depleted, yet he grits his teeth and declares, "I can't fight." Meanwhile, on the Warriors bench, at this critical juncture, Jackson shares the same concern regarding his star player's stamina. Thus far this season, they have not encountered a game of such exhausting intensity. Additionally, Lin Xuan is a rookie. Jackson worries he may not withstand this level of pressure. No worries. Lin Xuan replies with an air of nonchalance. I could handle 2 more overtimes if needed. While he says this, Jackson is not one to recklessly overexert his main players. As the fourth quarter begins, in an effort to allow Lin Xuan to recover some stamina, he decisively benches him, opting to field a lineup featuring Curry, Thompson, David Lee, and another rotation player on the Thunder side. However, they keep their starters, including Durant, on the court for extended minutes. Exuding a sense of desperation that in the ensuing game, Durant continues to dazzle. His teammate Westbrook begins to assert himself as well. Who is Westbrook? He is the other half of the Thunder's dynamic duo alongside Durant. Last season, he dismantled the presence of Kobe Bryant in the playoffs. Throughout the first 3 quarters, Westbrook struggled to find his rhythm. But as the final quarter commences, he breaks through Thompson's defense, scoring continuously. Simultaneously, he locks down Stephen Curry on the defensive end, with just 8 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The score reaches 101-97. The Thunder have taken the lead. Beep. Seeing this, Warriors head coach Mark Jackson swiftly calls a timeout, bringing Lin Xuan back into the game. The Warriors regain possession. Curry advances the ball, quickly passing it to Lin Xuan at the arc. Sure enough, As soon as Lin Xuan receives the ball, he is met with a double team from Durant and Ibaka, yet he remains unflustered, calmly distributing the ball to Draymond Green beside him. Then, leveraging his stamina advantage, he swiftly cuts away from his defenders. Finally, he makes a backdoor cut to the basket, receiving a return pass from Green to score. 57 points. Lin Xuan has now amassed 57 points. Yet the Warriors still trail by 2 points. There is no time for celebration just yet. The possession has changed. Westbrook advances the ball across half-court. Durant, positioned near the free throw line, becomes entangled with Draymond Green, ultimately leveraging his speed to shake off the defense and reach for the ball. Westbrook decisively delivers the ball into Durant's hands. Green swiftly shifts to close in on Durant, denying any space for a shot or drive. Durant gestures for his teammates to spread out, backing against Green, poised for a one-on-one showdown. After a series of rhythmic changes, he suddenly pivots and rises. In an instant, he releases the ball, scoring. At this moment, Durant's personal tally climbs to 56 points, marking a new career high. While breaking records is indeed a cause for celebration, as Durant passes by, Lin Xuan remarks, "Let us not allow this milestone to become a source of sorrow that he has keenly observed that Durant's stamina is stretched to its limits, now nearing exhaustion, thus employing a clever play on words." Nevertheless, Durant comprehends the essence of his message. Shooting Lin Xuan a fierce glare before turning to defend, he vows to honor this monumental night with a victory, regardless of the toll it takes on him. The Warriors continue to orchestrate their offense around Lin Xuan. After a brief respite in the first half of the fourth quarter, Lin Xuan is undoubtedly the most energetic player on the court. Utilizing Green's screen to evade Ibaka's defense, he then shakes off Durant, who attempts to help. Taking a step back, he launches a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Swish! The basketball finds its mark with precision. 60 points. Lin Xuan's three-pointer pierces the air, elevating his personal score to 60 points. This marks the second occasion in his career that he has surpassed the 60-point threshold. However, the game remains fiercely contested. 60 points alone is insufficient for victory. He must deliver an even more extraordinary performance. As the Thunder takes possession, Durant gasps for breath, slowly advancing the ball into the frontcourt, just as Lin Xuan anticipated. His stamina has been entirely depleted. Yet for the sake of his momentous night, Durant grits his teeth and perseveres. Confronted by Green's defense, he resorts to his signature one-on-one play. Following a series of fluid movements, he executes an unanswerable mid-range jumper. The ball grazes Green's fingertips, gracefully falling into the net just before Durant stumbles to the ground. 105. 102. The Thunder maintains a 3-point lead. Moreover, Durant has amassed 58 points, once again setting a new career high. As Durant's defender, Green exhales deeply, his expression darkening. The ease with which his opponent plays only amplifies his own embarrassment. "It's all right," Lin Xuan reassures him with a pat on the shoulder. "You've done remarkably well, that it's nothing to be ashamed of to be outplayed by the likes of Durant." Throughout the fourth quarter, both teams intentionally slow the pace while intensifying their defensive efforts. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan continues to excel with his three-point shooting and drives to the basket. On the other end, Durant matches him stride for stride. Despite his depleted energy, the thrill of this historic night propels him to maximize his performance, steadfastly maintaining the Thunder's advantage. With just 40 seconds remaining in the game, Lin Xuan has scored 67 points, while Durant has 64 points. The score stands at 115-112. The Thunder leads by 3 points, with victory within reach. As the Warriors embark on their offensive possession, the Thunder amplifies their defensive intensity, reminiscent of last season's finals. The physicality between players escalates, particularly between Green and Ibaka, with the audience able to hear the audible thuds of their muscular clashes. However, as long as there are no malicious fouls, the referees show no inclination to intervene. At this juncture, the outcome of the game should be left to the players. On the court, Curry, utilizing a screen from Green, advances the ball steadily into the front court, quickly passing it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, with the aid of David Lee's screen, evades Ibaka. As he switches to face the double team from Durant, Lin Xuan employs a series of between-the-legs dribbles, taking advantage of Durant's momentary lapse in focus to execute a stunning ground-hugging crossover. In that moment, he is one with the ball, It is as graceful as a butterfly fluttering in the air. Perhaps due to fatigue, or perhaps disoriented by Lin Xuan's rapid movements, Durant inadvertently kicks his left foot into his right, stumbling to the ground. This is the prowess of an elite ankle breaker. Durant has been left in the dust. Before anyone can register their astonishment, Lin Xuan, now wide open, takes a step back and rises for a three-pointer, effortlessly stylish, swish, with a crisp sound of the net. The basketball threads through 1:15. 1:15. The score is tied. Only 17 seconds remain in the game. What a sight! It has been ages since we witnessed Lin Xuan execute such a fluid sequence, a butterfly gliding through flowers accompanied by a pinpoint three-pointer. Absolutely mesmerizing. The clash of titans. The suspense is destined to linger until the end. Moreover, with this three-pointer, Lin Xuan's personal score has reached 70 points. The first rookie in NBA history to achieve 70 points has emerged. Oh, how impressive is that? At the broadcasting booth, Director Zhang is so exhilarated that he can hardly articulate his thoughts. And with only 17 seconds remaining in the game, theoretically, there is still one offensive possession left. Both teams have exhausted their timeouts. Westbrook receives the inbounds pass and pushes the ball forward. He promptly passes it to Durant at the top of the arc. Durant controls the ball, managing the clock. With 7 seconds left, he suddenly accelerates. He deftly sidesteps Green, the defender before him, while casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xuan, who appears unresponsive. Durant is confident that his opponent has also run out of energy and is therefore unguarded. However, just as Durant prepares to shoot, a resounding block comes from Lin Xuan. He had intentionally feigned vulnerability to lower Durant's guard. The possession slips away, and Lin Xuan lunges forward, tipping the ball ahead with his fingertips. Soaring past everyone, racing towards the basketball. Only 3 seconds remain. After a sprint, Lin Xuan finally secures the ball. Facing an open basket, he unleashes a ferocious dunk. 2 points secured. The final buzzer sounds. Game over, 117-115. In the dying moments, Lin Xuan's block and subsequent fast break culminate in a game-winning shot against the Thunder. His personal score is etched at 72 points, while he also leads his team to a 10-game winning streak. After his game-winning shot, Lin Xuan stands with arms crossed, resembling a statue beneath the basket, surveying the court with an air of superiority. True to form, he remains fierce yet taciturn. Meanwhile, the entire Warriors team rushes to embrace him, showering him with adulation. Draymond Green and Stephen Curry leap with uncontainable excitement, dancing with elation. At this moment, what has this rookie done to deserve such veneration? Surrounded by his teammates like stars orbiting the moon, he has led his team to triumph over last season's Western Conference champions, the Thunder. In a direct confrontation with the league's future star, Durant, he has claimed a decisive victory. Henceforth, whenever discussions arise regarding the future of the league, Lin Xuan and his Golden State Warriors will be at the forefront of the conversation. Not only the Warriors players, but even the Thunder fans, known for their unwavering loyalty, have been thoroughly captivated by Lin Xuan's performance. Lin Xuan, the synchronized chants echo as the ultimate tribute to this Chinese rookie wearing number 21. Of course, the home team's efforts, particularly Durant's near-exhaustive contributions, have also garnered recognition from the fans in attendance. Though they may have lost, they have done so with honor. Across the ocean, countless Chinese fans can hardly contain their excitement in front of their television screens. The battle of the deities. Tonight, the divine has donned Lin Xuan's jersey, bringing victory to the Warriors. Both Durant and Lin Xuan have given their all, yet only one emerges victorious. Lin Xuan. Everyone extols Lin Xuan with fervent praise. To sum it up succinctly, one could invoke the classic words of Su Jingyu, resonating with explosive fervor. In Miami, within the Heat's locker room, LeBron James, preparing for their home game, gazes at the large screen in awe, struggling to contain his astonishment. He actually triumphed over KD. James is certain that, facing the red-hot Kevin Durant tonight, even he would have been left in the dust. No, even if he teamed up with Bosh and Wade, they would have no chance. Yet Lin Xuan accomplished this single-handedly. He pierced through the Thunder, vanquishing KD. OMG. This is the same KD who scored 64 points. Pat, James retrieves the phone from his locker, dialing Riley's number. I'd like to inquire if we have any opportunity for reinforcements before facing the Warriors. Returning to Chesapeake Energy Arena, such a monumental night feels devoid of meaning that in the post-game interview, the dejected Durant, having scored 64 points, wears a grim expression. The next game against Golden State will come swiftly. And victory will belong to us, certainly. He was already quite dark, and now he has become even darker. After uttering a harsh remark, he stormed towards the players' tunnel on the other side. In the Warriors' interview area, Lin Xuan was undoubtedly the focal point of all media attention this evening, that he expressed gratitude towards KD and the Thunder. In response to a reporter's question, Lin Xuan stated, "If it weren't for them, I would have scored 72 points. I usually tire out before the end of 3 quarters. At most, I get 60 points. That was KD and the Thunder, who forced me into my strongest form. Now that your winning streak has reached 10 games, what is your next goal? 20 consecutive wins." Lin Xuan, the All-Star first-round voting is about to begin. How about addressing the camera to rally votes from the fans? No need. My performance on the court is the best way to garner votes. Lin Xuan's assertive interview once again astonished everyone. After all, leading the team to 10 consecutive victories and scoring 72 points. He certainly has the credentials. One final question. A blonde female reporter raised her hand. Since last season, people have been anticipating the emergence of the Heat sniper. It seems this responsibility now falls on your shoulders. Do you have the confidence to defeat the Big Three? Certainly, someone must win. Why can't that someone be me? Lin Xuan answered directly, without beating around the bush. His casual assertion elicited a wave of astonishment from the crowd. This is absolute confidence. Well, it certainly has that flavor. At the commentary booth of CCTV, the live post-game interview was being broadcast, and Director Zhang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. To thrive in the cutthroat environment of the NBA, relying on our Chinese tradition of modesty and restraint is futile. One must be as audacious as Lin Xuan to earn the genuine respect of the Americans. After a passionate monologue, Director Zhang suddenly realized that Lin Xuan was speaking English in his interviews with foreign media. He then translated Lin Xuan's words verbatim. Hearing Director Zhang's translation, Chinese fans in front of their televisions applauded Lin Xuan from afar. He possesses talent. He has personality. Lin Xuan is the epitome of the new generation of Chinese youth. After the interview concluded, Lin Xuan strode directly towards the players' tunnel, marking the end of a night destined to be recorded in history. Perhaps inspired by Lin Xuan, in a later match, rookie sensation Anthony Davis also delivered a career-defining performance. He achieved nearly a triple-double with 38 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists, leading the Hornets to a home victory over the Bucks. However, despite Davis' impressive performance, no fans or media compared him to Lin Xuan. In everyone's eyes, although both are 2012 rookies, Lin Xuan has already set himself apart in terms of caliber. As for the Warriors after the game against the Thunder, the entire team hurriedly boarded a flight back to Oakland. The following day, they would face the visiting Dallas Mavericks at the Oracle Arena. Although they were playing at home, the back-to-back travel, especially after a fierce battle with the Thunder the day before, would undoubtedly take a toll on the players' stamina. Thus, Coach Jackson wisely decided to rest the injury-prone Stephen Curry. Note, last season, during the 2011-12 season, Curry missed 40 games due to injury. Meanwhile, other key players, including Lin Xuan, would still take the court. This decision reignited discussions online regarding the Warriors' second game of the back-to-back. With Maverick Nowitzki sidelined, it appeared that the only threat to the Warriors would be their own fatigue. I think it should be fine. Last time against the Clippers in a back-to-back, their stamina didn't seem a falter, remarked one. But can it be the same in the game before facing the Clippers? They overwhelmed their opponents in just 2 quarters, so their energy was certainly abundant. If Lin Xuan can maintain a high level in this back-to-back against the Mavericks, that would be truly impressive. Indeed, while the league has its fair share of fleeting talents, endurance and resilience are the true keys to greatness, as netizens pointed out. Lin Xuan's early season performances have been nothing short of breathtaking. However, many players can produce explosive statistics in a short span. Brandon Jennings even had a single-game high of 55 points during his rookie season, yet he faded into obscurity afterward, in the lengthy and grueling season. Maintaining high-level performance is what truly elevates one into the superstar echelon. This necessitates solid stamina as a foundation. Hence, why are legends like Zhang Li and Nightclub Deng regarded as transcendent superstars? Do you think it's solely based on skill? Continuous stamina is the key. Thus, the focus of all attention became the stamina concerns surrounding the Warriors and Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, in Oakland, Lin Xuan, having just disembarked from the plane, was suddenly enlightened. Congratulations, host! You have become the youngest player to score 70 points. Hidden rewards activated. Commencing reward distribution. Congratulations, host! You have received the reward. Peak Wilt Chamberlain's physical abilities. Peak Wilt Chamberlain's physical abilities? Lin Xuan was momentarily baffled, unsure of the utility of this reward, but by integrating this reward, the host would become as enduring and resilient as Chamberlain. From now on, you would be a battle machine in the realm of perpetual motion. Resilient? The system's reward for being an all-star, the Iron Body, serves a similar purpose, doesn't it? The former enhances stamina, while the latter improves physical strength. Lin Xuan seemed to grasp the distinction. Point one allows him to be as enduring as a perpetual motion machine. The other bids farewell to the fragility of a glass player. Indeed, on November 19, 2012 at 7 p.m. at the Oracle Arena, the atmosphere was electrifying, with every seat filled. The matchup between the Golden State Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks was about to commence. Due to Lin Xuan's series of extraordinary performances, ticket prices for the Warriors' home games had surged by 30%. Even so, tickets remained scarce, especially after Lin Xuan's 72-point career night. The attention on this back-to-back game skyrocketed. Even the audience at the sidelines sparkled with stars. The leader of the Golden State gang, Baron Davis, Asian idol, Yin Zhu, and among them, the most captivating was the fair-skinned and beautiful young actress, Scarlett Johansson. Ever since she attended the Lakers-Warriors showdown at the Staples Center, she was back to watch Lin Xuan's game. Absolutely. Facing reporters, Scarlett held a bottle of red wine, unabashedly expressing her enthusiasm. I came here for Lin. He is my idol. Meanwhile, at the CCTV commentary booth, CCTV5 greeted the audience with a familiar opening. Hello, dear viewers. The Warriors are about to face off against the Mavericks. One team is engaged in a high-intensity back-to-back battle, while the other enjoys a well-deserved rest. Who will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. Director Zhang had also flown in overnight, yet he appeared invigorated. This reflects the commendable tradition of hard work among the older generation of Chinese basketball players. Nearby, two American commentators were also conducting pre-game analyses. Indeed, the Golden State Warriors had yet to suffer a defeat this season. However, let us not forget that they had just disembarked from the plane 10 hours prior. Such a congested schedule left them with barely any time for adequate rest. Meanwhile, the Mavericks were well-rested. Thus, it remains uncertain who will claim victory. The pre-game warm-up quickly concluded, and both team starters began to take the court. When Lin Xuan emerged from the players' tunnel, the arena erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The Warriors' starting lineup, apart from Jenkins filling in for the resting Curry, remained unchanged. The Mavericks lineup included O.J. Mayo, Chris Cumon, Sean Marion, Darren Collison, and Elton Brand. Toot! With the sound of the whistle, both centers approached the center circle for the jump ball. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. David Lee outjumped Chris Cumon. The ball landed perfectly in Lin Xuan's hands. Before the Mavericks could react, Lin Xuan transformed into a bolt of yellow lightning, swiftly dashing down the court. Grasping the ball with one hand, he unleashed a powerful slam. Lin Xuan executed a resounding slam dunk. Landing gracefully before swiftly pivoting to defend, it appeared as though everything was delightfully mundane. In stark contrast to Lin Xuan's nonchalance was the deafening roar emanating from the Oracle Arena, a cacophony that threatened to lift the very roof. The astonishing burst of energy was inexplicable. The Mavericks had scarcely prepared their defense when Lin had already scored, as the two commentators noted. The Mavericks players were still bewildered by Cumon's sluggish reaction to the jump ball, while Lin Xuan had already launched the first offensive play with remarkable speed. Undoubtedly, both the commentators and the audience believed that Lin had seized the opportunity due to the opponent's oversight, catching them off guard. However, the players on the court were aware that this was no mere coincidence. It stemmed entirely from his intense focus on the game. The Mavericks initiated their offense, but O.J. Mayo deliberately avoided Lin Xuan to facilitate a pass to the open Sean Marion. Marion unleashed his signature push shot, sinking it for 2 points. Following a change of possession, Lin Xuan advanced the ball after an inbounds play. With a deceptive step, he evaded his defender, accelerating with fervor. He soared to the basket, scoring effortlessly. For consecutive points. Don't fool me. Is this the same person who just endured a grueling battle and traveled overnight? Compared to the Mavericks, Lin seemed to be the one at ease. Not only the two commentators, but even the Mavericks players were left dumbfounded. To execute such a rapid-paced offense while battling back-to-back was simply unbelievable. However, this was merely the beginning of a nightmare. As the game progressed, Lin Xuan's momentum only intensified. With relentless fast breaks and transition three-pointers, the Mavericks defenders struggled to keep pace, trailing behind as if they were utterly exhausted by the end of the first quarter. Lin had efficiently contributed 15 points. Though it paled in comparison to his extraordinary performance the night prior, it was still enough to leave an indelible impression. What back-to-backs? What fatigue? Such notions were non-existent. Meanwhile, the Mavericks, lacking their star player Nowitzki, occasionally managed to execute impressive plays, but ultimately fell short. As the first quarter concluded, the Warriors established a 10-point lead. Lin Xuan's efficiency contrasted sharply with the Mavericks' struggles. Setting the tone for the entire match, as the third quarter drew to a close, the deficit ballooned to 20 points, prompting Mavericks coach Rick Carlisle to concede defeat. The Warriors effortlessly secured their 11th consecutive victory of the season. In the aftermath, although Lin Xuan exhibited no signs of fatigue, the Warriors declined all media interviews to allow him an early return home to rest. His endurance was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment, renowned agent Austin was meticulously handling Lin Xuan's endorsement contracts. Over the past few weeks, nearly 100 brands had extended collaboration invitations to Lin, as his reputation soared within the league. Coupled with his charming and vibrant image, his commercial value skyrocketed. Among the brands vying for his endorsement were several prestigious luxury labels. After careful consideration, Austin shortlisted 5 endorsements: Cadillac, KFC, Coca-Cola, Tizot, and Playboy. The total value of these contracts amounted to an impressive $200 million. However, this was merely his opinion. The final decision rested with Lin Xuan. With a 2-day break from games ahead, he planned to engage in thorough discussions. After a night of revelry with the Black Widow, Lin Xuan remained steadfast in his duties as an athlete. The following day, he arrived at Oracle for his routine training, seemingly unfazed. Later, he allocated time to finalize the endorsement contracts with agent Austin. Reaffirming his choice of the 5 brands, the brands quickly transferred the initial payments to Lin's account, totaling approximately $50 million in his coastal villa. Upon witnessing the influx of numbers in his bank account, Lin maintained a tranquil demeanor, his heart untroubled. To be honest, I have no interest in money. The happiest moments of my life were when I lived on less than 1,000 yuan a month. Traversing between the cafeteria and dormitory. Later that evening, Lin Xuan reached out to Su Lao and Xiong to inquire about the progress of the media company. Su's response was swift. All preparations were complete, and operations could commence at any moment. Truly, Su was efficient. Lin was pleasantly surprised by the rapid establishment of the company. In his exhilaration, he decided to invest further. He sought to ensure the company quickly found its footing, thereby amplifying his commercial value. As the old Chinese saying goes, once a person finds their rhythm, everything else follows suit. Just as Lin flourished in both his romantic and professional endeavors, the NBA too basked in the glow of his success. On November 21, 2012, NBA officials announced the results for the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week for the 2012-13 season's third week. During this period, teams encountered their first wave of fatigue, leading to fluctuations in performance from both stars and role players alike. The Heat remained relatively stable, winning 2 of 3 games, naturally earning LeBron James the Player of the Week honors in the West. However, there was no contest. The award was undoubtedly Lin Xuan's. This week, he led his team to victory in all their games and achieved a career-high 72 points against the Thunder. This marked Lin's 3rd time receiving this accolade, making him the first rookie in NBA history to earn the Player of the Week honor 3 times. Furthermore, he became the second player after LeBron James to win the award 3 times within a single month. Lin's achievement surpassed even that of James, as his 3 awards were consecutive. He shattered the record shared by Jordan and James for the most consecutive wins of the award, which stood at 2. Meanwhile, news of Lin's triumph reverberated throughout the basketball community. OMG. Who else could it be? This is no longer a rookie. He is clearly another Michael Jordan. Who can halt Lin's relentless advance? We may very well be witnessing the emergence of the greatest player in Bay Area history. Are we not? Lin is now the hero of Oakland, the only one capable of leading this city to victory. It has been far too long since such a player has graced Oakland. And I will forever support Lin. The trade made by Myers during the rookie draft now appears remarkably prescient. On the same day, local media in the Bay Area initiated discussions on their official blog regarding Lin Xuan's historic achievement of 3 Player of the Week awards. Unsurprisingly, all participating local netizens expressed their admiration for Lin. Some even began to draw comparisons between Lin and the legendary figures in Warriors history, such as Wilt Chamberlain, Rick Barry, and Chris Mullin. I firmly believe Lin's name will undoubtedly be etched in history. Indeed, Lin may currently lack the accumulation of honors, yet in terms of rookie performance, he has already surpassed many. Simultaneously, various NBA stars, during their training or games, shared their thoughts on Lin Xuan's historic 3 consecutive Player of the Week awards. I can't wait to face Lin. I hope he maintains this form, so I can become his ultimate challenger. No joking, many players spend their entire careers striving for the heights this kid has already reached. I watch footage daily to study Lin's playing style. There are numerous aspects of his game from which I can learn. The fervor of Lin Xuan's madness continues unabated. After 2 days of rejuvenation, Lin Xuan, amidst the thunderous cheers of the home crowd, led his team to a resounding victory over the visiting New Jersey Nets, extending their winning streak to an impressive 12 games and further solidifying the Warriors' position at the pinnacle of the Western Conference. In the new week, the Warriors faced 3 more matches. They first triumphed over the Denver Nuggets at home, then ventured to Minnesota for a fierce battle against the Timberwolves. Under the leadership of the new Wolf King, Kevin Love, the Timberwolves exhibited a renewed vigor. Nevertheless, the ultimate victor was still the Golden State Warriors. Lin Xuan showcased a distinct superiority over Love on both ends of the court. With this victory, the Warriors' winning streak reached 14 games. Next, they would return to their home arena to confront their final opponent of the 4th week, the New Orleans Pelicans. This match marked the first encounter between Lin Xuan and Anthony Davis, 2 super rookies since the NCAA Championship. On December 1, 2012, in Oakland's Oracle Arena, the venue was packed, and the atmosphere was electric. Prior to the match, ESPN's female reporter Doris Burke interviewed Lin Xuan, asking, "Do you feel any different about facing Anthony Davis again?" Lin Xuan's response was straightforward. "Not really, except AD has a star guard like Monta Ellis by his side now. That presents a significant challenge for us." He then pivoted, stating, "Though it may be difficult, I firmly believe victory will still belong to us." Meeting Anthony Davis again held profound significance for Lin Xuan. Beyond being labeled as lifelong rivals since their draft days, Lin Xuan understood that Davis was one of the few players who would pose a serious threat to him in the future. Facing such an adversary, one could only aim to humiliate. Lin Xuan's confident remarks instantly ignited the crowd. Simultaneously, Davis, who was warming up on the court, overheard the comment. "What difference could there be?" Davis found the statement particularly grating, interpreting it as implying he would merely serve as Lin Xuan's backdrop to end this war of words. Davis was resolute. He would retaliate with his performance on the court. He intended to show Lin Xuan just what the difference was. On the other side, Monta Ellis, making his first return to Oracle Arena since being traded, became the focal point of reporters' pre-game interviews that it's just business. Ellis remarked flatly regarding his trade, "I just play the game and aim for victory. That's enough for me." Despite his efforts to appear composed, it was evident to all that he could hardly contain his simmering anger. The team's former star was traded away for a rookie. And not just any trade, but a 2-for-1 deal. It was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Since the season began, Ellis had still managed to average over 20 points and 5 assists per game, leading the new rookie Davis to a record of 9 wins and 5 losses, propelling last season's cellar-dwelling Pelicans to a position among the Western Conference's top 5. He was determined to prove to his former team just how foolish their decision to let him go had been. Meanwhile, after Lin Xuan achieved the title of three-time Player of the Week and continued to lead the Warriors on their victorious path, the Miami Heat triumphed over the New Jersey Nets with a score of 102-89, securing their second five-game winning streak of the season. "It's not that difficult," LeBron James stated confidently in a post-game interview. "As long as we remain focused, winning is quite simple. Moreover, we are looking to strengthen our team." James continued, "No one can obstruct Miami's path to a championship." The notion of bolstering the roster elicited a wave of astonishment throughout the arena, with three superstars and key players like Shane Battier and Udonis Haslem already in place. What further reinforcements could they possibly need? However, it quickly became apparent that James had been stirred by Lin Xuan and the Warriors. After all, they were currently boasting an astonishing 14-game winning streak, standing as the biggest obstacle to Miami's quest for a title. James, never one to enter a battle unprepared, was clearly seeking reinforcements. Tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly reflect this. The scene returned to Oracle Arena, where Monta Ellis, the former team leader, approached the Warriors bench to embrace his former teammates, casting a cold, piercing glance at Lin Xuan. "Come on, kid, let me see your true power." The pre-game warm-up soon concluded, and both teams began to take the court. As Lin Xuan made his entrance, the arena erupted with chants of MVP. He had truly become the master of this venue. The Warriors fielded their regular starting lineup: Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, David Lee, and Lin Xuan. The Pelicans countered with their starting five: Monta Ellis, Robin Lopez, Al-Farouq Aminu, Greivis Vasquez, and Anthony Davis. This match was destined to embody the essence of a future showdown, perhaps even more so than the previous clash with the Thunder. Indeed, while the Thunder star duo was 5 years Lin Xuan Sr., both Davis and Lin Xuan were merely 19, and they could very well herald the dawn of a new era. The two commentators on the sidelines engaged in lively discussion. "Hello, viewers from CCTV 5. Meanwhile, at the CCTV broadcast booth, Director Zhang was delivering his monologue. Today, the Golden State Warriors, a team of great interest to Chinese fans, will host the New Orleans Pelicans. Should the Warriors emerge victorious today, they will extend their winning streak to 15 games. As Director Zhang sifted through statistics, he tilted his head and explained they would then match the record for the best start to a season, previously set by the Washington Bullets and the Houston Rockets. Across the ocean, countless fans sat glued to their televisions and computers, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. What? Another record on the verge of being broken? Lin Xuan is truly a record-collecting machine. One fan remarked, "My dad asked why I kneel to watch the game. It's out of respect for Lin Xuan." Another added, "Our teacher even canceled 2 classes today to organize a viewing of the Warriors game." Lin Xuan, you must win. Clearly, the Golden State Warriors had supplanted the Houston Rockets as the new favorite team among Chinese fans, a shift attributable to Lin Xuan's outstanding performance in the NBA. This transformation was also aided by the media frenzy created by the legendary Su Lao, which had eroded the Rockets' hard-earned fan base in China over the years. The scene returned to Oracle Arena. Amidst the collective anticipation, the referee's whistle sounded. The centers approached the logo for the jump ball. Lopez tapped the ball into Ellis's hands. The Pelicans had possession. Ellis, at the top of the arc, orchestrated the play. Davis maneuvered inside, creating space for the ball. Facing Draymond Green's defense, he executed a back-to-the-basket move, followed by a smooth floater, all in one fluid motion. After months of honing his skills, Davis not only appeared more robust, but his technique had also reached new heights. He struck first, setting a tone of determination. The ball changed hands. Curry pushed the ball up the court swiftly, immediately seeking out Lin Xuan. However, the Pelicans had already deciphered Curry's intentions. Their strategy was simple. 2 or more defenders aggressively converged on Lin Xuan, denying him any easy opportunities to receive the ball. Realizing there was insufficient passing space, Curry opted to take the shot himself, utilizing the ample space created by the defense collapsing on Lin Xuan. He effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Such was the gravitational pull of Lin Xuan. The Warriors' games were becoming increasingly exhilarating. It was impossible to fully contain them, shut down Lin Xuan, and you still had to contend with Curry. Not to mention Thompson lurking nearby. I have a premonition that the spatial dynamics created by the Splash Brothers will become the Warriors' unique formula for enduring success. Boom. After hitting that shot, Curry executed his signature shoulder shimmy and flashed a finger gun gesture. The three-pointer hit its mark. Had I truly witnessed this? The typically understated Stephen Curry had engaged in such flamboyant celebrations. This was easily understandable, in the presence of a player as dynamic as Lin Xuan. It was nearly impossible not to be influenced. Auckland Oracle Arena. Curry's gesture of shooting a gun at the head truly astonished the two commentators. Meanwhile, the emotions of the fans in attendance had already reached a fever pitch. The aggression was palpable. The style was flamboyant and audacious. Compared to the lifelessness of last season, every member of this team had undergone a remarkable transformation, and all of this was due to the arrival of Lin Xuan. This is the positive influence a great player can impart on those around him and the environment. On the other side of the court, witnessing the dramatic change in his former younger brother and the fervent fans, Monta Ellis couldn't help but feel a sense of disorientation. Returning to familiar grounds, he thought, how is it possible that it feels like the world has turned upside down, elevating his teammates and revitalizing the basketball market? Could that kid named Lin truly be as magical as Michael Jordan? Yet, the more he thought this way, the more he felt compelled to prove himself. As the ball changed possession, Monta Ellis advanced with the ball. After executing a pick and roll with Anthony Davis, he surged toward the basket. Facing Stephen Curry's low-post defense, Ellis leaned into his opponent's body in midair, performing a folded layup, 2 points scored. Your defense is as soft as a pillow. After making that shot, Ellis impatiently exclaimed, "Come on, give me some tough defense." After delivering that taunt, Ellis shot a glare in Lin Xuan's direction before turning to defend, though it seemed directed at Curry. It was actually a deliberate provocation aimed at Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan remained unfazed by the opponent's taunts, resolutely maintaining his rhythm. His mission was to attack. As for defense, did a little guard just over 6 feet tall require my assistance? That would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Overkill, wouldn't it? During the Warriors' offensive possession, Curry swiftly advanced the ball down the court. After the last round where the opponent hit an open three-pointer, the Hornets adjusted their defensive strategy. They no longer dared to double-team Lin Xuan recklessly. In that moment, Lin Xuan felt as though he had entered the ocean like a fish. After shaking off his defender upon receiving the ball, he effortlessly pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Swish! The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net. At the instant Lin Xuan sank that shot, the entire crowd rose in unison, offering thunderous applause. Such scenes usually accompany a game-winning shot or a player reaching a milestone. Yet Lin Xuan was merely scoring his first points of the game, and he received such adoration. This clearly illustrated just how beloved their new king was by the Bay Area fans. Lin Xuan, of course, would not miss the chance to show off. Turning to face the stands, he raised both hands to the sky, recalling the classic phrase from Uncle Way, "This is my horse." After saying that, a glimmer of mischief flashed in his eyes as he brushed past Monta Ellis. "Oh, look at this kid!" By declaring "this is my horse," he both acknowledged the home crowd's affection and responded to Monta Ellis. The two commentators on the sidelines could hardly contain their excitement. What Lin Xuan meant was clear. "This is my territory." Coach Zhang was evidently stirred, with his face nearly contorted in excitement as he explained to the Chinese fans, "I will stand with this arena, defending its honor against any intrusion." In Miami, at the American Airlines Arena, after finishing their post-game interviews, LeBron James and Dwayne Wade sat in the locker room, watching this super rookie showdown. "I asked that kid mimicking you." Seeing Lin Xuan's celebratory gesture, LeBron patted Wade's shoulder. "I must say, he does possess a hint of your flair. Back in my day, I was the one hitting the game winner." Wade replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. However, his expression grew serious. "But I admit, this kid indeed has something special. I'm already looking forward to facing him." LeBron chuckled. "Do you think he would dare to say that in front of you? It is well known that the Heat's big three were armed to the teeth. Especially after winning the championship last season, no opponent dared to provoke them. But with Lin Xuan's personality, if he had something to say, he would say it." Wade certainly understood. If Lin Xuan wanted to show off, no one could stop him. However, he didn't mind giving him a thorough lesson. Returning to Auckland Oracle Arena, Anthony Davis remained unstoppable on the offensive end. Draymond Green's physical shortcomings were fully exposed in his confrontation with Davis. In the first quarter, Davis scored an impressive 15 points, leaving Green's defense in tatters. Monta Ellis, leveraging his understanding of his former team's system, also wreaked havoc, making Curry question his very existence. Throughout the first quarter, both teams demonstrated aggressive offense, but neither displayed sufficient defensive intensity. By the end, the Warriors led 36-32 as they entered the second quarter. Anthony, keep it up. Those big men of theirs are your playthings. During the break, Hornets head coach Monty Williams was strategizing on the bench. The others will try to spread the floor to create opportunities for you to isolate Draymond Green. And Monta, you're redoing great too. Turning to Monta Ellis, Williams continued, next, keep attacking Curry. He can't guard you. Yes, Lin Xuan's offensive firepower remained formidable, scoring 16 points in a single quarter. But I also had Anthony Davis as a strong offensive weapon. And a Monta Ellis who was familiar with your system. If Monta turns Curry into a sieve, they will surely send help. Williams meticulously continued his deployment. Anthony, be ready to set high screens for Monta. After the pick and roll, Ellis can either attack the basket or dish it to Davis rolling down. Both of them are scorching hot tonight, so who knows who will emerge victorious tonight? No problem, Davis responded calmly. Losing to Kansas in the NCAA Finals was partly due to Lin Xuan's emergence, but also due to underestimating the opponent. Tonight, he would not repeat that mistake, that he would remain focused and fight until the final second. The second quarter quickly commenced. The Warriors' rotation was typical, digging their own grave. Mark Jackson was unfazed at T until 7 minutes remained in the second quarter that he followed the Hornets in substituting his starters back in. At that point, they had gone from leading by 4 to trailing by 3. However, Jackson remained completely calm. Lin Xuan and Curry together were his greatest confidence. During the Hornets' offensive possession, Ellis directed his teammates to spread the floor. Facing Curry's defense, he isolated him. To prevent a potential steal, Ellis lowered his center of gravity, dribbling with a low handle. Curry seemed to lose patience, reaching in to swipe the ball, but Ellis was quick. He deftly maneuvered the ball between his legs to evade the steal. Then he charged into the paint, shooting from the saddle. 2 points scored. It seemed the Hornets had a clear strategy to exploit Curry's defensive weakness with relentless attacks. There's no denying it. That's how the NBA operates. When you have a glaring flaw, your opponents will not hesitate to bare their fangs. Under the full-on assault from Monta Ellis, Curry's frail defense was magnified. He felt increasingly despondent. Lin Xuan sensed that the point guard strategy might soon become all the rage across the league. Just like in the past, whenever a team faced the Warriors, they would mindlessly switch to put Curry on the opposing player. This was the very issue that plagued the Cosmic Warriors. However, now Lin Xuan could step up to assist Curry on the defensive end. With his peak Wilt Chamberlain-like stamina, he could ensure sustained output on both ends of the court. Nevertheless, one must know how to allocate their strengths wisely. The Hornets, with their lack of defense, were simply a team for shootouts. They score 2 points, I score 3. Just shoot them down. It's all good, Lin Xuan encouraged Curry as he walked over. Offense is the best defense. Thanks, Lin, Curry replied, momentarily stunned, before eagerly absorbing this motivational boost. I know what to do. Returning to the offensive end, Curry appeared invigorated, as if he had been infused with adrenaline. The previously dull glimmer in his eyes now sparkled with vitality. With his deft ball-handling skills, he skillfully maneuvered around the opposing defenders. Ultimately, with the aid of a screen set by Draymond Green, he retreated and sank a 3-pointer. Well done. Lin Xuan and Curry exchanged knowing smiles, passionately celebrating with a chest bumped at that moment. The image of the two together became the focal point for the media present, capturing the essence of what an exemplary team atmosphere should embody. In contrast, had Curry been part of any other team, he would have long been rendered ineffective. Undoubtedly, it was Lin Xuan who instilled him with confidence. As the transition between offense and defense unfolded, Ellis held the ball at the top of the arc, signaling his teammates to create space, just as Ellis prepared to employ his familiar tactic of targeting Curry. Green showcased his remarkable ability to read the game, instantly positioning himself for assistance. While Ellis was not without the capacity to break through the double team, he was noticeably fatigued compared to the first quarter. Fortunately, the Hornets had another scoring asset ready to step up. Davis immediately rose to the occasion. Receiving a pass from Ellis, he faked out David Lee and executed a powerful move reminiscent of a strike on Kilimanjaro. Throughout the second quarter, the Hornets' offense revolved around the dynamic duo of Ellis and Davis. Davis maintained his efficiency, racking up 10 points. Despite Ellis's waning energy affecting his performance, he still managed to contribute points through strategic plays. Speaking of strategic plays, let us turn our attention back to Curry. Indeed, his defense remained less than stellar. However, on the offensive front, he seemed to have unlocked a new level, shooting an impressive 4 out of 5 from beyond the arc. The key, however, was that he was not even the Warriors' most potent offensive weapon. Throughout the second quarter, it appeared Lin Xuan intentionally sought to outshine his teammates in three-point shooting, with attempts scattered generously beyond the arc. He took 7 shots, making 6 of them, bringing his personal score to an astounding 34 points. If the Hornets' offensive prowess could be likened to a revolver, the Warriors were akin to a Gatling gun. Indeed, while the Hornets pressed inwards, the Warriors unleashed devastating long-range strikes. With both teams' defenses faltering, the Warriors managed to gain an extra point each possession, rendering them nearly unstoppable. As the second quarter concluded, the Warriors led 69-60, extending their advantage to 9 points. Allow me to share a noteworthy detail. Up until this point, Lin Xuan had successfully made 8 three-dash-pointers that in the commentary booth, Director Zhang peruses notes, unable to conceal his elation. The NBA's single-game three-point record stands at 12. This means Lin Xuan is on track to potentially make history today. We can't allow them to keep shooting threes. During halftime, Hornets head coach Monty Williams bellowed in the locker room. Shouldn't three-pointers be the icing on the cake? How have these two little rascals turned them into a staple weapon? Even though Davis and Ellis have been on fire offensively, we still trail by 9 points. Where's the logic in that? Anthony, you're tasked with guarding Lin Xuan, Williams declared, scanning the room before fixing his gaze on Davis. Typically, the core players of opposing teams would not engage in direct matchups. However, given the circumstances, there was no alternative. Lin Xuan's shooting release was high and swift. Only Anthony Davis could somewhat match him. Players like Robin Lopez, despite being of similar height to Lin Xuan, lacked the necessary vertical leap. On several occasions, when attempting to contest Lin Xuan's three-point jump shots, he could barely reach Lin's chin with his outstretched arm. Oh, you hear me. Anthony? The haunting memories began to assail him. At that moment, Anthony Davis, lost in thought on his chair, felt the nightmare of the NCAA Championship creeping back into his consciousness, filled with images of Lin Xuan effortlessly scoring before him. My apologies. Coach, I'm here at IT was only after Williams's repeated urgings that he snapped back to reality, reluctantly responding, I'll take care of IT. As the third quarter commenced, the Hornets adjusted their defensive strategy. The moment Curry crossed half-court, he was immediately met with a double team. The same was true for Lin Xuan. As soon as he received the ball, even if he was still a couple of meters from the three-point line, he was swiftly greeted by a defensive package spearheaded by Davis. However, a notable shift had occurred. One side was a team with a mentality that had quietly changed due to trailing, while the other was a host team growing bolder with each passing moment. Under such conditions, the Hornets' defense could no longer exert any pressure on the Warriors. The three-point barrage from Lin Xuan and Curry continued unabated over the Chase Center. For the Hornets, the game was inevitably skidding toward the abyss. Would Lin Xuan break the single-game three-point record? Currently, the prospects looked promising. Even the two commentators on the sidelines began to speculate about Lin Xuan's three-point record. 9, 10, 11, 12. The fans in attendance even began to count each of Lin Xuan's three-pointers aloud. With just 6 seconds left in the third quarter, Lin Xuan received an inbounds pass and swiftly pushed the ball up the court. Time was of the essence. With only 3 steps remaining to the arc, he had no time for further adjustments. Faced with Davis's tight coverage, he took a quick jump shot. Davis, intimidated by Lin Xuan, was acutely aware that once he crossed half-court, it was within Lin's shooting range. Therefore, even with such a last-second long-range attempt, he could not allow Lin to shoot comfortably. Under the intense pressure, Lin Xuan elevated his shot and decisively released it. Swish! The basketball arced beautifully through the air. The lights flashed. The ball went in. Lin Xuan made his 13th three-pointer, breaking the single-game record previously held by Kobe and Marshall, shooting from beyond half-court. Did he have a precision targeting device installed? This was absolute confidence. Havlicek once stated, "Do not fear missing shots. What you should fear is not taking them." Tonight, Lin's performance epitomized that sentiment. Regardless of the circumstances, yet another unprecedented record had been established. Everyone present bore witness to history. The two commentators expressed their fervent excitement, overwhelmed with emotion. Record broken! Record broken! In the commentary booth, Director Zhang was nearly breathless with excitement. Tonight, Lin Xuan has been utterly unreasonable with his three-pointers. Nevertheless, as long as Lin Xuan is willing to shoot, it is justified. In the stands, the fans rose to their feet once more, offering a thunderous applause for Lin Xuan's milestone of 13 three-pointers. Not only had no rookie achieved such a feat, but even sharpshooters like Reggie Miller and Ray Allen could only look on in admiration. This was a record destined for the history books. At that moment, as Lin Xuan sank his buzzer-beater three-pointer, the electronic scoreboard displayed the score. 9-0-75. As the third quarter came to a close, the Warriors, propelled by the explosive three-point shooting of Lin Xuan and Curry, extended their lead to 15 points, particularly Lin Xuan's personal tally of 13 three-pointers, capped off by the buzzer-beater, was nothing short of devastating. As the fourth quarter began, the Hornets' morale was visibly depleted. Coach Monty Williams could only concede defeat. The final score read 113-95. The Golden State Warriors triumphed over the New Orleans Hornets at home, achieving their 15th consecutive victory while tying the record for the longest winning streak to start a season. Previously held by the Washington Capitals and the Houston Rockets, what more can I say? In the post-game interview, Anthony Davis wore a grim expression. "We did our best, but that's just how the game goes. There can only be one winner." A.S. Davis stated. The Hornets had given their all. He himself had scored an impressive 31 points in the first three quarters, showcasing a remarkable performance. Yet, despite such efforts, victory remained elusive. With a heavy heart, he concluded the interview and made his way toward the players' tunnel, a member of the Empty Stats Club. Indeed. "Yes, we lost on three-pointers," Hornets head coach Monty Williams remarked during the interview. Or rather, the Warriors have entered a new era ahead of the league. "Although we lost, I was greatly inspired. I have a feeling that three-point shooting will become the mainstream in the near future. Lin Xuan and his Warriors will reach the pinnacle." Such is the insight of a top-tier coach, able to see through to the essence. Years later, when discussions arise regarding the dynasty of the Warriors, established by Lin Xuan, Williams' remarks will serve as the quintessential footnote. Meanwhile, in the Warriors interview zone, a reporter jested with Steven. "Today, you and Lin almost turned the three-point shooting contest into an internal scrimmage, but unfortunately, you fell short by 3 shots." The reporter quipped, "Should you challenge him to another round? I have no interest in competing with that guy over three-pointers." Curry promptly dismissed the notion, before adding with a smile, "In fact, we faced off long ago. The atmosphere was buoyant." Without waiting for further inquiries, Curry eagerly recounted a little anecdote from their three-point showdown. During their first encounter, Lin astonishingly outperformed Curry. The reporters were captivated by Curry's storytelling, and in doing so, they stumbled upon the key to tomorrow's headlines: that we had a good shooting touch today. Head coach Mark Jackson, in his interview, did not conceal his inner delight, especially when both Lin and Steven are on target. "You hardly need to devise any strategies, just pass the ball to them, and it's an assist." Following Curry and Jackson's interviews, Lin Xuan once again became the focal point of media attention. "Lin, I am aware of your prowess from beyond the arc, but hitting 13 three-pointers in a single game, has that exceeded your expectations?" As the reporter noted, Lin's three-point shooting ability is indisputable. However, sinking 13 in one game is indeed a monumental task. In this very match, the entire Hornets team didn't even manage that many. "I just played to my usual standards in response to the reporter's inquiry," the formidable Lin Xuan asserted. "If it weren't for the garbage time at the end, I could have made even more." The crowd erupted in astonishment at Lin's confident retort. He showing off again. Yet indeed, it was hard to refute. "Lin, not only did you break the single-game three-point record tonight, but you also led the team to tie the record for consecutive victories. Netizens have dubbed you the record crusher." What are your thoughts? Record crusher. This is merely the beginning. Lin, who has evolved from a rookie into a Bay Area hero, Was asked if he could describe his current life as his most glorious moment. No, my most glorious moments will always be in the future, not the present at that moment. The entire interview zone transformed into a grand display of Lin Xuan's confidence. The following day in Los Angeles at the Staples Center, Kobe Bryant erupted with 45 points, leading the Lakers to a 103-98 victory over the Rockets. Meanwhile, in Oklahoma City at the Chesapeake Energy Arena, the Thunder's dynamic duo combined for 63 points, securing their fourth consecutive win. In Miami, the Big Three dominated, overwhelming the visiting Pistons by a staggering 26 points. It seemed as though the basketball stars had all conspired to showcase their brilliance on this particular day. The reason? The voting for the 2013 Houston All-Star Game had officially commenced. Notably, the All-Star voting system had yet to be restructured, with only 2 forward spots available for starters. Consequently, the competition for these positions was particularly fierce. The Western Conference was abuzz, especially in the frontcourt, with legends such as Duncan, Nowitzki, Durant, and the recently surging Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, only 2 starting forward positions were available. I believe Lin Xuan undoubtedly deserves a spot. Not only does his performance warrant it, but the massive support from his Chinese fanbase guarantees it. Who could forget the rookie Yao Ming, who was propelled to a starting position a decade ago, solely through the votes of Chinese fans? That exemplifies the formidable power of the Chinese fanbase. What about E? If Chinese fans are so influential, why haven't they pushed him into the lineup? It's worth mentioning that Duncan and Nowitzki have amassed a substantial fan base over their lengthy careers, while Durant has been a hot commodity, having been named a starter for 3 consecutive years. Indeed, in contrast, Lin Xuan, as a rookie, lacks the foundational support, making it less likely for him to secure a starting position. Nevertheless, being selected for the bench is still a strong possibility. Discussions surrounding the All-Star voting proliferated across various social media platforms, with mixed sentiments regarding Lin Xuan's chances. However, Lin himself remained unperturbed. Wasn't he establishing a media company precisely to secure an unassailable position in any voting-related matters? Setting aside the voting dynamics in the U.S. and even his on-court performance, with the legendary Su rallying support in China, could his votes possibly dwindle? Securing a starting spot in the All-Star Game would be a mere formality for him. Simultaneously, perhaps in an effort to stoke the ever-growing excitement, the various rankings for the first month of the new NBA season were gradually released. First up was the Rookie of the Year standings. Undoubtedly, Lin Xuan claimed the top spot with an air of superiority, rendering any competition utterly inconsequential. The second position was all but certain, belonging to New Orleans Hornets' Anthony Davis. Davis' performance this month could only be described as flawless, averaging 25 points and 10 rebounds, a double-double that qualifies for All-Star status. Consequently, many lamented his fate with such a performance, even in the illustrious classes of 03 or 96. He would have undoubtedly been a top rookie. Alas, he is overshadowed by Lin Xuan, NCAA runner-up, second overall pick, and now second in the rookie rankings. He seems destined to remain the perennial runner-up. Following Davis in the rankings were Damian Lillard, Bradley Beal, Andre Drummond, Harrison Barnes, Evan Fournier, and Draymond Green. In truth, the quality of the 2012 draft class is commendable, but their presence pales compared to the brilliance of Lin and Davis. Next, they released the MVP rankings. Averaging over 40 points and maintaining an undefeated record, Lin Xuan rightfully claimed the top position. If such explosive performances do not warrant a spot on the list, the problem lies not with Lin Xuan, but with the list itself. The second spot was similarly predictable, going to LeBron James of the Miami Heat. Throughout November, they only lost 3 games, marking the second-best record in the league, trailing only the Golden State Warriors. The third position was claimed by Kevin Durant of the Oklahoma City Thunder, who also had an impressive November, particularly during a career-defining game against the Warriors, though they ultimately lost. Thus, the top 3 MVP spots were occupied by forwards that is the era of forwards upon us. Many media outlets and fans expressed their sentiments. Finally, the power rankings were unveiled. The Golden State Warriors, maintaining their undefeated streak, rightfully claimed the top spot. However, some minor controversies arose, although the Warriors achieved the best record in November. When considering team strength and depth, the Heat with their trio of stars arguably had the edge. The 2nd through 10th positions were filled by the Miami Heat, Oklahoma City Thunder, San Antonio Spurs, Los Angeles Clippers, Memphis Grizzlies, New York Knicks, New Orleans Hornets, Denver Nuggets, and Los Angeles Lakers. Following the release of these rankings, the NBA announced the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week for the fourth week. There were no surprises. The Eastern Conference Player of the Week was awarded to LeBron James, while the Western Conference Player of the Week was once again bestowed upon Lin Xuan, David Stern remarked. We certainly don't wish to induce aesthetic fatigue. However, aside from Lin Xuan, no one else holding this award would be convincing. For the fourth consecutive week, Lin Xuan had claimed the title of Player of the Week, further solidifying his record. Did you think that was the end? It was not. Lastly, amidst the public's keen anticipation, the NBA officially announced the most prestigious award of the month, the Player of the Month. Although the outcome was anticipated, the moment it was revealed, it still sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. For the 2012-13 season, the Eastern Conference Player of the Month was LeBron James, while the Western Conference Player of the Month was Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. Why is it always Lin Xuan? As previously stated, the NBA officials are also wary of causing fan fatigue. Yet, given team performance, individual statistics, and attendance, who else could possibly deserve it more than Lin Xuan? In other words, it is not Lin Xuan who needs these accolades. Rather, it is these awards that require Lin Xuan to validate their worth. It's as simple as that. MVP first place, coupled with 4 consecutive weeks of being named Player of the Week. And the accolade of Player of the Month. Major media outlets across the United States have taken notice, publishing extensive articles and images on their official blogs, detailing the numerous honors bestowed upon Lin Xuan. Sports Illustrated boldly declared Lin Xuan to be an honor-harvesting demon. As a titan in the realm of American sports journalism, such an accolade from Sports Illustrated carries significant weight. Not to be outdone. Bleacher Report prominently featured an image of Lin Xuan soaring to catch a ball with one hand, accompanied by the caption, Player of the Month? Merely his starting point. Meanwhile, across the ocean in China, social media platforms such as Weibo, WeChat, and campus networks have been inundated with discussion surrounding this topic. Following the footsteps of his predecessor Yao Ming, Lin Xuan has become the second Chinese player to earn the NBA Player of the Month title. The emphasis lies not only in Lin Xuan being named Player of the Month, but also in his accolades as MVP first place, Player of the Month for rookies, and 4 consecutive Player of the Week awards. Beyond the online fervor, various traditional media outlets, including newspapers and television, have provided timely coverage. As noon approached in China, the excitement surrounding Lin Xuan reached its zenith. CCTV's Noon News reported on Lin Xuan's achievements. It is noteworthy that CCTV typically refrains from covering sports unless the occasion is particularly monumental. Even more astonishing, CCTV's coverage was not merely a fleeting mention, but rather a dedicated 5-minute segment highlighting Lin Xuan's record-breaking feats and their implications. The youngest player of the month in NBA history, the first Chinese player to top the MVP rankings. At the conclusion of the report, CCTV thoughtfully informed Chinese fans about the upcoming game for the Golden State Warriors. The following day, on December 3, 2012, in Oakland, at the Oracle Arena, CCTV's Channel 5 greeted viewers with enthusiasm. The host, Zhang, skillfully delivered the opening remarks and continued. I believe everyone has noticed that today's live footage is earlier than usual. Why, you may ask? A moment of silence ensued as he answered himself. Because there will be a pre-game awards ceremony. Indeed, the NBA had previously announced the Player of the Month, and this was the occasion for the award. With rising enthusiasm, Zhang extolled. Lin Xuan is truly remarkable, the Western Conference Rookie of the Month. He proceeded to recount Lin Xuan's explosive performances, captivating the audience with his vivid descriptions, as Zhang's praise echoed. The lights dimmed, and the atmosphere in the arena transformed into one of solemnity and reverence. NBA Commissioner David Stern made his entrance, and amidst the crowd's anticipation, he presented the trophy symbolizing Player of the Month to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan raised the trophy high, standing with pride. Let us offer our most fervent applause and cheers. At the DJ's prompting, the entire audience rose to their feet. 8T that moment. A thunderous wave of applause and cheers reverberated throughout the Oracle Arena. After posing for a photo with Stern, Lin Xuan promptly called his teammates to the center of the court. The young Warriors, witnessing the Player of the Month trophy up close for the first time, were unable to conceal their curiosity and admiration. especially Stephen Curry and Draymond Green, who were nearly drooling at the sight point one day. I too shall receive this award. Curry and Green exchanged knowing smiles. Dreams are worth having. What if they come true? Meanwhile, on the bench of the Chicago Bulls, the inexperienced Jimmy Butler gazed intently at Lin Xuan, the star of the moment and the Player of the Month trophy in his hands. Lost in thought, a true man should aspire to greatness. The Butler's resolve strengthened. He would not settle for mediocrity, but strive to stand out. It's just Player of the Month, scoffed veteran Carlos Boozer, patting the day's young player on the shoulder. I've won it too. Player of the Month is nothing. Someone as ordinary as me has won it twice. Butler shot him a cold glance, saying nothing. How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of Swan? Beyond Player of the Month, his journey encompassed a vast expanse of stars and seas that he aimed for the All-Star game. He sought a lucrative contract. He aspired to become the toughest player in the league. Prepare for battle. The brief award ceremony soon concluded, and Bulls head coach Tom Thibodeau delivered the final pre-game rallying cry. Let's show that rookie Lin that his good days are over. Meanwhile, on the Warriors bench, Coach Mark Jackson gathered his players. We must exercise as much patience as possible as both teams prepared for the game. The two commentators provided their analysis. If the Warriors win this game, they will extend their winning streak to 16 games. This would also mark the longest winning streak to start a season in league history, although Derrick Rose is sidelined for the season. The Bulls still possess formidable defenders like Joakim Noah, Luol Deng, and Carlos Boozer. 16 consecutive wins. Let's focus on winning this game first. Indeed, despite the absence of their star player, the Bulls' defensive efficiency remains at the top of the league. A nightmare for all strong teams. Soon, both team starters took the court. The Golden State Warriors starting lineup remained unchanged. Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, David Lee, and Lin Xuan. The Chicago Bulls fielded their starting lineup of Luol Deng, Kirk Hinrich, Carlos Boozer, Marco Bellinelli, and Joakim Noah. With three forwards standing over 2.06 meters tall, they not only provided mobility, but also served as their greatest defensive anchors. Today, Lin Xuan and the Warriors would face significant resistance. In the CCTV broadcast booth, Zhang vividly likened the matchup. We can say that the Warriors, the sharpest spear, are up against the most formidable shield. Luol Deng, needless to say, was just named to the all-defensive second team last season. As for Boozer, Chinese fans are quite familiar with him, once dubbed the Yao Ming Terminator, and the taller he is, the less intimidated he becomes. And then there's Noah, if he maintains his early season performance. Winning the DPOY award is not out of the question. The combination of these three cannot merely be called a fortress. It is akin to a titanium alloy fortress, even if Lin Xuan can dominate one of them. What about the other two? Today will serve as the ultimate test of the Warriors' offensive prowess. As the American commentator's words faded, the whistle signaling the jump ball echoed through the arena. The centers took their positions at the logo. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. Joakim Noah immediately displayed remarkable focus. The jump ball was successful. Noah directed the ball straight into the hands of point guard Kirk Hinrich. Hinrich, with the ball at the top of the arc, orchestrated the play. Luol Deng executed a well-timed off-ball movement to shake off his defender, positioning himself in the paint. Hinrich decisively passed the ball, assisting Luol Deng for an easy bucket. 2-0. Without Rose, the Bulls played with a newfound fluidity, even on offense, which is not their strong suit. When it came to defense, their talents would shine. Warriors possession. After receiving the inbounds pass, Curry quickly advanced the ball across half court. Under pressure from Bulls guard Bellinelli, Curry nearly committed a turnover. Fortunately, Lin Xuan swiftly moved to receive the ball, stabilizing the situation. Deng and Noah closely pursued, sealing off passing and shooting lanes. As the two commentators noted, the Bulls players quickly transitioned back on defense, showcasing their iron-willed resolve. Thibodeau's defensive strategy was clear. Right from the outset, he focused on the Warriors' two main offensive threats, allowing Thompson and Lee some space while completely disregarding Draymond Green. Let Lin Xuan and Curry do whatever they want. I will clamp down on the two of you. If the others score, so be it. This was the defensive strategy akin to the OKC Thunder's tactics in the early 2000s playoffs. Initially, Lin Xuan struggled to adapt. Noah's robust physique, combined with Deng's rapid lateral movement, meant that as soon as Lin Xuan dribbled, He was met with staunch defense, applying immense pressure. Lin Xuan was forced to pass the ball to Thompson, who was stationed in the corner. Unfortunately, Thompson's shot was off the mark, clanking the open three-pointer. The opening 2 rounds encapsulated the essence of the entire first quarter. The Bulls executed their offensive strategy with poise, consistently adding to their score that on the defensive end, they focused on neutralizing Lin Xuan and Curry, which meant that in each offensive possession, the other 3 players of the Warriors were likely to find excellent shooting opportunities. However, the likes of Draymond Green were not to be counted on. Thompson and David Lee, surprisingly, also lacked their shooting touch today. Consequently, the Warriors found themselves devoid of a stable source of firepower by the end of the first quarter. Lin Xuan had amassed 9 points, all from fast break opportunities as he sought to involve his teammates during set plays. The first quarter concluded with a score of 25-23, with the Bulls securing a 2-point lead on the road. Look at that. This is the prowess of the league's top defense. Am I seeing this correctly? The Golden State Warriors are actually trailing. My goodness, the Warriors have lost the first quarter. This had never occurred before. The fans in attendance were left dumbfounded, incredulously staring at the scoreboard. In the lengthy season, no team can maintain an undefeated record indefinitely. The Warriors' winning streak was bound to meet its end one day. Yet, who could have anticipated that the first team to pose such challenges would be the Chicago Bulls, who were missing their star player, Rose? I have long maintained that transient success does not equate to a robust team. The American commentator on the sideline seemed unfazed, methodically analyzing, especially when facing a team like the Bulls, renowned for their defensive prowess. They force you to slow down, employing a methodical, one-possession-at-a-time strategy. Another commentator added, with targeted defensive schemes, many teams will reveal their true colors. During the break, Lin Xuan instantly recognized the smug smile on Thibodeau's face. This hefty man was clearly out to thwart him. He aimed to dismantle you defensively. Reminiscent of Coach Lou's one strategy in later years, this rotund figure indeed possessed a unique thought process. Want to win? Sure, but your superstars must first endure some bruising. No wonder the Heat's Big Three, at their peak in the 2011 season, were reluctant to face the Bulls. Playing against them, their stats would suffer, and scoring high against them was nearly impossible. However, Lin Xuan asserted, in the first quarter, I merely aimed to involve my teammates more. Do you really think you could defend against me? Go ahead, I'll just collect some interest later. After the first quarter, both sides revealed their strategies. Thibodeau's focus on defensive tactics was not to compel Lin Xuan or Curry to carry the team single-handedly, but rather to test their passing abilities while betting on the performance of the other Warriors players. If others failed to score, that's fine. But you, Lin Xuan and Curry? Sorry, you'll have to be mere VIP spectators on the court. Thibodeau was resolute in maintaining this defensive strategy throughout the game. Little did he know that Lin Xuan had only been probing during the first quarter. Having discerned your tactics, you still haven't properly prepared for my onslaught. The second quarter commenced. Both teams initially deployed their bench players, engaging in a lackluster exchange. The Warriors' substitutes routinely underperformed. Particularly Australian center Bogut, perhaps due to being relegated to the bench, seemed discontented. He committed 2 turnovers right off the bat, failing to defend effectively or score. Within 2 minutes, the Bulls extended their lead to 10 points. Coach Mar Jackson had no choice but to reinstate his starting lineup. During the Warriors' offensive possession, Lin Xuan received a pass from Curry. Luol Deng was the first to apply pressure, with Noah quickly joining to create a double team. Following the first quarter's approach, Lin would typically pass the ball to the now-open Thompson for a shot. However, this time, Lin Xuan had no intention of doing so. That if I can't break through a double team, what use is this system? As Noah advanced, Lin executed a sidestep crossover, swiftly dribbling to the left and drawing both defenders outward. Due to the sidestep, Lin had no fear of being stripped. Coupled with the physical gifts reminiscent of a peak Giannis, his technical execution remained flawless. Lin then altered his rhythm, capitalizing on the defender's momentary lapse in vigilance to forcefully toss the ball between Noah and Deng. Regardless of their positioning, a gap would always exist between them, and Lin seized this opportunity, lowering his center of gravity to dribble 8T that moment. He adjusted his body, hit the gas, and surged through the 2 defenders like a Lamborghini. Just a moment ago, he appeared to be merely strolling on the court. The next, he was like a sharp blade, slicing through the opponent's defense. It was all about that instantaneous burst of speed and ankle agility. One pass two. After breaking through, Lin glided to the corner beyond the three-point line, executing a quick stop-and-pop jumper that swished through the net. The sequence of sidestep crossover followed by an instant breakthrough and three-point shot was executed with such fluidity and grace that the defenders could only watch in despair. Here it comes, so stylish. Lin Xuan's shot was simply sensational. This was akin to a young bull soaring through the skies. In the media area, so cool. Zhou Linen couldn't contain her excitement, exclaiming, having known Lin Xuan for so long, she had never witnessed such a move. It was astonishing. In reality, this play was a product of Lin Xuan's quick thinking, blending the crossover with a deceptive step. Akin to a street ball move known as the Joker's knife, by continuously changing direction to confuse his opponent. He then lunged through the opening he had created, much like a sharp knife. Next time, close the door a bit tighter. Noah and Deng exchanged knowing glances, speaking in unison. This was the unspoken synergy between two defensive stalwarts. As the game transitioned, the Bulls embarked on their offensive possession. Boozer maneuvered a few steps under the basket and leaped. His signature catapult-style shot missed. The aging Boozer's offensive efficiency was evidently waning. Even after creating space from his defender, he still failed to score. Lin Xuan secured the rebound and passed to Curry to initiate the offense. Curry advanced the ball, but faced tight pressure, having to return it to Lin Xuan. At this point, Noah had yet to return to defense, and Marinelli, in conjunction with Deng, attempted to double-team Lin Xuan. Marinelli was a full size smaller than Noah and lacked his lateral quickness, making it even easier for Lin Xuan. Again employing the sidestep crossover followed by an instant breakthrough. Lin effortlessly sliced through the defense. Confronted by the rotating Kirk Hinrich, Lin faked him out and unleashed a deadly mid-range shot. Swish! The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air before finding the net. Incredible! Another one. The Bulls' defense was faltering. This is Lin Xuan. Right from the start of the second quarter, he single-handedly tore through the Bulls' defense. The previously sluggish Oracle Arena, characterized by both teams' slow pace, was ignited by Lin Xuan's two heroic baskets. What most formidable shield! It was easily pierced by Lin Xuan. After scoring, Lin made a gesture as if to listen for the cheers in that moment, he became the answer that Golden State fans had eagerly awaited. This shot demanded exceptionally high explosive power from the player. In the CCTV commentary booth, Coach Zhang provided a professional analysis. A seemingly nonchalant sidestep crossover followed by a sudden release. However, one must pay close attention to maintaining a low center of gravity and relying on explosive speed to take a significant step forward. Shaking off the defender, Coach Zhang also highlighted the difficulty of Lin Xuan's shot. He faced a double team from two defenders, and due to the sidestep dribble, he had to maintain his technical form while releasing the ball, which was exceedingly challenging. Finally, Lin's speed, akin to a Lamborghini, allowed him to shake off two opponents, making it all the more impressive. Beep! The cautious Bulls head coach Thibodeau immediately called for a timeout. Lin Xuan, with two nearly identical scoring methods, rendered the Bulls' defensive strategy a laughingstock as a master of defense. Thibodeau could not tolerate this. You think Lin Xuan possesses formidable offensive capabilities? Well, I have plenty of advanced strategies at my disposal, typically during the regular season. Coaches do not implement extensive defensive tactics that is only in the playoffs, when the stakes rise, that such measures are taken. Nevertheless, today he aimed to prove to everyone that even the sharpest spear cannot pierce through his titanium alloy defense. On the other side, Lin Xuan, returning to the bench, was immediately met with the concerned inquiries of the team doctors. There was no doubt about it. From the perspective of an onlooker, Lin Xuan's two recent offensive maneuvers had such a striking visual impact that it raised concerns about the well-being of his ankles and knees. I'm fine, Lin Xuan reassured, being acutely aware of his own physical state. After all, he had yet to attain a body of steel, and the risk of injury still loomed. Thus, despite the apparent explosiveness of his performance, he had indeed held back somewhat. The timeout concluded swiftly, leading to a Bulls offensive possession. Noah moved languidly with the ball, backing down, deliberately slowing the pace, of course. Reducing the tempo also served as a means to fortify their defense. After a series of agile maneuvers beneath the basket, Noah overpowered Draymond Green and executed a one-handed dunk with authority. The possession shifted. Curry seized the ball and surged into the offensive end. His task was simply to accelerate. After several passes and cuts, the ball found its way into Lin Xuan's hands. This time, the Bulls had evidently altered their defensive strategy, opting for zone defense instead of double-teaming Lin. Lin Xuan quickly assessed the evolving situation on the court and made his offensive choice. With a triple threat hesitation, he deceived his defender and charged straight into the paint. Boozer, stationed firmly beneath the basket, was ready to draw an offensive foul upon impact. However, at the very moment of potential collision, Lin Xuan executed a deft Euro step, deftly sidestepping Boozer's imposing presence and seamlessly finishing at the rim. They simply could not contain Lin Xuan. Attempting to bait Lin Xuan into an offensive foul had merely resulted in an exhibition of skill. Lin Xuan's extraordinary Euro step reignited the energy in the arena. Back on the offensive end, the Bulls continued to maintain their deliberate pace. Yet this time, their offensive efficiency had dipped. With only 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Luol Deng's mid-range jumper clanked off the rim. Lin Xuan, with impeccable anticipation, effortlessly secured the rebound. Once again, the Bulls found themselves at the mercy of Lin Xuan's remarkable shot-making, this time facing a relentless triple team from 3 defenders, confronted by Boozer, Noah, and Deng's defensive blockade. Lin Xuan found himself lacking a clear shot opportunity. However, the price of their triple team was that Warriors players were afforded numerous open looks. Lin Xuan promptly swung the ball to the corner, where Curry awaited. Curry launched a wide-open three-pointer. Splash! The Warriors' fervent counterattack became the defining theme of the second quarter. Throughout this period, Thibodeau employed an array of defensive tactics, including zone defense, half-court pressure, and man-to-man coverage. Yet Lin Xuan remained impervious to their efforts. Coupled with the Bulls' own declining offensive efficiency, the tides had turned as the second quarter concluded. The Warriors had surged ahead by 7 points, leading 60-53, with 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. Lin Xuan once again delivered a stellar performance in this quarter. The Oracle Arena had transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. And no matter the adversity faced, the rhythm had ultimately returned to their favor. Warriors fans had not enjoyed such sweet moments in quite some time. During halftime, the in-game production team capitalized on the festive atmosphere by introducing the Kiss Cam game. Several segments of the Kiss Cam heightened the already exuberant ambience. Yet, human emotions are not universally shared. The Bulls, amidst the cheering from the crowd, found the noise to be nothing short of distracting. Thus, under Thibodeau's direction, the team returned to the locker room early to strategize for the second half. "If you can't contain that kid," Thibodeau remarked while sketching tactics on the board, "let him shoot." Clearly, this statement bore a hint of frustration, but more so, it aimed to ignite the competitive spirit within the Bulls. Unfortunately, the players appeared deflated, resembling wilted plants, devoid of any fighting spirit. The once iron-willed Chicago Bulls had been rendered into this state. It was evident how profoundly Lin Xuan's audacious attacks had shaken their confidence during the second quarter. As the third quarter commenced, the Bulls bench unit, led by Jimmy Butler, managed to execute a few commendable plays. However, once the starters returned to the floor, Lin Xuan unleashed his usual prowess, seamlessly weaving through defenders, executing Euro steps, and knocking down three-pointers. Noah, Deng, Boozer, and the rest of the Bulls starting lineup simply could not withstand the onslaught. By the end of the third quarter, the Bulls, having lost their spirit, suffered a devastating defeat. Trailing 95-78. Meanwhile, Klay Thompson of the Warriors gradually regained his shooting touch. Who would dare leave him open? As Lin Xuan had anticipated, Thibodeau remained obstinate. Despite the dire state of his starters, he stubbornly refused to grant even a moment's opportunity to the bench players, opting instead to relentlessly drill his starters on the sidelines. Little Jimmy grew increasingly anxious, lamenting the absence of a platform for his ambitions that if he wished to shine, it seemed he would have to wait another 2 years. "How tedious," he muttered. With Lin Xuan executing 2 long passes for fast-break layups, the Bulls completely crumbled. Simultaneously, Thibodeau was compelled to relinquish his last vestiges of stubbornness, withdrawing all starters and conceding defeat as the final whistle blew. The Warriors triumphed over the Bulls with a dominating score of 128-97. extending their winning streak to 16 games and simultaneously setting a record for the longest winning streak to start a season in NBA history. Can you believe it? The Bulls, who typically allowed an average of 88.5 points, permitted their opponents to score 128 today. Quite normal, considering their adversary was the Golden State Warriors, who boasted an average of over 125 points per game this season. Moreover, the Warriors featured the league's top scoring threat, Lin Xuan. Given the Warriors' current momentum, even the defending champions, the Heat, would struggle against them. Just look at Lin's performance tonight. 45 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists. Even against a defensive mastermind like Thibodeau. He managed to produce such comprehensive statistics. Who else could achieve that? Thibodeau may be capable of containing everyone, but stopping Lin Xuan is no simple task. Facing the league's most formidable defense, Lin Xuan and the Warriors made a mockery of it. Even the top defenders displayed moments of existential doubt, as captured by the arena's photographers and projected onto the big screen. This became a true reflection of the Bulls' collective psyche. It wasn't that they hadn't tried. Lin Xuan was simply uncontainable. Notably, in the latter half of the third quarter, Lin Xuan did experience a moment of misstep as he was stripped of the ball by the Bulls' young star, Jimmy Butler. This became Butler's highlight moment of the season, as he managed to steal from the one with the ball, Lin Xuan. The Bulls may have lost, but little Jimmy felt he had not. During Summer League play, he had once been outmaneuvered by Lin in a post-game interview. Butler beamed with pride, declaring that this steal was a measure of revenge. However, in subsequent responses, Butler candidly acknowledged the disparity between their talents and expressed his desire to use Lin Xuan as a benchmark, motivating himself to advance further. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, faced with relentless inquiries from reporters regarding his sole error of the match, could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Mistakes abound in the game. Yet his singular misstep had somehow become the center of attention. Quite amusing. However, this also signified his emergence as a true superstar. It is akin to how no one is surprised when LeBron James blocks someone. Yet if he were to be blocked, that would become headline news. It's the same principle. Simultaneously, in Miami at the American Airlines Arena, the Heat had just secured a significant victory over their opponents, extending their winning streak to 7 games. LeBron, watching from the locker room as the Warriors played, shook his head in disbelief. As a longtime rival, he understood all too well the annoyance that Thibodeau could be, especially during last year's Eastern Conference Finals. Although they triumphed 4-1, the journey had been anything but straightforward. Under the relentless pressure of their opponent's defense, he had found the game to be exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet, this young man managed to slice through the defense. Scoring 45 points, in a fleeting moment, James felt that his position as the preeminent player in the league was somewhat precarious. In just a week, we would be facing the Warriors. James perused the schedule in his hands. He cast a puzzled glance at Wade. Have our reinforcements not yet materialized? The salary cap was nearing its limits, and acquiring established stars in their prime seemed implausible. Wade, who was busily packing his belongings nearby, remarked, however, I have heard that a veteran renowned for his defensive prowess is willing to join us for the minimum salary. He is. Upon hearing the veteran's name from Wade's lips, James's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation for the impending journey to Oakland. The following morning, as Lin Xuan awoke, he was greeted by a call from his agent. Austin, it turned out that Under Armour had completed the development of the Tsunami Eye. And as soon as Lin Xuan gave his approval, it would be ready for mass production and market launch. Simultaneously, Under Armour's internal logistics were preparing to deliver samples of the Tsunami Eye directly to his doorstep. The ascent of Under Armour from a rising star to a leading sports brand was indeed impressive. Lin Xuan mused to himself. The promised samples before the All-Star game were truly delivered as promised. Notably, in addition to the samples of the Tsunami Eye, Under Armour also sent a whole truckload of various daily essentials. This included hats, bags, gloves, socks, athletic wear, and polo shirts, amounting to a total of 72 different Under Armour products. Additionally, they provided UA Flow Dynamic Training Shoes and UA HOVR Summit Running Shoes, totaling 72 pairs. The number 72 holds significance as it represents Lin Xuan's highest single-game scoring record in his career. This generous gesture from Under Armour not only plays on the auspicious Chinese saying of double happiness, but also aligns perfectly with Lin Xuan's career achievements. AS for the Tsunami Eye. Under Armour sent 4 pairs of shoes, each showcasing a distinct colorway: blue, red, yellow, and purple, each representing Lin Xuan's signature offensive techniques, including precise three-pointers, mid-range jumpers, crossovers, and elusive footwork. Lin Xuan's suggestion. The shoes featured a low-top design, exuding the sleek appearance of a supercar with smooth lines and a modern aesthetic. Furthermore, on the lateral side of the shoes, there was an artistic representation of Lin Xuan's name in pinyin. Lin Xuan, in terms of performance, the sturdy and durable EVA outsole paired with a multidirectional tread significantly enhanced traction, providing better support for sudden starts, stops, and directional sprints on the court. Most impressively, the outsole's multidirectional pattern subtly resembles the shape of a Chinese dragon, showcasing Lin Xuan's cultural heritage while exuding a regal presence. In conclusion, the Tsunami masterfully balances style and functionality, embodying sincerity in its design. The shoes are available in 2 variants: a professional version priced at 110, equivalent to approximately 770 yuan, and a standard version priced at 80, around 560 yuan. The distinction lies in the absence of the EVA outsole in the standard version, as not everyone is inclined to accept EVA as a thermoplastic material. Many perceive it merely as a gimmick. Naturally, the release of the standard version aims to cater to a broader consumer base, further solidifying Lin Xuan's fan foundation that "let's try them on," Lin Xuan exclaimed. True to their signature status, the moment he slipped them on, he immediately felt the soft and comfortable embrace of the shoes. He had never experienced such a perfect fit, to the extent that one could argue these were the most suitable shoes for him in the entire world. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Xuan promptly stood up to take a few steps. The rebound sensation was delightful, with the red EVA outsole providing ample cushioning, absorbing the impact upon landing, coupled with the TPE blended material that reinforced ankle protection. The shoes were indeed impressive. Through a series of evaluations, Lin Xuan was exceedingly satisfied with the Tsunami Eye. "If I make the All-Star team this year, I will wear them." Meanwhile, the voting for the 2013 Houston All-Star Weekend was in full swing. Who would emerge as the top vote-getter for this season's All-Star Weekend? This topic naturally ignited fervent discussions among netizens. Undoubtedly, Kobe Bryant and LeBron James were the current frontrunners, but it is noteworthy that last season, both led the voting in the initial phase but were ultimately surpassed at the last moment by Dwight Howard. This underscored the fierce competition inherent in the All-Star voting. This season, Kevin Durant was gradually showcasing MVP-level performances, drawing countless fans. Moreover, with Lin Xuan's epic emergence, the dynamics of the league had shifted significantly. It seemed inevitable that this year's battle for the All-Star top vote would unfold among Kobe, LeBron, Durant, and Lin. I believe LeBron will reclaim the top spot. 2 years have passed, and it's about time for him, one might assert. But wait, what if none of these 4 emerges victorious? Just like the last time when a dark horse like Howard surged at the last moment. Who can say for certain? Regarding the potential top vote-getter for the All-Star Weekend, several NBA stars shared their perspectives. Wade, one of the big 3 from the Heat, openly tweeted, "Of course, I believe it will be LeBron James. As the MVP and FMVP from last season, he rightly deserves the adoration of the fans." That Wade's statement was a show of support for his brother, yet it bore no bias, as the current player who embodies both popularity and prowess in the league. James last claimed the top vote in 2010, that especially during the first half of the last season, he far outpaced Howard in both team performance and personal statistics, only to have that honor snatched away at the last moment by his former rival. While James did not publicly voice his discontent, he undoubtedly harbored grievances. This season, he was determined to reclaim what he had lost. "I believe the top vote will go to Lin," asserted Danny Granger. A forward for the Pacers, on his social media, he took a stance in favor of Lin Xuan. "Wade's opinion differs from mine, which is entirely normal since he's LeBron's teammate. However, you should consider the perspective of an observer like me." Granger elaborated in a subsequent post. "Why do I believe Lin will become the top vote-getter? It's simple. His electrifying playing style is tailor-made for the All-Star stage. I can't imagine any fan not wanting to see him showcase his dribbling skills and three-point shooting in the All-Star game." Even Durant, one of the leading candidates for the top vote, had to acknowledge, "Only by playing against him can you truly understand his terror. He once scored 72 points against me." "What? Kobe scored 81. That's different." Lin Xuan's scoring efficiency is significantly higher that he achieved those 72 points with over 90 efficiency. How can that be compared to 81 points gained through numerous attempts and free throws? Of course, Durant's assertion held some objectivity, but it also stemmed from his intrinsic admiration for formidable opponents that it was undeniable that during their previous encounter, Lin Xuan had genuinely impressed him. Kobe might become the top vote-getter, since he is, after all, the Michael Jordan of our generation. Tim Duncan, the legendary Spurs icon, offered a more tempered perspective compared to others. However, nothing is absolute. Lin's chances are considerable. His presence has made this year's voting outcome all the more unpredictable. With this statement, the Stone Buddha managed to strike a commendable balance between praise for Kobe and support for Lin Xuan. Let us conclude here. In a post-game interview, Kobe Bryant spoke with commanding confidence regarding the All-Star topic. This season, there's only one true top vote-getter, and that is me, the Black Mamba. What about the Little Emperor? Can any number of fans rival my 60 points? What about KD? Just a second-rate Durant. And what a Chinese prodigy. Merely an inexperienced rookie. In Kobe's eyes, the title of top vote-getter unequivocally belonged to him. I have cast 4 votes in support of LeBron James. He's a 3-time MVP, 1-time FMVP, and 1-time champion. Undoubtedly the rightful ruler. Is KD not deserving of recognition? This season, he has further elevated his scoring prowess. In my heart, he is the top vote-getter. Kobe, LeBron, and KD are all relics of the past. The present and future of the league belong to Lin Xuan. I stand in support of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan is destined to be crowned as the ticket king. LeBron is the chosen one. Lin Xuan embodies my ideals, as numerous basketball stars express their personal opinions. Fans eagerly engage in fervent discussions online regarding the ownership of the ticket king title. Naturally, the relentless journalists, ever eager to create sensational headlines, have not spared the subject. LeBron James, ticket king? I currently have no time to ponder that issue. The astute little emperor deftly sidesteps the trap. My focus is solely on giving my all in every game. Meanwhile, in Oakland, at the Oracle Arena, Lin Xuan, amidst his routine training, was posed the same question. Of course, it's me. Lin Xuan responded without a hint of hesitation. I will become the ticket king. Having made his bold statement, Lin Xuan offered no further opportunities for the journalists to pry into gossip. Promptly returning to his intense preparation in just 5 days, they're set to face the most anticipated and challenging match of the season thus far. The Miami Heat at home, the peak of the Big Three. The reigning champions, the greatest title contenders of the season. However, prior to this, they must first venture east to confront the Milwaukee Bucks and the Washington Wizards on December 5, 2012, in Milwaukee at the Bradley Center. Against a team characterized by less distinct offensive and defensive traits, Lin Xuan effortlessly achieved another near quadruple-double with over 50 points. After a brief day of rest, the Golden State Warriors arrived in the capital. Washington, the Wizards, featuring John Wall and Bradley Beal, are gradually finding their direction in the midst of a rebuild. Notably, Beal, who was drafted in the same class as Lin Xuan, has recently been on fire, consistently scoring over 20 points. Unfortunately for them, when they faced the Golden State Warriors, they had a bid farewell to their streak of good fortune. The Wizards' dynamic duo was overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught from Lin Xuan and the Splash Brothers. Ultimately, before the third quarter concluded, the Warriors, under Lin Xuan's leadership, sealed the victory. Thus, the Warriors achieved an astonishing 18-game winning streak. After a brief respite in Washington, he returned to Oakland with an undefeated record, ready to confront the challenge posed by the Miami Heat. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, at the Staples Center, after a grueling 48-minute battle, the Miami Heat triumphed over the Los Angeles Clippers, extending their own winning streak to 11 games. The palpable joy between LeBron James and Dwayne Wade was evident as they celebrated their victory over the Banana Boat Brothers. However, post-game, they had no time to catch up with their good friend Chris Paul. Following a quick tidy-up, they embarked on their journey to the Golden State. The clash between the Miami Heat and the Golden State Warriors was imminent. The following morning, the Miami Heat's flight landed in Oakland. The game was scheduled for the following evening, providing the Heat ample time for rest and recovery. Yet, they had no intentions of relaxing. After a brief respite at their hotel, they proceeded to the arena for pre-game training. LeBron, Wade said after finishing a few laps of sprints and approaching James, who was practicing his shooting. That don't forget what we agreed on earlier, that I know, James replied, confidently sinking a mid-range shot before turning his head. I will be guarding Lin Xuan at this moment. The Little Emperor was a true embodiment of both offensive and defensive prowess, possessing elite lateral quickness and a relentless commitment to defense. Not that, Wade interjected, shaking his head with a smirk, that I meant our wager. Indeed, gambling was a favored pre-game stress relief activity for the Flash. However, unlike the stars of the 90s who frequently visited Las Vegas, Wade never ventured to casinos. He preferred to gamble on the plane with teammates. Previously, it had been card games, but this time he transformed the wager into the upcoming Heat Warriors showdown. You're betting that Lin Xuan will score over 40 points? James pondered briefly and continued, I wager he will not exceed 40 points. Exactly, Wade chuckled. Your victory hinges on whether you can contain him. If you manage that, you win, although the league strictly prohibits players from gambling. Wade understood that this wager posed no issue. It was more akin to a positive motivation for his teammate. He would be delighted to lose. Are you serious? At this moment, the spirited James was brimming with confidence. If we're going to bet, let us make it substantial. 40 points? You surely overestimate him. James paused, then slowly added, I'd like to modify the wager, as long as that kid scores 25 points against me. You win 25 points? Wade blinked in surprise. The reason he set the standard at 40 points was that, as a fellow scorer, he understood that at Lin Xuan's level, defense could hardly impede his offensive capabilities. Scoring relied entirely on his shooting touch, that if James could successfully limit Lin Xuan's points to under 40, that would be an achievement. But 25 points? Wasn't that a bit too ambitious? When Lin Xuan is in form, he could easily reach that mark within a single quarter. Are you questioning my defense? A rare seriousness flashed across James's face. Not at all, Wade quickly reassured. Since you raised the stakes, I don't mind increasing the wager. If you win, I'll pay you 100,000. If you lose, you owe me 50,000. Agreed. James, filled with self-assurance, patted his chest and suddenly flashed a charming smile. Dwayne, don't forget that Rashid will be playing in tomorrow's game. With his help, limiting Lin Xuan's scoring to below 25 should not be too difficult. Indeed, just prior to the last game, they made their first reinforcement of the season by signing veteran Rasheed Wallace to a minimum contract. The once dominant defensive powerhouse, though aged and slightly diminished, still excelled as a pure blue-collar player. Haha, I, King James, never enter a battle unprepared, with my primary defense and Rashid's formidable help, Lin Xuan, and you too. Dwayne, just wait to lose. Meanwhile, the Golden State Warriors were also engaged in their pre-game training. In contrast to the Heat's tense atmosphere, the Warriors exuded a much more relaxed vibe. Calm and composed, this was a unique winning culture that an 18-game winning streak had fostered within the team. After a simple arrangement of free throw drills, Coach Jackson allowed the players to take a break while opening the floor for media interviews. Soon, Lin Xuan found himself surrounded by a throng of reporters. Lin, do you recall what you previously stated? You mentioned that you would sweep the Miami Heat during the regular season. Absolutely, Lin Xuan responded, taking the microphone handed to him. Tomorrow marks the beginning of that sweeping journey. I have awaited this day for far too long that if we cannot triumph over Miami, then all our previous victories hold no significance. The reporters nodded in admiration and continued their inquiries. In your matchup against Kobe, you scored a career high of 60 points. Subsequently, in your duel with KD, you raised that record to 7-2. It appears that each time you face one of the league's top 3 players, you elevate your performance. So, when you confront the universally acknowledged number 1, LeBron James, will you further enhance your scoring record or perhaps deliver even more astonishing statistics? I have never cared for statistics, Lin Xuan replied, ever candid. What matters to me is victory. And that is enough. Defeating LeBron, overcoming the Big Three, toppling the reigning champions from their throne. That is his ultimate goal. Following Lin Xuan's interview, the fervor surrounding the Heat Warriors clash only intensified. Meanwhile, the renowned American sports media outlet He stoked the flames, announcing that the highly anticipated showdown would be broadcast nationwide the following day. That evening, the illustrious T even launched a special program, focusing on the highly anticipated clash schedule for the following day. A gathering of luminaries such as Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, Reggie Miller, and Shaquille O'Neal engaged in spirited discussions. Who do you believe will ultimately triumph, the Golden State Warriors or the Miami Heat? Undoubtedly, it will be the Miami Heat, despite Lin Xuan's recent meteoric rise. However, the peak trio will not be easily vanquished by a mere rookie. Indeed, it is plausible that Lin Xuan may still produce dazzling statistics, yet the victory shall belong to Miami. It is even conceivable that Lin Xuan might not even excel in numbers, as LeBron may well choose to defend him, potentially leading him to encounter the rookie wall. Aside from the commentary team of T, various analysts took to their social media platforms to express their opinions. Some favored Lin Xuan and the Warriors, while others supported the trio and the Heat. Regardless of their allegiances, each side could articulate their reasoning, attracting their own followers with no one holding an overwhelming advantage. In an instant, the debate over the outcome of the match became a fervent topic online. The following day, December 10, 2012, in American time, even before the game commenced, tens of thousands of fans had already gathered outside the Oracle Arena, brandishing signs in a multitude of languages, hailing from across the globe. I traveled all the way from China, a 13-hour flight. Go Lin Xuan, I am from Europe, eagerly anticipating this pinnacle showdown. I'm from New Zealand. Lin Xuan and LeBron are my favorite players. I look forward to their duel. Meanwhile, inside the Oracle Arena, the commentators were ramping up the excitement for the showdown between the Heat and the Warriors, compared to LeBron James during his prime. Lin Xuan's performance has far surpassed his. Today's match is also regarded as a preview of this season's finals. The prodigies of two different eras are finally set to face off for the first time. Whose fate shall it be? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. As time progressed, the audience gradually filled the arena, and both teams began their pre-game warm-ups. The moment Lin Xuan appeared, an uproar of cheers erupted from the crowd. In addition to cheering for Lin Xuan, this was also a demonstration directed at LeBron James. Aren't you the MVP and FMVP? Today at the Oracle Arena, Lin Xuan shall use you as his banner, heralding the commencement of his own MVP journey. Hello, esteemed viewers. This is CCTV 5. On the other side, the familiar figure of Director Zhang appeared at the CCTV commentary booth. The game between the Warriors and the Heat is about to begin. In the words of Chinese fans, this is akin to the NBA Spring Festival Gala. To provide enhanced coverage of this spectacular confrontation, CCTV has specially dispatched Yang Yi from China. Yang Yi, equally exhilarated, seized the opportunity to introduce on camera. As we all know, the All-Star Weekend voting is currently in full swing. Given the present circumstances, LeBron and Lin Xuan are virtually the only two contenders for the title of top vote-getter, with even Kobe and Durant trailing them significantly. In a sense, today's direct face-off between Lin Xuan and LeBron will influence the ultimate outcome of the voting, the battle for the top vote. Truly, a professional analyst, Yang immediately found a captivating angle. Well said, whether it's a preview of the finals or a battle for the top vote, this match today is undoubtedly filled with intrigue. Director Zhang, eager to prevent Yang Yi from rambling on indefinitely, quickly took control of the pace. The starting lineups are about to be announced. Let us see who takes the court as soon as he finished speaking. The pregame warm-ups concluded. Amidst the thunderous applause from the audience, the starting players for both teams made their way onto the court. For the Heat, the starting lineup consisted of Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, Sean Marion, Udonis Haslem, and LeBron James. The Warriors starters remained unchanged. Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, David Lee, and Lin Xuan. With a sharp whistle, both centers positioned themselves at the logo area. The referee elevated the ball into the air. The jump ball commenced. David Lee's diminutive leap was utterly eclipsed by Chris Bosh. Bosh deftly redirected the ball into the hands of Dwayne Wade. The Miami Heat initiated the first offensive play. Leave it to me. Klay Thompson took the lead in defending against the opponent's primary offensive threat. At this moment, he exuded the aura of a future elite 3 and D player. Although Thompson stood half a head taller than Wade, his speed was considerably lacking. He faced a formidable challenge in this match. Draymond Green kept a watchful eye on LeBron, while Lin Xuan temporarily guarded Haslem. Wade quickly assessed the on-court dynamics, and, upon seeing LeBron shake free from Green's grasp, executed a bounce pass. LeBron unleashed his signature crab dribble for the layup, 2 points scored. The connection between Wade and LeBron was established from the outset. It appears the Heat are intent on unleashing their full firepower today. The two commentators on the sidelines couldn't suppress their exclamations. Just as they articulated, the duo of the Heat aimed to declare it all. We will give our utmost to secure this victory. As the possession shifted, the Warriors took their turn on offense. Curry advanced the ball briskly up the court, given that the opposing team had launched a powerful strike right from the outset. They were more than willing to match the intensity. He immediately passed the ball to Lin Xuan, positioned at the left arc. Lin Xuan, holding the ball at the arc, took a glance at the hoop. Just as everyone anticipated that Lin Xuan would unleash his lethal, pinpoint three-pointer, he suddenly executed a dramatic change of direction. Pulling the ball from right to left and surveyed the approaching defender, a figure darted into his path with astonishing speed. A physique like iron stirred up gusts of wind. It was none other than the resplendent King James. At that moment, he had just attempted a tentative steal. Fortunately, Lin Xuan reacted swiftly, promptly shifting the ball to the other side. Otherwise, that play would have been an easy catch for LeBron. That was close. At the CCTV commentary booth, Director Jean couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Lin Xuan, yet he still managed to commend him. Indeed, it's Lin Xuan. His reaction speed rivals that of Liu Xiang's explosive start. While Lin Xuan's reflexes were impressive, it was merely LeBron's initial probing move. What would it be like if he unleashed his full defensive prowess? No one dared to imagine. Let us hold our horses, Director Jean. Lin Xuan is about to go one-on-one with LeBron. Just as Director Jean prepared to continue praising Lin Xuan, the latter, having evaded the defender, dribbled low and signaled his teammates to create space for a one-on-one showdown. With a swift motion, Lin Xuan feigned a shot, enticing LeBron to jump for the steal. As LeBron leapt, Lin Xuan executed a wide, agile shift and left him behind. Following that, with explosive speed, he breached the defensive line. However, LeBron was not so easily shaken off. He quickly adjusted his stance and kept pace. Given the right opportunity, he could immediately attempt another steal or block. The stronger the opponent, the more formidable Lin Xuan became. In a moment of urgency, Lin Xuan executed a seemingly shooting fake, deceiving LeBron into leaping. With LeBron momentarily fooled, Lin Xuan grew audacious, taking a significant step back to the perimeter. Three-pointer launched. Swish! The basketball traced a beautiful arc as it descended into the net. Did I just witness that correctly? Lin Xuan managed to leave LeBron behind twice in a single offensive possession. Are we to believe that Lin Xuan is unconcerned about igniting the wrath of the king? That would be splendid. Perhaps we shall witness the resurrection of the death stare. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. It is evident that today's match is poised to reach its zenith. To return to the matter at hand, being outmaneuvered twice does not stem from LeBron's speed. A regular player would have been completely outfoxed by Lin Xuan in a single instance. In summary, within the span of one possession, we were treated to a display of high-caliber offense and defense. Both players are exceptional. The two American commentators were animatedly discussing the events, seemingly oblivious to their dry mouths. Throughout the season, Lin Xuan and LeBron's performances have exuded a sense of ease. Yet today, everyone anticipates witnessing Lin Xuan and LeBron in their full capacities, the full-strength Lin versus full-strength LeBron. This represents the pinnacle of contemporary basketball. Aside from the two commentators, Lin Xuan's one-on-one against LeBron also stirred the crowd into a frenzy. How daring to toy with LeBron. The deceptive dribble, coupled with the step-back three-pointer, executed with such fluidity despite facing LeBron's suffocating defense. What other techniques does Lin Xuan still possess? Meanwhile, Durant, seated before the television and watching the match, could hardly contain his astonishment. Ever since the clash between the Thunder and the Warriors, he has diligently tuned in to either live broadcasts or recordings of every game featuring Lin Xuan. Yet the series of moves displayed before him had left him utterly shaken, a sensation he had never experienced before. As the foremost isolation scorer in the league, Durant found himself lost in contemplation. Feeling that his own abilities paled in comparison to Lin Xuan's prowess, the scene shifted back to the arena. After being faked out by Lin Xuan twice in succession, James wore a grim expression. Determined to redeem himself on the offensive end, he silently committed to memorizing Lin Xuan's offensive maneuvers. Should he continue to attack in the same manner, he would surely find himself in a precarious situation. As possession changed hands, Wade initiated a fast break following an inbound pass from the baseline, locating Battier in the corner. With Green retreating into the paint, Battier seized a moment and launched a three-pointer. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. However, James soared high, overpowering the competition, and completed a putback dunk over Green. Damn! Green, known for his competitive spirit, could not tolerate the humiliation of being dunked on and raised his hand, poised to retaliate against James. Just as the referee was about to blow the whistle, Lin Xuan intervened, successfully averting a technical foul. Oh, you know how he lost the championship in 16? Lin Xuan shot a fierce glare at Green. While being a tough guy is acceptable, it must not be done recklessly, especially since they would soon face even grander challenges. As the elder statesman, he had to guide his younger teammates positively. In the Warriors' offensive sequence, Curry held the ball at the top of the arc, but against the Heat's zone defense, he struggled to find an opening. Lin Xuan immediately signaled for an elevator play, with Green occupying James on the wing. Lin Xuan circled out to the perimeter to receive the ball and effortlessly sank a three-pointer, a splendid display of movement. If Lin Xuan with the ball posed a challenge for James, how would he contend with Lin Xuan without it? This tactic encapsulated the essence of the Warriors' strategy, emphasizing the off-ball movement of the receiver, a veritable nightmare for the remaining 29 teams in the league. Now, Lin Xuan saw no harm in showcasing this strategy, eager to impart a lesson to the Heat. Coach Spoelstra probably never anticipated Lin Xuan would excel without the ball, remarked Zhang, the commentator at the CCTV booth. Amused, James, tangled with Green, thought to himself, "You have many tricks up your sleeve, but the outcome remains the same: defeat." In the opening two plays, Lin Xuan executed an explosive isolation play, followed by a graceful off-ball movement culminating in a three-pointer, sending the home crowd into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Green found himself in a dismal situation as the 23-year-old rookie was thoroughly outmatched by James on the defensive end in a familiar bulldozer-style attack. James barreled through Green, scoring while drawing a defensive foul, and won. James earned an additional free throw. This season, his free throw percentage had seen a marked improvement, despite the thunderous boos from the crowd. He remained unfazed. With a breath of determination, James approached the free throw line and confidently sank the shot. Completing his free throw, King James lifted his knee and pressed down with both hands, exuding an aura of dominance. The power step. Lin Xuan recalled the first time he witnessed James employ this move back in 2014 when both Wade and Bosh were sidelined. James single-handedly led the team and, facing fierce defense, executed a difficult game-winning three-pointer, birthing this signature move. Now, the power step had emerged 2 years ahead of its time, a testament to James's burning resolve. Yet, Lin Xuan was not intimidated by it. Power step or not, he thought, "You still lack finesse." As he uttered this, Lin Xuan dashed forward on the other end. Green launched a long pass from the baseline. The basketball soared across the court, landing firmly in Lin Xuan's grasp. With a single-handed catch, he surged forward with astonishing speed. Beside him, Bosh and Battier abandoned their defensive efforts, watching as Lin Xuan raced toward the basket. However, trailing closely was James, unwilling to let him score so easily. A master of shot blocking, he was determined to make this rejection count. At that moment, nearly 20,000 fans in the Oracle Arena rose to their feet, their collective gaze fixed on this pivotal play. James was intent on redemption after being faked out twice earlier. Now, in this familiar territory of shot blocking, Lin Xuan had nowhere to hide. In an instant, Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on him. At this juncture, James was in his absolute prime. Even with the physical template of a peak Giannis Antetokounmpo, relying solely on physicality and athleticism to evade a block seemed nearly impossible. Timing his jump was futile. James's hang time was exceptional, and no matter when one shot the ball, he always seemed to be there, hand extended, waiting at the rim. Even the athletically gifted Howard and George had fallen victim to James's shot-blocking prowess. "Bring it on." Lin Xuan surprisingly slowed his pace, leaning into James, actively seeking contact. He had a plan, knowing that if he shot too soon, he would likely face a rejection. Instead, he opted to disrupt James's rhythm. What was he thinking? Admittedly, James's physique was impressive, but he was about to confront the king himself. Why not accelerate and catch him off guard? Slowing down would only grant James the opportunity to block him. What on earth was Lin thinking? The entire crowd held their breath in suspense. Just then, Lin Xuan initiated his second step. He switched the ball from his right hand to his left, ready to shoot. James, being right-handed, had a weakness on his left side that his defense could not adequately cover. But with no turning back, James leaped into the air, relying on his superior hang time. He anticipated Lin Xuan would shoot immediately. As soon as Lin did, he would expend every ounce of effort to deliver a thunderous rejection. The next moment, Lin Xuan indeed leaped high. However, let us not forget Lin Xuan possessed the physicality of a peak Giannis. His hang time was equally formidable. Just as James reached out to block him, Lin Xuan executed an extreme pull-up maneuver, successfully evading James's attempt, and with finesse, he laid the ball in from the opposite side of the rim. Boom! After releasing the shot, Lin Xuan charged toward the fans, pointing emphatically at the floor, proclaiming, "This is my house. No matter if you're the little emperor or the 8-step lang if you dare to challenge me." Then brace yourself. The opening plays encapsulated the essence of the first quarter. Against James's stringent defense, Lin Xuan showcased an impressive array of three-pointers, drives, and dazzling moves, achieving the highest score of the first quarter with 17 points. Meanwhile, James was not to be outdone. Spurred on by Lin Xuan's performance, he unleashed his full potential, effortlessly scoring at will. He had Green, his assigned defender, questioning his very existence throughout the first quarter. James finished the period with 16 points, making him the second highest scorer behind Lin Xuan. From the perspective of individual offensive play, the two were evenly matched. However, the Heat boasted more than just James. They had Wade, a top 10 MVP candidate, and Bosh, who was in the prime of his career. Coupled with the bench strength of Allen, Wallace, and Chalmers, Coach Spoelstra was able to field a lineup that balanced both offense and defense for the majority of the first quarter. Consequently, at the end of the first period, the score stood at 35-30, with the Heat holding a 5-point lead on the road. With Lin Xuan performing so spectacularly, it was indeed shocking for the Warriors to be trailing, an unprecedented occurrence. This was understandable, as Curry, Thompson, and Green lacked the maturity to fully express themselves in such a grand setting. Indeed, based on the first quarter's performance, the Splash Brothers had transformed into the Iron Brothers, and Green had been thoroughly dismantled by James, becoming a mere sieve. More critically, the gap in quality between the Warriors bench and the Heat's was glaringly apparent. As the fans express, the concerns surrounding Kuchue Tang are manageable. They merely require time to develop. The pressing issue lies in the frailty of the Golden State Warriors bench, which demands immediate rectification. But on the sidelines, Warriors manager Bob Myers furrows his brow, fully aware that Lin Xuan is currently shouldering a heavy burden. It appears that decisive action must be taken before the trade deadline, a resolution Myers silently resolves to pursue. During the intermission, on the Miami Heat's bench, Wade casually remarks, "LeBron, if that kid scores just 8 more points, you owe me $100,000. With a sip of Gatorade, he remains unfazed. He and James had wagered on Lin Xuan scoring 25 points throughout the game. Yet, by merely the first quarter, Lin Xuan had already amassed 17 points. Needing just 8 more, an endeavor to avoid a pressure that it seems that James is destined to lose this bet. Regardless, I concede that he is quite challenging to defend," James responds, taking a towel from a staff member to wipe his sweat. "However, as long as we can win the game, anything is negotiable." While his words may imply a hint of surrender, James harbors a fierce determination within. Logically, he possesses more experience and a stronger physique than Lin Xuan, making it unreasonable to be completely ineffective in defense. Yet, Lin Xuan excels in unpredictability, employing a variety of rhythm changes, abrupt stops, swift shifts, and an array of feints, leaving James with an inexplicable feeling of frustration. Nevertheless, James has meticulously noted Lin Xuan's offensive strategy, vowing not to allow him such ease in the future. Meanwhile, on the Warriors bench, Lin Xuan sits, drying the perspiration from his neck with a towel, despite delivering yet another high-efficiency performance. He understands the immense effort it entails. This is the full-force defense of a peak James. Even with Lin Xuan's arsenal of S-level skills, he cannot evade fatigue. However, therein lies the thrill before his journey through time. Lin Xuan had encountered numerous basketball web novels where the protagonists wielded invincible powers, only to dominate lower-tier matches. For instance, one author bestowed the protagonist with peak Magic Johnson and bird-level passing and shooting abilities. Yet the character only competed in a Pacific 10 Conference Championship. By the time the narrative reached 100,000 words, the protagonist had yet to step onto an NBA court. Thus, even when facing peak James, the emperor of absolute dominance on both ends, Lin Xuan finds exhilaration in the challenge, even if it requires exponentially more effort to secure victory. The second quarter commences swiftly. The Heat make adjustments, retaining Ray Allen, who had come off the bench at the end of the first quarter, but the most significant change is substituting Rasheed Wallace for Haslam. The two American commentators on the sidelines promptly analyze. Their objective is clear: to intensify the pressure on Lin Xuan defensively. Indeed, if they can stifle Lin Xuan, victory is virtually assured. Turning to the Warriors, they open the second quarter with Jackson maintaining the starting five. As long as James remains on the court, there is no reason for them to retreat, even if it means extending their starters' minutes in the initial offensive play. The Warriors focus their attack around Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan holds the ball at the top of the arc, facing a double team from James and Wallace. The Heat boldly employ a trapping strategy, banking on the fact that the Warriors' other players are not in peak form, forcing Lin Xuan to go solo. Yet, Lin Xuan defies expectations. Just as it appears he will go it alone, he chooses to trust his teammates, passing the ball to the open Green. Although Green has hardly taken any shots this season, he rises to the occasion this time, sinking a two-pointer. Didn't he see that coming? Lin Xuan remarks playfully to James, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence before turning to defend. His intentions do not stop there. I will guard James. Upon returning to the defensive end, Lin Xuan switches defensive assignments with Green. Typically, he refrains from guarding the opponent as primary scorer, but now, the time has come. During the Heat's offensive possession, Wade swiftly advances the ball, executing a pick-and-roll with Bosh. However, lacking better spacing, he is compelled to pass back to the trailing James. With the ball on the wing and no defender in sight, James seizes the opportunity to drive towards the basket. In that moment, a flash of yellow descends from above, delivering a resounding rejection that sends James' seemingly guaranteed layup crashing against the backboard. For a brief moment, the Oracle Arena falls into silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of cheers moments later. Lin Xuan has just denied James with an emphatic block. The divine has descended, the commentators exclaim, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Typically, it is James dishing out the rejections, who would have anticipated that he, too, would be on the receiving end of such an emphatic denial. Initially, Lin Xuan had deliberately held back to catch the defense off guard, and in the instant James went for the layup, Lin Xuan unleashed his explosive leaping ability to complete the rejection. "Well done, Lin Xuan," the commentator Zhang expresses his exhilaration. What a block on James. Everyone believed James' layup was a sure thing, yet Lin Xuan soared from 2 meters away, slapping the ball against the backboard. Even James himself appears taken aback, stumbling to the floor, his face a mix of shock and confusion. However, the excitement does not end there. The deflected ball slips off the backboard and lands directly in Green's hands. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan, having just executed the block, races down the court. Green adjusts his rhythm, seizing the moment to deliver a signature quarterback-style long pass. The basketball sails across half-court, landing securely in Lin Xuan's grasp. At that instant, Bosh has already retreated to defend for Miami. Yet with a top-tier ball handler like Lin Xuan, once he finds his rhythm, no one can impede his progress, even as Bosh attempts to draw an offensive foul by positioning himself. Lin Xuan effortlessly glides by, as if traversing a serene morning road. "Watch your back," Green shouts, alerting him that LeBron is hot on his trail. Will he manage to thwart Lin Xuan's counterattack? The answer will soon be revealed. The roller coaster of the game has the two American commentators nearly shouting with excitement. Indeed, just moments prior to being blocked by Lin Xuan, James, like a frenzied beast, charges from the backcourt, intent on avenging his earlier embarrassment. The man renowned for his shot-blocking prowess. He is determined to reclaim his honor. Here he comes again. Lin Xuan acknowledges Green's warning, quickly assessing his surroundings, formulating a plan. With a swift move, he switches the ball from his right hand to his left, rising high into the air. James, having learned from his previous failed pursuit, leaps from the left side, ready to swat this shot. Yet Lin Xuan continues to defy the conventional play. With a no-look pass, he sends the ball to the open Curry at the perimeter. Curry, unguarded, releases a three-pointer. The shot finds its mark effortlessly, a brilliant assist. The no-look pass is a dazzling display of skill. Ha! LeBron, brimming with confidence and seeking revenge, finds himself once again outmaneuvered. Lin Xuan's basketball IQ is impressive. If this were a street ball game, he would have confiscated the highlight reel. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Lin Xuan casts a playful glance at James, a smirk gracing his lips, with another emphatic block and a no-look assist. He is reveling in the moment, while James's expression darkens progressively. Clearly, something is amiss with James. It appears he is on the verge of being thoroughly incensed. At this moment, the entire arena witnesses the fire igniting in James' eyes. In another offensive possession, a furious James signals Wallace for a screen, preparing to post up against Lin Xuan. Green, who has been repeatedly targeted by James, exhales in relief. Finally, a respite. Confronting James' post-up, Lin Xuan comprehends the sheer force of a behemoth like Wolverine. James' physique is overwhelmingly robust, and the collision reverberates with a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. It is an arduous challenge. Yet Lin Xuan stands resolute, mustering all his strength to withstand this steel tight. However, James, in his straightforward and forceful manner, drives forward, shielded by his considerable bulk. Lin Xuan struggles to discern the ball's position. Near the 3-second area, James pivots and executes a jump shot, successfully scoring. Rookie, do you think you can intimidate me? Completing a shot, James flexes his biceps with an air of dominance, muttering incessantly. Lin Xuan, however, pays him no mind. Who doesn't he know that this guy is quite cunning, deliberately provoking you to engage in a brawl? Reminiscent of the 2016 incident with Green, Green reveled in his antics, only to realize that at the moment he lost his composure, he had already fallen into the opponent's trap. Thus, Lin Xuan's task now is to remain unaffected by the opponent's distractions and focus his energy solely on the game itself. Issues on the court should be resolved with basketball. This is the essence of answerball. Why is James regarded as a superstar? The exuberance in the commentary booth reflects a sentiment. When everyone believes he is on the verge of collapse, he promptly retaliates with a resounding comeback. James's back-to-basket moves and turnaround jump shots become the perfect silencer for the Warriors fans at the height of their fervor. Yet, the Warriors do not afford their adversaries much time to celebrate. Quickly executing a baseline inbounds play, with Curry hastily advancing the ball, he finds Lin Xuan. James remains relentless, closing in on Lin Xuan alongside Wallace. Faced with the double team of two giants, Lin Xuan employs the classic jackknife maneuver, slicing through the defense like a sharp blade, halting for a precise long two-pointer. Absolutely exhilarating. This is the fierce exchange of offense and defense among the league's elite. Typically, the core players of both teams do not engage in direct confrontations. Yet here, Lin Xuan and James, the top two players on the MVP leaderboard, showcase their dual and defensive matchup on the grand stage of the regular season. It can only be described as breathtaking. Even the eloquent American commentators find themselves at a loss for words to adequately convey the grandeur of this spectacle. Apart from being awe-inspiring, it is simply staggering. However, in this regard, the guidance of Zhang from CCTV and his exuberance always provide reassurance. LeBron strides with the grace of a dragon, bulldozing through the defense for a powerful layup. Look at Lin Xuan, still formidable, hitting a transition three-pointer with pinpoint accuracy. Here it comes, LeBron's signature acts-like dunk. A display of sheer dominance. Wow. Lin Xuan's shot-blocking prowess is back in action, forcefully denying James's attempt. The two renowned commentators from CCTV are now in a state of elation, almost losing their composure. It's understandable. They have yet to witness such a thrilling match this season. Swish. With another forceful attempt at the basket, James has now amassed 32 points in this game. However, thanks to Lin Xuan's stellar performance on both ends in the second quarter, The Warriors have closed the gap to a mere 2 points at 65-63. Just 3.2 seconds remain. The second quarter is about to conclude. The Warriors call for a timeout to strategize their final offensive play. 3.2 seconds is ample time for the Warriors to execute a complete offensive maneuver. Focus on off-ball movement. Jackson sketches a strategy on the clipboard. Create opportunities for Lin. The timeout concludes swiftly. Green inbounds the ball. Lin Xuan faces a double team on the wing, while Curry shifts to the other side to draw defenders. David Lee simultaneously maneuvers to Lin Xuan's side, assisting in neutralizing the defender. Seizing the moment, Lin Xuan cuts to the three-point line. He receives the pass and releases a three-pointer. James leaps to contest. The ball goes in, the lights illuminate, and there's an additional free throw. Oh my God. The ceiling of the Oracle Arena erupts. Everyone can no longer contain their excitement. Leaping from their seats, Lin Xuan does not squander the opportunity. Amidst the crowd's chants of MVP, he confidently converts the free throw. 67-65. The first half concludes. The Warriors have successfully taken a 2-point lead. Lin Xuan's personal tally rises to 35 points, maintaining his lead over James, ranking first in the game. The buzzer-beater three-point play has shattered the Heat's spirits. 65-67. The Heat's sustained lead has vanished. Discussions abound regarding why the rookie Lin Xuan occupies the top spot on the MVP leaderboard. He possesses an immense heart. This is the reason. It is truly remarkable. This once again affirms Lin Xuan's unbeatable three-point shooting prowess. On the sidelines, the two commentators simultaneously gasp in astonishment. They have witnessed many buzzer beaters, but never a three-point play like Lin Xuan's, executed under such suffocating defense. Meanwhile, Warriors players rush to embrace Lin Xuan. Particularly, Green wraps an arm around Lin Xuan's shoulders, imitating his tone as he exclaims, "This is my house," to express his admiration for the star. Curry, following closely behind, is equally exhilarated. He just mentally replayed the scenario. Had he been in Lin Xuan's position, he would likely have faced a monstrous block instead of executing a three-point play. This highlights the stark contrast between Lin Xuan and Curry. Although both are elite sharpshooters, one frequently encounters foggy conditions, while the other consistently operates under clear blue skies. On the other side, the entire Heat team has retreated to the locker room. Contrary to the commentators' expectations, Lin Xuan's buzzer-beater three-point play has not dampened the Heat's morale. Despite losing their lead, they believe the game is still within their control. The reigning champions exude confidence. LeBron has accumulated 35 points. Wade, looking relaxed, turns to James. "Are you ready to pay me the $100,000 you owe? Cash or transfer?" "Either works," James replies, suppressing his frustration. His irritation stems not from losing money, but from his pre-game ambition to keep the opponent's score below 25. Instead, they have allowed 35 points by halftime. This is utterly disheartening. "I want to make another bet with you." James wipes his sweat and continues, "In this game, I will score over 50. Of course, Wade chuckles, recalling that James last achieved such a high score 2 years ago, that if he can pull it off today, it would serve as positive reinforcement. The wager is set at $150,000. If you score over 50, I'll pay you. Otherwise, you pay me no problem. The two fist bump to seal the deal. That guy's shooting is even more precise than anticipated. While relaxed, Coach Spoelstra reminds James, "LeBron, you should know what to do in the second half. Be cautious." Coach Spoelstra's recipe for success has always been this way. Meanwhile, the Warriors, after a brief celebration, return to their locker room. Head coach Jackson observes his sweating players with concern, although they have gained an advantage. He knows the road ahead is fraught with challenges. The most pressing issue is stamina, particularly for Lin Xuan, who has been engaged in a fierce offensive and defensive exchange with James throughout the entire quarter. Such a playing style is evidently unsustainable. "Steven, it's time to step up your game." Troubled, Jackson pats Curry on the shoulder. "We can't rely solely on Lin. You are equally our pillar." Indeed, they have more than just Lin Xuan on the roster. There is also Stephen Curry, who was originally groomed to be the team's leader. However, apart from a couple of open shots, Curry has struggled against Wade and Ray Allen's relentless defense for most of the first half. Curry looks somewhat lost, glancing over to Lin Xuan for help. "Lin, it's still up to you. Under LeBron's staunch defense, he managed to score 35 points with the ball in your hands. I inexplicably feel at ease. Playing around me is not the only offensive strategy for our team. The ball can be handed to you, and you can also seal the game. Lin Xuan could indeed continue to carry the team. He need not worry about stamina. However, if this team is to truly evolve into a strong contender or a championship-level team, relying solely on him is insufficient. After all, basketball is a game that involves 5 players. He cannot allow his presence to hinder the growth of Clay, and especially Curry that it is crucial to provide ample opportunities for Curry to learn to shoulder responsibility. The ball can be handed to me, and I can also resolve the game. Lin Xuan's attitude leaves Curry feeling contemplative. Throughout the season thus far, most of the time, he has merely been passing the ball to Lin or taking open shots. He seems to have forgotten that he, too, is capable of influencing the outcome of the game and is not merely a negligible role player. Besides passing to Lin, he ought to step up when necessary. In just a few fleeting minutes, Curry pondered deeply and came to numerous realizations. The third quarter of the game commenced. Will the Golden State Warriors, playing on their home turf, gather momentum as the battle intensifies? Can the reigning champions, the Miami Heat, rise from their slump and make a comeback? The competition between the two sides has become increasingly fierce, with Lin Xuan and James facing off. Can they maintain their scorching form? Everything hinges on the final 24 minutes. As the two commentators offer their insights, the players return to the court. The Warriors retained their starting lineup from the first half, while the Heat deployed their trio of superstars along with Ray Allen and Wallace, focusing on defense while striving to preserve their offensive vigor. Indeed, the Heat quickly thwarted Curry's offensive attempt, transitioning to defense. James, under pressure, stepped back and executed a turnaround jumper, although his form lacked the artistry of Kobe or Iverson. It was nevertheless quite steady. Lin Xuan offered some words of encouragement to Curry. Regardless of the outcome, taking bold steps forward signifies progress. Back on offense, Curry sought a screen from Green but found no favorable opportunity, ultimately passing the ball to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan elegantly maneuvered past James, executing an acrobatic layup around Wallace, who had come to provide help defense. Both sides remained fiercely competitive in the commentary booth. The analysts were effusive. From the outset, the intensity of defense and the desire for offense had escalated to an entirely new level compared to the first half. Coach Zhang's excitement was palpable, his face lighting up like a blooming flower. It seems this game will continue until the final second. Just as the two renowned commentators had predicted, the third quarter proved to be a titanic clash between Lin Xuan and James. Both players maximized their time on the court, maintaining an astonishingly high offensive efficiency. As the third quarter concluded, Lin Xuan had amassed 49 points, while James trailed closely with 45 points. The score stood at 99-97. With the Warriors still leading by 2 points, the intermission between the third and fourth quarters was brief, and the moment of reckoning approached. The game remained tightly contested, and Lin Xuan sensed that the two teams might remain locked in a stalemate until the very last second. It was time to test the mettle of the superstars. Whoever faltered would see everything slip away. As the fourth quarter commenced, the usual rotation of players began, leading to a back-and-forth exchange. Notably, Curry exhibited remarkable leadership by opting to forego a rest period, leading a group of substitutes in a tactical battle against the opponents. Under Curry's guidance, the Warriors' somewhat feeble bench managed to maintain their lead. With 7 minutes and 32 seconds remaining, all the starters returned to the court. "Well done," Lin Xuan patted Curry on the shoulder. Curry's gaze was resolute, a smirk playing on his lips. "I haven't forgotten what you said in the locker room." Lin Xuan gave him a thumbs up in appreciation before sprinting towards the front court. In the Warriors' offensive possession, Curry pushed the ball swiftly, immediately finding Lin Xuan, positioned just 2 meters from the three-point line. Lin Xuan faced James' tight defense. However, once past half court, Lin Xuan was within his shooting range. At this critical juncture, James could not afford to be complacent. Meanwhile, Green effectively occupied Wallace, allowing Curry, Thompson, and others to create space through off-ball movement. In a flash, Lin Xuan executed a quick dribble and launched a three-pointer from the wing. For a fleeting moment, it evoked the memory of Durant's iconic 45-degree shot in 2017. 105-100, the Warriors extended their lead to 5 points. Lin Xuan was certainly not sparing any dignity. It was evident that Lin Xuan still possessed abundant energy as the game progressed. Just look at his effortless demeanor. Truly impressive. The commentators Zhang and Yang had reached a fever pitch in that moment. All five warriors played their roles to perfection, particularly Lin Xuan's climactic three-pointer, which left them in a W as the game transitioned between offense and defense. James understood that time was running out. He could not afford to fall short, lest the game slip into oblivion. Naturally, he would not allow such a scenario to unfold. James advanced the ball past half-court, fixing Lin Xuan with a penetrating gaze that he then took a step towards the three-point line, feigning a drive before delivering a precise pass to a cutting Wade. The crowd erupted, anticipating the connection between James and Wade. Indeed, the flash drew the attention of both Green and David Lee in the paint before lofting the ball high into the air. Wade's understanding of James was akin to that of a devoted spouse. He knew precisely how to deliver the ball into James's hands. Equally, James was well aware of Wade's tendencies, ensuring a secure catch. However, Lin Xuan disrupted their synergy at the moment when James was about to grasp the ball. A flash of yellow darted across the court. Lin Xuan had anticipated the trajectory of the basketball, and with his extraordinary leaping ability, he intercepted the pass. James swung and missed. The connection between James and Wade faltered. Lin Xuan soared to incredible heights. If he had fully extended his arm, he could have almost touched the rim. This time, the American commentators erupted with excitement. Their commentary booth was situated less than 50 meters from the hoop, making Lin Xuan's acrobatic interception all the more visceral for them. You may dominate in one-on-one scenarios, but in this fast-paced game, I can certainly hold my ground. Lin Xuan, gazing into James's fiery eyes, casually let a sharp remark slip as he continued to apply pressure. Deathly gaze? I relish the sight of your frustration as you attempt to strike me, but find yourself powerless. The ball, disrupted by Lin Xuan, went out of bounds, leading to a sideline throw-in for the Heat. Wallace initiated the throw-in from the baseline, signaling to James, who arced around the court, hoping to execute another connection with Wade. Wade mimicked the play, drawing the defense before launching the ball towards the basket. Lin Xuan, ever opportunistic, was more than willing to capitalize once again. This time, he snatched the ball from midair with one hand. Seizing the moment, he completed a swift transition for a layup. The Heat wasted no time in responding, quickly inbounding the ball. Wade advanced steadily up the court, establishing rhythm that he sought out James, but after 2 quarters of relentless engagement with Lin Xuan, James's offensive efficiency had begun to dwindle. His mid-range shot clanged off the rim. Fortunately, the Heat had solid support. Bosch fought valiantly for the rebound. After a brief struggle beneath the basket with no clear shot available, he found Ray Allen beyond the three-point arc. The gentleman Ray struck decisively, halting the Heat's decline. With Allen's three-pointer sinking coupled with Lin Xuan's focus on James, the Heat, led by Wade and Allen, launched a 6-0 run, taking the lead at 106-105 with just 23 seconds remaining. As the clock ticked down, Warriors coach Mark Jackson called for a timeout. That we still have one offensive opportunity left, Jackson asserted, fervently tapping the tactics board. Control the tempo, use the clock, and let Lin take the final shot. Meanwhile, on the Heat's bench, it was clear that Lin Xuan would be the one to execute the final play, despite a somewhat lackluster fourth quarter. With his teammates rallying, James felt invigorated. Let me defend him this time. Victory was within their grasp. The Miami Heat only needed to contain the final possession to secure this monumental battle from Golden State. The timeout concluded swiftly. The Warriors inbounded the ball. Lin Xuan advanced slowly up the court. With 23 seconds remaining, he had ample time to orchestrate a deliberate offensive play. Bring it on. James squared up before Lin Xuan, slapping the floor with both hands. Let the victor be revealed. He had employed this tactic against Kobe during an All-Star game, successfully locking him down. I would mind shaking you off once more. Lin Xuan smirked. Dribbling the ball, he kept an eye on the timer above the backboard. 5, 4, 3, 2. In the final 2 seconds, Lin Xuan suddenly surged forward, just as everyone anticipated another dazzling display against James. Lin Xuan executed a single, decisive maneuver. This very action caused James to entangle his feet, resulting in a comical tumble to the floor. Lin Xuan lunged forward for a probing shot before stepping back for a mid-range jumper. James believed that Lin Xuan would make a subsequent move, so when Lin retreated, he remained unresponsive to his astonishment. Lin indeed took the shot. In a frantic attempt to intercept, James inadvertently kicked his left foot against his right heel. This caused him to stumble, entangling his feet and tumbling to the ground. With the open space created, Lin calmly made the basket. 107. 106. Simultaneously, the final buzzer sounded. A last-second victory. The Golden State Warriors triumphed over the Miami Heat in the dying moments. Thanks to Lin's buzzer beater, the Warriors secured this hard-fought victory at home. The fans were left in awe. They had witnessed numerous games, but a buzzer beater executed with such poise was a first for them. One can always trust Lin Xuan. Even in dire circumstances, he remains effortlessly composed, embodying the essence of a true champion. With a buzzer beater at halftime and now another to clinch victory, who else can claim such a feat? Lin's brilliance extends far beyond just clutch shots. Meanwhile, the American commentators, armed with the latest statistics, spoke with fervor. Look at his numbers today. 67 points, 11 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 steals, and 4 blocks. He is excelling on both ends of the court. Another commentator chimed in. This marks Lin Xuan's 7th time scoring over 60 points this season. He is the first player of the new millennium to achieve a 60-point triple-double, even the legendary Michael Jordan. Despite his remarkable career average, never accomplished such a feat. To add, while both Oscar Robertson and Magic Johnson recorded 60-point triple-doubles in the last century, their scores were a mere 60 points. Lin's achievement of 67 points speaks volumes about its rarity and difficulty. The two commentators showered Lin with praise, while Zhang and Yang, in a frenzy, leapt from their seats, leading the chant. MVP. Amidst the thunderous applause of the crowd, Lin leapt onto the sidelines, arms outstretched, basking in the adoration of the audience. In truth, the moment the basketball swished through the net, the ever-candid Lin subconsciously envisioned various celebratory gestures. Go Bear salute? No, Go Bear lack style. Lillard checking the clock. Forget it. As contemporaries, he wouldn't want to undermine him. Murray's bow. An arrow. That performance was commendable, but alas, Murray's caliber is too low. Ultimately, Lin ascended the technical platform, arms wide, surveying the crowd. The message was clear. He intends to revel in his throne. The trio of superstars, the reigning champions. The chosen one, the number one in the league. It was time for them to yield. Soon after, all the Warriors rushed towards Lin. Particularly, Curry, standing closest to the technical area, gazed up at Lin, on the verge of tears from excitement. Even now, he could hardly believe it. The man being celebrated by the crowd had deftly outmaneuvered James, dismantling the Heat's defense. Incredible, utterly astounding. Beyond the raucous Oracle Arena, basketball forums across America erupted, McGrady remarked. The finals preview concluded perfectly, with both sides putting forth impressive performances. However, Lin left a profound impression on me. He is a true assassin. High school student Kuzma added. First of all, congratulations to Lin, but I want to point out something else. Isn't LeBron supposed to be the best in the league? Why couldn't he step up in the fourth quarter? Note, this is inspired by a real event where Kuzma tweeted in 2012 saying LeBron is from the East, but he decided to go south. His hairline went north, and his mom went west. However, after LeBron joined the Lakers, Kuzma was the only one left among the four young stars and quickly changed his tune. Yet his past criticisms of LeBron resurfaced, turning into a joke. The camera returned to Oracle Arena. Due to the exuberant celebration of Warriors fans, the post-game interviews were delayed by several minutes before finally commencing. A great game, an admirable opponent. Facing the reporters, Wade lavished praise on Lin. He scored over 60 points. Truly, I have never seen a rookie like him. Both physically and technically, he has almost no weaknesses, especially his hesitation dribble, without a doubt. He executes it better than I ever did. With that, he sauntered towards the players' tunnel, his face devoid of any significant disappointment. It seemed he bore no regrets from a loss, partly due to their efforts. Of course, winning the bet against LeBron was also a contributing factor. The first bet was a given. Lin had raised the score to 25 points in just over a quarter, allowing Wade to easily win 100. 0-0. The second bet, however, was somewhat precarious, given that by the end of the third quarter, James had already amassed 45 points, just a step away from the agreed 50 points, yet whether from fatigue or Lin's stellar defense. James scored not a single point in the entire fourth quarter, granting Wade a second victory. After Wade's interview concluded, James inevitably became the focal point of all reporters. To everyone's surprise, the usually self-preserving King James took the initiative to accept responsibility. Indeed, my shortcomings were substantial, James candidly admitted. Aside from underestimating Lin Xuan's capabilities, I also failed to step up when it mattered most. In his view, although he did not take the opponent lightly, he recognized a lack of preparation. Initially, he believed Lin was merely at Kobe's level. However, he soon realized that Lin had nearly reached the caliber of Michael Jordan. Thus, he found himself caught off guard. Moreover, his mindset faltered in the fourth quarter. Misjudging the opponent's strength, coupled with mindset issues, James silently noted the two key reasons for today's defeat. After managing the reporters' inquiries, he strode towards the players' tunnel. Next time, returning to Miami's home court, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. On the other side, in the Warriors' interview area, everyone, let's give it up for Lin. He is the number one in the league. Draymond's proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembled reporters. The number one in the league? Isn't that a bit too audacious? Is he openly challenging LeBron? Yet aside from Lin, only Draymond would dare to voice such sentiments. The seeds of rivalry between the Warriors and Heat had been sown. I knew Lin would lead us to victory in the final moments. Shortly after, an equally excited Curry shared. When I first saw him at Oracle, I knew he would become the person to change the fate of our team. Jackson also responded to a series of questions from reporters, not seeking personal glory, acknowledging that his tactics were merely conventional. Lin Xuan was the undisputed hero of the day. The reporters understood this well. Thus, they swiftly concluded other interviews and surrounded Lin Xuan, eager for his insights, anticipating that his remarks might add even more excitement to the match. My blood runs cold. Indeed, Lin's opening line set the crowd ablaze. It's not that I am inherently aloof. It's just that victory is a commonplace affair for me. My blood runs cold. This echoed his sentiments after sinking a crucial three-pointer in 2016, breaking the Lakers' rookie scoring record. With this statement, Lin proclaimed to all that he was a cold-blooded assassin devoid of sentiment. Lin's words indeed moved the entire audience. Whether Yao Ming or Yi Jianlian, the impression that Chinese players left on Americans was largely one of humility and restraint. Lin, however, completely shattered this perception. He is flamboyant, unbridled, and ambitious on the court. Nothing can alter Lin's insatiable desire for victory. For instance, today, regardless of his circumstances, whether in adversity or in favor, he faced it all with unwavering composure. Ultimately, he sealed the game with a nonchalant buzzer beater, displaying an air of tranquility as if it were a routine occurrence. This is the essence of absolute confidence. A true cold-blooded assassin, apart from the ardent fans. The journalists were equally in a It is inevitable that anyone expressing such sentiments might be perceived as pretentious. Yet, Lin Xuan stood out, leaving no room for criticism, scoring an impressive 67 points and leading his team to victory against formidable opponents. He remained remarkably composed. If he is not a cold-blooded assassin, who is? Lin, how does it feel to have triumphed over the defending champions? After a considerable pause, the reporter, coming to his senses, continued, especially in the fourth quarter. You left LeBron scoreless. In the post-game interview, he appeared utterly dejected and even took rare responsibility for the loss. Lin Xuan was taken aback by the notion of LeBron accepting blame, sensing a stark contrast to the young emperor he remembered. The next adversary for the Heat should be wary. Having endured pain, LeBron would not wait for the next encounter to unleash his frustration. Their forthcoming opponent would undoubtedly bear the brunt of his wrath. Lin Xuan returned to the topic at hand. To be honest, for a fleeting moment, I genuinely feared our winning streak might come to an end. I'm grateful my teammates persevered, Steven and Thompson as three-pointers, coupled with Draymond as diligent defense, ensured the suspense lingered until the final second. As Lin Xuan articulated, the young duo, Clay and Steph, did not abandon hope during adversity and contributed significantly to their victory. He witnessed their growth. A final question. An ESPN female reporter raised her hand, then grasped the microphone. The topic on everyone's mind is undoubtedly the upcoming All-Star weekend. You also emerged victorious in today. S voting battle. What are your expectations for your impending first All-Star journey? Voting battle. Lin Xuan chuckled. Let us discuss it once the results are in. After addressing the final question, Lin Xuan strode towards the player tunnel amidst the cheers and applause of the crowd. Lin Xuan, I'm your fan. Could you gift me your jersey? At that moment, a mixed-race little girl waved frantically from the stands of the player tunnel. You speak Mandarin? My father is Chinese, the little girl, with her sweet voice and sparkling eyes, caught Lin Xuan's attention. Glancing at the Curry jersey she wore, he could not help but chuckled. My fan is wearing a Curry jersey. Yet, given that her father is Chinese, this jersey must be gifted. Thank you. Holding the authentic jersey that Lin Xuan had personally handed over, the little girl inhaled its scent with delight. Lin Xuan is so approachable. The All-Star festivities are about to commence. I must rally my friends to vote for him. Before heading to the locker room, Lin Xuan cast a glance at the media section near the technical table. Typically, the enchanting reporter Zhou Linan would gaze at him with admiration from that spot. They would then head back to their coastal villa to practice together. However, Zhou Linan had recently returned home for work and would not be back for some time. Neither Black Widow nor Taylor Swift were present either. At that moment, Lin Xuan inexplicably felt a pang of disinterest. Perhaps it was best to take this time to rest. Lin Xuan could only console himself in this manner. The All-Star weekend was fast approaching. Although the outcome of such games is not of paramount importance, the NBA All-Star event garners global attention, that he still wished to present himself in the best possible spirit, as it would also aid in enhancing his commercial value. After resting for 2 days in Golden State, Lin Xuan, along with the Warriors, embarked on a consecutive 2-game Eastern trip, facing the Charlotte Hornets and the Philadelphia 76ers. Ultimately, the results concluded with a perfect record, bringing the Golden State Warriors' winning streak to 21 games. Notably, during the match against the Charlotte Hornets, Lin Xuan's streak of scoring 30 or more points in 18 consecutive games came to an abrupt halt. However, it was not due to Lin Xuan's underperformance that he had already secured 23 points in the first quarter, leading the Warriors to a substantial lead. The bewildered Hornets coach decided to abandon all hope at the start of the second quarter. Despite losing the game, he became the man who ended Lin Xuan's scoring streak. Lin Xuan's record of consecutive 30-point games may have ended, but his streak of being named Western Conference Player of the Week remained intact. On the day of the game against the Philadelphia 76ers, he once again received the honor of Western Conference Player of the Week, marking the 5th consecutive time he achieved this accolade. The Warriors and Lin Xuan continued to surge forward, and the anticipation for the All-Star event grew ever more intense. Checking the schedule, there was still a month until the All-Star game, with less than a week until the first round of voting results were announced. Meanwhile, NBA Commissioner David Stern appeared to think this was not sufficient and added fuel to the fire that on December 13th, the league officially announced the invitation list for the 2013 Houston All-Star Weekend events. In the dunk contest category, the names of Kobe, LeBron, Howard, and Lin Xuan were prominently featured. These individuals are among the most elite dunkers in NBA history and boast the largest fan followings. Furthermore, the list, encompassing players from various generations, symbolizes the league's legacy. Both Kobe and Howard have been crowned dunk champions. LeBron is the player most anticipated by fans to participate in the dunk contest, while Lin Xuan is the audacious young star willing to challenge the throne. Consequently, the release of this list sparked unprecedented excitement, with fans declaring that if all four were to participate, they would skip class or work to ensure they could watch this year's dunk contest. The dunk contest lineup was already astonishing. However, when fans perused the invitation for the three-point contest and skills challenge, their astonishment reached staggering heights, not due to the glamorous roster, but because Lin Xuan's name appeared on all lists. This meant Lin Xuan became the first player in history invited to participate in the dunk contest, three-point contest, and skills challenge. Many players have participated in multiple events, such as Curry in 2010 and 2011, competing in both the three-point contest and skills challenge. However, no player has ever participated in multiple events simultaneously. One could argue that given Lin Xuan's individual prowess, he is capable of holding his own in the dunk contest, three-point contest, and skills challenge. But can he manage it all? Thus, it seems David Stern is unrelenting, milking every last bit of potential from a star. It's merely a gimmick. Ultimately, it will be Lin Xuan himself who decides. If he agrees to participate in even one of the events, it would be a feat once the news broke. The general consensus was that the NBA's actions were deliberately contrived for publicity. Regardless of whether Lin Xuan's stamina could support such a grueling schedule, such arrangements could harm the integrity of the competition itself. For instance, if Lin Xuan were to underperform in earlier games, affecting his mindset, he might not be in optimal condition for the dunk contest, thereby diminishing its appeal. Thus, from any perspective, it seemed unlikely that Lin Xuan would agree to participate in the skills challenge. Three-point contest and dunk contest simultaneously. Meanwhile, in Oakland at the Oracle Arena, the Golden State Warriors players were engaged in their routine training. Curry also received an invitation to the three-point contest that morning, initially indecisive. Upon seeing Lin Xuan's name, he promptly accepted the invitation. However, when he noticed Lin Xuan's name on the dunk contest and skills challenge invitation lists, Curry was taken aback. Like everyone else, he believed Lin Xuan would only participate in one of the events. Thus, Curry felt anxious that Lin Xuan might opt for the more high-profile dunk contest over the three-point contest. If that were the case, he would miss the chance to compete against him. Determined, Curry resolved to persuade him to participate in the three-point contest. With this thought in mind, he approached Lin Xuan during a training break. To his astonishment, Lin Xuan's response left him utterly surprised. Rest assured, I will participate in all three events. Why not? Combining various S-tier skills and templates, he need not worry about stamina or lack of ability. What harm is there in winning multiple championships? Steven, I have a dunk idea that requires your collaboration. Just when Curry was still in a daze, Lin Xuan spoke again. Come on, let us practice. Curry suddenly snapped back to reality. You've already thought of something so quickly? Not exactly a plan, just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Lin Xuan, while speaking, pulled Curry to the side of the designated area for a reasonable collision zone beneath the basket. Just stand here for a moment and hold the ball above your head at a tee that instant. The gazes of the other Warriors players converged upon the two. The last time Lin Xuan participated in a CCTV interview, his showcased free-throw line glide dunk was still fresh in everyone's memory. Throughout the game, his various practical dunks frequently graced the top plays. Now, they too were eager to witness what extraordinary feats Lin Xuan could conjure at. The rehearsal for this year's dunk contest was about to commence. On the sidelines, Green, wiping the sweat from his brow, did not forget to rally support for his comrade, cupping his hands around his mouth to raise his voice. Go for it, Lin. Amidst Green's cheerleading, Lin Xuan retreated to the left side beyond the three-point line. After a few small jumps in place, he shot towards the basket like an arrow released from a bow, landing on the free throw arc. He launched himself into the air. In mid-flight, he snatched the ball from Curry, who held it high above his head, soaring effortlessly over him. With a folded lever motion, he executed a reverse dunk with finesse. OMG! The combination of a jump from the free throw arc, leaping over Curry, along with a folded lever and reverse dunk, to suggest this was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. In a dunk contest, it would surely warrant at least a score of 9. What 9? I believe awarding him the championship outright would not be excessive. Lin Xuan felt a surge of joy within. You guessed correctly, in the 2014 New Orleans All-Star Dunk Contest, John Wall of the Wizards had claimed victory with this very move. However, for Lin Xuan, who was accustomed to the myriad of flashy dunks from future years, this maneuver hardly seemed remarkable. Subsequently, Lin Xuan showcased several dunks that would appear in future dunk contests, eliciting excitement from his teammates. All right, Lin. Seeing Lin Xuan repeatedly perform high-difficulty dunks, the team's manager Bob Myers was elated, yet genuinely concerned about his potential injuries. With resolve, he called Lin Xuan aside and continued, "Let us take a break for a moment. I have something to discuss regarding the upgrade of our bench lineup. The management has formulated a preliminary plan." Lin Xuan perked up, listening attentively. Myers paused for a moment. The Nuggets Iguodala and Coach Karl Malone have been at odds. We plan to make a move for him. Iguodala was finally coming aboard. Lin Xuan nodded thoughtfully that in his memory, Iguodala had joined the Warriors during the 2013 offseason through a sign-and trade, and it seemed that due to his own influence, this historical timeline was being expedited. What, you don't like him? Noticing Lin Xuan's silence, Myers furrowed his brow. No. Lin Xuan quickly waved his hands. As the linchpin of the death lineup, Iguodala was a perfect fit for the Warriors' current roster. With his addition, the final piece of the championship puzzle would finally fall into place. How could he not be fond of that? Myers felt a sense of relief and continued. As for the specifics of the offer, Lin, I would like to hear your thoughts. It's quite simple. Lin Xuan replied almost instinctively. Let us trade Bogut for him. Iguodala had half a year left on his contract, and given that his conflict with the team was now public. What I mean is, we could secure him with some draft picks without needing to part ways with Andrew. Myers felt it was somewhat of a loss. How many draft picks are you planning to include? Lin Xuan inquired. The 14th, 15th, and 16th picks over 3 years. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. While the 15th and 16th picks were feasible, the 14th pick was no longer held by the Warriors. Had some alteration occurred in this parallel timeline? However, he did not have time to delve too deeply into it, and quickly stated the draft picks must not be touched, especially the 14th. Just send Bogut over. It was widely known that the 2014 draft featured the greatest hidden gem, Nikola Jokic, who had been selected by the Nuggets at the 42nd overall pick in the second round. They had to snag him. Parting with Andrew still feels like a loss. Myers hesitated, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, all right, that's the spirit. Lin Xuan felt gratified that Myers could heed his suggestions. He acknowledged that at this moment. He was quite assertive, even feeling as though he were surpassing the team manager. However, this was the treatment that superstars ought to enjoy. On another note, being able to part ways with Bogut, a future liability, while acquiring the championship puzzle piece that was Iguodala and simultaneously snagging Jokic. Where could one find such a delightful opportunity? Lin, your insistence on the 14th pick is curious, but we only possess one first-round 30th overall pick. Who could we possibly draft? Myers inquired. Nikola Jokic. Lin Xuan dropped the facade and laid his cards on the table. Nikola who? Myers stammered, don't ask, just follow my lead and negotiate with the Nuggets. Lin Xuan asserted with an aura of undeniable confidence. Okay, Myers nodded weakly. Upon returning to the manager's office, Myers, feeling anxious, immediately requested his assistant to retrieve Jokic's scouting report. Had Lin Xuan not mentioned him today, he would have remained oblivious to this player's existence. Receiving the scouting report on Jokic, Myers first glanced at the photo. He was quite tall, somewhat overweight, with average jumping ability and speed. Next, he checked the latest mock draft rankings for 2014, finding Jokic projected to be selected at the 40th overall pick in the second round. Using the 30th overall pick in the first round to draft this kid shouldn't lead to a significant loss. Myers thought to himself, even if it turned out to be a major loss, so what? As long as Lin Xuan was on the team, the Warriors' foundation for the next decade would be secure. Moreover, Lin Xuan had successfully identified Draymond Green, proving his keen eye for talent. After weighing the options, Myers resolved to propose an offer to the Nuggets based on Lin Xuan's suggestion, retaining the 2014 draft pick while trading Bogut for Iguodala. Meanwhile, other team managers were also engaged in mid-season trade discussions. The Warriors' meteoric rise compelled those aiming for the championship to continuously bolster their rosters. That on December 18th, time, the Spurs struck first, acquiring Rudy Gay from the Grizzlies just as he was put on the market, with Popovich swiftly bringing him into the fold. The Thunder, on the other hand, had their sights set on quality 3 and D players available in the market. The trade market remained fervently active, and the news of Lin Xuan accepting invitations to participate in 3 events quickly spread across the United States. In Miami, at the American Airlines Arena, "Hey LeBron," Wade presented a stack of newspapers before James. "The chance for revenge has arrived?" James, engaged in strength training, paused, took the newspaper, and exclaimed in astonishment. Lin accepted the invitation to the dunk contest. "That's right," Wade nodded. "Didn't you receive an invitation to the dunk contest as well? What do you think? Are you daring enough to challenge him again?" James fell into contemplation. Ever since the last heated matchup against the Warriors, where they lost by a mere point, he had been waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. The thought of having to wait 3 months until the next encounter made him restless. Now, the upcoming dunk contest presented him with a chance for early retribution. Yet he hesitated. I can only perform a one-handed hammer dunk. Can I truly defeat Lin Xuan? James pondered. Lin had also accepted invitation for the skills challenge and 3-point contest. Wade, perceiving James's apprehension, pulled out the San Francisco Chronicle and continued. The dunk contest will be the final event, so his stamina may not hold up by then, giving you a considerable advantage. Upon hearing Wade's words, James's eyes lit up. Indeed, with such a high-density competition, by the time the dunk contest arrived, he would likely not be able to perform at his best. James had never engaged in battles without confidence. This was also the reason he had received multiple invitations to the dunk contest, but had never participated. Aside from Lin Xuan, the other two invitees, Kobe and Howard, were either aging or injured, posing no threat to him. With the advantage now in his favor, the title of dunk champion was practically his for the taking. A wave of delight washed over James. "What's wrong, LeBron?" upon encountering James, who smiled in silence. Wade initially presumed that his brother had once again fallen prey to some inner turmoil. He resorted to a familiar tactic. "If you participate in the dunk contest and emerge victorious, I shall reward you with the money you lost me last time, plus an additional 100,000. Conversely, should you fail, you need only compensate me with 100,000. Naturally, he reassured himself, this is not gambling. It's positive reinforcement. It's a deal. Wade's enticing proposition swiftly drew James back to reality that I'm signing up for the contest right now. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, at the Lakers training facility, Kobe and Howard received word of Lin Xuan's acceptance of the invitation. "Kobe, didn't you say that if Lin participated in the dunk contest, you would too?" After completing a few sets of free throws, Howard approached Kobe. "Of course," replied Kobe, who continued his conditioning on the stationary bike. "I will participate." Having tasted defeat in the previous matchup against the Warriors, Kobe was clearly poised for revenge. Unlike James, he did not dwell on the opportunity for long. At T34, while he may not leap as high as Lin Xuan, he believed in the power of sheer determination. "This is becoming increasingly interesting," Howard thought to himself. "I'm in too." Traditionally indifferent to wins and losses, Howard could not resist the allure of this opportunity. With the 4 invited players confirmed for the dunk contest, the NBA officially announced the momentous news the following day. Am I seeing this correctly? All 4 invitees have confirmed their participation. Lin Xuan and the Warriors have now become the villains, while Kobe, James, and Howard are forming an Avengers-like coalition to take him down. James actually agreed to participate. What an incredible turn of events. Just look at this lineup. James, Kobe, Howard, and Lin Xuan. This is undoubtedly the most star-studded dunk contest in history. The anticipation for the 2013 All-Star Dunk Contest reached fever pitch. It was inevitable. Each of the 4 players was a superstar with immense drawing power, and to suggest that one represented an entire era would not be an exaggeration. Now, with all 4 set to compete, the spectacle promised to be a monumental clash, both in terms of discourse and entertainment. Meanwhile, at Oakland International Airport, Lin Xuan, ensconced in the eye of the media storm, remained oblivious to the outside world, focusing solely on the impending competition. In the new week, they had achieved a flawless record of 3 wins, with Lin Xuan maintaining an average of 45 points, 9 rebounds, and 10 assists, securing his position as the Western Conference Player of the Week once more. As they extended their winning streak to 24 games, they eclipsed the 22-game record set by the Houston Rockets in 2008. Becoming the second longest winning streak in league history. Now, they were en route to Utah to commence yet another away journey. Notably, this would be their final game before Christmas, due to the peculiar scheduling. They were set to enjoy a brief 5-day hiatus afterward. "Make the most of it," Curry said, patting Lin Xuan on the shoulder after completing check-in procedures. Next year's Christmas showdown is inevitable. Christmas Day matchups typically feature high-profile teams or title contenders at the season's outset. The Golden State Warriors were merely a lottery team, lacking any attention. Thus, they were excluded from the Christmas spotlight. However, for players like Curry, this meant more time to spend with family during the holidays. A silver lining that doesn't bother me. Lin Xuan shrugged. He had never celebrated Christmas. Making an appearance in the Christmas game next season would only enhance his commercial value, which he considered a boon. Just as I expected from Lin, always prioritizing basketball. Curry thought, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "All right, Stephen, let us focus on the upcoming game against Utah. Our goal is to break the Showtime Lakers' 33-game winning streak. We must not underestimate any game leading up to it." On December 23, 2012, in Salt Lake City, at the Delta Center, the matchup between the Golden State Warriors and the Utah Jazz commenced. The Warriors, riding a 24-game winning streak, have become the league's most formidable adversary. Every team aspired to play the role of Dragon Slayer, eager to put an end to the Warriors' streak. Thus, the Jazz immediately deployed a defensive duo of Millsap and Jefferson to closely guard Lin Xuan. Faced with the formidable double team, Lin Xuan felt somewhat stymied. However, having successfully navigated defenses from teams like the Grizzlies and Bulls, Millsap and Jefferson's efforts paled in comparison. Lin quickly adapted to their defense, leveraging his speed and an array of deceptive moves to outmaneuver them with ease. Jefferson, in particular, found himself utterly exposed, his slow reactions and limited athleticism laid bare. Meanwhile, following his resurgence against the Heat, Curry displayed increasing resolve in his performance. As the point guard, he meticulously orchestrated the team's offense, enabling each player to maximize their contributions, ultimately leading to victory. In this efficiently functioning system, the team and its players thrived in a virtuous cycle. The burgeoning synergy between Curry and Green emerged as the Warriors' most delightful surprise, particularly their seamless pick-and-roll collaboration. Even the American commentators on the sidelines could not help but exclaim, apart from the Lin-Curry connection. The Warriors have the Curry-Green pick-and-roll. The nightmare for the other 29 teams in the league is about to unfold. The Warriors' explosive performance resulted in the Jazz succumbing to a 118-91 defeat at home. A staggering 27-point margin. Lin Xuan managed to score only 35 points today, indicating that the Jazz's defensive strategy had some effect. The use of only is quite apt, as Lin's average points per game had reached 45.3. Thus, 35 points felt rather unremarkable for him. To clarify, Lin Xuan scored just 35 points, perhaps indicating some efficacy in the Jazz's defense. However, was the greater cause not the game's premature descent into garbage time? Indeed, as the game concluded, the two commentators visibly struggled to reconcile their disappointment. They longed for a matchup reminiscent of the epic clashes between Lin and Durant, where both scored over 60 points. Or a final-second heroics akin to the thrilling Lin versus Heat contest. Yet the Jazz simply could not keep pace. Lin Xuan managed to tally 35 points in less than 2 quarters, effectively breaking the game wide open and rendering the entire second half a mere exercise in rotation among bench players. What a lackluster affair. Following the game against the Jazz, the Warriors would not compete again until the 2018. The American fans were left in a state of agitation. Lin Xuan's dazzling style of play and his audacious remarks had captivated them, and the sudden absence of his games left them feeling disoriented. Some fans even held up a sign at the American Airlines Center during the Christmas matchup. A Christmas game without Lin is like a grand feast missing its soul sauce. The act drew widespread attention. Even the media nearly forgot about the intense battle between the Heat and Thunder on the court, focusing instead on that sign. What did the LeBron versus KD Nike rivalry matter? Miami fans were clamoring to see Lin Xuan. That was the true key to drawing in the crowd. However, Lin Xuan did not keep his supporters waiting for long. The day after the Christmas game, he held a press conference in Baltimore. Midnight tonight, the Tsunami generation will officially launch. The sneakers will be available for online purchase, and the Under Armour official platform will open to global users. The first batch of sneakers consists of only 200,000 pairs. In an effort to combat sneaker resellers and safeguard the interests of fans, Under Armour heeded Lin Xuan's advice and instituted purchase restrictions. Each account is permitted to acquire only one pair, and each IP address is similarly limited to a single transaction. That evening, in a Kansas University apartment, freshman Joel Embiid eagerly opened his computer and added the Tsunami One to his shopping cart, poised to purchase a pair the moment the clock struck midnight. "Joel, you should really get some rest," interjected his roommate. "With Lin Xuan's popularity, even if there are 200,000 sneakers, we might not even snag a pair." "How will we know unless we try?" Embiid replied nonchalantly. He acknowledged that the competition would be fierce that night, but his speed, honed over 18 years of singlehood, was not to be underestimated for his idol. He was determined to go all out. Indeed, Lin Xuan was Embiid's idol, which explained why, despite receiving full scholarships and invitation from prestigious schools, he resolutely chose Kansas University. He viewed Lin Xuan as the perfect role model. Tall, skilled in three-point shooting, adept at driving to the basket, and versatile, that he was determined to follow in Lin Xuan's footsteps to greatness. With his idol releasing signature sneakers, it was only fitting that he be among the first to support. That night, the 18-year-old Embiid was filled with ambition and resolve. However, as the saying goes, the ideal is often far more alluring than reality. As the clock chimed midnight, Embiid swiftly clicked the purchase button. Oh no! At that very moment, the website crashed. When he refreshed the page 2 minutes later, he discovered that the purchase button had turned gray. The 200,000 pairs of sneakers had vanished in an instant. Staring blankly at the gray button, Embiid's face fell in despair. How could 200,000 pairs be gone so quickly? Nevertheless, the resolute Embiid refused to give up. He promptly posted on his personal Twitter, willing to buy Tsunami 1 at 5 times the price. Interested parties, please DM. A similar scene was unfolding among Lin fans worldwide. For the vast number of Lin fans, 200,000 pairs of sneakers clearly fell short of demand. Consequently, prices for the Tsunami 1 were skyrocketing on various secondary platforms. The booming sneaker sales were undoubtedly a significant boon for NBA stars, as it represented a tangible manifestation of their commercial value. Yet for Lin Xuan, the day's good fortune did not end there. At 8 in the morning, the NBA officially announced the results of the first phase of the 2013 All-Star Game voting. Notably, this year marked the elimination of the center position in favor of 3 frontcourt players. This meant that the All-Star starting lineup would consist of 2 backcourt and 3 frontcourt players, with both centers and forwards vying for 3 spots in the frontcourt. The rationale behind this modification stemmed from the increasing prevalence of small ball tactics among teams, a trend that had intensified with Lin Xuan's emergence. Players like Lin Xuan, who possessed both the height of a center and the finesse of a perimeter shooter, had rendered the center position difficult to define. Returning to the voting results, let us first consider the Eastern Conference. Dwayne Wade of the Miami Heat led backcourt players with 430,925 votes, followed closely by the Celtics' Rajon Rondo with 382,613 votes. In the frontcourt, LeBron James continued to dominate, amassing an impressive 641,348 votes, firmly establishing his supremacy. This exceptional vote count not only positioned James as the frontrunner among Eastern frontcourt players, but also solidified his status as the top vote-getter in the Eastern Conference. Such is the unparalleled popularity of the league's premier player. Furthermore, Carmelo Anthony of the Knicks and Kevin Garnett of the Celtics ranked second and third among Eastern frontcourt players with 573, 112, and 218,246 votes, respectively. Now, let us turn our attention to the Western Conference. That a stark disparity was evident among backcourt players. Kobe Bryant soared with 639,419 votes, leaving all other backcourt players trailing in his wake. Even Chris Paul could not match his staggering lead, securing only 353,603 votes for second place. While Kobe remained a standout, the rise of an unexpected contender was equally noteworthy. Stephen Curry, who had never made an All-Star appearance, garnered 337,598 votes, surpassing the likes of Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and Tony Parker to claim third place. Moreover, he was perilously close to overtaking Paul, making it highly likely that he would ascend to the starting lineup in subsequent voting rounds. As for the frontcourt, the voting numbers displayed a nearly proportional distribution. Dwight Howard ranked third among Western frontcourt players with 317,838 votes, while Kevin Durant held second place with 623,297 votes. KD, one of Nike's dual kings, boasted nearly double Howard's vote count, highlighting a significant disparity in their standings. However, there was an even more formidable presence above Durant. Lin Xuan. In the first round of All-Star voting, he amassed an astounding 231,598 votes, securing his position as the leading vote-getter in the Western frontcourt in the entire league. What does it mean to gather 1.23 million votes? It is nearly the combined total of votes for Durant and Kobe. In fact, prior to the announcement of these results, NBA executives convened an emergency meeting. The reasoning was simple. Lin Xuan's staggering vote count evoked memories of the overwhelming influence of Chinese fans. During his rookie season, Yao Ming had been voted into the starting lineup, displacing the peak version of Shaquille O'Neal. While Yao stirred controversy, he was undeniably a top-tier center. E. Jillian's near ascendance over Kevin Garnett in the 2009 All-Star voting was even more surprising. Considering his modest averages of 8.6 points and a shooting percentage of only 38.2 to Mr. Commissioner, Lin Xuan's vote count is nearly double that of LeBron's, one executive remarked, and his first-round total is approaching last year's All-Star vote leader's cumulative total. This is frightening. Will the situation spiral out of control? Should we consider adjusting the voting weights to moderate the influence of Chinese fans? The NBA executives were genuinely alarmed that a rookie was poised to overshadow all others with an unparalleled advantage. In contrast, established superstars seemed rather dim in comparison. Was this a blessing or a curse? Would it impact the league's long-term viability? Commissioner David Stern hesitated. Even if the votes from Chinese fans were excluded, Lin would still be at the top. However, he soon resolutely declared his stance. We will adhere to the established rules. The Chinese market is an integral part of the NBA. Every vote cast by Chinese fans counts. This is the backstory of Lin Xuan's crowning as the first-round vote leader. The league's determination to promote Lin Xuan is evident. This is hardly surprising. After all, Kobe is aging and will retire in a few years. LeBron is in his prime, but has some negative associations. The diligent Durant, while promising, may not be able to shoulder the burden. Lin Xuan is undoubtedly the best candidate to represent the league over the next decade. Lin Xuan embodies the essence of both Kobe and Durant. This is the face of the league. Moreover, Lin Xuan represents LeBron multiplied by 2. The league has not covertly altered the voting mechanism for favorable reviews. With stern sincerity, I will encourage my classmates to cast a few votes as well. Upon learning the truth, Chinese fans eagerly participated in the voting. The league chose to stand with them, and they were determined to reciprocate with their utmost enthusiasm. Now, Lin Xuan's concern was no longer whether he would be crowned this year's vote leader. Shaquille O'Neal remarked on his show, "Winning the vote is as easy as crossing the street for my grandmother." The biggest mystery now is, what is the upper limit of Lin Xuan's popularity? Can he break the record and become the all-time vote leader? Let us consider some of history's most popular figures. Charles Barkley quickly chimed in. Michael Jordan once garnered an astounding 2.45 million votes in 1997. Lin's compatriot, Yao Ming, garnered an impressive 2.55 million votes in 2005. In 2009, the formidable Dwight Howard surpassed all expectations, amassing a staggering 3.15 million votes, thus becoming the historical vote king. With 2 rounds of voting remaining, will Lin Xuan be able to eclipse the record set by his predecessors? Or rather, to what heights can he elevate this record? We shall eagerly await the outcome at this very moment in Oakland at the Oracle Arena. As the Christmas holiday draws to a close, the Golden State Warriors players resume their regular training. Lin, congratulations on being the first-round vote king. Curry approaches Lin Xuan, who is engaged in strength training, that if you maintain this momentum, you are likely to break the historical voting record. Let us hope so. Lin Xuan replies with a slight smirk, displaying little emotional fluctuation. It is not that he is indifferent to the record. Rather, he simply does not care for accolades beyond the court. With his position as an all-star starter now secured, he does not pay much attention to the voting process. Lin, Curry suddenly adopts a playful demeanor. Could you help me rally some votes? Lin Xuan chuckles, surprised that Curry is waiting for him. Nevertheless, as the team's leader, he is more than willing to assist. Simple enough. That evening, upon returning home, Lin Xuan promptly logs on his social media to post a message urging everyone to vote for Chef Curry, so he can showcase his culinary skills on the All-Star stage. Note, Chef Curry is a playful pun among American fans, as the name Stephen, when pronounced quickly, sounds similar to Chief Chef, and Curry also means curry, making it easy for fans to envision the beloved player as a master chef. Due to his youthful appearance and flamboyant playing style, Curry is already beloved by fans, and with Lin Xuan personally campaigning for him, an outpouring of support ensues. Countless fans, while casting their votes for Lin Xuan, also make sure to throw a vote Curry's way. After all, they play different positions, so there is no conflict that Curry's voting numbers are closely trailing Paul's. Come on, brothers, let's aim to surpass Paul. Paul, are we underestimating the fighting spirit of Lin's fans? Our goal is to see Curry surpass Kobe and claim the title of the top guard in the West. Brothers, let us charge forward and secure Curry's place as an all-star starter. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion, Observing the overwhelming response to Lin Xuan's call to action, Curry becomes even more resolute in his decision. He must cling tightly to Lin's coattails. The day after the All-Star first-round voting results are announced, the Golden State Warriors face off against the Sacramento Kings at home. DeMarcus Cousins storms the paint. He delivers an outstanding performance. The Kings coach, Keith Smart, has a clear strategy: exploit the Warriors' interior weaknesses by targeting the lack of athleticism of David Lee and the height deficiency of Draymond Green, allowing Cousins to capitalize on these shortcomings. By the end of the first quarter, Cousins has already put up an impressive 10 points and 3 rebounds. However, Lin Xuan quips, "You may have the stats, but we'll take the game." On the Warriors' side, the dynamic duo of Lin Xuan and Curry completely disregards Cousins' explosive performance. For every bucket Cousins scores in the paint, Lin Xuan or Curry responds with an answer ball, often from beyond the arc. This back and forth effectively nullifies Cousins' offensive efforts. Just as Cousins finally resolves to ramp up his defense, he finds himself on the receiving end of relentless pressure from Lin and Curry, recognizing their inability to contain Cousins in the paint. The Warriors abandon conventional defense and instead engage in a shootout with Lin Xuan and Curry. Surprisingly, this tactic proves effective. The two American commentators on the sidelines can barely contain their laughter. Historically, when the interior defense falters, Lin Xuan usually shifts to the paint, transforming into a defensive stalwart. Yet, given Cousins' exceptional athleticism and prowess on both ends, head coach Mark Jackson's decision to avoid confrontation is entirely reasonable. Allowing Lin Xuan to focus his energy on offense becomes a winning strategy. Furthermore, despite Cousins' undeniable skill, he possesses a glaring weakness: his notorious temper, which often leads to technical fouls. Lin Xuan recalls that Cousins once achieved the dubious feat of being ejected twice within 6 days, accumulating a total of 14 ejections in his career. For comparison, the infamous Rodman was ejected only 12 times throughout his career. With such an evident flaw, Lin Xuan is keen to exploit it. In the final 7 minutes of the fourth quarter, an astonishing scene unfolds. Cousins kicks Green's sneaker out of bounds. Coach Zhang exclaims from the sidelines, "You must know, the league has strict regulations against players throwing shoes off the court." Trouble brews for Cousins. As Coach Zhang indicated, Cousins cannot escape the consequences and is promptly assessed a technical foul. At this moment, despite the technical foul being called, the crowd remains bewildered. No one understands why Cousins would kick Green's shoe out of bounds. Soon, a slow-motion replay reveals the truth. Green's shoe accidentally slipped off and landed right in front of Cousins, who interpreted it as a provocation. In a fit of rage, he kicked the shoe out of bounds. One might have expected Cousins to exhibit more maturity this season, but alas, he still possesses the temperament of a child. Were it not for his flawless performance on the court, he might have already been released by the Kings. Upon learning the details, even Golden State fans feel a mix of disappointment and disbelief at Cousins' inexplicable behavior. However, the drama does not end there. Why? Cousins, feeling profoundly wronged after the technical foul, berates the referee, insisting, "That guy provoked me first. Why isn't he being penalized? It was merely an accident," the referee replies coldly, turning away. Cousins, already agitated, perceives this as the referee protecting Green, and in a fit of rage, he lunges after the official, elbowing him to the ground. The entire arena is left in shock. Are we watching a martial arts film or an NBA game? Several security personnel rush onto the court to restrain Cousins, preventing the situation from escalating further. Fortunately, the main referee, resilient as ever, quickly recovers from the elbow strike and decisively ejects Cousins from a game. A collective sigh of relief ripples through the crowd. While players can voice their complaints to the referees, resorting to physical altercations is unequivocally unacceptable. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Cousins storms towards the player tunnel, cursing under his breath. Consequently, his stats conclude at 30 points and 10 rebounds. With Cousins ejected, the match swiftly loses its suspense. Ultimately, the game concludes with the Warriors triumphing over the Kings, 110-95, securing a 15-point victory on their home turf. To date, the Golden State Warriors remain undefeated this season, extending their winning streak to 25 games. Draymond, during the post-game interview, reporters can't help but ask Green, "Your shoes are high-tech product developed by a professional team. How could they accidentally come off? I don't know." Green chuckles, Maybe high-tech ISNT infallible after all. As he speaks, he casts a knowing glance at Lin Xuan. Don't worry, big guy. I'll 1T let on that you were behind this. Undoubtedly, Lin Xuan is the mastermind behind Green's shoe mishap. A covert strategy, Lin Xuan replies. This is all part of the game. After concluding their matchup against the Sacramento Kings, the Warriors embark on a night flight to New York. The following day, they will face the Knicks at Madison Square Garden in a back-to-back showdown. Damn, on the plane, Green grumbles, a back-to-back from the West Coast to the East Coast. Who devised this ridiculous schedule? As Green rightly points out, the upcoming game against the Knicks will be quite the challenge. Not only is time of the essence, but there also exists the considerable burden of geographical travel, rendering the schedule quite unreasonable. Yet there's little recourse. This is merely part of the competition. The sole silver lining is that the Warriors' main players clocked out early in the previous game, allowing them a brief respite. Of course, this brings to mind the unexpected incident orchestrated by Lin Xuan, involving a sneaker mishap that led to Cousins being prematurely sidelined. Otherwise, the match would have likely extended into a more protracted contest. Turning our attention to the Warriors' forthcoming adversary, the New York Knicks, the objective for the team from the Big Apple this season is straightforward. To stir things up, the combination of Stoudemire and Carmelo Anthony is gaining momentum. Building upon the foundation laid by these twin stars, the team's roster has further strengthened with the addition of Mavericks champion Jason Kidd and Tyson Chandler, both of whom have joined their ranks. Unsurprisingly, the formidable Knicks have lived up to expectations, experiencing an explosive season with a record of 20 wins and 8 losses. Lin Xuan noted the team's ranking, as the Knicks currently boast a win rate of 71. Second only to the Heat in the Eastern Conference. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, the stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the challenge. In preparation for the impending back-to-back battles, Lin Xuan is fully prepared. The second position in the Eastern Conference is not our destination. In a pre-game interview, Carmelo exhibited complete disregard for the Warriors. No matter who the opponent is, we will continue to win, for our goal is the top of the Eastern Conference, when queried about Lin's recent performance. Anthony smirked. He is doing well in Houston. As a former teammate, I'm pleased for him. The reporter faltered momentarily. Are you referring to Jeremy Lin? Indeed, he is now firmly established as a starter and has garnered significant support in the All-Star voting. However, I was inquiring about Lin Xuan. The reporter, flustered, restructured their query and persisted. But what about Lin Xuan? The only Lin I know is Jeremy Lin. Who is Lin Xuan? Anthony dismissed the question curtly, concluding the interview and leaving a group of reporters in stunned silence. Deliberate, it is undeniably intentional. He claims not to recognize Lin Xuan. How audacious. Both Lin Xuan and Anthony are referred to as offensive juggernauts by the public. The reporter, seeking to spark further discussion by mentioning Lin Xuan in front of Anthony, was swiftly silenced by the latter's dismissive remark. Who is Lin Xuan? Truly, Anthony embodies the essence of street credibility. A man of few words yet formidable presence. However, the tension for the game escalates. When Anthony encounters Lin Xuan, what kind of spark will ignite? That remains a mystery. Meanwhile, Amare Stoudemire, the other participant in the pre-game interviews, adopted a more amiable stance. I look forward to facing Lin. I heard he just became the All-Star first-round vote leader and recently triumphed over the Miami Heat. Quite impressive in light of such candor. The reporter could not resist resurrecting the earlier exchange from Anthony's interview. Carmelo said he didn't know who Lin Xuan is. Upon hearing the reporter's embellished recounting, Stoudemire chuckled. Come on. I know he has been keeping an eye on the Warriors games, especially when Lin scored 67 points and a triple-double over LeBron, holding him scoreless in the fourth quarter. Once Stoudemire began to speak, he could hardly be stopped. That game had a profound impact on Carmelo, prompting him to double his daily training regimen. The reporters nodded thoughtfully at Stoudemire's insights. Since their teenage years, LeBron and Anthony have been labeled as lifelong rivals, entering the league as the first and third overall picks, respectively, and are often heralded as the twin prodigies of the 2003 draft class. Throughout, comparisons between the two have been unrelenting. However, in this competitive landscape, Anthony has never quite held the upper hand. Rookie of the Year was snatched away by LeBron. Anthony was 2 years late in making the All-Star team that LeBron already possesses a championship ring. While Anthony has yet to even reach the finals in late 2011, Anthony joined the Knicks, partly to confront LeBron head-on and prove himself. Yet in their recent matchups, the outcomes have been unsatisfactory. Now, a rookie has emerged who can dominate both offensively and defensively against LeBron, utterly dismantling him. Anthony is understandably astonished. He has long awaited this clash with the Warriors, driven by a simple aim, to not only suffocate Lin Xuan defensively, but to obliterate him offensively, thereby proving his superiority over LeBron. Thus, Anthony's intentions for the pre-game interview are crystal clear, strategically underestimating Lin Xuan while tactically acknowledging him. The stage is set for an explosive confrontation. On December 29, 2012, in New York at Madison Square Garden, nearly 20,000 spectators filled the venue, creating an uproar. Notably, despite being on the road, many fans wave banners in support of Lin Xuan. Such is the nature of New York fans. They never hold back their applause for stars of the opposing team. This is, after all, my home court. As Anthony stepped onto the court, he cast a cold glance at the surrounding banners, his expression darkening. "What are you so cocky about?" Green muttered beside him. "Watch out. I might kick your rear." Draymond, Lin Xuan interjected, "Feel free to trash talk, but be cautious around Anthony." This was Lin's subtle way of warning. Anthony is a man of the streets, a figure of considerable influence in New York. His reputation is built upon real experiences from the tough streets of Baltimore. Lin Xuan remembered how even the formidable Wolves King was intimidated into hiding after uttering a line about his wife tasting like a donut. "I understand," Green replied, unsure why Lin Xuan had suddenly adopted such a cautious demeanor. But since the leader had spoken, he complied. Thus, the pre-game warm-ups concluded amidst a strangely charged atmosphere. Soon after, both team starters took to the court. The Warriors maintained their usual starting lineup: Stephen Curry, David Lee, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Lin Xuan. The Knicks countered with their own starters: Amare Stoudemire, Tyson Chandler, Jason Kidd, James White, and Carmelo Anthony. With a sharp whistle, the centers approached the logo area, and the referee tossed the ball high into the air. Tyson Chandler decisively dominated David Lee in the jump ball, granting the New York Knicks the first possession of the game. Kidd brought the ball up slowly. Known for his average of only 11.2 shots per game, Kidd earned the nickname Kid No Attack from fans, especially after winning the championship with the Mavericks in 2011. His offensive desire had plummeted to nearly 0.8 as expected. Kidd did not disappoint. Just past half court, he passed the ball to Anthony, who was brimming with pent-up energy. Faced with Green's defense, he executed a crossover step followed by a flawless jump shot, nailing a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Behold, the offensive kaleidoscope in action. The American commentator could not contain himself, from receiving the ball to the shake, and then from the shake to the shot. It was simply seamless. Absolutely. Another commentator quickly concurred, this shot exemplifies Anthony's soft touch to perfection. Bring on a tougher defense. After hitting the three-pointer, Anthony celebrated with the classic three fingers to the head gesture, exuding an air of swagger. Hearing the unmentionable expletive slip from Anthony's lips, Green was tempted to unleash a certain word. However, recalling Lin Xuan's earlier warning, he held his tongue. "Well done," Lin Xuan praised, giving Green a thumbs up. "Keep it up. This is just the beginning." Green flashed a grin in response to the provocation from his opponent. He did not react like an impulsive youth, which was a progress Lin Xuan was more than pleased to witness. However, he cared little for whether Green was some kind of social media influencer. What remained unspoken in Green's mind was, if you push me too far, I cannot guarantee how long I can hold back my temper. As the match commenced, the tension outside the court subtly began to seep into the arena. Yet due to Green's restraint, both sides managed to keep the peace. With a change of possession, the Warriors initiated their offensive. Curry advanced the ball rapidly into the front court, immediately finding Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan held the ball at the arc, and after a flurry of movement from the Knicks, he glanced at his defender. To his surprise, it was Carmelo Anthony. Upon seeing the familiar face of Melo before him, Lin Xuan suddenly recalled a saying, "An offensive kaleidoscope, but a defensive sieve." This phrase aptly described Anthony's lackluster defense. That said, Lin Xuan understood that this was entirely due to Anthony's laziness on the defensive end. Put plainly, his poor defense stemmed from a lack of effort rather than a lack of skill. At that moment, the fierce determination igniting in Anthony's eyes prompted Lin Xuan to heighten his vigilance. It was evident that his opponent was serious this time. Here it comes. Observing the scene, commentator Zhang from the CCTV booth was visibly thrilled. Anthony is personally guarding Lin Xuan. It's a clash of titans. On the court, good kid. Anthony, focused on defense, taunted. I heard you're an offensive kaleidoscope too. Hurry up and attack. Don't dawdle like a coward. Lin Xuan recognized that Anthony was attempting to rattle his composure. Yet he refused to be swayed by such antics and executed a powerful back-to-basket move, shoving Anthony back a considerable distance to "Is that all you've got?" Anthony quickly responded, pressing back against Lin Xuan. Come on. Keep it going. Lin Xuan was disinclined to engage in banter. With a swift pivot and a quick change of direction, he deftly maneuvered around Anthony's tight defense as he stepped into the paint. The ball raised overhead. He leaped into the air. Anthony's lateral movement was no slouch, and he immediately pursued Lin Xuan's steps, leaping high to block the shot. At that moment, Lin Xuan's astonishing hang time came into play once again. He lingered in the air, seemingly waiting for Anthony to attempt the block. However, just as both players reached nearly the same height, Lin Xuan lowered the ball and, with a flick of his waist, executed what appeared to be a second jump in midair, sending Anthony tumbling down half a body length. At that instant, Anthony's body had already begun its descent, while Lin Xuan remained suspended, back to the basket, ready to unleash a thunderous dunk. With a resounding boom, the rim vibrated under Lin Xuan's forceful impact. A two-pointer executed. Was I mistaken? Lin Xuan had actually completed an aerial fold with a two-handed reverse dunk. Lin Xuan's ability to deliver such a breathtaking dunk in a competitive setting was nothing short of astounding. One could hardly imagine the spectacle he would create in a dunk contest. The two commentators on the sidelines wasted no time in delivering their exuberant commentary. Such a remarkable play deserved to be celebrated. Beautiful. No doubt, it's Lin. The fans at Madison Square Garden were left in awe, showering Lin Xuan with thunderous applause. As the camera returned to the court, Lin Xuan brushed past Anthony, declaring, "Correction, you are the offensive kaleidoscope, while I am the offensive galaxy." Lin Xuan was no pushover. Once provoked, he unleashed his full might. An offensive galaxy. Anthony silently repeated the phrase in his mind, his competitive spirit intensifying. Back on the offensive end, facing Green's defense, Anthony showcased his exceptional offensive prowess once more. He executed a back-to-basket play, accelerating towards the basket and performing an aerial fold. Anthony employed nearly the same offensive technique Lin Xuan had just utilized. However, during the final fold, Lin Xuan swatted the ball away with a powerful hand, sending it soaring into the second-tier stands. Lin Xuan's actions on both offense and defense became a microcosm of the entire first quarter. Do not equate me with Anthony. He is an offensive kaleidoscope. I am an offensive galaxy. Driven by fierce determination, Lin Xuan completely subdued Anthony, fully embodying the essence of an offensive galaxy. As the first quarter concluded, Lin Xuan had scored an astonishing 33 points. Notably, on December 10, 2008, during a game between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, Anthony had scored an impressive 33 points in the third quarter, tying the record for the highest single-quarter personal scores set by the Iceman, George Gervin, in 1978. Now, that record had been rewritten with Lin Xuan's name. During the intermission, gazing at Lin Xuan's defiant silhouette, Anthony found himself lost in thought, reminiscent of his younger self. Indeed, Anthony's first quarter stats were not unimpressive. 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Quite comprehensive. Yet, when compared to Lin Xuan's 33 points, they appeared somewhat meager. However, the Knicks, besides Anthony, boasted talents like Stoudemire, Kidd, and Chandler, who provided ample support during the first quarter. Thus, even with Lin Xuan's explosive performance, the score difference remained narrow at the end of the first quarter. The score was 43-39, with the Warriors holding a mere 4-point lead. Well done. Coach Mike Woodson of the Knicks expressed his satisfaction with the team's performance in the first quarter. In light of Lin Xuan's explosive display, trailing by only 4 points was a scenario he welcomed. Moreover, Woodson was confident that the Warriors, after a long travel and back-to-back match, would not sustain Lin Xuan's momentum for long. Particularly in the latter two quarters, his stamina would inevitably decline sharply. As long as they weathered this initial storm, victory would be within their grasp. "We won't be defeated just by Lin," Woodson remarked while outlining strategies. "Continue to lock down everyone else, and we will overtake them." On the other side, the Warriors bench was buzzing. "Lin, unleash your full prowess." Coach Mark Jackson's strategy remained straightforward and unyielding. He understood that apart from Lin Xuan, the performance of the other players in the first quarter had been subpar. However, this was understandable, given the strenuous nature of the back-to-back games, which significantly challenged the players' stamina. Yet, Lin Xuan showed no signs of fatigue. He appeared entirely unfazed by physical limitations. "We won't be beaten by Lin alone. Just wait and see." Lin Xuan truly was a record-breaking machine. In a nonchalant manner, he had once again etched a record into his name, scoring 33 points in a single quarter, tying Melo's record right in front of him. Perhaps this was destiny. Moreover, Lin Xuan was even younger than the 24-year-old Melo back then. He was merely 19. The future held limitless possibilities. At that moment, the two American commentators continued to marvel at Lin Xuan's single-quarter 33 points. The second quarter had quietly commenced. Initially, both teams rolled out their rotation lineups. Notably, the Warriors' rotation no longer featured Bogut, as negotiations for a trade with the Nuggets were at a critical juncture. The Warriors sought to avoid any unforeseen injuries that might affect Bogut's trade value, opting to keep him on the sidelines. As a result, the absence of Bogut breathed new life into the Warriors' rotation. Even facing formidable competitors like J.R. Smith, the Warriors' bench held their own against the opposing rotation. Particularly, guard Jarrett Jack showcased remarkable efficiency, scoring 7 points in just 2 minutes. He helped the Warriors further solidify their lead during the rotation phase. Wow. Commentator Jean from the CCTV booth was thoroughly entertained. The Warriors bench is stepping up. This game is becoming increasingly intriguing. As the second quarter approached the final 7 minutes, the starters returned to the court. Since gaining prominence, Lin Xuan had consistently faced the luxury of double teams courtesy of opposing coaches. Yet Knicks head coach Mike Woodson remained steadfast in his strategy to lock down everyone else, leaving Lin Xuan to Anthony's defense. Anthony confidently declared, "Just leave Lin Xuan to me. I can handle him alone." The tactical acumen of the Knicks is remarkably high, especially with the presence of Tyson Chandler and Jason Kidd, both renowned for their defensive prowess, creating a defensive rotation akin to an impenetrable fortress. Faced with such an intensity of defense, a fatigued Stephen Curry and his teammates found themselves nearly powerless, either getting blocked or missing shots, as if they were in a daze. However, every time Lin Xuan held the ball at the top of the arc, glancing at the lone defender, Anthony, a question would arise in his mind. Are they truly not going to double-team me? After all, even formidable teams like the Heat would deploy a combination of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade to focus on Lin Xuan's defense. Initially, Lin Xuan suspected it was a trap to lull him into complacency. Yet, as he repeatedly scored against Anthony's one-on-one defense with ease, he began to believe it. Given such generosity, he was determined to make the most of it. During this quarter, Lin Xuan noticeably reduced his assists, opting instead to charge forward with reckless abandon. He unleashed an array of three-pointers and acrobatic drives, directly confronting Anthony, while Anthony's defensive attitude was commendable. Lin Xuan's caliber was simply beyond his reach. In Lin Xuan's words, "I've never faced such a bountiful opportunity. Double team, double team." Witnessing Lin Xuan's soaring performance, Knicks coach Mike Woodson finally relinquished his stubbornness and altered his defensive strategy. Unfortunately, Lin Xuan's momentum resembled that of a speeding train, unstoppable until it reached its destination. As the second quarter drew to a close, with a buzzer-beating three-pointer, Lin Xuan's personal score soared to 56 points. While the entire Knicks team managed a mere 50 points, the Warriors led the Knicks by a significant margin of 67-50 at halftime. In the Knicks locker room during the intermission, the atmosphere was tense. The game is far from over. We cannot give up. At this juncture, most tactics had already been deployed. Other than offering some motivational speeches, Mike Woodson had little else at his disposal. It is often said that every NBA coach is a master of motivational speeches, and under Woodson's encouragement, the Knicks players managed to regain some semblance of morale. However, the good fortune was short-lived. As Lin Xuan ramped up his defensive intensity in the third quarter with blocks and steals, he effectively stifled Anthony and the rest of the Knicks players. The entire Knicks squad was thoroughly deflated. Less than 3 minutes into the third quarter, Woodson chose to abandon hope, substituting all his starters and conceding defeat. The Warriors swiftly followed suit, pulling their fatigued starters, and the game transitioned into garbage time. Ultimately, Lin Xuan's stats concluded at an impressive 62 points, 13 rebounds, and 2 assists. While the 60-point milestone was indeed astonishing, what was even more remarkable was that at that moment, the Warriors had only accumulated 80 points in total, making it evident that Lin Xuan had nearly single-handedly upheld the team's offense. As Lin Xuan exited the court, fans at Madison Square Garden rose to their feet, showering the visiting hero with enthusiastic cheers and applause. Lin Xuan's brilliance had once again illuminated the Apple City. But wait, here's an announcement. As the starters from both teams left the court, the game began to mellow, and the American commentators on the sidelines began to preview the upcoming All-Star weekend. The participant list for the All-Star events had officially been released. Initially, with the quality of players dwindling, the All-Star events had shown signs of becoming mere trifles, especially the dunk contest, which had previously featured superstars like Vince Carter and Dwight Howard, had now turned into a stage for rotational players to showcase themselves. However, this year, the long-dormant All-Star events had reignited in fervor. The reason was simple. Lin Xuan, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and several other superstars had accepted the league's invitation. Let us take a look at the roster for this year's events. The commentators said, holding the freshly released list up to the camera. First, the dunk contest lineup. In addition to Lin Xuan, Kobe, LeBron, and Howard, Paul George from the Pacers and Vince Carter from the Mavericks had also accepted invitations at the last moment. The commentator was taken aback to see Carter's name on the list. T35, could the Canadian Flyers still soar? Nonetheless, this was a form of legacy, as Carter had expressed his admiration for Lin Xuan on multiple occasions. The commentator's thoughts had clearly drifted away from the ongoing game. Continuing, perhaps the reason Carter is competing is to share the court with a prodigy he admires, showcasing his craft. Apart from Vince Carter, Paul George's participation was equally noteworthy. The young player from the Pacers possessed explosive athleticism and skill, making him a formidable obstacle for Lin Xuan in his quest for the dunk title. Next, the three-point contest lineup. This season, Stephen Curry, who had already hit 135 three-pointers, Dirk Nowitzki, the 2006 three-point contest champion, and Ray Allen, who ranked second in all-time three-pointers, would also join Lin Xuan, who had already confirmed his participation. It was clear that the competition in the three-point contest would be fierce, ensuring that it would not be a one-man show. The commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "It's worth noting that the league had also invited Kyrie Irving." Even until the last moment, Irving considered competing. However, after witnessing Lin Xuan and Curry's incredible shooting in their matchup against the Warriors, he realized that even if he participated, he would likely become a mere footnote. After much contemplation, Irving ultimately decided to withdraw. Did you think he was simply backing down? Not at all. While he may not excel in three-point shooting, Irving was supremely confident in his dribbling and playmaking skills. Upon learning that Lin Xuan would also be participating in the skills challenge, Irving promptly accepted the invitation. Alongside Irving and Lin Xuan, other participants in the skills challenge included Dwayne Wade, Chris Paul, and Russell Westbrook. The motivations for these three were straightforward. Revenge. Lin Xuan had torched the Heat for a triple-double with 67 points. He had unleashed a staggering 72 points against the Thunder, and had humiliated Paul by scoring an outrageous 58 points against the Clippers. As top-tier stars of the league, they could not let this stand. They were forming an Avengers-like alliance. The commentator shook his head in bemusement. It seems Lin Xuan is in for a challenge. With the participant list for the All-Star events unveiled, a fervor erupted across basketball communities and social media platforms worldwide. What on earth? Why do I feel like this is more exciting than the All-Star game itself? In previous years, these events had either featured a group of rookies or a collection of role players, fading into obscurity. But this year, this was what constituted a true All-Star experience. I can't shake the feeling that various factions are uniting to take down Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, be wary, as the camera returned to Madison Square Garden. Amidst the commentators' animated discussion of the participant list, the game unknowingly reached its conclusion. Ultimately, the Golden State Warriors triumphed over the Eastern Conference's second seed, the New York Knicks, with a score of 120-99. Following this victory, the Warriors extended their winning streak to 26 games, just 7 shy of the 33-game record set by the Showtime Lakers. In the Western Conference standings, the Warriors maintained their position at the top with a flawless 100-win rate. Meanwhile, in Oklahoma City at the Chesapeake Energy Arena, the Thunder suffered a heartbreaking defeat to the Rockets after 48 minutes of fierce competition. As the second seed in the West, they now trailed the Warriors by 4 wins. The Warriors were steadily establishing themselves as the sole leaders in the Western Conference, and their good news didn't end there. Almost simultaneously, news broke of a trade between the Warriors and the Nuggets. The Warriors sent Bogut and some cash to acquire Andre Iguodala, along with a 2013 first-round pick, after the game. While being interviewed, Lin Xuan learned of this development from a reporter. Although he had mentally prepared for the trade, its actual confirmation left him momentarily stunned. A 2013 first-round pick? Not only had Myers refrained from relinquishing the draft pick, but he had also managed to gain one. Lin Xuan quickly wrapped up the interview and, after confirming with General Manager Myers multiple times, finally accepted the reality Iguodala's contract was set to expire soon. And once he left, the Nuggets would be left with nothing. Myers remarked over the phone, "Let them part with a draft pick. It's not exactly robbery. Moreover, next year is a relatively weak draft class. So this is hardly a loss for them, a year of modest drafts?" Lin Xuan pondered this notion carefully, and indeed, it appeared to be the case at first glance. Yet, it was from this very draft class that the Greek freak emerged. Moreover, he was selected as the 15th pick in the first round. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Xuan's eyes as he envisioned the possibility of acquiring the Greek star. However, the specific position of the Nuggets' first-round pick would depend on their performance in the current regular season. With Iguodala's departure, the Nuggets were on the brink of a rebuild, and in the fiercely competitive Western Conference, their entry into the lottery seemed all but assured. This meant that the first-round pick sent over by the Nuggets would nearly guarantee the Warriors the opportunity to draft the Greek phenomenon. "Lin, what are you smiling about?" Upon hearing Cuckoo's voice on the phone, Myers couldn't help but remark, "Next year's first-round pick isn't worth much. We haven't really gained much from this trade." "Not worth much?" Lin Xuan replied with a serious demeanor. "Make sure to hold on to that first-round pick. I know a player from Greece whom I want to recruit as my Prot G. We absolutely must select him next year." "A player from Greece? What's his name?" Myers inquired, puzzled. "Giannis Antetokounmpo." "What?" Upon hearing that long string of letters, Myers was taken aback. "Don't get tangled up. You could just call him the Greek freak." Lin Xuan smirked. "The Greek freak." Myers murmured to himself a few times, nodding thoughtfully. Just days prior, he had reviewed a mock draft report from 2013, which indeed featured a player with a notably lengthy name, positioned in the mid-first round. Contemplating, Myers immediately instructed his assistant to retrieve the mock draft sheet. As expected, just as Lin Xuan had stated, the player was indeed named Giannis Antetokounmpo, and there's also that Jokic we discussed last time. "How is it that a mere player is more informed than me?" The general manager. "But if we do draft Giannis, he'll just have to be called the Greek brother." Hearing the slight astonishment in Myers' voice, Lin Xuan teased him. "That sounds rather nice, Manager Myers." With a dry chuckle, Myers felt somewhat exasperated, thinking to himself that Lin Xuan was nearly completing his job for him. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan's resolute attitude and tone evoked an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Who would know of obscure talents like the Greek freak and Jokic if they hadn't dedicated considerable effort to studying the upcoming draft? Lin Xuan remarked, "I don't wish to overly interfere with the daily operations of the management. It's just that the Greek freak and Jokic are simply too enticing." As someone who had traversed time, he felt it would be a disservice to himself not to seize such an opportunity. Before the draft, it's best not to conduct workouts with them, Lin Xuan suddenly advised of course. Myers thought to himself, "Goodness, this is why you are Manager Lin. You understand evenness to ensure they secure their desired players." The management typically refrains from revealing their interest in any particular target player or employs smokescreens to mislead competitors. This often results in surprise selections on draft night, leaving not only rivals astounded, but even the chosen players themselves in bewilderment. For instance, the San Antonio Spurs.it is well known that anything produced by the Spurs is of premium quality. Thus, many teams attempt to glean insights into the Spurs' intentions before the draft to thwart their plans. Yet, Popovich is even more cunning. Every year, they invite a multitude of players for workouts, while remaining indifferent to their coveted players, playing a game of illusion. However, although this kid is dubbed Little Lin Xuan, I still have a question. On the other end of the line, Myers meticulously reviewed the draft report for the Greek Freak and asked, can he truly meet expectations? Myers was being indirect, in terms of physique and dynamic data. This Giannis was less Little Lin Xuan and more akin to a beggar's version of Lin Xuan. With the strongest already on a roster, what more could they need? Is he not only 18 years old? Lin Xuan replied, his height and weight will undoubtedly improve in the future, I possess the physique of the peak Greek Freak. This kid will eventually grow to be as tall and robust as I am. That is indeed true. Myers did not dispute this, but remained somewhat uncertain. The key question is whether he will overlap with your position. He will not, Lin Xuan asserted decisively. The future will be an era dominated by forwards. At this point, Lin Xuan recalled the likes of LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, Paul Jordan, and the Greek Freak, all of whom instilled a sense of dread on both ends of the court. The era of forwards? Myers was taken aback. This seemed to be a concept even more advanced than the small ball era. Precisely. Lin Xuan continued to elaborate. In the future, the style of play will expand increasingly, and in such a scenario, forward similar to the Greek Freak will become a bug-level existence. Currently, the Warriors' forwards consist of Lin Xuan and Green, but if we acquire the Greek Freak, Green will merely be a backup. However, with Green's pick and roll and defense, he would still be quite valuable as a substitute. Lin Xuan had long envisioned that the dual forward lineup he would form with the Greek Freak would undoubtedly become the most talented combination in the entire league. Lin Xuan's extraordinary offensive prowess could compensate for the Greek Freak's shooting deficiencies, while the Greek Freak's outstanding physical attributes could dominate a significant area on defense. In summary, the Greek Freak would undoubtedly prove to be a more useful blue-collar worker than Green. Is it too extravagant to use a future MVP as a blue-collar worker? No, it doesn't stop there. If all goes as planned, they will also acquire Jokic next year, as a center with exceptional three-point shooting and playmaking ability. Jokic's capacity to create space is top-notch. With Jokic stretching the floor, won't I have the freedom to drive to the basket at will? Lin Xuan mused internally that if he truly didn't want to play, he could simply toss the ball to the perimeter, and with Curry aiding him, he wouldn't have to worry. With the Greek Freak, Jokic, and Curry, 3 MVPs serving as his tools, he would become invincible. This is what one could call true luxury. With such a lineup, failing to achieve 82 wins would be considered a significant disappointment. After finishing the call with Myers, Lin Xuan returned to the hotel with his teammates. The following morning, Lin Xuan suddenly remembered that he must attend an Under Armour event taking place in New York today. This event was arranged on short notice by Under Armour as a gesture of gratitude towards the fans supporting the tsunami generation. After tidying up briefly at the hotel, Lin Xuan promptly took a special vehicle to the event venue. Rucker Park, world-renowned for its basketball court. Many players who have played there are celebrated for their exceptional skills, contributing numerous talents to the NBA. There's even a saying, Rucker Park is a place where even Kobe must remain humble. Today's event's main highlight was that Under Armour had selected a group of young players to represent the fans and engage in a 3v3 showdown with Lin Xuan. Some were street ball players from Rucker Park, while others were rookies from lower-tier leagues in the United States or overseas. Under Armour aimed for them to derive motivation, inspiration, and perseverance in their basketball dreams through their match against Lin Xuan. As the event commenced, he entered the NBA as the first overall pick. He is the youngest player to score 70 points in a game. He is currently leading his team on an epic winning streak. He is none other than the most sought-after basketball superstar in the world, Lin Xuan. As the host set the stage, Lin Xuan soon made his appearance. After delivering a brief speech, he engaged in intimate interactions with the fans present. Many supporters who had purchased the Tsunami Generation sneakers approached him for autographs, and Lin Xuan, without any pretense, signed one after another, striving to satisfy the fans' requests. Lin, I am your fan. I could see that moment. A deep voice resonated from the crowd. To become your prot. I accepted the invitation from Kansas among many schools. Please sign. Lin Xuan turned towards the voice and spotted a tall figure with an afro waving at him. It was none other than Joel Embiid. To become my prot. You accepted the invitation from Kansas among many schools. Upon hearing Embiid's words, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, much like in his previous life. Embiid was still enrolled at the University of Kansas. However, Lin Xuan did not anticipate that the reason for Embiid's choice of Kansas in this life was to become his junior. This was quite intriguing. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan affectionately ruffled Embiid's hair, displaying a benevolent smile akin to that of an elder. "So, you are my junior." Indeed, Embiid's face instantly lit up with the exhilaration of a young fan who had finally succeeded in idolizing his star, senior. "I flew all the way from Kansas City just to seek your autograph, of course." Lin Xuan promptly fulfilled Embiid's wish and then kindly reminded him, "Unless you have other matters, it would be best to return quickly. University is a prime time for honing your skills. Do not neglect your primary pursuits in the name of idol worship." I understand, senior. That is good to hear, so why not leave right away?" "Just a moment. What are you waiting for? Hurry up." "Well, you see, senior." Under Lin Xuan's repeated urgings, Embiid shyly lowered his head and murmured, "I still need to represent the fans and play a 3v3 with you. Please don't rush me. I wish to learn from you." "Oh." Lin Xuan nodded thoughtfully. His junior, Embiid, humbly requesting to compete against him. How amusing. Yet, this was not the end of it. When the 3v3 segment commenced, Lin Xuan encountered another familiar face. It was none other than the Greek freak, Giannis Antetokounmpo, who had traveled all the way from Greece. To witness both the young Embiid and Giannis in Rucker Park at the same time was remarkable. Even more amusing was the fact that Giannis was also a fan of Lin Xuan. The reason he and T sought an autograph earlier was that he and T managed to secure a pair of sneakers. "Lin Xuan, may I team up with you?" As the 3v3 teams were being formed, Giannis approached Lin Xuan, somewhat bashfully. "Senior, I'd like to join as well." Embiid chimed in. Lin Xuan glanced at the two young men flanking him and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. At 18, the young Andrew and young Joel stood as mere acolytes. That's perfectly fine. Observing the humility of the young duo, Lin Xuan waved his hand, indicating his indifference to in truth, he was more eager to experience the sensation of being guarded by two future MVPs. But being the idol who cherishes his fans, he agreed. Thus, Lin Xuan, Embiid, and Giannis formed a trio. For the first time in the storied Rucker Park, a 3v3 team comprised entirely of players standing over 2 meters tall took to the court. How would the opposing team contend with that? Indeed, a towering play was inevitable. One could only wonder how they would respond. The deathly trio was born, and it seemed that Rucker Park would soon be graced with a new legend. The combination of Lin Xuan, Embiid, and Giannis, three towering figures, instantly captivated the crowd. However, in contrast to the fans' naive optimism, Lin Xuan remained composed. Although Embiid and Giannis had already developed impressive physiques, their technical skills left much to be desired. Especially Embiid, who, having grown up in Africa, only began systematic basketball training after immigrating to the United States at the age of 16, this meant he was merely a rookie with just 2 years of practice under his belt. As for Giannis, his progress was not much better. Lin Xuan recalled that even after winning the MVP, Giannis' skills had not significantly improved. Thus, whether this duo of rough diamonds could indeed dominate their opponents, as the fans suggested, remained to be seen. Moreover, their adversaries were no slouches either. The spectators might not recognize the three young men standing opposite Lin Xuan at that moment. Yet to Lin Xuan, they were all old acquaintances. Standing in the middle, exuding a slightly languid aura reminiscent of Tracy McGrady, was none other than the 2014 draft's first overall pick, the Goji Immortal, Andrew Wiggins. Flanking him were his contemporaries, Aaron Gordon and Jabari Parker. Though their later achievements might not rival those of Giannis and Embiid, at this moment, both their draft stock and raw talent surpassed the two. Thus, the outcome of this 3v3 was anyone's guess. Returning to the matter at hand, the 3v3 showdown commenced swiftly. The game adopted a 21-point format, with the first team to reach 21 points declare the victor. Shots made within the 3-point line counted as 1 point, while shots beyond it counted as 2. Each offensive possession was reduced from the traditional 24 seconds to 20 seconds for fairness. In the interest of equity, Lin Xuan granted the first possession to Wiggins' team. After all, no matter how formidable Wiggins and his companions were, they could only be considered underlings in Lin Xuan's presence, with the sound of the whistle signaling the start of the game. Aaron Gordon held the ball at the top of the arc and found Wiggins on the wing. Wiggins received the ball, intent on isolating against Giannis. At that moment, Wiggins was still a high school student. Yet he showed no fear in facing Giannis's defense. He swiftly maneuvered past his defender, driving to the basket, landing on the free throw arc, and leaping skyward. In the future, Wiggins would demonstrate a vertical leap of 12 meters during the 2014 draft, surpassing even the peak Jordan 8T just 17. He showcased extraordinary athleticism. Facing an open basket, he executed a thunderous dunk. 1-0. With that, Wiggins heralded the commencement of the offensive onslaught. "You can't guard me." After completing the dunk, Wiggins roared, revealing a fierce spirit within him. Although he directed his words at Giannis, they were aimed squarely at Lin Xuan, embodying the audacity of youth. Excellent. Lin Xuan contemplated that since Wiggins and his companions were still young, he initially intended to take it easy. However, given his spirited declaration, he decided to engage them fully. With possession changing hands, Embiid held the ball at the top of the arc, eager to find Lin Xuan. But Lin Xuan waved him off, signaling for him to take the shot. Encouraged by his idol, Embiid's confidence surged. While his technical skills were somewhat lacking, he had initially trained as a guard and possessed a modicum of ball-handling knowledge. As he faced Gordon's defense, Embiid lowered his center of gravity, dribbling low and making a half-circle to the corner. Gordon's defense was tenacious, closely adhering to Embiid, blocking both his drive and shooting space. However, Embiid, with a blend of brute force and cleverness, executed a swift crossover, evading his defender. He launched an open three-pointer. Unfortunately, Embiid's crude shooting technique was glaringly evident at that moment. In an unguarded scenario, he exerted too much force and overshot the basket. At that moment, Parker, positioned in the corner on the opposite side, was prepared to receive the ball. Just as everyone anticipated Parker would seize the opportunity, a flash of yellow surged in from the side. A large hand swooped in to snatch the ball away. Lin, had it not been for his preemptive anticipation, he would never have managed to secure that ball. Impressive. However, that was not the pinnacle of his performance. While everyone marveled at Lin Xuan's acrobatic save, in the next instant, he had already penetrated the defense and was driving toward the basket. Faced with Wiggins's defense, Lin Xuan moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. Securing the ball with one hand and soaring high, he forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop, overpowering Wiggins in the process. 1-0. It was no surprise that Lin Xuan delivered such a display. In the face of such a stark power disparity, there was no need for any embellishments. It was simply that straightforward and raw. Lin Xuan had anticipated that he would at least faint in midair. Yet he had gone straight for the dunk, bearing down on Wiggins. In the aftermath of being dunked on, Wiggins's once arrogant demeanor was instantly diminished by half it. This was the caliber of the NBA's most formidable rookie. Wiggins silently reflected. Yet the greater the challenge, the more enticing it became. At that moment, Wiggins still harbored dreams and pride. Naturally, he felt confident. After officially announcing his entry into the 2013 high school class in October, he was placed at the top of ESPN's high school rankings, usurping the previous top player, Jabari Parker. In another offensive possession, Wiggins received a pass from Gordon on the wing. After signaling Parker for a screen, Wiggins proactively sought out Lin Xuan's defense that if you won't come to guard me, I shall seek you out myself. While dribbling in search of opportunities to break through or shoot, Wiggins began to chatter. Perhaps I too could be the first overall pick. Let us see who is stronger. Lin Xuan was a loss for words, thinking to himself, how dare you, the Goji Berry champion, confront others? Suddenly, Lin Xuan feigned a weakness, deliberately allowing Wiggins to break through from the right side. Without the slightest hesitation, Wiggins seized the opportunity and charged forward. After taking a large step, he launched a mid-range jump shot. Bang! However, at that moment, Lin Xuan leapt high from behind, blocking the shot with one hand. He secured the ball effortlessly. WTF? What a block! Forget your dreams of basketball. Lin Xuan showed no mercy to the young man. The spectators gasped in astonishment at the sight of Lin Xuan denying Wiggins. Typically, they would watch Lin Xuan soar on television, but witnessing such a miracle up close doubled their amazement. Even Gordon and Parker on the court were left dumbfounded. Wiggins' leaping ability could rival that of peak Jordan. As aspiring professional players, they understood the difficulty of blocking Wiggins. Yet this seemingly impossible feat was accomplished with ease by Lin Xuan. The prowess of the NBA's strongest rookie was truly terrifying. "This is my idol." Simultaneously, Embiid and Antetokounmpo spoke in unison. They had seen countless highlight reels of Lin Xuan's blocks. However, witnessing a scene as shocking as the previous moment was a first for them. It is worth noting that Wiggins is a top-tier player among their peers, a target they have been striving to surpass. However, Lin Xuan's impressive offense and defense, including the dunk and the block, gave them a sense of an adult overpowering a child. Amidst the astonished gazes and enthusiastic cheers, the game continued. According to the 3-on-3 basketball rules, the defensive team must dribble or pass the ball beyond the three-point line before initiating an attack. After his block, Lin Xuan swiftly stepped back, his feet crossing the three-point line. With a three-threat move, he faked out the incoming Gordon and took a three-point shot. It went in. Lin Xuan's team took the lead by 2 points, 3-1. Here it comes. Everyone fasten your seatbelts as we're about to enter Lin's crazy mode. Initially, I thought today was just an event, and I worried Lin Xuan might hold back, but it seems my concerns were unfounded. I feel for Wiggins' 3 young teammates, whose careers have yet to begin, only to face such a devastating blow to their confidence. The ball changed possession. Wiggins held the ball at the top of the arc, deliberately avoiding Lin Xuan as he moved. Clearly, Lin Xuan's previous block had instilled enough fear in Wiggins that he no longer dared to confront his defense directly. However, Lin Xuan was not one to let him off easily. For such a provocateur, his principle was, teach a harsh lesson. Forget your basketball dreams. Clap. Just as Wiggins circled around to the corner, thinking he had finally evaded Lin Xuan's defense, Lin Xuan executed a deadly snatch, swiftly completing the steal. The ball was about to fly out of bounds. Lin Xuan quickly stepped forward, securing the ball firmly. Gordon and Parker hurriedly rotated towards Lin Xuan, attempting to force him out of bounds while he was still unsteady. The situation was precarious, yet Lin Xuan remained unfazed. Glancing at Embiid beyond the three-point line, he deftly flicked the ball outward. The basketball sailed between Parker and Gordon's outstretched arms, landing firmly in Embiid's hands. At that moment, all defensive attention from Wiggins' team was focused on Lin Xuan. Embiid was left completely open. Lacking game experience, he hesitated. However, upon seeing the encouraging gaze from Lin Xuan, Embiid gathered his confidence and took a shot from beyond the arc. Whoosh! The basketball traced a beautiful parabola through the air, swishing through the net. 5-1. Embiid's outside shot further extended Lin Xuan's team's lead. "Do you want to join in?" Lin Xuan approached Antetokounmpo, patting him on the shoulder. It was evident that with Embiid's successful three-pointer, Antetokounmpo felt a surge of eagerness. "Can I do it too?" Antetokounmpo shyly avoided Lin Xuan's gaze, lowering his head and murmuring, "But I don't have a basket." "No worries," Lin Xuan reassured him, ruffling Antetokounmpo's hair with a comforting look. "I'll help you get shot later." With Embiid scoring, Antetokounmpo had to keep up as the elder. He had to ensure everyone shared the glory. During the defensive round, Lin Xuan quickly snatched the ball from Wiggins. This time, he chose not to pass immediately, but dribbled the ball to the three-point line, drawing the defense. Naturally, Wiggins' team did not dare to be complacent, and Gordon and Parker quickly teamed up for a double team. Wiggins also closely followed, ready to assist defensively. Lin Xuan raised his hand, signaling Embiid to hold off Wiggins while gesturing for the unguarded Antetokounmpo to cut towards the basket. Parker and Gordon's defense was formidable, their large hands spread wide, seemingly blocking out the sun. Yet for Lin Xuan, this was merely trivial. He didn't even need to resort to his signature move in the NBA. Instead, he simply directed the ball from his left hand to his right. Parker and Gordon, still inexperienced, assumed Lin Xuan would break through from the right and shifted their defensive focus accordingly. However, Lin Xuan had no intention of driving. At that moment, he executed a rapid crossover dribble, transferring the ball back to his left hand. In their confusion, Parker and Gordon had to shift their body weight to the left, but they could not match Lin Xuan's speed. By the time they adjusted their defensive stance, Lin Xuan had already launched the ball high from the left side, sending it soaring towards the basket. The trajectory was remarkably high, appearing as if it was neither a pass nor a shot. What was he doing? Could it be that Lin Xuan, the formidable player who dominated in the NBA, was about to make a mistake. The audience was bewildered by Lin Xuan's antics. Yet, just as everyone was left in shock, a tall, dark figure descended from the sky. Seizing the ball that was headed toward the rim, he slammed it down with ferocity, a powerful alley-oop. The connection between Lin Xuan and Antetokounmpo was complete. 6-1. Impressive. It was a pass after all. Don't know how to shoot threes? No problem. Your big brother can assist you for an alley-oop. Indeed, this play was orchestrated by Lin Xuan, from directing positioning to creating passing lanes amidst the double team. And finally, timing and height for the pass. With Antetokounmpo's emphatic dunk, Lin Xuan's team was thriving. The previous few possessions had mirrored the entire 3v3 game. Lin Xuan not only dominated both ends of the court, but also assisted his two younger teammates in scoring. Wiggins could never have anticipated that the first point he scored would turn out to be his last point. 21. Wiggins' team faced a complete defeat. Lin, I want to follow in your footsteps and enter the University of Kansas. After the game, Wiggins approached Lin Xuan with youthful admiration, hoping to receive his guidance. Guidance? Lin Xuan was taken aback. A seemingly mundane 3v3 game had garnered him a little admirer, of course, for someone like Lin Xuan, who was well-versed in the developmental trajectories of NBA stars. Providing some advice to a younger player was no difficult task. Joining Kansas was indeed a commendable choice. In fact, Wiggins had previously come from the University of Kansas. And during his year there, he made significant progress, ultimately being selected as the first overall pick in the 2014 draft. Therefore, as long as he continued to develop steadily, he would enter the league from a remarkably high starting point. However, recalling Wiggins' later experiences, Lin Xuan had a piece of advice to impart. Always maintain your ambition. Stay away from goji berries and thermos cups. Wah. Wiggins wore a confused expression. I understand the part about maintaining ambition. But what does the second half mean? Goji berries. What on earth? Or perhaps this phrase holds some Zen wisdom. Suddenly, a light sparked in Wiggins' eyes. That makes sense. Lin Xuan is from China. This statement must contain ancient Eastern wisdom. Unsure of the connection, Wiggins silently resolved to tattoo this phrase on his forearm once he returned home, believing that one day he would comprehend its profound meaning. After their brief exchange, Lin Xuan did not forget about the other two MVP little admirers. He specifically requested several pairs of sneakers from the organizers, signed them, and personally handed them to Antetokounmpo and Embiid. This was a complete set of the Tsunami 1 model, gifted to you both. Thank you. The excitement of the two individuals receiving gifts from their idol was palpable, further solidifying their aspirations for a basketball career. In particular, Giannis was so overwhelmed that he nearly shed tears, wishing to emulate Wiggins and seeking guidance from Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings, merely offered a perfunctory response before concluding his journey. After all, Giannis is a prospective rookie for the Warriors next year. An excessive interaction could inadvertently attract the attention of rival teams. Meanwhile, after a day of rest, the Warriors rejuvenated and, upon Lin Xuan's return to the hotel, the entire squad reconvened to embark on their journey to Boston. In just 2 days, they would face off against the Boston Celtics at the TD North Shore Garden. Notably, the match is scheduled for January 1, marking their opening battle of 2013. Concurrently, the NBA officially announced the various rankings and awards for December. Firstly, in the team power rankings, the Warriors maintained their position at the top. They achieved an undefeated record throughout December, particularly shining in their pinnacle clash against the Heat, thereby deserving this accolade. The teams ranked 2nd to 10th are Heat, Spurs, Thunder, Clippers, Knicks, Celtics, Grizzlies, Rockets, and Lakers. Next, let's examine the rookie rankings. Lin Xuan continues to reign supreme. Anthony Davis trails closely behind, retaining the second position. This month, Davis averaged a near double-double with 23.1 points and 9.8 rebounds per game, a statistic that would have once placed him atop the rookie leaderboard. Unfortunately, he is overshadowed by Lin Xuan. The rankings from 3rd to 10th are Damian Lillard, Bradley Beal, Harrison Barnes, Andre Drummond, Draymond Green, Evan Fournier, Terrence Ross, and Tyler Zeller. Following that is the MVP leaderboard. December in the NBA was a whirlwind of activity, with stars shining brightly. Durant showcased his scoring prowess, averaging 30.7 points and leading the Thunder to a remarkable 13 wins and 2 losses. After suffering defeat to the Warriors, James redoubled his efforts, achieving a triple-double average in the subsequent 5 games while securing victory in each. Kobe, despite his age, continues to lead the ailing Lakers into playoff contention. Additionally, superstars like Paul, Harden, and Anthony delivered explosive performances. Alas, they found themselves outshone by Lin Xuan. In addition to steering his team to an undefeated record, Lin Xuan's personal statistics are equally impressive, averaging 43.6 points and 13.1 rebounds per game. He decisively eclipsed numerous competitors, remaining firmly atop the MVP rankings. Durant, James, Kobe, Paul, Harden, and Anthony were relegated to positions 2 through 7. Finally, the NBA announced the Player of the Month for December. In the Eastern Conference, James was expected to retain his title, but considering aesthetic fatigue, the league awarded the honor to the equally impressive Anthony. In the Western Conference, the decision also took into account aesthetic fatigue. Yet the stark contrast in caliber between Lin Xuan and another candidate, Kevin Durant, rendered it inconceivable not to honor him. Thus, with the Rookie of the Month, the MVP position, and the Western Conference Player of the Month, Lin Xuan once again claimed all accolades for December. OMG, what an extraordinary phenomenon we are witnessing. With Lin's current performance, I doubt I will ever grow weary of it over the next decade. Incredible. The fervor surrounding Lin Xuan's December Grand Slam had yet to subside when the results of the second round of voting for the 2013 Houston All-Star Weekend were freshly released. The Eastern Conference rankings remained unchanged, still dominated by LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, and Kevin Garnett in the frontcourt. In the backcourt, Dwayne Wade and Rajon Rondo maintained their first and second positions, respectively, in the Western Conference. The frontcourt still featured Lin Xuan, Kevin Durant, and Dwight Howard. Kobe Bryant continued to hold the top spot in the backcourt, while Stephen Curry replaced Chris Paul, ascending to second place. Moreover, the gap between him and Kobe is continuously narrowing. Behold, the advantage of Lin Xuan rallying votes. Given this momentum, it would not surprise me if Curry emerged as the leading backcourt player in the West. Aside from Curry displacing Paul to temporarily secure a spot in the Western Conference All-Star starting lineup. The most noteworthy highlight of the second round of voting remains Lin Xuan. His total vote count has reached 2.3 million. The All-Star starting positions are becoming clear, with the only suspense being whether Lin Xuan can break Howard's record of 15 million votes from 2009 and become the historical vote leader. I see no obstacle. Lin Xuan has already garnered 2.3 million votes, leaving only 850,000 votes to break the record, a feat easily achievable. That may not be the case. With less than a week remaining in the final round of voting, time is running short for Lin Xuan. Indeed, the majority of votes have already been cast, and whether for Lin Xuan or other players, it seems the count is nearing its limit. As the second round of All-Star voting concluded, public interest in the rankings gradually waned, with Lin Xuan's potential to become the historical vote leader becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. Fans of Lin across America and millions of Chinese supporters would certainly not remain idle. Have all the votes been cast? Absolutely not. There are still relatives at home and classmates nearby who wouldn't want to partake in the creation of history. If so, hurry and cast your vote for Lin Xuan. With just a flick of your finger, we can witness history and the birth of a vote king. Why not act swiftly? The fervor surrounding December's awards and the second round of All-Star voting persists. On January 1, 2013, the first day of the new year, the Warriors match against the Celtics is poised to commence. Having lost Ray Allen, the Celtics' Big Three is now reduced to 2. However, the duo of Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce remains formidable, bolstered by Rajon Rondo's development, making the Celtics' strength still formidable this season. Especially against a young team like the Warriors, their wealth of on-court experience is the key to victory at 8 o'clock in the evening. In Boston's TD North Shore Garden Arena, the atmosphere in the stadium is exceptionally vibrant. Over 20,000 fans have gathered to witness this clash between the league's rising star and a traditional powerhouse. We will defend the honor of the North Shore Garden. Prior to the match, Celtics core player Paul Pierce, brimming with confidence, stated in an interview, whether it's a 20-game winning streak or a 30-game winning streak, their record must be ended today. How does he view Lin Xuan? Upon hearing the reporter's question, Pierce's expression shifted. You should ask KG. He knows better than I do. as he will be the one defending Lin today. Can I interpret this as the task of guarding Lin Xuan being assigned to Kevin Garnett tonight? Indeed. Pierce nodded. KG is the toughest defender in the league. No one can gain an advantage against him. Lin is a young man I truly admire. Similarly, Kevin Garnett, also interviewed, maintained a relatively mild demeanor. Seeing him reminds me of my younger days. Our physical attributes are remarkably similar, and I eagerly anticipate facing him directly. At this moment, Garnett appears harmless, but Lin Xuan is acutely aware of this historically significant power forward. In addition to possessing legendary offensive and defensive skills, his gift for trash talk is also unparalleled in history. As previously mentioned regarding Anthony, Garnett once directed a crude insult at him. "Your wife is as delicious as a donut." As the saying goes, trouble does not involve wives and children, but to stoop to such a base level of trash talk. Only the big ticket could manage that. This led to Anthony, in a fit of rage, swinging his fist in an attempt to assault Garnett, who, after the match, found himself cornered at the Celtics locker room door, seeking an explanation from Garnett. However, Garnett can indeed be quite cowardly when it suits him, as he once hid in the locker room to avoid confrontation, thus narrowly escaping a predicament. Lin, no matter what Garnett says later, do not engage with him, cautioned Warriors head coach Mark Jackson to Lin Xuan. This guy has no limits. Paying too much attention to his words will affect your mindset. That Jackson's concern for Lin Xuan is evident. As an experienced coach, he understands that while Lin Xuan is a force on the court, he is still a rookie, and Garnett's trash talk can be particularly challenging for a young mind yet to mature. Additionally, Garnett is renowned as the strongest 1v1 defender in the league, capable of guarding all 5 positions, with attributes maxed out in trash talk and an unyielding defensive prowess. Lin Xuan is left grappling to keep up. Coach Jackson, rest assured. Lin Xuan, however, remains unfazed. No matter what he says, I'll simply consider it nonsense. In his mind, Lin Xuan has more to say. Prior to his journey through time, he was not merely a content creator, but also a fierce Xuan pianist. Known for engaging in heated debates online. Trash talking? Who is afraid of whom? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Jackson nods in relief, inexplicably holding Lin Xuan in higher regard. Mature, composed, and exuding the aura of a great general. It will be difficult for such an individual to fail. The pre-game warm-up swiftly concludes. The starting players from both teams take to the court. The Celtics are in full health, presenting their strongest lineup. Paul Pierce, Rajon Rondo, Jeff Green, Avery Bradley, and Kevin Garnett. Meanwhile, the Warriors maintain their starters: Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, David Lee, and Lin Xuan. Notably, newly acquired Andre Iguodala from the Nuggets has also completed practice with the team and is expected to make an appearance in today's match. As the camera pans back to the court, Lin Xuan steps onto the floor, eliciting a considerable cheer from the North Shore Garden, with fans from around the globe brandishing signs and donning the Warriors' number 21 jersey, rallying in support of Lin Xuan. This young man possesses quite the popularity. Before the jump ball, Pierce converses with Garnett. "Can you handle him? I certainly don't want to see outsiders running rampant in the North Shore Garden." Rampant, you say, upon entering the court. The previously affable Garnett's demeanor shifts dramatically. "I will squeeze every ounce of strength from his body." With a menacing glare, he adds, "Then remind him this is the North Shore Garden." Pierce gives him a thumbs up, aware that this man, once stabbed 11 times in a nightclub, is no pushover. Yes, this is the North Shore Garden. Make him feel the pressure. You two old geezers are quite mischievous. But I like it. Nearby, Rajon Rondo, overhearing their conversation, enthusiastically chimes in, "Don't forget to include me when you take him down. How can social media as brother long be left out?" Lin Xuan. He couldn't care less about how impressive this kid might be. Ultimately, when on his turf, dragons must bow down and tigers must lie down. With the sound of the whistle, the jump ball commences. The referee tosses the ball high into the air. The jump ball begins. David Lee's diminutive leap is no match for Garnett. With a light jump, Garnett deftly directs the ball into Rondo's hands. The Celtics seize the first possession. Rondo advances the ball into the front court. Faced with Thompson's defense, Rondo attempts a triple threat move and a change of direction, but finds no room for either a breakthrough or a shot, ultimately passing to Garnett, who is establishing position in the paint. Garnett receives the ball and posts up against David Lee. With a few powerful steps, he drives straight to the basket, delivering a thunderous dunk. Is this the level of defense? After completing the dunk, Garnett immediately launches into trash talk. This is softer than your grandmother's dumplings. Having spat that out, Garnett shoots Lin Xuan a fierce glare before pivoting to retreat on defense. While it appears he is directing his words at David Lee, they're undeniably aimed at Lin Xuan. Bring it on. If you're not convinced, come at me. Having just completed the first round, the North Shore Garden is charged with a palpable intensity that in stark contrast his polite demeanor during interviews. Garnett has transformed into a relentless trash-talking machine. The naive David Lee, unaccustomed to such hostility, finds himself at a loss, his scalp prickling under Garnett's barrage of taunts. Fortunately, Garnett's focus is entirely on Lin Xuan's reaction. Lin Xuan, however, stands unfazed, as if nothing is amiss. Let us go Celtics. Noting Lin Xuan's indifference to his trash talk, Garnett becomes even more fired up, returning to the backcourt while unleashing his signature iron-fisted chest thump and battle cry. Just then, a flash of yellow lightning dashes forth. Seizing a quarterback-length pass mid-air and charging towards the basket too fast. Indeed, Lin Xuan lives up to the hype. Before the opposing defense can fully regroup, he has already ignited an aggressive offense, observing Lin Xuan's advance. The two commentators on the sidelines are utterly astonished, mouths agape in excitement. However, that's not the end of it. As Lin Xuan winds up for a thunderous dunk, a suddenly alert Garnett rushes to intercept. He won't allow the opponent to gain momentum, even if it means risking a foul. With a resounding thud, despite Garnett's grasp on one of his arms, Lin Xuan remains undeterred, even under immense resistance. Lin Xuan grits his teeth, propelling himself upward. With Garnett hanging on, he manages to dunk the ball. Point scored. The whistle blows. Such a blatant foul cannot escape the referee's attention. N1, they say Garnett is tough. But Lin Xuan is no slouch either. Just look at this play. He nearly completed the dunk while being fouled by Garnett. Amid the astonished exclamations of the two American commentators, Lin Xuan, unflustered, strides to the free throw line. Dribbling to find his rhythm, he calmly sinks the free throw. 3-2. The Golden State Warriors take the lead. Just a moment ago, I was wondering where the barking in the arena came from. After completing the N1, Lin Xuan brushes past Garnett. Now it's finally quiet. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Garnett's expression shifts dramatically. Barking? Where in a perfectly good arena would a dog come from? Just now, amidst the trash talk besides himself, there was no one else. No wonder he appeared so unfazed earlier. He was plotting something. How dare he insinuate that I'm a dog? Garnett roars internally. Losing the game is one thing, but losing the verbal battle is unacceptable. Dare to challenge me. Just you wait. Seeing Lin Xuan confront Garnett boldly, David Lee is left bewildered. Having been mercilessly mocked by Garnett from the outset, he never anticipated that Lin Xuan's trash talk skills would rival those of his opponent. Moreover, he was right next to them, witnessing the shifts in their expressions. Garnett's eyes could almost ignite with flames, yet Lin Xuan maintains an air of nonchalance. What a strong mentality, with possession changing hands. Rondo methodically advances the ball down the Warriors' side. Thompson continues to shadow him. At this point, Thompson has begun to embody the essence of a future elite 3 and D player, tightly applying pressure. However, this does not faze the high basketball IQ of Rondo, who, after several passes and cuts, successfully transitions the ball to Garnett in the post. Bring it on. Garnett, holding the ball from the wing, prepares to post up against David Lee once more. Clearly, David Lee has been psychologically impacted by Garnett's earlier dunk. Hesitating in the face of Garnett's taunts. It's all right. Lin Xuan steps in, offering a reassuring glance to his teammate, ready to provide help defense at any moment. Trying to double-team me. Garnett shoots back rapidly. You two better squeeze your legs together tight if you want to withstand my big stick. You're truly a toothpick, Garnett, Lin Xuan retorts without hesitation. Toothpick? Garnett pauses, momentarily taken aback. Smack. In that instant, Lin Xuan launches into a relentless pursuit, cleanly stealing the ball. The crucial aspect is that this steal occurs while Garnett is still momentarily stunned. The ball slips from his control, and before he realizes he needs to retrieve it, he inadvertently trips over his own feet, stumbling to the ground. OMG. Am I seeing things? Pierce's eyes widen in disbelief. In addition, the other three Celtics players on the court were expressions of shock. Meanwhile, under the gaze of all his opponents, Lin Xuan glides through as if in an empty arena, effortlessly making his way to the basket. Are they all stunned? Witnessing this, Celtics head coach Doc Rivers jumps up, shouting, "Stop him!" Pierce rushes towards Lin Xuan, but alas, it is too late. With a resounding crash, Lin Xuan leaps into the paint, swinging his arm in a windmill motion, successfully executing a thunderous dunk. 5-2. Wow. What an exhilarating fast break play. This time it was Zhang Jidao at the commentary desk of CCTV who was utterly astonished, especially by that unexpected steal just now, which nearly caused Garnett to twist his back. Thus, one could say Garnett has brought this upon himself. He was perfectly aware that Lin Xuan does not play by conventional rules and should have been on high alert. A momentary lapse, and he effectively delivered a steal to Lin Xuan. Of course, it wasn't just Zhang Jidao who was shocked. The uproar from nearly 20,000 spectators almost threatened to shatter the ceiling. They merely witnessed Lin Xuan engaged in a verbal spar with Garnett. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan launched a steal and executed a breathtaking fast break right before everyone's eyes. It seems you have bewildered your opponent with mere words. Get up, KG. Pierce reached down to pull Garnett off the floor. Wait a moment, I'll help you teach that guy a lesson. At that moment, however, Garnett longed to be overlooked. He forced a dry chuckle at Pierce and sulkily turned away. The change of possession occurred. The Boston Celtics were on the offensive. Pierce held the ball at the top of the arc, signaling his teammates to create space. Just as he had mentioned to Garnett earlier, he intended to teach Lin Xuan a lesson. After a series of dribbles, Pierce deliberately approached Lin Xuan, facing Lin Xuan's defense. Pierce feigned a three-threat move, then switched the ball from his right hand to his left under his legs, immediately following up with a left-handed shot fake. Lin Xuan leaped into the air, his hand reaching for the heavens beneath the vast net woven by his long arms. Pierce clearly could not escape the fate of being blocked. However, Lin Xuan was outmaneuvered by Pierce. The theatrically skilled Pierce did not take the shot. After lifting the ball above his head, he quickly brought it down. Only when Lin Xuan had completely shifted his weight did he pivot and take a mid-range shot. Observe, this is experience. Lin Xuan was deceived by Pierce. Zhang Jidao sighed, his tone laden with regret. Thus, Lin Xuan still has much to learn. Do not lose heart, young man. Not only Zhang Jidao, but even the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Mark Jackson, was equally moved. In his eyes, Lin Xuan's journey thus far had been too smooth. Now he was finally witnessing the pinnacle of basketball intelligence and skill from the seasoned veterans of the NBA. One could only describe it as the growing pains of his development. However, just then, the tide turned dramatically. Zhang Jidao at the commentary desk, Mark Jackson at the sidelines, and all the fans in the arena were momentarily stunned. Lin Xuan soared like a mountain, directly blocking the ball from behind Pierce. With both hands, he executed an emphatic rejection. The sense of pressure was palpable, even though Pierce, with his seasoned experience and superb technique, had managed to fake Lin Xuan out. Lin Xuan still utilized his explosive physicality to complete a second jump, delivering a scorching rejection to Pierce. Witnessing this scene, everyone was rendered speechless. What terrifying leaping ability! What explosive physical talent! After a brief silence, the arena erupted into deafening cheers. Though I am a fan of the home team, I cannot help but applaud this play. Absolutely remarkable. To be honest, Pierce executed the play with enough finesse. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xuan. WTF. Clearly, he had been faked out, yet he still managed to adjust swiftly for a second block. Terrifying, but that was not the end. After completing the rejection, Lin Xuan swiftly deflected the ball into the hands of Curry at the front court. Confronted by two Celtics players closing in, Curry remained completely unflustered, seizing the opportunity to loft the ball high towards the basket. Was his shot not a tad rushed? They could have stabilized the rhythm and set up a half-court offense. As two American commentators on the sidelines expressed their astonishment, Lin Xuan had already embarked on a sprint from the backcourt, racing alongside Pierce. Lin Xuan accelerated to join the offense. Pierce in quick retreat. could not tolerate being blocked by a rookie. The esteemed FMVP Pierce certainly would not stand for it. You can't outrun me. While Pierce may be aging, his speed was by no means inferior to Lin Xuan's, with both players nearly neck and neck. However, Lin Xuan's physique was far sturdier than Pierce's. Suddenly, he took a large step forward, then halted abruptly, causing the unprepared Pierce to crash into Lin Xuan's body and be propelled 2 meters away. Whoosh! Lin Xuan seized the moment, stepping onto the free throw line, and with a thunderous momentum, grasped the soaring basketball. With both hands, he slammed it home. 7-2, my God. This was indeed an alley-oop. Curry truly dared to make that pass. Unbelievable. Indeed, behind every spectacular alley-oop lies a ludicrous pass. To everyone's eyes, Curry's pass seemed to be teetering on the brink of an error. Yet, who could have anticipated Lin Xuan's rapid advance into the frontcourt, leaping high to hammer the ball into the basket? Able to run, withstand, and leap, Lin Xuan must have come from an athletic background. The speed at which Lin Xuan surged from the backcourt was incredible. The physical confrontation with Pierce was fierce as well. Had he not shoved his opponent back 2 meters, he would not have had the chance to leap and complete the alley-oop, and the height he achieved during the catch was astonishing. It seemed he was nearly looking down at the basket. Amidst the resounding cheers that echoed throughout the arena, Pierce and Garnett exchanged glances, both taken aback. Together, they had subdued superstars like Kobe and LeBron at the North Shore Garden. Yet today, they were humiliated by a rookie fresh to the league. How infuriating! Control the tempo. Observing the disheveled state of his 2 core players, Doc Rivers on the sidelines was in a state of panic. They could not allow the opposition to capitalize on fast breaks any longer. As an aging team, averaging 7 to 8 years older than their opponents, they could not afford to let the other side run rampant. Alas, despite the Celtics' desperate attempts to slow the pace, the game remained firmly in Lin Xuan's grasp. By the end of the first quarter, Lin Xuan had single-handedly amassed 22 points, along with 3 steals and 2 blocks. Meanwhile, he helped the Warriors establish a 14-point lead at 35-21. For Lin Xuan, although this quarter did not break any records, it was undoubtedly the most exhilarating quarter he had ever played. The reason was simple. The opposing players, whether Garnett or Pierce, were quite vocal. And this only ignited Lin Xuan's fierce competitive spirit. The desire to conquer these tough opponents brought him immense satisfaction. In this first quarter, Lin Xuan was simply soaring with joy. However, the excitement was far from over for Lin Xuan.